Chapter 9-10 Xianming Sex Strategy, Old Man Xianming. Old Xianming? I didn't expect Old Man Xianming to show up. Moreover, Old Man Xianming actually helps us ordinary disciples to speak. This is really touching. The disciples of various sects in Mingzhou territory were a little embarrassed. After all, before that, almost all the disciples of Mingzhou domain regarded Xianming sect as an evil sect and slandered and suppressed it. When mentioning the disciples of Xianming sect, they all gritted their teeth. But now, apart from the Snow Wolf sect, the only person who helps them speak is the Xianming sect. Isn't this the greatest irony? Once the sect you despise the most, instead, it becomes a sect that helps you. At this moment, the faces of Old Man Shilong, Li Guangdao, Song Long and other sect leaders were not good-looking, and their faces were burning with pain. It was like being slapped in the face. Of course they all know. The soul-searching technique is extremely harmful to practitioners. As long as you are not careful, you may cause irreparable harm to the talented cultivator. From then on, he lost his qualifications to practice. Moreover, things like soul-searching books are generally used for heinous evil cultivators. How would it be used on ordinary disciples? Could it be that just because these disciples participated in the baptism of Tianyan, they have to endure such treatment? And this is just to find the golden cure. To put it bluntly, it was just for Venerable Qingyang's selfish interests. Is this a bit too much? However, they could only imagine this in their hearts and did not dare to say it out loud, much less to say it to Butterfly Sword Immortal directly. Interesting. If I remember correctly, one of you is from the Snow Wolf sect and the other is from the Xianming sect, right? Is it possible that you are going against Venerable Mo Yang's wishes? Butterfly Sword Immortal said directly and politely. Hear this. Xiao Xuan still had a bit of sarcasm on his face. After all, no matter what, this Venerable Mo Yang is a strong man in the Golden God realm, a figure of this level. Logically speaking, you shouldn't argue with the ordinary Xongshan realm. You shouldn't argue with some ordinary spiritual God realm disciples. Even if you are looking for $1 million prescription, it doesn't seem like you have reached the point of using soul-searching techniques on disciples in the spiritual God realm. On the one hand, as a person in the Golden God realm who specializes in the spiritual God realm, it is indeed a bit of a loss. On the other hand, Venerable Mo Yang, as a native of the Golden God realm of the Eastern Barren Continent, should have the purpose of protecting the sects of the Eastern Barren Continent. Only in this way can he inherit the mantle of Old Man Tianyan. Where is he like him? As soon as he takes action, is he specifically targeting his own sect? Isn't this a bit too much? Figure this out. Xiao Xuan simply stood up and said, I'm sorry, I don't know Lord Mo Yang, and I don't know how to accept the soul search technique. What? Xiao Xuan, you are very courageous. Do you know what you just said? You actually despise the authority of Lord Mo Yang? I think you are really tired of living. Don't wait for Butterfly Sword Immortal to say more. A group of elders and sect masters stood up. Regarding the performance of these people, Xiao Xuan sneered. He could feel that there was something unusual in it. After all, I really want to talk about it. He kind of knew that Butterfly Sword Immortal was in the Blue God realm. Even if she used Venerable Mo Yang's tiger skin as a banner, it didn't seem to be so intimidating. It can make the old men Songlong and Shilong so afraid. Even Qingyang stopped talking. This is indeed a strange thing. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 9-11 Mysterious Power, the Corrosive Power of Mo Yang's Heart. Hear this. The expressions of Leng Aolon and Old Man Xianming changed instantly. Naturally, they have all heard of Venerable Mo Yang's name, but they have Never seen him take action. A strong man in the Golden God realm. Strength is naturally no small matter. However, they really didn't expect that venerable Mo Yang could hide his power. In the body of Butterfly Sword Immortal, there is also the legendary Mo Yang's heart. The power of erosion? What exactly is it? What will be the consequences if it is eroded by Mo Yang's heart? Dare to ask Butterfly Sword Immortal. I don't know, is there anything wrong with what we said? Leng Aolan's face was cold. Among my disciples in the Mingzhou realm, those who are qualified to participate in the baptism of Tianyan are basically extremely elite. If they are all subjected to the soul-searching technique, I am afraid that they will damage the soul and the palace. I also need the butterfly sword. God have mercy. This makes sense. For a time, it was also a cultivator's heart in the deep Mingzhou realm. Only now Leng Aolan was facing Butterfly Sword Immortal. Judging from the latter's intentions, she obviously had no intention of bypassing these people. On the contrary, judging from the cold look on her face, she also needs to spend more time and effort on these things. Hee. What kind of talented disciples can there be in the Mingzhou territory? I think it's better for you not to waste any more time. Otherwise, wouldn't you be asking for trouble? Say it. All the disciples in Mingzhou domain also had cold expressions. All know. Butterfly Sword Immortal is a character from the middle of the Eastern Wilds continent. Learned from Venerable Mo Yang. He can be regarded as a master from a famous family. But even so, so what? Is it possible that among these people, it is impossible for a disciple with amazing talents to appear? Is it impossible for a genius to emerge? Is this a bit too cynical? But nevertheless, they just dare to be angry but dare not speak out. After all, if you really want to talk about it, some people don't dare to confront Dai Sword Fairy and Lord Mo Yang behind her. But for Xiao Xuan, instead, he became calmer. With the power of chaos, it is not impossible for him to defeat the Butterfly Sword Immortal, but now he is curious about how to resist the power of the wheel-turning array. Judging from the situation just now, this wheel-turning array actually contains the power of Venerable Mo Yang, a powerful person in the Golden God realm. This is no simple matter. I really want to talk about it. There is such power. Butterfly Sword Immortal indeed has the capital to be arrogant. However, even so, Xiao Xuan was not necessarily afraid. On the contrary, he became curious about the wheel formation. After all, put it on ordinary practitioners. To have such a wheel-turning circle in the body must be extremely painful. The original Tao power in one's own body and the Tao power of others in the wheel-turning circle should be incompatible. But now, Butterfly Sword Immortal didn't even look in pain. This made Xiao Xuan a little curious. Could it be that Venerable Mo Yang is so good at merging the energy in the wheel-turning circle with the energy cultivated by Butterfly Sword Immortal himself? In other words, mutual reinforcement? If that's the case, Venerable Mo Yang's strength is terrifying. Any magic circle can increase the strength of the Tsongshan realm expert several times. Well, if he has more magic circles, wouldn't it be possible to mass-produce such strong men? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 912 Natural Allies, Powerful Soul Power. Thank you all. However, this matter was provoked by Xiao Xuan, so you don't need to get involved to avoid any inconvenience. Xiao Xuan slightly arched his hands. The help of these people was declined. He knew that no matter Zhang Fulong or Wu Bingqing, they were not just one person, but a whole family. Even Leng Aolan and Old Man Xianming. They all speak out for their own sect. Perhaps, provoking a mere Butterfly Sword Immortal is nothing now, but if it Is Venerable Mo Yang, he will settle old scores later. They were in more or less trouble. On the contrary, Xiao Xuan was alone. He won't care about these things. Even if he provokes the butterfly sword immortal or even Venerable Mo Yang, he may not be much afraid. Young friend, Xiao Xuan, you're welcome. There are many disciples from our various sects in the heavenly flame baptism, and those who can participate in the heavenly flame baptism today are all elite. If the soul is squeezed by the soul-searching technique, wouldn't it shake the foundation of our sect? Leng Aolan and old man Xianming looked at each other. Zhang Fulong also nodded. In fact, as the young sect leader of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, he naturally understood what those elite disciples in a sect represented. That is the future of a sect. If today, let these disciples be harmed, the future of their sect is worrying. Say it. Song Long, old man Shi Long, Li Guangdao, and others also looked a little hesitant. They are also the sect masters of the sect, so they naturally understand that what Leng Aolan and the old man Xianming said just now are true. Only, with their courage, they really didn't dare to confront the butterfly sword immortal head-on. He just lowered his head and made a slight nod. What are you going to do? Do you want to fight against butterfly sword immortal alone? Wu Bingqing and Xiao Xuan had been together the longest, and at this time, she could roughly guess what the latter meant. But here it comes. She was also a little worried. After all, Butterfly Sword Immortal was also a lover's disciple, trained by Venerable Mo Yang himself. His physical strength is naturally not weak. As for Xiao Xuan, he was just an ordinary disciple in Tsinghua Academy before. And he didn't even receive much basic Tsinghua Academy benefits. Under such circumstances, Xiao Xuan wants to fight against Butterfly Sword Immortal. Is he at a bit of a disadvantage? Thinking of this, Wu Bingqing couldn't help but feel a little worried. Don't worry. I really want to try to see how capable the so-called Sword Immortal is. Faced with the concerns of many people, Xiao Xuan, on the other hand, was indifferent, judging from the previous situation. It seems that no one can stop me. You. All right. Wu Bingqing wanted to say something else. However, after hearing Xiao Xuan's last words, he could only shake his head helplessly. Indeed. For Xiao Xuan, after joining Tsinghua Academy for so long, basically no one can pose any threat to him. Therefore, it is normal for him to say such things. Ha ha. It's a bit surprising. I didn't expect that a cultivator from Zhongzhou would actually challenge me. In the mere Mingzhou territory. Butterfly Sword Immortal sneered instead. Her pretty face was full of contempt. She raised the long sword in her hand, pointed at Xiao Xuan, and said, "Do you know, maybe in the Mingzhou territory, you are a genius, but in Zhongzhou, you are like this, too many people." Say it. Xiao Xuan was non-committal. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 913, The Talented Disciple Fights Against the Butterfly Sword Immortal. Break. Daiwu Sword Technique. Butterfly Sword Fairy waved the long sword in his hand. The whole body is covered with a layer of silver light, and the power of the avenue is condensed, causing countless winds to roll in the surrounding space. A sword thrust out. It seems to carry countless powers, coming straight to Xiao Xuan's neck. Xiao Xuan didn't care about this. In the past few battles, he had already roughly understood the strength of this butterfly sword immortal. Although it is much stronger than ordinary Zhongshan realm experts. But Xiao Xuan can still feel it. With his pure Yang Wuji swordsmanship, he easily defeated the butterfly sword immortal. After all, Xiao Xuan was originally a talented disciple. In addition to the powerful power of the Tao, he also had the majestic power of the soul. Under such strong power, The ordinary Xiao realm is naturally no match. As for the butterfly sword immortal? If she didn't use the wheel formation, she wouldn't even be able to fight Xiao Xuan. After using several butterfly dance sword techniques, Butterfly Sword Immortal was also surprised to find out. Although her long sword has already circulated a strong power of the avenue, these powers have not yet touched Xiao Xuan. It has been easily resolved by the latter. Let alone hurt him, you can't even touch him. The strength is superior. Natural distinction. Dai Sword Immortal's expression became increasingly gloomy. As the disciple of Lord Mo Yang, she naturally has her own dignity and pride. Over the years, as long as she takes action, it is basically difficult to find an opponent in the Blue God realm. Who knows? I actually suffered such a big loss from Xiao Xuan today. This naturally made her angry and ashamed. She also knew her master's temper. His nature is like fire and his temper is like thunder. More importantly, Venerable Mo Yang is a person who takes things very seriously, just like now. Since he sent Butterfly Sword Immortal to find the 10,000 gold prescription, then Dai Sword Fairy must do this well. If not done well, she will be punished too. As for the content of the punishment, I'm afraid it will be very dangerous. If it doesn't work, her life will be lost here. Think of this. Butterfly Sword Immortal's eyes were also a little more fierce. If she couldn't establish authority over Xiao Xuan, how could she use the soul search technique to find traces of the 10,000 gold prescription today? Whispering Circle. It seems that today I am going to let you know what real power is. Butterfly Sword Immortal's eyes were gloomy. In her dantian, powerful avenues of power emerged from it and condensed directly on her body. He even had a hint of medical skills. This is the medical skill of Venerable Mo Yang? Oh my god. Venerable Mo Yang even used his own medical skills. He seems to be very interested in the 10,000 gold prescription. It's unbelievable, then Xiao Xuan will lose today. I saw a medical skill appearing on the body of Butterfly Sword Immortal. Everyone present also sighed. To know. Venerable Mo Yang is the only disciple of Old Man Tianyan who practices medical skills. It is said that his medical skills have reached the point of being unpredictable. Take a little action. It can cure thousands of diseases in the world. Even his two senior brothers, Mo Long and Mo Wanqing, who were both in the Golden God realm, also praised his medical skills. Just rely on this. He is also an amazing character. Just now, Butterfly Sword Immortal actually has the aura of his master, Venerable Mo Yang. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 914 Soul Searching Technique, Poor Old Man Shirlong. What? Why? Why should he, Xiao Xuan, be an exception? Old Man Shirlong was angry. In the Mingzhou domain, he is also a relatively famous figure. Even people like Tsang Long and Li Guangdao were only on par with him in terms of strength. He was furious when he heard the words of Dai Sword Immortal. Today, if Xiao Xuan is an exception, they also use soul-searching techniques to target their Shirlong sect disciples. Wouldn't it be better to let all the disciples of Shirlong sect accept the soul-searching technique? He was a little dissatisfied with such unfair treatment. Whoosh. Then you die. While talking, a flying sword appeared in the hand of Butterfly Sword Immortal. Go straight to the throat of Old Man Shirlong. This move was extremely fast. Although Old Man Shirlong reacted quickly, he activated the Shirlong Kung Fu in time. But the gray-white defensive armor has not yet taken shape. The flying sword penetrated his throat until scarlet blood gushes from his throat. The sect disciples and elders present realized that Elder Shirlong was dead. Kill instantly with one move. Old man Sherlong was killed with one move. This really surprised everyone in Mingzhou territory, and they all looked at Butterfly Sword Immortal in disbelief. To know. Old man Sherlong is definitely a powerful figure in Mingzhou territory. Moreover, he was extremely powerful in the stone dragon technique, and his defensive power was astonishing. Some of the powerful men from the Mingzhou realm present did not dare to say that they could guarantee to break through his defense. Who knows? Now Butterfly Sword Fairy's random move. Can the vitality of Old Man Sherlong be cut off with one sword? From this point of view, ordinary people really don't have the means like Butterfly Sword Immortal. Lung Aolan and Old Man Xianming also looked at each other, quite frightened. In their hearts, looking at the Butterfly Sword Immortal with strange eyes. Now, does anyone else have a different opinion? Butterfly Sword Immortal turned his head and looked around with a cold face. Facing such a fierce female swordsman, all the elders in the Mingzhou realm were also secretly surprised, and no one dared to raise a different opinion. Xiao Xuan himself, on the other hand, looked at these elders of Mingzhou territory silently. A bit sniffy. Then, when he was still in the spiritual realm, from after the Qinglian Valley to before the baptism of Tianyan, these so-called strong men in the Tsongshan realm often deliberately seek trouble for him. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, everyone is pretending to be deaf and dumb. It was as if he had not heard what Butterfly Sword Fairy said. To know. If the Butterfly Sword Immortal plans to use the soul-searching technique, the first to be harmed will be the disciples of their own sect. Songlong, Li Guangdao and other sect leaders. You don't even dare to fart? Ridiculous. With this kind of Mingzhou realm, it is inevitable that it will decline in the future. Xiao Xuan sneered, found a spot at random, and waited silently for other Tian Yan trial disciples to come out. A long time. Along with the strange movement in Tianyan Pond began. The various sect disciples who participated in Tianyan's baptism basically walked out slowly. Xiao Xuan is also slowly savoring the power of Butterfly Sword Immortal. Judging from the previous strength, it should have surpassed the average Tsongshan realm. Even an intermediate person in the Blue God realm would suffer somewhat in front of the Butterfly Sword Immortal just now. Among ordinary sects, it would be difficult to obtain these powers. However, considering that Butterfly Sword Immortal is the disciple of Venerable Mo Yang, it doesn't seem that difficult for her to obtain some powers that ordinary people don't have. On that note, perhaps in the future, if Xiao Xuan encounters Butterfly Sword Immortal again, he needs to think carefully about how to deal with it. Ming Xue and Wu Sheng also walked out of the Tianyan Pond. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 9:15, Temptation, the reputation of being the best in the inner sect. How? Do you really want to say something about Songlong? Seeing Wu Bingqing's hesitation, Xiao Xuan smiled bitterly and said helplessly, if I remember correctly, Songlong doesn't seem to have much kindness towards you, does it? After hearing this, Wu Bingqing also nodded slightly. But then, she continued, having said that, Songlong is the dean of Tsinghua College after all. If you insist on going against him, wouldn't it be a lose situation? Double defeat? I don't think that's the case. Since Songlong, as the dean of Tsinghua Academy, cannot treat every academy disciple fairly, then this person is not worthy of being the dean of the academy. Xiao Xuan said rudely, I can't maintain a good relationship with such a person. Speaking of which, Wu Bingqing also felt helpless. She was originally a disciple of a big family, and she had dealt with some issues regarding the relationship between big families. But that's the case. She has never seen such a stubborn person as Xiao Xuan. Based on her previous experience, she originally thought that Xiao Xuan was a disciple of Tsinghua Academy after all, as long as she persuaded him nicely. Let Songlong give him a step down. The relationship between Xiao Xuan and Songlong is not without room for relaxation. But now, the situation is a little different. The look Xiao Xuan showed made her a little unbelievable, even a little surprised. She found in Xiao Xuan's heart. It seemed that Songlong was not taken seriously at all. It's as if Songlong is an insignificant character at all. This really made Wu Bingqing a little unbelievable. After all, if you really want to talk about it, Songlong is still the dean of Tsinghua Academy, a powerful man in the Zhongshan realm. Ever since Wu Bingqing became sensible, she knew that Songlong, the dean of Tsinghua Academy, was a powerful Zhongshan realm. Over the years, although Songlong has not broken through to the Zhongshan realm, however, he has also been immersed in the Zhongshan realm for many years and reached the strength level of a second-star Zhongshan realm. Such strength. He is quite famous in Mingzhou territory. Otherwise, Songlong would have no way to have a say in front of veteran powerhouses such as Old Man Shilong, Li Guangdao, Leng Aolan, and Old Man Xianming. Such a character. Even strong men like Qingyang, who came from other regions of the eastern wilds continent, must be treated with respect. But Xiao Xuan is better. He actually didn't take this matter to heart at all. It seems that in Xiao Xuan's heart, Songlong is simply a person not worthy of respect. Perhaps Songlong does have some problems with the management of Tsinghua Academy. There are some injustices. But it is undeniable that Songlong can rely on his own ability to make the branch deans of the 8 great meridians bow to him, which is enough to explain the problem. At least, a cultivator like Xiao Xuan, who has just been promoted to the Blue God realm. It seems that he has no ability to defeat Songlong. Ahem. Xiao Xuan, don't get me wrong, what I mean is, you mean to let me and Songlong ease the relationship, right? He didn't wait for Wu Bingqing to finish speaking. Xiao Xuan interrupted directly and continued, do you feel that your idea is a bit naive? Childish? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 916 Exit, Baptism of Heavenly Flame. Brother system, what's your suggestion? This time, in the Tianyan pond, I did not leave behind the essence of the heavenly flame beast. Instead, I got some demonic body pills. Do you think it is necessary for me to participate in the heavenly flame baptism? Xiao Xuan asked directly. For the system that helps you time and time again. He was still very touched in his heart. Speaking of which, since he came to Dao continent, the system has indeed given him a lot of advice. These suggestions were later verified to be extremely useful. At the moment, now that we are faced with such a big decision as Tianyan baptism, he was interested and wanted to hear the advice the system gave him. System prompt. This system recommends that the host can use the soul to participate in the baptism of heavenly flames. What? Brother system, is what you said true? When will the soul be able to participate in the baptism of heavenly flame? Hear what the system says. Xiao Xuan was stunned instead, a little unexpected. He originally thought, since Tianyan baptism does not bring much benefit to him, the system's suggestions should be similar to his. He will not be allowed to continue participating. Who knew that the system would actually give such a suggestion? The soul participates in the baptism of Tianyan? Is it possible that his reality soul can still benefit from this baptism of heavenly flames? However, in his memory, in the baptism of heavenly flame, the physical body of the cultivator is basically involved. Isn't it a bit too unusual for him to use his soul to participate? In doubt, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but ask the system again. Brother system, if this is the case, please don't be too pretentious. Please. Give me some advice on what I should do if I fall to the ground. Your soul power has already reached the real state, which is not a low level. In this realm, if you are willing, you can create the illusion of Dharmakaya. The baptism of heavenly flames is useless for your Tsongshan realm's physical body, but it is very helpful for your Dharma body. The system said, at this moment, you might as well create your own Dharma body and see how strong your Dharma body is. Dharmakaya? Hear this. Xiao Xuan was stunned subconsciously. Practiced for thousands of years. He naturally understands the Dharmakaya. According to legend, killing 10,000 people with one sword and breaking through the heavenly gate with one sword are the highest achievements a sword cultivator can achieve. Among them, killing 10,000 people with one sword refers to Dharmakaya. On the ancient continent, when a cultivator reaches a certain level, he can use his spiritual power to condense some Dharma bodies that are slightly weaker than his own. The Dharmakaya can carry with it some of the cultivator's own thoughts and behaviors. The stronger the practitioner's own strength, the stronger the Dharmakaya's strength will be. It is said that after cultivating to the level of Patriarch Hongjun, one can create thousands of illusions of the Dharmakaya in a single thought. These Dharma body illusions can be used by him. Either kill, persuade, intimidate, or intimidate. In some places where the true body is unwilling or unable to appear, the illusion of Dharmakaya is the best way to make use of it. But after coming to Dao continent, he discovered that the Dharmakaya could no longer be used. On this continent, there is extremely strong suppression of ordinary practitioners, and the Dharma body cannot be condensed at all. This made Xiao Xuan somewhat helpless. After all, before that, as the founding Yuan Ling, he was once a legendary person on a continent, and everything originated from his single thought. Therefore, it is similar to the illusion of Dharmakaya. It's just something he can create at will. I just didn't expect it. Now on the Dao continent, there seems to be a Dao restriction on him. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 917 The Good Intentions of the System, Chaos Dharma Body. This system can temporarily block the outside world's perception of your soul. In this way, no one will threaten the origin of your soul, and you can safely use your soul to participate in the baptism of the heavenly flame. The system said. Hear this. Xiao Xuan was immediately overjoyed. He knew that with the tyranny of his soul, in normal times, the average Tsongshan realm would not be able to pose a threat. But during the baptism of Tianyin, things are different. Although, he is not worried about the threat brought by Tianyin baptism. However, he could not guarantee that people like Songlong, Qingyong, and Dai Jianxian would not take action. Judging from the previous situation, these people were already full of hostility towards him, and they all wanted to attack him directly. It's just that they are constrained by each other. On the contrary, no one wants to be the first to take action. In addition, Xiao Xuan and the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce were helping him, so people like Songlong had to think twice if they wanted to take action. But, brother system, since you want to be a good person, then you should be a good person to the end, right? Can you tell me what's going on with this baptism of heavenly flames? Could it be that by using a demon body pill, I can enjoy the increased strength of my soul? Xiao Xuan was a little curious. Ever since his soul power reached reality, even though he never slacked off in his soul training every day, his real soul strength had not improved much. This matter has always troubled him. Since breaking through the blue god realm, only then did he realize that the power of the divine soul was indeed very powerful. If he could increase the power of the divine soul again, it would definitely help him a lot. It's a pity. Although the heaven and earth soul-searching technique is magical, But for the souls of the real world, it doesn't seem to be that helpful. Every day, the soul-searching technique of heaven and earth operates, and the power of the soul is indeed constantly accumulating, but the speed of accumulation is indeed a bit slow. Perhaps, he also needs to think of ways to improve his soul faster. Actually, at this moment, if there are other practitioners around. After hearing what Xiao Xuan said, I was afraid that he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. You must know that it is not easy for ordinary practitioners to successfully cultivate the power of the great Tao. Except for truly talented disciples. There is no energy spent on improving the power of the soul. Where is there someone like Xiao Xuan who can not only improve his own power of the great Tao, but also accumulate the power of his soul? This is enough to make people envious. But what did Xiao Xuan say? Still dissatisfied that the power of the soul is increasing too slowly? Isn't this a good deal? It's so cheap, right? However, Xiao Xuan did not feel any problem with these. Does he understand? If he wanted to be strong enough, he had to reach a higher spiritual realm. In this regard, he should not be compared with ordinary disciples. What are you going to do? Aren't you ready to be baptized by 8 dragons? Wu Bingqing was a little suspicious when she saw Xiao Xuan's uncertain expression next to him. She also knows Xiao Xuan is a very mysterious person. Sometimes even she was a little unsure of Xiao Xuan's next move. But it is undeniable that as long as it is something Xiao Xuan is willing to do, it will basically succeed in the end. Moreover, it was a blockbuster success. On that note, Wu Bingqing admires him very much. Now, seeing Xiao Xuan's appearance, she couldn't help but ask suspiciously. What are your plans? So. I'm afraid it's a bit shocking if I say it. Xiao Xuan hesitated. What? Have you ever heard of the soul participating in the baptism of heavenly flame? What? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 918, Accepting Xiao Xuan as a Disciple, Are You Thinking Too Beautifully? Snow Wolf Sect. Lung Aolon watched Mingxue lead the team back to the sect. When he found that the disciples in the sect were not injured much, he was very satisfied in his heart. According to the information provided by Xiao Xuan before, there are demons in the Tianyan pond. This is definitely explosive news. The devil is powerful. Even ordinary Zhongshan realm would suffer a big loss, so let alone Mingxue and other spirit god realm disciples. As for other things, Butterfly Sword Immortal wants to use the soul-searching technique on his sect disciples. That's absolutely impossible. Unless the Butterfly Sword Immortal steps on him. Xianming Sect. Old man Xianming was also quite surprised when he discovered that Wu Xing actually brought the essence of the heavenly flame beast. For decades, there are many elite disciples in Mingzhou territory who participated in the baptism of Tianyan. However, with the strength of the spiritual god realm, it is unique to hunt down the giant skyflame beast. Therefore, the grand occasion of baptism of 8 dragons. Perhaps it all goes back hundreds of years. Now, seeing Wu Xing get the essence of the heavenly flame beast, old man Xianming was naturally extremely surprised. With the spirit of the skyflame giant beast here, I think you can also be baptized by the 8 dragons. Old man Xianming said with satisfaction. Ashamed to say it. The disciples have also worked hard to deal with this giant beast of sky flame. Wu Xing turned around, looked at the few disciples around him, and said, regretfully, it is better to use the Xianming formation, otherwise the damage to our disciples will be more serious. After hearing this, all the elders of Xianming sect also became curious. Indeed, although Wu Xing is a talented disciple of the younger generation of Xianming sect, he is still in the spiritual realm after all. Even if there is a Xianming formation, it can combine the power of the divine soul avenue of all the disciples of Xianming sect. Facing the sky flame behemoths that were around 5 stars in the blue god realm, their strength was still a bit stretched. How could so many disciples survive? It has been quite difficult. Not to mention, in the end, I got a piece of sky flame giant beast essence, which was enough to make people happy. Did not expect. It's surprising that we can still gain something like this. Tell me, what's going on? Several Xianming sect elders also asked quickly. Speaking of what happened at the bottom of Tianyan Pond, a trace of apprehension flashed across Wuxing's face. Actually, the fact that we were able to obtain the essence of the sky flame beast was purely due to luck. That day, a monster craze occurred at the bottom of Tianyan Pond. Countless sky flame beasts emerged from the sky flame pond as if they were going crazy. They didn't look like they were attacking human cultivators. Instead, they seemed to be trying their best to avoid something. Even the huge and powerful sky flame beast was panicked in this frenzy. It seems that something extraordinary happened at the bottom of Tianyan Pond. In other words, there is something at the bottom of the sky flame pond that makes these giant sky flame beasts even more frightened. Wuxing was still frightened. Hearing Wuxing's words, old man Xianming also nodded. Yes, someone from Tsinghua College found traces of the devil at the bottom of Tianyan Pond. Upon hearing this, Wuxing was instantly shocked. As a powerful disciple of the younger generation in Mingzhou domain, naturally, he had also heard some legends about demons. However, he did not expect that a monster of this level actually existed, and it also existed in the Tianyan Pond. Thinking of this, Wuxing was also surprised. Master, I heard that demons are just legends. I haven't heard that they can really exist. Is what you said true? Questions about Wuxing. Old man Xianming did not respond. However, the other elders in Xianming sect looked solemn and said, yes, it was a disciple named Wu Bingqing from Tsinghua Academy who took out a demon body pill. Is there really a race of demons? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 919 The Information of Butterfly Sword Immortal, the Energy of Demonic Body Pill. After Xiao Xuan made such a fuss, the disciples in Mingzhou territory also became excited and expressed their unwillingness to accept the soul-searching technique of Butterfly Sword Immortal. But after watching the Dai Sword Immortal kill several disciples with a few palms again, the other disciples also became more honest and accepted the soul-searching technique one after another. There were only 2 people, Wuxing and Mingxue. Under the insistence of old man Xianming and Leng Aoxue, they did not accept the soul-searching technique. Although Butterfly Sword Immortal was dissatisfied with this, but he accepted it temporarily. She has also been a cultivator, so she naturally knows the negative impact of the soul-searching technique on the souls of cultivators. If placed before, naturally, she was unwilling to accept it. However, fortunately, Wuxing and Mingxue were marching with their own sects. Large troops in the Tianyan Pond. Butterfly Sword Immortal can also pass through the memories of other disciples. Restore the trajectory of their actions. Searched around. Butterfly Sword Immortal was disappointed to find that there was no record of the 10,000 gold prescription in the minds of these disciples. For this result, although she was dissatisfied, there was nothing she could do about it. After all, using soul-searching techniques on some elite disciples is already the biggest concession made by various sects in the Mingzhou domain. Under such circumstances, she couldn't find any trace of the golden formula. She was at her wit's end. More importantly, treasures of the level of the 10,000 gold prescription are inherently difficult to search for, so it is normal to not find them present. She said no more. Seeing that butterfly sword fairy made no other moves. In the Mingzhou territory, some elders and masters of the sects also breathed a sigh of relief, which showed that they could continue to perform the baptism of Tianyin. Songlong stood up again and looked around. In this case, the heavenly flame baptism will continue. Please take out the collected heavenly flame essence and try to induce the heavenly flame baptism. Yes. Yes. For the baptism of unknown heavenly flames. All the disciples from Mingzhou realm were also very curious. They all walked to a stone pillar with a large dragon's power carved on it, and drew out the Tianyin essence from the space magic weapon, quietly waiting for these spirits to lead to the baptism of heavenly flames. According to previous experience, the more heavenly flame essence the disciple has in his hands, the higher the level of heavenly flame baptism caused by it, and the more benefits he will receive. Xiao Xuan and Wu Bingqing looked at each other. The two of them also took out a demon body pill and walked towards the stone pillar. However, if you are careful, you can find that Xiao Xuan's body is even more unreal. Just like a soul figure. After walking to the stone pillar, thunder rolled in the sky, red sky flames appeared from the sky, and under the red clouds, the heaven and earth looked strange. The disciples quickly took out the Tianyin essence, trying to get attention these days. Sure enough, as the heavenly flame essence appeared, thick streaks of heavenly flame fell from the sky, hit the disciples. These Tianyins come in different sizes and shapes, some are big and some are small, and their power is different. For these forces, the sect leaders and elders next to them were also secretly surprised. They discovered that among the energies of the heavenly flame, there were two that were particularly powerful and dazzling, clearly more prominent than others. Is this the heavenly flame energy caused by the two demon body pills? I originally thought there was only one devil body pill, but I didn't expect that there would be two devil body pills. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 920 Xiao Xuan Strength Prediction, Intermediate Level of Blue God Realm. So to say. Mr. Xianming, do you think Xiao Xuan's strength has reached the intermediate level of the Blue God Realm? Lung Yaolon thought secretly, if this is true, he can indeed have a place in the Mingzhou domain, and even have the qualifications to open a sect. To this, Old Man Xianming was also silent. This is the default result. The strength of the Mingzhou region is still much weaker than other regions in the Eastern Barren Continent. Ordinary mid-level Zongshan realm. Indeed, he already has the qualifications to establish a sect. Don't say anything else. Just like Old Man Shirlong, any character who can be instantly killed by Butterfly Sword Immortal can take charge of Shirlong's sect. A talented disciple like Xiao Xuan. If you want to start a sect, you do have the strength. However, the increased strength of Qinghua Academy is not good news for either the Xianming sect or the Snow Wolf sect. But, Old Man Xianming, I see that the relationship between Xiao Xuan and Qinghua College does not seem to be very good. Maybe this is our opportunity? Lung Yaolon said suddenly. Indeed. Among these sects in the Mingzhou domain, if any of them can get a genius like Xiao Xuan, their future achievements will definitely not be bad. Old Man Xianming nodded. However, with Xiao Xuan's strength, he will definitely look down on ordinary sections. For this sentence, Lung Yaolon naturally recognized it. He knew that what the Old Man Xianming said was also normal. For ordinary practitioners in the Mingzhou territory, being able to have some reputation in the Mingzhou territory is already considered to be outstanding. But Xiao Xuan is different. With the talent shown by Xiao Xuan, his future achievements cannot be underestimated. It is precisely because of these that sects, such as those in Mingzhou, Territory must pay a high price if they want to recruit him. In this regard, they are far inferior to Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Fulong was able to take the initiative to find Xiao Xuan before Xiao Xuan entered the baptism of Tianyan, which is enough to prove his vicious vision. On that note, ordinary people are really no match for him. Now, no one needs to say more. Xiao Xuan's existence was enough to bear the gaze. The future life is terrible. With Xiao Xuan's talent, I'm afraid that one day in the future, he will also become a new star in the Mingzhou realm. Old man Xianming sighed with emotion. He looked far away and looked at Xiao Xuan with approval. On the other side, Leng Yaolan also nodded secretly. He knew that what the old man Xianming said made sense. A genius like Xiao Xuan. In the future, he will definitely be a great figure in Mingzhou domain. Perhaps he might even become a big shot in the Eastern Barren Continent, or even the Great Dao Continent. In rumors, outside the Eastern Wilderness Continent, outside the Great Dao Continent, there is also a wider outer world where there are truly thousands of races and powerful people. In a place like that, there are countless treasures of heaven, earth, materials, and spiritual weapons. There are also more strong people like that. Only those with sufficient strength can be qualified to access these. Perhaps only young talents like Xiao Xuan, Wu Xing, Meng Shui, and Wu Bingqing have access to these things. These so-called elders and masters of the sect. I am afraid that I have reached the end of my cultivation. In the future, there will be no more room for improvement in strength. Rumble. Crack. While talking. On the dragon-carved stone pillar next to Tianyan Pond, lightning flashed and thunder thundered, and the sky flames fell. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 921, Soul Amplification, Pure Power. Feel the energy of the heavenly flame flowing into your body. Xiao Xuan's eyes lit up. He discovered that even though the person he participated in the baptism of the heavenly flame was just a shadow of the soul, the energy of the heavenly flame was still slowly filling the shadow. Moreover, the Tianyan energy is still strengthening his soul realm. This greatly surprised him. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel excited. I wonder if the soul energy brought by the baptism of the 8 dragons can make his soul realm further? If you can reach the middle level of reality in the future, the soul energy will definitely be of great benefit to the improvement of his strength. System prompt: host should not be too greedy. I'm sorry. Originally, Xiao Xuan was still dreaming about spring and autumn. However, after hearing this prompt from the system, he suddenly felt embarrassed. He also didn't expect that the system would prompt him at this time and tell him not to be greedy. What does this mean? Improve strength. Isn't this the goal of all cultivators in the world? Could it be that the system still dislikes his excessive desire to improve his strength? Isn't this a bit much? Which cultivator in the world doesn't want to take a step forward in his strength? It's not true. It's just that simply relying on the energy in the baptism of heavenly flames cannot make your spiritual soul go further. The system seemed to understand Xiao Xuan's thoughts. These words, for the system. Xiao Xuan was not satisfied. Although he can understand that the real soul is very powerful, it is naturally difficult to go further. But what does the system mean by half-talking? Logically speaking, whether the soul is powerful or not, it is still very helpful for improving combat capabilities, but why doesn't the system say something? Isn't this a bit abnormal? Could it be that the system doesn't want him to become stronger? This is also impossible. Then there is only one possibility. The system knows how to make him stronger, but there seems to be some unspeakable privacy? Think of this. Xiao Xuan asked directly, Brother System, if you have anything to say, don't You just say it? I heard that if you don't say something, it will affect your body. Hee. It's rare for you to pay attention to my body. The system said angrily, actually, for you, if all these heavenly flame energies are infused into the divine mansion, it will indeed make your divine soul more powerful. But, I want to raise the realm of the soul to the middle level of reality. We also need another spiritual herb, Wulong flower. Wulong flower? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but repeat the name. He has heard many legends. I have heard of some spiritual herbs and elixirs that enhance the power of the soul. But he never thought that if he wanted to improve his spiritual power in the real world, he could actually rely on the power of a mere spiritual grass? This really surprised him. So, where can I find this snail grass? Xiao Xuan asked, casually. Ahem. What snail grass? It's Wulong grass. The system said, dissatisfied. Hearing the system's correction, Xiao Xuan didn't care and continued, it all means the same thing anyway. If the system brother knows, please give me a hint. Now. If anyone knew what Xiao Xuan did, I'm afraid I'll be shocked to death. Under the majestic energy of heavenly flame, countless disciples were concentrating on resisting the erosion caused by the way of heavenly flame. Xiao Xuan relied on his soul to resist the baptism of the 8 dragons, but he was still distracted and talking to the system. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 922 Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, Traces of Wulong Grass. Old Xianming. If I read it correctly just now, when Xiao Xuan participated in the baptism of Tianyan, he was just a ghost figure. Leng Yaolan whispered. The ghost of the soul. Although Leng Yaolan's voice was not loud. However, everyone present heard it clearly. For a moment, everyone present looked at Xiao Xuan with a little disbelief on their faces. After all, Xiao Xuan was just an ordinary disciple before participating in the baptism of Tianyan. Maybe I had some ability before. But really speaking, in terms of soul power, it is definitely not something that ordinary people can cultivate. In their view, Xiao Xuan was able to receive the gift of baptism from the heavenly flame, which improved his strength and became a strong man in the blue god realm. This is already considered a very good achievement. However, look at the current situation. Xiao Xuan seems to have considerable attainments in the power of the soul, and can even use the illusion of the soul to resist the way of the heavenly flame. This is shocking enough to have such power. But it's enough to surprise and surprise. Leng Yaolan couldn't help but say, I have to say that ordinary young disciples are indeed no match for Xiao Xuan. That's it. Some disciples and elders in the sect were immediately speechless. It may be understandable that Xiao Xuan obtained the power of the great Tao from the baptism of heavenly flame and became a master of the blue god realm. But his soul power is still so strong. It's a bit surprising. Today's business. I will report the truth to Lord Mo Yang. Butterfly Sword Immortal looked around, turned and left. Qingyao also looked around, and after glancing emphatically at Xiao Xuan a few times, he said, Qinglei Palace will also pay attention to Mingzhou territory. After saying that, he also left with the disciples of Qinglei Palace. For these words, all the disciples also had strange faces. They heard clearly what Dai Jianxian and Qingyang said. It was nothing more than really targeting Xiao Xuan. Such a thing, if it is normal. When it comes to ordinary disciples, most people are really a little scared. But now, Xiao Xuan still looked calm, as if he didn't care about these threats at all. It was as if the two of them were farting just now. This really surprised everyone present. Logically speaking, they are all quite capable. However, facing the simultaneous threats from Qingyang and Dai Sword Fairy, they felt somewhat panicked. but Xiao Xuan is better. Don't you care at all? Is this a bit too arrogant? Xiao Xuan, you should understand now what you would face without Tsinghua Academy. Songlong walked out proudly. He looked mature. Looking at Xiao Xuan, it was like looking at a lost child who had returned, as if he was waiting for Xiao Xuan to take the initiative to apologize. Brother Xiao Xuan, don't worry, our Wanjing Chamber of Commerce is your greatest source of confidence. In contrast to Songlong is Zhang Fulong. At this time, Zhang Fulong did not complain at all, but stood firmly beside Xiao Xuan. Thank you. Xiao Xuan felt warm in his heart. He can understand a little bit. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 923 Fighting Turmoil, the reason for Wu Meng's injury. Master is on the fighting stage? Because of what? Xiao Xuan's face looked a little ugly. He roughly guessed that Wu Meng wouldn't be so decisive if it wasn't something he couldn't bear. Is this because Dean Wang Ao injured his senior brother? The master was so angry that he went to the fighting stage with Dean Wang Ao. Long Ruoxue explained. Damn it. Wang Ao? Is this guy so arrogant? Xiao Xuan's face was ashen and he walked directly towards Wu Meng's bedroom. Arrived at the bedroom. Only then did he see Wu Meng lying on the bed with his eyes closed, his face bloodless, and there was a black palm print on his chest. There was still faint blood flowing from the palm prints. Zhou Tai and Meng Xiaoli were waiting nearby, with tears in their eyes, and angry faces. Master Wu? When Xiao Xuan saw Wu Meng's eyes closed, he didn't dare to be easily alarmed. So he just asked tentatively. Junior brother Xiao Xuan, are you back? Master just fell asleep. Let him rest for a while. Let's go out and talk. When Zhou Tai and Meng Xiaoli saw Xiao Xuan, their faces softened slightly. And they pulled Xiao Xuan towards the outside. Senior brother, senior sister, this. How was your baptism of heavenly flames? How many dragon baptisms did you get? Zhou Tai asked with a hint of guilt on his face. Originally we were going to pick you up, but we didn't expect that master was injured, so he didn't wait for you at Tianyan Pond. Hearing this, only then did Xiao Xuan understand. No wonder, I didn't see the brothers from Wu Meng's lineage in Tianyan Lake. It turned out that they had just returned. So, Wu Meng was just injured? Baptism of 8 dragons. But that's not important anymore. Senior brother and sister, how did Master Wu get injured? I heard that he was injured by Dean Wang Aofan, right? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but be a little confused. Wu Meng is definitely not a reckless person, and his strength should be similar to Wang Ao. Even if he was at a disadvantage, he would never be seriously injured. Yes. Your master fell into the trap of Bai Xing and Wang Ao. While they were talking, a graceful and beautiful woman came outside. It was Lu Liani. I've met Dean Lu. Xiao Xuan and others saluted quickly, but at the same time they also became curious. Dean Lu, do you think my master fell into a trap? Lu Liani nodded, sighed, and said, it's my fault that I didn't go to the battle arena earlier, otherwise I would have stopped him. Hear these words. Xiao Xuan said, according to your opinion, the people who hurt master are Wang Ao and Bai Xing, right? These cold words. It also instantly attracted the attention of Lu Liani and the others. At this time, Lu Liani looked at Xiao Xuan, and was surprised to find that Xiao Xuan's aura had broken through the Zongshan realm. Xiao Xuan? Your strength has broken through the Blue God realm? Lu Liani was stunned and said in approval, is this the benefit brought by Tianyan's baptism? It's really amazing. Zhou Tai and Meng Xiaoli looked at each other. They also noticed that Xiao Xuan's temperament was indeed different, and they were very surprised. Very good. If Master knew that you had become the Blue God realm, he would definitely be very happy. Zhou Tai was really happy for Xiao Xuan. But now, Xiao Xuan is a little unhappy. Although, even in Qinghua Academy, Wu Meng was not considered a great master. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 924, What can I do if I am divided into Dean? I don't think there's anything wrong with this. After hearing what Meng Xiaoli said. Instead, Xiao Xuan didn't take it to heart. He just shook his head slightly. And said, as a disciple, it will be a shame for me if I see my master being framed and remain indifferent. But. Hearing Xiao Xuan's words. Zhou Tai and Meng Xiaoli were suddenly a little surprised. They knew Xiao Xuan's temper, and what he said just now was not intended to target them. But, what they didn't expect was Xiao Xuan would actually make such a determination? Taking the initiative to cause trouble for Bai Xing and Wang Ao? This is no joke. To know these two people. They are the first and second branch deans in Tsinghua College. Even Wu Meng is no match for them. Could it be that Xiao Xuan wanted to confront such an opponent head-on? Isn't this a bit too arrogant? For a time, Zhou Tai and Meng Xiaoli both couldn't believe it. So, you want to challenge these two branch deans? However, Lu Lianyi, who is in the Zhongshan realm, saw something. She felt that Xiao Xuan's strength was definitely not that simple. Good. I have no mercy for my enemies. Xiao Xuan responded directly. Say it. It undoubtedly surprised Zhou Tai, Meng Xiaoli, and even Lu Lianyi. Enemy? Could it be that in Xiao Xuan's heart, Bai Xing and Wang Ao have become enemies? Are you sure this isn't a joke? To know. Bai Xing and Wang Ao have been at Tsinghua Academy for so many years and have a team of hundreds of disciples under them. They have been immersed in the Blue God realm for many years. The understanding of the Great Tao is also quite profound. They can be regarded as the two strongest people in Tsinghua Academy besides Songlong. Why did he become an enemy when he arrived at Xiao Xuan's place? Indeed, Xiao Xuan was able to elevate his strength to the Blue God realm in the baptism of heavenly flame, which is indeed no small achievement. However, just rely on these. I just want to be enemies with opponents of the same level as Bai Xing and Wang Ao. It seems a bit taken for granted, right? Thinking of this, Lu Lianyi couldn't help but said, I have heard some legends about you. I heard Wu Bingqing say that you two are the only Tsinghua Academy disciples who came out of the Tianyan pond. You are extremely powerful, even the butterfly Sword Immortal and the elder Qingyang of Qinglei Palace suffered at your hands. However, despite this, it is not that simple if you want to face Bai Xing. Wang Ao head-on. Why? Xiao Xuan was puzzled. Let's not talk about Dai Jianxian and Qingyang. They may only have a verbal dispute with you, but Bai Xing and Wang Ao are different. If they lose in your hands, their position as dean will be gone. Lu Lianyi said one sentence. Zhou Tai and Meng Xiaoli also understood instantly. Indeed. Xiao Xuan is just an ordinary Tsinghua Academy disciple. Bai Xing and Wang Ao are the branch deans. If the branch deans were defeated by their disciples, wouldn't it be a big loss? At that time. Not to mention whether they can keep their position as branch dean. I'm afraid they will all be discredited. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 925 Shocking News, The Death of Qinglong. What? Qinglong, the number one in the inner sect, is dead? Hear the news. Zhou Tai and Meng Xiaoli were also shocked. They couldn't believe that Qinglong, who was previously known as the number one genius of Tsinghua Academy, could die in the Tianyan pond so easily. There is indeed danger in Tianyan Pond. The Skyflame giant beast, a 5-star level monster in the Blue God realm, would definitely be extremely dangerous if the trial disciples encountered it. But even so, it doesn't seem like it's time to let Qinglong be killed. Moreover, Qinglong, as the direct disciple of Dean Songlong, will definitely have various spiritual treasures on his body. How could he die so easily? What's even more shocking is that in the Tianyan Pond, the disciples of each sect should huddle together for warmth. Qinglong died, but Xiao Xuan was still alive. Isn't this strange? Could it be said that Xiao Xuan was stronger than Qinglong, or that Xiao Xuan had better luck? So, are you willing to believe Xiao Xuan? Lu Lianyi said to the two of them. Having said that, Zhou Tai and Meng Xiaoli also nodded secretly. If we say that Xiao Xuan is stronger than Qinglong, plus the benefits brought by the baptism of Tianyin, maybe he had just been promoted to the Blue God realm. There is also some power. However, if you want to fight against opponents of the level of Baixing and Wang Ao, isn't it, or a bit hasty? Inside Tsinghua Academy, the leaders in the branch have always been controlled by Wang Ao and Bai Sheng. Perhaps, with the anomaly Xiao Xuan, we can also change the branch structure of Tsinghua College. Lu Lianyi said to herself, perhaps, if your master wakes up, he would also be willing to see Xiao Xuan challenge these two branch deans. Hear this. Zhou Tai and Meng Xiaoli were also secretly surprised. After looking at each other, there was a bit of surprise on his face. Xiao Xuan, who has just become a cultivator of the Blue God realm, how can he challenge two long-established Blue God realm branch deans? Logically speaking, Xiao Xuan is bound to lose this battle. However, seeing the expression on Lu Lianyi's face, it seems that Xiao Xuan is not without the strength to fight. Let's go. Go and see if your junior brother can create miracles. Lu Lianyi said directly. In front of the fighting stage. After Xiao Xuan handed the battle invitation to Bai Sheng and Wang Ao, he sat quietly next to the fighting platform and waited. Tsinghua Academy does not prohibit fighting. However, it is absolutely unique in Tsinghua College for students to directly challenge the branch dean. Ordinary disciples. There is simply no such great ability, nor such great courage. An elder of the fighting platform was also shocked when he saw Xiao Xuan's battle invitation and looked at Xiao Xuan in disbelief. 1,000 Dao stones. Elder, please go ahead and inform these two branch deans. Xiao Xuan put a Dao stone bag in front of the fighting platform and said with a somewhat polite tone. This is. The elder in charge of the fighting platform was also surprised and couldn't close his mouth from ear to ear. 1,000 Dao stones are not too much. But Xiao Xuan's ability to produce these Taoist stones is enough to prove that he is not a fake and powerful person. Are you planning to fight the two branch deans head-on? The disciple challenged the branch dean. Such a thing. Not to mention in Tsinghua Academy, but also in the entire Mingzhou territory. It was quite an explosion. If Xiao Xuan succeeds in his challenge, needless to say, he is the 9th branch of Tsinghua Academy. Moreover, it may be the most powerful lineage in the history of the academy. At the same time, Bai Sheng and Wang Ao will be completely embarrassed and lose their qualifications and status to rule the lineage. A branch dean can't even defeat his disciples. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 926, Besieging Xiao Xuan? The fight begins. Isn't it just a battle post? Why are you all so nervous? Could it be that you think I, Wang Ao, will lose? Relative to the disciples' nervousness, Wang Ao, on the other hand, acted much calmer. After throwing the teacup, he looked like he was sitting firmly on the Dao Yutai, as if he didn't care at all about this time's battle on the Dao Yutai. for his performance. All the disciples also secretly agreed. Indeed, Wang Ao is the most powerful among the branch deans in Tsinghua College. He came out to fight an ordinary disciple. Isn't this something that can be easily grasped? For Xiao Xuan's challenge, Wang Ao should have dealt with it easily. Something interesting. I have never heard of Xiao Xuan having such ability. If he really succeeds in his challenge, there is no need for me to take the position of dean. Concern for all the disciples. Wang Ao's answer was straightforward. Seeing Wang Ao's response, the elder in charge nodded frequently, then turned around and left. This made Wang Ao confused. Don't know what's going on with him. Shouldn't this Duzantai elder personally send him to see Xiao Xuan? Dean Wang, I have to send another battle invitation. This battle invitation is for Dean Baixing. Xiao Xuan also challenged Dean Baixing. After the elder in charge finished speaking, he turned and left. But his words shocked everyone present. Xiao Xuan, an ordinary disciple. How could he have the guts to challenge two branch deans at the same time? Moreover, he is also recognized as the strongest dean? Doesn't this mean that the deans of Tsinghua College are not taken seriously? Just rely on this. Ordinary people, regardless of whether they dare to challenge or not, even if they stand up and say this, it is amazing. A bit level. I haven't thought about it. How can there be such an arrogant person? Could it be that Xiao Xuan wants to challenge me and Baixing at the same time? This is Tsinghua Academy. No, it's the first time in the entire Mingzhou domain. Wang Ao's face was terrifyingly gloomy. If you say before, Xiao Xuan challenged him, and he could also understand that this was a beautiful vision for young people to soar into the sky. But now he understands. Xiao Xuan challenged him and Baixing at the same time. This was simply courting death. Deliberately looking for a gimmick. Want to make yourself famous? Soon. Baixing, who was explaining Taoism to his disciples, also learned about Xiao Xuan's initiative to challenge. Same for this news. His first reaction was also rage. I wish I could just crush Xiao Xuan to death on the fighting stage. In desperation, he came to the fighting stage reluctantly. Next to the fighting stage, Wang Ao and Baixing looked at each other, and then turned their attention to Xiao Xuan, wanting to see what he would do next. But at this moment, Xiao Xuan said nothing. He just looked at the two of them coldly. Xiao Xuan, I heard that you want to challenge the two of us? In the end, Wang Ao lost his temper. Don't you want to tell us? Hear this. Xiao Xuan sneered and glanced sideways at the two of them. Which of you comes up first and gets beaten? You. What a crazy tone. It's amazing. Putting aside everything else, Xiao Xuan's courage is definitely unique to Tsinghua Academy. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 927, Xiao Xuan's Strength, the Brutal Dean by Xingfen. But in front of a group of disciples, Songlong wouldn't say this either. From the bottom of his heart, he still hoped that Baixing and Wang Ao could take action and teach Xiao Xuan a lesson. Maybe that's all. Can Xiao Xuan be more polite to him? Good. I see. Today, I will open the eyes of all the disciples and let them know the gap between the disciples and the branch dean. Seeing Songlong, he didn't say anything more. Baixing also understood what he meant, nodded, and took the initiative to walk towards the battlefield. His movements. It also caused a crowd of onlookers to exclaim. This is the fight really going to start? Speaking of which, Baixing can be regarded as one of the few masters in Tsinghua Academy. In the entire Tsinghua Academy, apart from Songlong King Awumeng, only Baixing can get on the stage. The road to silver. It is said that he was also the best in Mingzhou territory back then. It has always been known as the silver sword unsheathed and invincible. Speaking of which, there are still many people in Mingzhou territory who know that Bai Xing is very powerful. So, it's Bai Xing who took the initiative to seek death. That's exactly what I want. I also want to see what you are capable of. How dare you attack me at that time? Xiao Xuan said calmly. Say it. It actually attracted the attention of all the disciples present. In fact, most of them don't know the situation between Xiao Xuan and Bai Xing. After hearing this, I roughly understood that there was still such hatred between Xiao Xuan and Bai Xing. But it also surprised them secretly. So, is there really a conflict between Xiao Xuan and Dean Bai Xing? Did Dean Bai Xing take action against Xiao Xuan in private? That's interesting. As a branch dean, you actually attacked a disciple before? What a loser. So, Xiao Xuan today is considered a battle of revenge? If that's the case, I hope Xiao Xuan can win. What a hot-blooded young man. It's really surprising. Xiao Xuan said a word. The support situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. The disciples who originally hoped that Bai Xing would show off his power were a little bit hopeful that Xiao Xuan could win. To this, most people are really a little curious. I want to hear what's going on here. However, at the same time, many people were interested and wanted to see who could win between Xiao Xuan and Bai Xing. The other side of the fighting platform. Lu Lianyi also brought Zhou Tai and Meng Xiaoli to the fighting stage, too. Watch the battle. Dean Lu, do you think Xiao Xuan can defeat Bai Xing? Zhou Tai was still worried. I don't know. Lu Lianyi responded simply. Then, you think, which one of them has a better chance of winning? Meng Xiaoli was a little unwilling to give up and continued to ask. 50-50. Lu Lianyi's answer was still simple. A pair of beautiful eyes, staring closely at the fighting platform. In fact, although she is calm and cold on the outside, she is still a little dignified in her heart, for a talented disciple like Xiao Xuan. She was more curious and confused. She wanted to know too. How powerful and capable are the disciples carefully trained by Wu Meng? Can they cause some trouble to Bai Xing? As for winning or losing, Bai Xing's silver sword is quite powerful. Although Xiao Xuan's aura is stronger, if he is to face Bai Xing head-on, he will need some Taoist bonuses. She really couldn't decide which of them would win. Have to say, Xiao Xuan, you are a talented disciple. In just half a year, I was able to improve my strength to the Blue God realm. This talent is also enviable. Bai Xing looked at Xiao Xuan coldly. If you are given enough time, no one knows how dazzling your future achievements will be. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 928 Golden Sword Shadow, Powerful Soul Power. I lost. I lost. Bai Xing suddenly felt it. In the Golden Sword Shadow, it actually had the ability to restrain his soul. Before he could react, the sword shadow had already arrived in front of him. Faced with such a powerful sword shadow, he didn't have the slightest ability to resist, and could only watch the shadow fall on him. He also understands. If this shadow falls on his head, he must be dead. Immediately, he was about to admit defeat. But when it comes to people like Bai Xing, Xiao Xuan had no intention of bypassing him. On the contrary, the huge shadow continued to hit him. Under these powers, he actually planned to kill Bai Xing. Dare you? Stop it. Song Long and Wang Ao were shocked. They also knew that Xiao Xuan was arrogant, but they didn't expect that Xiao Xuan had such courage and ability. Defeating Bai Xing does not count. Are you actually planning to kill him? Isn't this a bit too much? You know, Bai Xing can be regarded as a branch dean of Tsinghua College. If he were killed by Xiao Xuan so easily today. Moreover, he was killed in front of Song Long and Wang Ao. Then don't say that Song Long Wang is proud. I'm afraid that the entire Tsinghua Academy will lose face. Take action. Stop it. Song Long and Wang Ao didn't dare to neglect. The two of them shot at the same time, a gray light and a red light attacking Xiao Xian's chaotic vortex at the same time. At the same time, a colorful glowing treasure suddenly appeared. Shrouded in Bai Xing's body, it turned out to be the secret treasure hidden by Songlong. The huge sword shadow passed through the attacks of Songlong and Wang Ao, and then attacked Bai Xing's head. Click. Boom. The colorful glow flashed violently for a while. It was shattered directly. At the same time, the sword shadow was obviously weakened, but in the end it still hit Parkson's head. Bai Xing's head was like a smashed watermelon. It burst directly. Bai Xing, dead. There was a sudden silence among the disciples, watching the excitement. Xiao Xuan defeated Bai Xing. This is an ending they never expected. What they didn't expect was even more. Xiao Xuan can actually kill Bai Xing? Or kill Bai Xing with Wang Ao and Song Long taking action to protect him at the same time? How can this be? Could it be that Xiao Xian's strength has already surpassed Song Long Wang Ao? So, doesn't it mean that he deserves to be the dean of Tsinghua College? It's incredible. Dean Bai Xing was actually beheaded? It's unbelievable. If I had known this earlier, I would have had to do a lot more. Who knew that Xiao Xuan, a disciple, could actually defeat Dean Bai Xing? All the disciples started talking about it. At the same time, they also feel that some things are not as simple as they appear. Just like now. Everyone thinks so. Xiao Xuan is just an ordinary disciple, and it is impossible to defeat Dean Bai Xing. But what happened in the end? Xiao Xuan not only defeated the opponent, but also defeated him in such a devastating way. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 929, Xiao Xuan is not afraid of will battles. How? Looking at Dean Songlong's intentions, are we really going to use a wheel battle against Xiao Xuan? Isn't this a bit too much? Impossible. As the dean, how could Dean Songlong have such shameless means? Don't worry. With Dean Wang Ao's ability, defeating Xiao Xuan is easy. Although most of the disciples in the academy were shocked by Xiao Xuan's methods. But after they thought about it for a while. But at the same time, I thought it was just luck that Xiao Xuan was able to defeat Bai Xing. It was impossible to defeat Wang Ao and Song Long immediately. There is no other reason. It's just that Wang Ao's reputation is too strong. Although Bai Xing is very powerful, he can only be regarded as the middle to upper-level dean in Tsinghua College. Maybe compared with branch deans like Lu Liani and Wu Meng. He still has some advantages. However, compared with Song Long, the top master in Tsinghua Academy, and Wang Ao, the first master among the branch deans, Bai Xing's strength is not enough. Someone even said it once. Wang Ao's strength is infinitely close to that of Song Long, and he is fully qualified to become the branch dean of Tsinghua College. However, these words are also rumors. No one has ever seen Wang Ao and Song Long fighting. The other side. See Xiao Xuan beheading Bai Xing in public. Lu Liani was also greatly surprised. She just felt before that Xiao Xuan's aura was strong, his soul was majestic. And his strength should be good. But she didn't expect it. Xiao Xuan's strength has reached this point. Facing Bai Xing head-on, he was able to survive and even use his strength to kill the latter in public? This power. Even she couldn't do it herself. Could it be that this is a gifted disciple? Before entering the baptism of Tianyan, she had some impressions of Xiao Xuan. She remembered that Xiao Xuan was only a little outstanding in the spiritual realm, nothing more. Never thought about it. Xiao Xuan's strength can reach such a point. Elder Lu, Xiao Xuan, actually did it. Zhou Tai was also greatly surprised. As expected of Master's favored disciple. Not even Qinglong can match this talent. Meng Xiaoli also lamented, now he can be said to be the number one in the inner sect. But soon, she looked a little stunned. Number one in the inner sect? This name is somewhat conservative. Defeated the branch dean of the college. With this record, as long as Xiao Xuan is willing, he can definitely open his own pulse and become the branch dean. Even now, Xiao Xuan still has the desire to challenge Songlong. On that note, how could an ordinary inner disciple compare to him? Thinking of this, Meng Xiaoli also shook her head one after another. Incredible, Xiao Xuan is indeed the most incredible disciple I have ever seen. Wang Ao walked onto the fighting stage. Watching several disciples carry Bai Xing's body down. His eyes were also extremely gloomy. Compared with Bai Xing, who had just died in battle, his strength was naturally superior, but he faced the chaotic vortex that Xiao Xuan had condensed just now. He was also secretly frightened. Chaos. He had heard of it. It is said that this is the origin of all things, the energy contained in it is unimaginable, and the space for development is extremely broad. It is extremely remarkable for ordinary people to obtain the fate of chaos. Only, he never dreamed that Xiao Xuan, an ordinary disciple, could get such a chaotic destiny. The strength is quite good. However, it is not a good thing to get something like chaos path at a young age. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 930, The Black Magic Pill Reappears, Wang Ao's Despicable Methods. Dean Wang Ao actually used the black magic pill. It is rumored that the black demon pill is produced in the dark demon realm and can only be refined by the dark demon alchemist. It is not sold to the outside world. How did Dean Wang Ao get hold of it? Is it possible that Dean Wang Ao is also from the dark demon realm? How is this possible? If the branch dean of our Tsinghua College is from the dark demon realm, wouldn't this be ridiculous? Fighting outside the stage. Some disciples talked a lot. They all doubted the black magic pill in Wang Ao's hand. At the same time, Lu Lianyi also frowned tightly. Although I had expected it and knew that Wang Ao would have a trump card, I didn't expect that he would actually come up with something like the black magic pill. This is definitely something that is unbelievable to know. Tsinghua College has always flaunted itself as an independent college in the Mingzhou domain and does not participate in any sect alliances. But now, as the branch dean of Tsinghua College, Wang Ao took out a black magic pill. This is indeed a striking thing. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this thing definitely did not fall from the sky. So, what method did Wang Ao use to get it? Moreover, this method is definitely not so upright. For a time, discussions about Wang Ao began to get heated. Wang Ao doesn't really have anything to do with the dark demon realm, does he? If this is really the case, this is really a disgusting thing. As the branch dean of Tsinghua College, he would do such a thing. Dean Songlong should come forward and give him some punishment. Hear these words. Songlong's face was also secretly surprised. Before, he had some understanding of Wang Ao, but it seemed that he had never heard of any relationship between him and the black demon realm. Now I see him taking out a black magic pill. Also very surprised. However, now that his mind was spinning, a bold idea suddenly appeared in his heart. Now, Within Tsinghua College, the person who stole the limelight was naturally Xiao Xuan. Under such circumstances, even he himself may not be able to secure Xiao Xuan. If Wang Ao could use the power of the black demon pill to capture Xiao Xuan and teach him a long lesson, it would not necessarily be a bad thing for him. As the dean, what do you plan to do? Do you really want to have a showdown with me? A black magic pill was swallowed. Wang Ao's face became more at ease. Judging from the expression on his face, it was obvious that this black magic pill helped him a lot, making him think he could fight Xiao Xuan. To this, Xiao Xuan was just non-committal. He could guess some of the things. Wang Ao seemed to be confident that he could take out something like the black demon pill, but such power was too much for him. Still not much of a threat. It's exactly what the system says it is. What he has cultivated is the way of chaos. Chaos, the source of all things. Such a level of connection. It is definitely not something that ordinary people can fight against. If Wang Ao thinks that with a black magic pill, he can change his destiny against the will of heaven, this is absolutely impossible. Xiao Xuan also sneered, "Isn't Dean Wang Ao a little unsure? We haven't even fought yet, so why are you trying to persuade us to surrender? Isn't this a bit ridiculous?" Snort. Xiao Xuan, you are arrogant. Today, I'm going to let you know what regret is. Wang Ao was angry. This black magic elixir was a spiritual treasure elixir that he bought at the Wanglong City auction house for a large sum of money. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 931, What is the power of Tai Chi? What a powerful force. But, your powers don't seem to be as strong as I imagined. Xiao Xuan sneered. After taking a look at Wang Ao in front of him, the corner of his mouth became a little more contemptuous. He originally thought, as the most powerful branch dean of Tsinghua College, Wang Ao should have some advantages of his own. Not just on the understanding of the Great Road. What's more, in terms of soul power, he should have some abilities that other branch deans don't have. But now, it seems that this is not the case. Wang Ao's soul power is only average? Didn't even reach the reality? This is a bit ridiculous. In Xiao Xuan's opinion, as a Tsongshan realm, the most basic thing should be to reach the realm of divine soul power. Now, Wang Ao is the dean of the first branch of Tsinghua College. The power of the soul is actually so weak. You can't even tell that he is currently in the realm of the soul. Isn't this a bit ridiculous? It's extremely disappointing. With your power, it doesn't seem like you're intimidated by others at all, right? Seeing Wang Ao running Tai Chi with his eyes closed, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but sneered. If this matter were placed on others, he might still be a little afraid, but the person in front of him now is Wang Ao. He wasn't so scared anymore. Because Wang Ao's soul power is indeed a bit too weak. Seeing Xiao Xuan's relaxed look, Wang Ao felt extremely aggrieved. He originally thought, with his ability, coupled with the help of the black demon pill, he should be able to pose a considerable threat to Xiao Xuan. Who knows now? Xiao Xuan actually didn't care? Even, looking at it like this, you didn't even take him seriously? Isn't this a naked insult to him? As the first dean of Tsinghua College, how could he lose face when he was ridiculed by an ordinary disciple like Xiao Xuan? Today, if we can't take down Xiao Xuan directly, doesn't he have any dignified status in Tsinghua Academy from now on? No more majesty and prestige? Roar. Tai Chi 100 kills picture. Show me. Wang Ao roared angrily. Behind him, the black and white Tai Chi compass suddenly showed its murderous intent, and phantoms of ferocious gods that seemed to come from the wilderness emerged from it. Each of these fierce gods looks strange. However, from the perspective of strength, the strength of each fierce god has reached the level of the blue god. As soon as these evil spirits appear, there was a strong evil aura on the entire battlefield. A total of 10 fierce gods. Xiao Xuan was surrounded. Under such circumstances, some of the onlookers were secretly surprised, and they all looked at Xiao Xuan nervously. To know. Faced with such a situation, most people may be afraid. However, looking at Xiao Xuan's appearance now, it did not frighten him so much. Instead, he looked sarcastic. It seemed like he didn't take this matter to heart at all. The disciples who were watching were also secretly surprised. I've seen arrogance. I've never seen anyone so arrogant. Looking at Xiao Xuan's performance, he can still be so bold and take the initiative to fight? Don't take Wang Ao seriously at all. The 10 fierce gods of Tai Chi. Kill me. Wang Ao was also full of anger at this moment. He couldn't believe it. Xiao Xuan could actually face the devil's aura without reacting? After receiving Wang Ao's order, the 10 fierce gods roared and rushed towards Xiao Xuan. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 932 Xiao Lu's identity is of great importance. Alright. If that's the case, then I'll take action. Xiao Xuan was a little disappointed. However, I was also happy for Xiao Lu from the bottom of my heart. Open your eyes again. The 10 Tai Chi ferocious beasts in front of them were all trembling, looking at Xiao Xuan as if they were looking at the ancient demon god. This time, it's not just the Tsinghua Academy disciples present. Even Wang Ao himself was surprised. He couldn't believe it. These fierce gods who are not afraid of life and death or pain are actually afraid of Xiao Xuan? Don't even dare to take the initiative to attack? Could it be that this is because Xiao Xuan's soul power is too strong? Think of this. Wang Ao took a breath of air. Dean Wang, it seems that your summoning of these demons and monsters has no effect? Xiao Xuan sneered, even if I stand here, they won't dare to attack. Xiao Xuan, you. Wang Ao was furious. Tai Chi's 10 fiends, give it to me. Driven by the power in his hand. The Tai Chi patterns behind him were also slowly activated, but he couldn't believe that at this moment, there was no movement from these fierce gods. Even there are still signs of retreating. This made him so angry that he almost vomited blood. He couldn't believe that the 10 fierce of Tai Chi he had worked so hard to cultivate would end up like this? For the disappearance of these powers. Wang Ao's heart was instantly filled with anger. Dean Wang Ao. I advise you, before using your power, consider whether the power belongs to you. Xiao Xuan finished. The power of the soul in his body also condensed instantly. A huge golden dragon appeared. Under the majestic soul energy, the dragon was lifelike and majestic. A mouth. The giant dragon sprayed out a mouthful of soul fire. It burned directly towards Wang Ao's body. This divine soul fire is different from the ordinary avenue of flames. When it burns at this moment, it will directly attack the origin of the cultivators. Divine soul. If the soul of the person being attacked is weak, then it is easy to be directly burned to death by the soul flame. This is what many practitioners are concerned about. Ordinary practitioners. In order to avoid being attacked by the soul fire, they will try their best to strengthen their soul power. Or prepare a magic weapon to protect your soul. Wang Ao is one of the branch deans of Tsinghua College. He originally prepared his own divine soul weapon. But today, to attack Xiao Xuan, he used this divine soul weapon to warm up his Tai Chi 10 fierce gods. Therefore, now facing Xiao Xuan's soul fire, he was a little at a loss for the first time and didn't know how to deal with it. Xiao Xuan. I lost. facing the burning of the soul fire. Although Wang Ao was annoyed, in the end he had no choice but to face these divine soul fires, without even the thought of resisting. He raised his hands neatly. Give up? Xiao Xuan saw this scene. But he just sneered. The golden dragon roared, and sprayed a mouthful of soul fire directly at Wang Ao. However, relative to the beginning, this flame also appears to be much smaller. Damn, Xiao Xuan. Wang Ao could naturally see it. Xiao Xuan's move was obviously a big warning to him. Let him understand. Don't ask for trouble in the future. But now, facing these divine soul fires, Wang Ao could only grit his teeth and use all his divine soul power to resist the erosion of the divine soul fires. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 933, Branch Dean of Tsinghua College? I don't like it. Xiao Xuan 1. The elders in charge of the fighting platform were stunned for a long time before quickly announcing the results. Watching Xiao Xuan win, Lu Lianyi and others also breathed a sigh of relief. Before the fight, they were all worried about Xiao Xuan. Although, they had also thought about whether Xiao Xuan could win before. But this is ultimately just wishful thinking. Now, after watching Xiao Xuan defeat Bai Xing and Wang Ao one by one, they realized it. Perhaps Xiao Xuan's talent was beyond their reach. Someday in the future, it is possible that Xiao Xuan will truly stand on the top of this continent. Dean Songlong. If I remember, yes, you seem to have said you wanted to challenge me just now, right? Xiao Xuan turned his head. He looked at Songlong with calm eyes. It's like asking a simple question. However, at this moment, Songlong's eyes were cramped and his face was a little panicked. He saw the battle just now clearly. How Xiao Xuan defeated Bai Xing and Wang Ao, every move was etched in his heart. I really want to talk about it. Not to mention the majestic soul power of Xiao Xuan, even if Xiao Xuan did not show the power of the avenue and the vortex of chaos. He was not sure he could break it. So, naturally, he did not dare to actually confront Xiao Xuan head-on. You have 2 battles today, so it's better to take a good rest. Dean Baixing died. It just so happened that the academy lacked a branch. Dean. I don't know. I am not interested. He didn't wait for Soryu to finish speaking. Xiao Xuan simply refused. To him, in the future, his world can only be a stronger place. Wanglong City, Zhongzhou, the outside world. Even a stronger continent. As for Tsinghua College, it is just a scenery in his life. Apart from a few close friends, there is nothing worthy of his nostalgia. On that note, he would never agree to be the branch dean of Tsinghua College. Being rejected like this. Songlong also blushed. In fact, when he said this, he could roughly guess that a genius like Xiao Xuan could not be confined to Tsinghua Academy. It is natural to be rejected. But at the same time, he was secretly relieved. He mentioned Bai Xing just now, but judging from Xiao Xuan's intentions, it seemed that he had no intention of continuing to pursue the matter. This is really a good thing. At least, he didn't have to think of a way to explain Bai Xing's previous attack on Xiao Xuan. In the future, no matter whether Xiao Xuan and him are enemies or friends, this is no longer the case. Now, Songlong's sexy moves were also seen by the disciples of Tsinghua Academy and remembered in their hearts. They couldn't believe it. Now Xiao Xuan could actually make Songlong make such a big concession. Even now, even the position of the branch dean must be given up to him? This is simply unbelievable. To know. No matter what happened before, Bai Xing and Wang Ao were both serious branch deans of Tsinghua College. It's better now. One received a beating. The other one even lost his life. There was no need to be held accountable for such a thing, and even Dean Songlong had to take the initiative to please Xiao Xuan. Still want to give him the position of branch dean? Isn't this kind of example a bit too shocking? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 934, The Danger of the Qinghua Empire, Mutiny. Return to the Barren Mountains. After leaving a few healing pills for Wu Meng, Xiao Shankai set out, preparing to leave Wu Meng's lineage in the Barren Mountains. For his choice, Zhou Tai and Meng Xiaoli also looked at each other with a bit of reluctance on their faces. Although, after Xiao Xian joined Tsinghua College, he rarely showed his face publicly in the Wu Meng lineage. He can be regarded as a person who is inconspicuous and has no leaks. However, everyone in Wu Meng's lineage knows that Xiao Xian is definitely one of the people who cares most about Wu Meng. From the battle for new students, the selection of professors, the trial in Qinglian Valley, and finally the baptism of Tianyin. These things. Basically everything has been proven. What he did could indeed be considered as caring for the Wu and Meng lineage. Judging from the current situation, Xiao Xian was indeed the disciple who helped them the most. What are you going to do? Leave Tsinghua College and go to Wanjing Chamber of Commerce? After hearing Xiao Xian's decision, Zhou Tai also pondered for a while. The headquarters of Wanjing Chamber of Commerce is in Wanglong City, which is the most fiercely competitive place in Mingzhou territory. If you want to grow there, it will naturally be good for you, but you must be able to face the right ones will be more dangerous. Xiao Xian, no matter what happens in the future, we are your family, you hold these Tao stones. Meng Xiaoli was straightforward and took out a heavy Taoist bag. See this. Xiao Xian was taken aback, and he took the initiative to refuse in embarrassment. However, before he could say anything, Meng Xiaoli said directly, don't refuse, this is what you deserve. Yes. You killed Bai Xing and defeated Wang Ao this time. Not only did you breathe a sigh of relief for the master, but you also breathed a sigh of relief for our whole family. This is what you deserve. Zhou Tai also took out a bag of Taoist stones. Good intentions towards Zhou Tai and Meng Xiaoli. Xiao Xian was also moved. He knew that the salary within Tsinghua Academy was not much, and the cultivation resources of their lineage had always been squeezed by other lines. It is not easy for Zhou Tai and Meng Xiaoli to accumulate some Tao stones. Now, they can take it out selflessly, which is enough to show their intentions. In this regard, Xiao Xian was naturally grateful. Senior brother, senior sister. Don't worry, although I went to Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, Master Wu is a place I have experienced after all. You are all my friends. If you need anything in the future, just come to Wanglong City to find me. Xiao Xian said sincerely. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. Senior brother Zhou Tai has been in Tsinghua Academy for such a long time and he still has some basic respect. You can go with peace of mind. Meng Xiaoli said with a smile. Good. Your senior brother and I are not as strong and talented as you, but my popularity is still pretty good. Zhou Tai said, patting his chest. After hearing this, Xiao Xian also nodded secretly. In fact, he has heard of some. Senior brother Zhou Tai is a simple and honest person and very popular. Everyone at Tsinghua Academy, except for Wang Ao and Bai Xing, had a good impression of Zhou Tai. Even the old fox saw you. Facing the stage, I rarely keep a straight face. This point made Xiao Xian curious and surprised. He didn't know how Zhou Tai did this. It's possible to think of something like this. We are already very moved, and other things don't matter. Hearing Xiao Xian's words, Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 935, Complete Demise? As long as I, Xiao Xuan, am here, it won't happen. Junior brother Xiao Xuan, do you want to participate in the restoration of the Qing family? Zhou Tai walked forward with a frown. Good. Qing Li and I escaped from the Songlong Empire together. I also agreed at that time. If I have the strength, I will definitely help the Qing family restore the country. Xiao Xuan's eyes were serious. Say it. Zhou Tai and Meng Xiaoli also looked at each other with shock on their faces. Restoration? This is not a matter of words. Even though Xiao Xuan performed well on the fighting stage, killing Bai Xing and defeating Wang Ao, such a record was considered good in Qinghua Academy. But if it is within the Qinghua Empire, I'm afraid it's not enough. Who knows whether the General Mu family and the wealthy businessman Zhao family may have other trump cards? If they have other strong ones, in the end, Xiao Xuan will probably suffer some losses. Junior brother Xiao Xuan, have you thought about it? This matter is not a trivial matter. If something unexpected happens. Zhou Tai couldn't help but persuade him, isn't it a waste of your talent? Meng Xiaoli also nodded. Obviously he also agrees with Zhou Tai's words. Are you really going to do this? However, Meng Xiaoli then continued to ask, do you know that whether it is the Mu family or the Zhao family, there are strong men at the high level of the Song God realm in their families. Can you deal with these two high-level Song God realm figures? Already? About this question, Xiao Xuan just nodded slightly. I will do this. Say it. The people around him were also shocked. You know, facing existences like the Mu family and the Zhao family, even Dean Songlong would not dare to say that the restoration of the country can be successful. But now, Xiao Xuan actually dared to say these words on his own initiative. This indeed proves his confident side. But, senior brother and sister, don't worry. I have carefully considered this matter. If I am not sure, I will never say anything casually. Say it. Zhou Tai and Meng Xiaoli couldn't help but nod secretly. They also knew that Xiao Xuan was indeed not a casual talker. Now, since he can say such words, it is enough to prove that he is prepared. Even all the time. This matter was not placed on them. Therefore, for Zhou Tai and Meng Xiaoli, these things are a bit unimaginable. But now I heard Xiao Xuan say this. They were also quite surprised. But, if you want to restore your country, I can give you a suggestion. If you want to go to Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, you can go to Wanjing Chamber of Commerce and hire some mercenaries. Meng Xiaoli suggested. Hear this. Xiao Xuan couldn't help being stunned. After coming to Dao continent, he had never heard about mercenaries, let alone the legend that mercenaries could be hired in urban life. He has heard of some. As long as you give money, I can give you retired soldiers who have worked hard for you. Could it be said that such a person also exists on this great continent? If that were the case, things would be simpler. If you take out enough resources or Tao stones, you can have an army of practitioners work for you. Then, it seems that it is not that difficult to help the Qinghua Empire recover. Think of this. Xiao Xuan's mind also started to move. In this case, the last thing you want to do may also be possible. Xiao Xuan nodded and said to Meng Xiaoli, thank you, senior sister. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 936, Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, Blood Wolf Mercenaries. After getting the information from Longrua Xue, Xiao Xuan did not waste time. He even pushed forward Meng Xiaoli's dinner, came to Wanglong City that night, and asked Zhang Fulong directly if he had seen Qingli. But Zhang Fulong's answer surprised him. After Zhang Fulong carefully checked the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce's commission list, he found that there was indeed no commission from Qing Lian. This surprised Xiao Xuan and Long Ruoxue. To know. The Wanjing Chamber of Commerce is the most powerful chamber of commerce in the Mingzhou region and even in several surrounding regions. Only here. You can hire the strongest mercenaries. If Qingli wants to revive her country, she can only choose to hire here. However, Qingli didn't come. Could it be that we encountered danger on the road? Think of this. Xiao Xuan was a little worried in his heart. Ever since the two of them escaped from the Songlong Empire, Qingli had remained unknown. Her talent is average. After practicing for more than half a year, he reached the high level of the spiritual god realm. In fact, he has not even cultivated to the great perfection of the spiritual god realm. With such strength, it is basically impossible to help the Qing family recover. However, Xiao Xuan has never forgotten this matter. Therefore, he has always taken good care of Qingli. I have said it several times. He will definitely help her regain her country. Qingli never urged him. Who knew that he would suddenly cause such a big accident today? In the guest room of Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. After Xiao Xuan completed a day of practice. Stand in front of the window. Looking at the bustling Wanglong city, I have a lot of thoughts in my heart. He regretted it a bit. If I had told Qingli earlier. After Tianyan's baptism was over, he helped her return to the country, so would she not come to Wanglong city alone? Or even disappeared? Think of this. He couldn't help, but a sword blast exploded. The wooden table in front of him was blown to pieces. Knock, buckle, buckle. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Xuan knew without looking back that apart from Zhang Fulong, the only person who could find him at this moment was Long Ruoxue. Judging by the soft knock on the door, the knocking sound should be Long Ruoxue. Come in. Any new discoveries? Xiao Xuan calmed down his mood a little, turned around, opened the door and let Long Ruoxue in. There are some new discoveries. Recently, I heard that a new mercenary has appeared in Wanglong City, called the Blood Wolf Mercenary, and this mercenary has quickly gained fame and strength. Several mercenaries have suffered losses at their hands. Long Ruoxue's family is famous for asking for information. At this moment, she was also the most informed. After hearing the news, Xiao Xuan was also moved in his heart. Indeed, Qingli's purpose in coming to Wanglong City is most likely to find mercenaries to restore the country. If new powerful mercenaries appear, it's very likely that she'll initiate contact. Only, what made Xiao Xuan a little confused was, in his impression, Qingli was also a calm person. It was impossible for her not to know what kind of people those mercenaries were. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 937, The Infamous Mercenary Group, Dangerous Elements? Notorious? Then why is it so popular? Xiao Xuan was stunned. He originally thought that such a powerful mercenary group as the Blood Wolf mercenary group should be very reputable. Who knows? Long Ruoxue actually gave such a reason? This made him feel a little confused. Is there such a thing? In my impression, as a mercenary group, the most important thing is credibility, right? How can a mercenary group without credibility be so popular? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but ask. Speaking of which, this is a bit strange. The Blood Wolf mercenary group has experienced several credibility crises. But there is still an endless stream of employers who want to find them. Long Ruoxue also expressed confusion. Maybe it's because they ask for a very low price? Xiao Xuan frowned slightly. If what Long Ruoxue said is true, then this matter is really a bit strange and Abnormal. Let me ask, in a mercenary group with no credibility. Who dares to take the initiative to request a commission? Isn't this a strange thing? Even if the asking price is low. I'm afraid it shouldn't have such a good business and reputation. By the way, there is another very important point. The requirements of the Blood Wolf mercenary group for their employers are not Taoist stones, but spiritual treasures. Long Ruoxue seemed to have suddenly thought of something and said directly. In other words, if there are not good enough spiritual treasures, no matter how many Tao stones the employer comes up with, they will not accept the task. Say it. Xiao Xuan was stunned instead, a little confused. Lingbao? Rare spiritual treasure? Such a thing is 10,000 times more precious than the Dao stone. It can be said that many rare spiritual treasures basically have a price but no market, and those with money may not be able to buy them. On that note, the requirements of the Blood Wolf mercenary group are relatively high. Many times, even Xiao Xuan himself may not be able to produce any precious spiritual treasures other than the test demon stone and the serious sword. Therefore, now I heard what Long Ruoxue said. Xiao Xuan was still very confused in his heart. Interesting. I didn't expect that a mercenary group could be so independent. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but nod and said, in this case, this shows that this mercenary group still has a lot of ideas. Moreover, this Blood Wolf mercenary group is very picky about spiritual treasures. If it is not a truly precious spiritual treasure, they will not accept it. Long Ruoxue added. So, this is also the reason why Qingli can exchange the imperial seal? Xiao Xuan roughly understood. Right. But I think this is not just Qingli's own choice. Long Ruoxue said, over the years, the Mu family and the Zhao family have taken more and more actions. They have even secretly assassinated Qingli's father, Qingqing, several times. The intention of rebellion is almost about to be implemented. Perhaps, Qingqing is I want to strike first. Hear this. Xiao Xuan roughly understood. The royal family of the Qinghua Empire has been in a precarious situation over the years. At the moment, Qingqing and Qingli can be so desperate. He did not hesitate to use the imperial seal to hire the Blood Wolf mercenary group. This is enough to show that the situation may have reached an irreversible point. Since bowing your head is also death, it's better to raise your head and give it a try. Maybe there's still a glimmer of hope. Just by virtue of this, maybe Qingli finally chose to look for the Blood Wolf mercenary group and cooperate with the latter. Something interesting. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 938 Threat, the Strength of the Blood Dragon Mercenary Group. Yingbing Street. This is a relatively chaotic street in Wanglong City. 3 religions and 9 streams, a mixture of dragons and snakes. All kinds of people will exist here, and at the same time, some gamblers, prostitutes, and mercenaries will also use this place as a place for wanton consumption. In the dark cellar, a man in black with a black cloak took out a Taoist stone in front of the 2 strong men in the spiritual realm standing at the door. Please come in. Weighing the heavy Taoist stone in his hand, the strong man opened the coarse cloth door curtain and motioned the man in black to go inside. Our boss Long Tu is inside. The man in black didn't say anything and walked straight inside. For these words, it's like she didn't hear it. Wolf too? Qingli thought silently in her heart, holding the token her father gave her tightly in her hands, hoping silently in her heart. Think back to what happened a few days ago. There was also a twinge in her heart. A few days ago, the heads of the 2 big families, the Zhao family and the Mu family, came to the royal family of the Qinghua Empire and directly found her father, Qingqing, Qingqing was asked to give up the position of the royal family within 3 days. Qingqing was naturally furious about this. However, he also knew that with his current strength, he might not be a match for the Xiao family and the Mu family. But if the Qing family fights back hard, it was enough to severely damage these two families. Therefore, these two families have not acted rashly in these years. This time, the two major families took the initiative to provoke at the same time, but it also made him see something unusual. He noticed there seemed to be other forces involved behind these two big families. In fact, they were just pawns on the surface, so Qingqing agreed on the surface, but secretly asked Qingli to come to Wanglongqing to seek help from the mercenary group. Even the jade seals passed down from the country were traded. But even now, none of them figured out what kind of family stood behind the Xiao family, and the Mu family did not expect for the third princess of the Qinghua Empire to come in person. It really makes my little cellar shine. A rough, shirtless man with messy hair laughed. The big man is lying on the bed, surrounded by precious beast pelts and a few bright night pearls. Several scantily clad beauties carefully brought out various delicacies and wines. No more nonsense. I hired you to deal with the Xiao family and the Mu family. Do you dare to accept this order? Qingli asked directly. Unexpectedly. When she said this, she caused the mercenary group to burst into laughter. It's like she told a joke. This time, Qingli was a little confused. But on the surface, she still looked calm. It's very simple. For our blood wolf mercenary group, there is nothing we can't do. In the Mingzhou territory, everything can be discussed. Lang Tu laughed. Of course, as long as you can come up with a sufficient price. After hearing this, Qingli also had a dull expression on his face. Finally, looking at the people in front of her, she also said, I heard that you like Lingbao. I can take out the jade seal of the Qinghua Empire. Say it. The mercenaries in the cellar were immediately surprised. Even the slave women were shocked. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 939, The Bold Wolf Path is Destroyed. You don't go too far. I am the princess of the Qinghua Empire. Qingli's face turned livid. If you touch me, aren't you afraid of the Qinghua Empire's revenge? Ha 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 ha. Miss Qingli, you are so childish. Your Qinghua Empire is in such a state of decline that the princess has come to hire a mercenary group. What strength do you still have to retaliate against us? Lang Tu laughed loudly, but don't worry, if you are willing to be my wife, I can still help you restore the country for free. Shameless. Qingli gritted his teeth and cursed. Before coming to the Blood Wolf mercenary group, she had also thought about whether this would work, but in the end, thinking about her country that was about to be destroyed, she had no choice but to make this move. But she didn't expect it. Lang Tu's greed is so great. Even though she was ready to take out the imperial seal, Lang Tu was still not satisfied. Ha ha ha. How about it, Miss Qingli? Do you still want to suffer some physical pain? Lang Tu waved his hand, and his men instantly surrounded Qingli, with hungry looks on their faces. Wolf is destroyed. Go and guard the door. I don't want to be interrupted by others when I'm happy. Lang Tu commanded. After hearing his order, a skinny old man walked out of the Blood Wolf mercenary group. After the old man came out, he also walked towards the door. Finally, under the influence of some power, a strange magic circle was created at the door. Obviously, he didn't intend to let Qingli leave. Qingli's expression changed instantly. She is not a reckless person. She came to the Blood Wolf mercenary group alone today, so she naturally made some preparations for these people. She didn't have much trust either. Fortunately, before coming, she prepared an energy shield to protect her body from being attacked. Now, under the call of her soul, this energy shield also appeared. Under this energy shield, she could safely watch the operations of the Blood Wolf mercenary group. Did not expect. Princess Qingli is really well prepared. However, our Blood Wolf mercenary group has gained a lot of experience over the years. If we can't even break through a high-level protective barrier in the spiritual god realm, wouldn't it be a bit of a waste of reputation? Longtu took a closer look at the protective shield on Qingli's body. Finally, he raised the corners of his mouth slightly and sneered, "Your gesture makes me even more interested in you." Finished. He roared. A giant wolf covered in blood appeared out of thin air. Attacking the protective shield on Qingli's body, he actually planned to take action directly. Seeing this scene, Qingli's face became a little solemn. She actually thought that a master of Longtu's level must have his own merits. Now, even if she uses a shield, I'm afraid it will be difficult to resist. The best way is to leave quickly. However, she didn't expect that Lang Tu had already prepared and asked Lang Mia to prepare a bloody formation? After having this thing, she felt as if her whole body was in a sea of blood. No matter what, there was no way she could escape from this. At this point, she couldn't help but be a little anxious. Hey. Ha ha ha. Princess Qingli, looking at you, do you still want to run away? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 940, The Person Who Wants Your Life is Longtu. You. What are you going to do? Lang Tu looked at Xiao Xuan, but he also felt that the other party was also in the Zhongshan realm. Judging from the breath, this young man's strength was not inferior to him at all. That's a little ridiculous. Now, don't you know what I want to do? Xiao Xuan didn't care. Didn't I tell you everything? I'm here to kill you. He said this in front of everyone in the Blood Wolf mercenary group. For a while, the people in the Blood Wolf mercenary group were also furious. After all, by their strength, working together, no matter how strong the Zhongshan realm is, they will still be afraid of 3 points. Xiao Xuan, a young man like him, seemed to be a one-star cultivator in the Blue God realm. That kind of people. Why are you so arrogant? Moreover, Xiao Xuan now takes the initiative to come to the location of their mercenary group? Isn't this actively provoking them? If they don't respond yet, from now on, their mercenary group may not be able to gain a foothold in Wanglong City. Lang Tu understands this. Young people are very arrogant. Lang Tu sneered, if you can sign up, I can consider it as appropriate. In fact, he was somewhat afraid in his heart. In the Mingzhou territory, there are also some hermit sects, and these sects still have very strong ancient powers. If accidentally provoked, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult for him to handle. Xiao Xuan? Why are you here? When I started to hear Xiao Xuan's voice, Qingli thought he heard it wrong, but then, when he saw Xiao Xuan's handsome face, only then did she realize that it was really Xiao Xuan. For a moment, she was very moved. In fact, when facing the threat from Longtu, the first person she thought of was Xiao Xuan. But she didn't expect it. Xiao Xuan actually appeared, and appeared so timely. Oh, so he's from the Qinghua Empire? Hear the conversation between Xiao Xuan and Qingli. On the contrary, Lang Tu's face became more relaxed. Qinghua Empire? This existence is going to destroy even his own royal family. Why can I speak so brazenly here? That being the case, don't blame him for being rude. Thinking of this, the corner of Lang Tu's mouth became more sarcastic. Humph. Look at your appearance, do you still have a bit of love for a concubine? It's a pity that you don't have the ability to survive. Shameless talk. Then let's see if you have what it takes to kill me. Xiao Xuan also sneered. He originally thought that if the Blood Wolf mercenary group was obedient, it wouldn't be impossible to take advantage of them. But now, since these guys are so shameless, then don't blame him for being rude. Court death. Then let's see if you have this ability. After Xiao Xuan finished speaking, the serious sword in his hand turned into a stream of light and shot toward Lang Tu's face. Under great power. Some members of the Blood Wolf group were also secretly surprised. A one-star cultivator in the Blue God realm. Over the years, they have killed countless people in the Blue God realm, just one star of the Blue God realm. For them, it's just a matter of one knife. Even an ordinary member of the Blood Wolf group can win the battle. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 941, The Bloody Formation is here to help you. All disciples obey orders. Prepare to form a bloody formation and strangle this person. Lang Mia said in a deep voice. The faces of the members of the Blood Wolf mercenary group instantly became serious, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. They are all desperados licking blood on the tip of a knife. These years, they followed the wolf on the road and killed countless cultivators and civilians. There are countless enemies and countless enemies. You never know when your life may be in danger. Perhaps, in the outside world, they are all unruly and murderous practitioners. But now, in the face of life and death crisis, they still understand that sometimes, face is far less important than their own lives. Just like now. Even a strong man like Lang Mia paid so much attention to Xiao Xuan. He even didn't hesitate to use a bloody formation to fight against Xiao Xuan. In this regard, ordinary people really didn't have this treatment. From this perspective, it is also enough to prove that Xiao Xuan does have some unusual power. Interesting. This Xiao Xuan is so powerful? You actually need to use the bloody formation to suppress it? It's unbelievable. I heard that these powers are a bit unusual. Could it be said that Brother Lantu can't defeat this guy? It looks like he's from the Qinghua Empire. There shouldn't be anything special about it, right? How could there be such a strong person in the Qinghua Empire? Everyone in the Blood Wolf mercenary group had serious expressions on their faces. The bloody curtain slowly rose from the cellar. The rich smell of blood permeated the entire space. Xiao Xuan frowned slightly. Only then did he realize that these bloody auras were not carried by these mercenary groups, but were originally present in the cellar. The cellar was originally cold and damp. At this moment, it became like a bloody and terrifying training ground. Some of Xiao Xuan can feel it. The bloody aura is actually the bloody aura of the cultivators. From this, he could feel that this cellar was the burial place of some cultivators? Ha ha ha. Looking at you, it seems like you know some secrets about the cellar. However, I want to tell you, even if you know this, you must die here today. Lang Tu looked at Xiao Xuan, his face full of sinisterness. Hear these words. Xiao Xuan was so cold that he didn't take these words to heart at all. However, during the battle, he could still feel that the pressure on him from the opposite side, Lang Tu, was gradually increasing. It is clear. This bloody formation has greatly improved his strength. Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan gradually began to pay attention to it. With pure Yang Wuji swordsmanship and powerful divine soul energy, he can fight against Lang Tu, a 5-star Songshan realm. Not even left behind. But now, he felt that under these strong forces, the power of the soul gradually appeared. It turns out that this Lang Tu is also a person with strong spiritual power. He was not too surprised by this. After all, This Longtu is also the leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary group, which can become famous in the Mingzhou territory. There is no doubt about his strength. At this moment, with the help of the bloody formation, maybe it is really a trouble for him. So to say, this guy has really become a big trouble for him. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 942 Head-to-Head Confrontation? You are no match. Seeing Lang Tu and Lang Mia take the initiative to greet them, Xiao Xuan smiled instead. What he wants is this result. When he fought with Long Tu just now, he also figured out some problems. He found that there were people like the Blood Wolf mercenary group. All have a strange bloody smell. After having this bloody aura, it seems that there is something different about the whole person. At first, Xiao Xuan thought it was because they killed too many people. Later, it was discovered that this was not the case. There seemed to be something else going on in this cellar, as if this place was a place specially set up for large formations. And their deputy leader Lang Mia. It's the center of the formation. Under the flash of sword light. The next second, it penetrated directly between Lang Mia's eyebrows, directly killing his soul. This time, the members of the Blood Wolf group present were all shocked, and they all looked at the slowly falling Lang Mia in disbelief. To know Lang Mia is their deputy leader. The abbot of the bloody formation had just used the strongest defensive shield of the bloody formation. But, even so, Lang Mia was still killed by Xiao Xuan Mia? This is indeed a bit hard for them to believe. What a bloody formation, they are nothing more than chickens and dogs. Xiao Xuan clapped his hands and said calmly, looking at you, you don't seem to be that strong, right? See this. Lang Tu's face instantly turned pale with anger. However, watching the deputy leader of his mercenary group fall to the ground, he didn't know what to say. The strength of Deputy Captain Lang Mia. He still knows. However, he never expected that Lang Mia would be killed by Xiao Xuan so easily when he fought before. It also tested Xiao Xuan's strength. In his opinion, Xiao Xuan's strength is only a second star in the Blue God realm, and there may be some secret techniques that may enhance his combat effectiveness. But even so, he also didn't expect that his combat power could be improved so high. Killing the 3-star Wolf Mia in the Tsongshan realm instantly with one move. Such strength should be at least around 7 or 8 stars in the Blue God realm. How did Xiao Xuan do it? Could it be that? Can Xiao Xuan's strength improve so quickly just by relying on secret techniques? He couldn't believe it at all. What do you mean? Don't you think you still have to kill us all? Lang Tu felt a little guilty. If Xiao Xuan's strength really reaches the 7 stars of the Blue God realm, then it will be very simple to kill them. Just now, he wasn't sure what Xiao Xuan was going to do. It's easy to kill you. However, God has good intentions for life, and I don't want to kill anyone. Xiao Xuan shook his head. I want you to do something. I wonder if you are willing to do it? Say it. All the mercenaries of the Blood Wolf mercenary group present hesitated. Although Xiao Xuan didn't say it, they could roughly tell that what Xiao Xuan said was probably to help the Qinghua Empire recover. Logically speaking, since Xiao Xuan already has the strength of 7 or 8 stars in the Blue God realm, wouldn't it be easy to restore the country? Why should they take action? Isn't this unnecessary? For a while, they were also a little confused. Lang Tu, what are you going to do? Xiao Xuan asked directly, either help the Qinghua Empire recover, or we will all die here. You. Xiao Xuan, don't threaten me. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 943 Soul Contract, Xiao Xuan's Plan. Soul contract. Soul contract? Hearing Xiao Xuan's words, the faces of everyone in the Blood Wolf mercenary group suddenly turned deathly gray. They had heard about this magical contract. It is said that the person who releases the contract will plant a divine soul seed in the latter's divine palace. If the person to whom the contract is planted goes against the will of the person who planted the contract, the former can kill them at any time. Even if the person who made the contract kills the person who made the contract cannot be eliminated but will cause them to die directly. Therefore, if they were planted with a soul contract by Xiao Xuan, they are equivalent to becoming Xiao Xuan's slaves, and they will never be able to turn around for the rest of their lives. Xiao Xuan, are you too cruel? Lang Tu gritted his teeth, aren't you afraid that we will fight you to the death? If you die early, you should be obedient. I believe you will make the right choice. Xiao Xuan smiled slightly, not caring about Lang Tu's threat at all. If we say just now. He was still a little skeptical. Now, his doubts have completely disappeared. He could tell that this Lang Tu was fierce and rough on the surface, but in fact, he was also a fierce-looking guy with a soft heart. His life is at stake now. He will definitely be obedient. As for whether he will make other choices later, it depends on whether he is smart or not. Certainly. If this guy is honest and obedient, Xiao Xuan may not necessarily kill him. Good. In that case, just plant it. After a while, under the eyes of everyone, Lang Tu still lowered his head. Seeing this, Xiao Xuan smiled slightly. His goal was achieved. In fact, when he first saw Lang Tu bullying Qingli, he originally planned to kill him with a sword. But after seeing the bloody formation, he felt different. He felt that this wolf path still had value. If you can become his subordinate, he will definitely be a very useful sword to deal with the Zhao family and the Mu family. From a certain perspective, just a notorious mercenary like Lang Tu. No matter what they do, no one will be surprised if they take the initiative to attack the Zhao family and the Mu family. The final effect will definitely be better than if he comes alone. And using Wolf 2 to come forward will also make it easier for the two forces behind them to come forward. But now, for Lang Tu, who is full of grievances, Xiao Xuan still needs to think of a good way soothe his mood. Present. Xiao Xuan's soul was released. One link was connected to Lang Tu divine mansion, and the other was connected to his divine mansion. After silently reciting a spell, the soul contract has been signed. After that, he took out a red disc from the space magic weapon and said, "This is a magic weapon used to purify blood. Seeing that your cultivation path is related to blood, maybe this can help you." Is this for me? Lang Tu was stunned. Otherwise? Thank you, Xiao Xuan. No, thank you, Brother Xiao. Lang Tu quickly knelt down on the ground, kowtow in gratitude. Actually, it's not surprising that he was so excited. Over the years, he has committed murder without calculation and has a bad reputation. All he cares about is robbery and plunder. Where could anyone take the initiative to give him a spiritual weapon? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 944, The Blood Wolf Mercenary Group was recovered? How is it going? You don't have any hands. That's great. Then we can leave the city. Long Ruoshua looked surprised. However, after seeing the calm faces of Qingli and Xiao Xuan, they became a little confused. How is this going? Could it be that they encountered some variables? Think of this. Long Ruoshua's face became serious again and asked, "Did something happen? What's wrong with you? Say it." Xiao Xuan and Qingli smiled instead. Don't worry, the Blood Wolf mercenary group has been conquered by Xiao Xuan. The wolf has been killed, and the soul contract has been planted on the wolf path. Qingli told Long Ruoxue what happened in the cellar. Hear these accounts. Long Ruoxue was shocked beyond measure. She simply couldn't believe her ears. Conquer the Blood Wolf mercenary group? Even the city lord's palace in Wanglong City can't guarantee that it can do this kind of thing. Why can Xiao Xuan do it? Is this true? Or is it just Qingli joking? But Long Ruoxue soon shook her head and denied the idea. This matter was related to the restoration of the Qinghua Empire. How could Qingli be joking? So that means it's true? For a while, Long Ruoxue and Qingli stared at Xiao Xuan closely with their big eyes, full of doubts and questions. Apparently, everyone was listening quietly to Xiao Xuan's next explanation. Is this? I said it was luck, but you might not believe it. Xiao Xuan was a little embarrassed. In fact, when he killed Lang Mia with one sword, he really had some tricks up his sleeve. At that time I was comprehending the swordsmanship of Gong Sun Heya. He understood a ray of sword energy from it. All the time. He has stored this wisp of sword energy in the Sea of Qi. It wasn't until he reached the Tsongshan realm that he discovered that this wisp of sword energy could actually be controlled by him. Speaking of which, it's time to kill the wolf. This was the first time he used sword energy to kill someone. Did not expect such a good effect for the first time. This is a good thing for him if he can condense such sword energy in the future. From now on, there will be more ways for him to fight against anyone. But more importantly, after using the sword energy, he could feel that some powers were not that simple. It is not easy to truly control the power of sword energy. Say it. What is going on? I don't believe that this is all luck, and it can't be luck. Long Ruoxue urged anxiously, you are already at this time, do you still want to show off to us? Qingli also looked at Xiao Xuan curiously. Obviously, he is also quite curious about this matter. Actually, I once received a treasure given by a master of swordsmanship, and there was a sword energy in the treasure. I relied on this sword energy to kill Lang Mia. You think, isn't this just luck? Xiao Xuan explained. Hear this explanation. Long Ruoxue and Qingli also opened their eyes wide at the same time, looking at Xiao Xuan in disbelief. Treasure inheritance. Kendo legacy. Explore treasures. Isn't this kind of thing usually something in legends and stories? How come it still exists in reality now? And let Xiao Xuan get these inheritances? How can this not make people envious and jealous? To know, please log in to continue reading. Chapter 945 Competition, the right to occupy the Purple Spirit Mine. A few days later, Xiao Xuan is practicing the Divine Soul technique quietly in his guest room. However, he was interrupted by Zhang Fulong, who took the initiative to visit. Brother Xiao Xuan is so spirited. It seems that Brother Xiao Xuan's soul power has reached the real state. Right? Zhang Fulong said with envy. A lucky break. Xiao Xuan was not surprised to see Zhang Fulong visiting. He knew that he had lived in Wanjin Chamber of Commerce for such a long time. There are some things that need to be addressed. I just don't know what Zhang Fulong is. Amazing. I heard that Brother Xiao Xuan has just broken through to the Tsongshan realm, and it is really rare to achieve such an achievement. Zhang Fulong still praised him. To these words, Xiao Xuan only responded politely, nothing more. He could roughly guess that Zhang Fulong's sudden visit must be because Wanjin Chamber of Commerce needed him for something. Simply, it was just acknowledging it. I want to hear what Zhang Fulong wants him to do. As expected. Soon, Zhang Fulong brought the topic to Wanglong City's recent resource development and sect fighting. It turns out that a purple spirit mine recently appeared near Wanlong City. For this spiritual mine. In Wanlong City, some sects have shown great interest and want to get a share of the pie. But according to the rules within the boundaries of Wanlong City, the treasures of spiritual minerals and medicinal herbs and weapons that appear must be handed over to the main palace of Wanlong City for unified distribution. This will avoid disputes as much as possible, to avoid causing a lot of bloodshed to Wanlong City. The reason why Zhang Fulong approached Xiao Xuan was also very simple. He wanted Xiao Xuan to represent the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce and fight against other forces in Wanlong City. Hear this. Xiao Xuan was not surprised. He knew very well that Zhang Fulong was a businessman after all. Train him specifically. I definitely hope that he can be helpful to Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. But now, listening to the meaning of these words, it seems that he is required to come forward to fight against the candidates from other sects competing for the spiritual mine in Wanlong City. For this, there was still a bit of curiosity on his face. In fact, it was not surprising that Zhang Fulong sent him to fight, but he was only at the beginning of the Blue God realm now. In the Tsongshan realm, definitely not a very strong person. It was somewhat strange to send him into battle. Is it possible that Zhang Fulong trusts him so much? Or, what advantages does he have? Why me? Xiao Xuan was straightforward. I heard that brother Xiao Xuan, your soul power has reached the middle level of reality, so I think you are the best choice. Zhang Fulong did not hide it. I will only think of you this time. I see. Xiao Xuan nodded secretly. He understood Zhang Fulong's direct notification very well. Zhang Fulong was originally a businessman. If he could think of him at this time, he must be in need. It's pretty good to be able to tell him the real situation now. This time, the purple spirit mine is very important. In Wanlong City, in addition to the city lord's mansion, our Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, and your old rival Qinglei Palace are also involved. Zhang Fulong said, our three companies are considered the three strongest ones and the three most competitive ones. After hearing this, please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 946, Trouble with Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, Internal and External Troubles. Return to the room. After a tiring day, Zhang Fulong also felt tired. Just getting ready to sleep in bed. The door was knocked by a rapid sound. Who? Even though he was very tired, Zhang Fulong managed to cheer up and said, come in and talk. Young master, it's me. The servant who came in was named Ding. He is Zhang Fulong's confidant within the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. He grew up with him and served him in daily life. I will also inquire about some internal information of Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. After seeing Ding, Zhang Fulong also had a solemn look on his face. He knew that Ding was a person with a steady personality. Generally, if there was nothing important enough, he would not take the initiative to find him. What happened? Have you heard about the candidates for this purple spirit mine competition? Seeing Ding, Zhang Fulong also had a solemn look on his face. In the past 2 days, he had been asking Ding to inquire about the actions of other elders within the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. At this time, it is the critical time for Wanjing Chamber of Commerce to compete for the purple spirit mine. Zhang Fulong can guess it. The elders of Wanjing Chamber of Commerce will definitely not give up the opportunity and purpose of this competition easily. Therefore, they will definitely not give up. They found senior brother Lin Xiao and senior sister Qing Lingyun. Ding said with a bitter look on his face, this time, they said they must beat you. Young master, to compete for the position of head of the Chamber of Commerce. Damn it. Lin Xiao and Qing Lingyun are both masters of 3 stars in the Blue God realm. How could they be recruited? Zhang Fulong was surprised. At the same time, he also felt something bad in his heart. This time for the competition for the Purple Chi Spirit Mine, the qualifications set by the 3 sects for participating disciples were below 3 stars in the Blue God realm. This is a rather demanding qualification. Songshan realm. In Wanglong City, there are not many cultivators in this realm, but there are definitely a lot. But he happened to be in the Blue God realm 3 stars. There may not be that many practitioners who are still willing to participate in this kind of competition. Lin Xiao and Qing Lingyun were both in Wanglong City. The elders of the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce can recruit the relatively famous 3-star experts in the Songshan realm. But it also shows that they must have put a lot of thought into it. Damn it. It seems that they really want to overwhelm me with the Purple Spirit Mine. How could Zhang Fulong not understand? The elders of the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce put great effort into selecting Lin Xiao and Qing Lingyun. Weren't they just to target him on this matter? If it is normal. He stopped paying attention. But now that things have reached this point, he has to wonder what these guys want to do. From a certain perspective, the internal power of Wanjing Chamber of Commerce is quite clear. One part is the young master's lineage headed by Zhang Fulong, and the people who support this lineage are basically his newly recruited members. The other part is the old people headed by Long Quan, and the people who support this line are basically the old people of Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. Young master, who is the contestant you have chosen this time? Ding asked. Xiao Xuan, a genius I met in Tsinghua Academy. Zhang Fulong nodded. Tsinghua Academy? Still a student? Ding heard this. He was also a little curious and doubtful in his heart. Tsinghua College may be somewhat famous in Mingzhou territory, but if it is a branch dean or dean facing a genius like Lin Xiaoqing and Lingyun. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 947 Test, Long Quan's Trap. So, for the competition in 3 days, we have to rely on these 2 little friends. Long Quan also said with a smile, if you 2 can defeat your opponent, I will still have a reward. After hearing this, Lin Xiao and Qing Lingyun also had surprises on their faces. Later, he took the initiative to resign. Seeing such a strong person willing to take action, the elders of Wanjing Chamber of Commerce were also very happy. However, when they looked at Long Quan, who still looked mysterious, they felt something. They all know it. Long Quan is a wily guy. It seems that bringing them here today is not just to introduce Lin Xiao and Qing Lingyun. It seems that there is another purpose? A white-haired old man with a rough face looked around and said to Long Quan, Elder Long, it seems you have other plans? After hearing this, only then did a smile appear on Long Quan's face. Good. Speaking of which, we have all been ministers of the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce for many years. Compared with us, who does Zhang Fulong mean? Why should such a young boy compete with us for the position of Wanjing Chamber of Commerce? These words of Long Quan. It definitely reached the hearts of all the elders. These old guys. They all know that Wanjing Chamber of Commerce is definitely a piece of fat. Now, and everyone wants to come and grab a piece of it. If they can get rid of Zhang Fulong, it is equivalent to taking control of the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. In the future, resources, Taoist stones, connections, and power can all come at will, right? Think of this. All the elders looked at Long Quan with warm eyes, wanting to hear what methods he had to deal with Zhang Fulong. Actually, Lin Xiao and Qing Lingyun just now can only be regarded as appetizers. Although they are very powerful, what I prepared for Zhang Fulong is a big meal. Long Quan said proudly, have you ever heard of this guy Guling? I heard these two words. The expressions of all the elders changed instantly. Bone cold. This is the most famous Songshan realm in Wanglong City. Although he is still only a 3-star player in the Blue God realm, he has fought against a 5-star player in the Blue God realm many times, and he never fell behind. Moreover, the techniques this person practiced were extremely vicious. It is said that it is a kind of Kung Fu and Taoist technique that specifically attacks the soul. As long as his attack falls on the opponent's soul will be eroded and attacked. Therefore, Guling has always been known as the strongest person in Wanglong City under the 3 stars of Songshan realm. However, this person was extremely unruly and bloodthirsty. And he never obeys any sex instructions. Even the city lord's mansion's solicitation for him was ignored by him. Did not expect. This time, Long Quan was successfully recruited, which really shocked all the elders. Elder Long. You mean, this Guling is willing to help our Wanjin Chamber of Commerce in the battle? An elder said excitedly, if this is true, this purple spirit mine must belong to our Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. Yes, if we can win the purple chi spirit mine this time, Elder Long Quan should be the first to take the lead. Elder Long Quan strategizing is really a blessing to our Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. If the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce is led by Elder Long Quan, it will definitely be the strongest force in Wanglong City in the future. All the elders were talking about it. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 948, Bone Cold means, bone-piercing spiritual technique. Good. The bone-cold voice was cold, so, if I turn the opponent into a fool, during the competition, it will be excusable? Hear this. Even the elders of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce were a little surprised. They are also considered well-informed people, and among them, Elder Long Quan is also a 5-star expert in the Blue God realm. But even he, facing a young man like Guling, he was also very surprised. The first move is to attack the soul. And he was so ruthless, which is something that is rare to see in ordinary cultivators. More importantly, when Guling said this, he was calm and calm. It was as if he was saying something normal, which surprised all the elders. Good. Long Quan is well informed after all. Hearing Guling's words, he was not too surprised. Instead, he smiled proactively and said, if you can kill the other party, I will double your commission. Double commission? 200,000 Dao stones instantly turned into 400,000? After hearing this, Guling's eyes suddenly lit up. He was the one who took the initiative to listen to Long Quan's words for the sake of Tao Shi. Did not expect. Kill your opponent and get a reward? This naturally made him excited. He had also inquired before that most of the people participating in the Purple Spirit Mine competition this time were below 3 stars in the Blue God realm. Such a practitioner. To him, there is basically no threat. As long as he wanted to, he could kill such an opponent casually. Since he could get 200,000 Dao stones for free, why wouldn't he do it? The next day, Zhang Fulong also came to the meeting hall with Xiao Xuan. Inside the meeting hall, the battle for the Purple Spirit Mine is coming soon, and the atmosphere in the entire Wanjin Chamber of Commerce is much more tense than usual. For such a situation, Zhang Fulong had a solemn expression on his face. Glancing at the serious-faced elders around him, he knew that these old guys came to him today to target him. I've met the young master. Although Long Quan and other elders were unhappy with Zhang Fulong in their hearts, they still did a good job on the surface. But Zhang Fulong understood very well. I am afraid that at this moment, in the hearts of Long Quan and other elders, They all wished that he could inherit the position of president of Wanjin Chamber of Commerce earlier. For this, although he knew it, he couldn't show it on the surface. After all, these elders have all been in the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce for many years and can be considered veterans with meritorious service. At least on the surface, I still have to give him face. Elder Long was my father's loyal minister, and he has just taken charge of the Chamber of Commerce. If we can get Elder Long's help in this fight for the Purple Chi Spirit Mine, our Wanjin Chamber of Commerce will definitely win. Zhang Fulong said slowly with a smile on his face. Say it. Long Quan's face suddenly became a little ugly. He couldn't tell that Zhang Fulong's words actually meant a warning to him. He is said to be Zhang Tieshan's humorous veteran. And saying it in front of so many people is not equivalent to telling him not to act rashly in the Chamber of Commerce. Do you want to do something rebellious? Longquan people mature with age. After thinking for a moment, I immediately understood what Zhang Fulong meant. But on the surface, Longquan still had a smile on his face. What the young master said is that when I was able to create the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce with the family leader, I naturally had to be loyal to the Chamber of Commerce. I have already selected 3 contestants for the Ziki Spirit Mine. Master. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 949 Suppressing Bone Coldness, the strongest person can only do this. Xiao Xuan said it in one sentence. Instantly caught the attention of Lin Xiaoqing and Ling Yun. Both of them are well-known young masters in the Mingzhou territory. In these years, they have rarely encountered opponents below 3 stars in the Blue God realm. As for the name Xiao Xuan, they have never even heard of it. At this moment, I saw that Xiao Xuan could be so arrogant. They all looked a little unconvinced. What an arrogant person. Our senior brothers have been in Mingzhou territory for so many years, but we have never seen such an arrogant person. Lin Xiao is a fair-skinned, tall and thin young man. There was a sarcasm on his rather handsome face. At this moment, he was looking at Xiao Xuan with disdain. In his opinion, Xiao Xuan was just a stupid young man who didn't know the heights of the world. As long as he takes action, you can suppress the opponent at will. As he spoke, a huge cloud of mist gradually rose up from his body and enveloped Xiao Xuan. For a while, thick and moist cloudy air. It actually slowly began to erode Xiao Xuan's body. What Lin Xiao practiced turned out to be the way of clouds and mists in nature, and he also used illusory clouds and mists as a means of attack. This actually surprised Xiao Xuan secretly. Clouds, fog, and rain are all natural. If an ordinary cultivator chooses to practice such a great way, most of them will just enter a dynasty as an official and pray for rain and snow for the people in Qingtian prison. This is also their role. But there are few people like Lin Xiao who can fight against the enemy with the power of nature, and his strength is not weak. Cloud slash. Seeing Xiao Xuan not caring, Lin Xiao also had a sneer on his face. Most people think that his cloud and mist skills are nothing great, but as everyone knows, his cloud and mist cultivation is extremely profound. You can even use the clouds and mist as a sword to kill your opponent by surprise. Now on the surface, he just covered Xiao Xuan with clouds and mist. It seemed harmless, but in fact it contained murderous intentions. In thick clouds and fog. In fact, there is a sharp cloud blade hidden inside. If Xiao Xuan still doesn't care, this invisible cloud blade will cut his throat without ceremony. At this moment, Xiao Xuan looked indifferent. Lin Xiao also flashed a hint of sinisterness on his face. Despise him. You have to pay the price. The cloud blade suddenly appeared, and before Xiao Xuan could react, it went straight to Xiao Xuan's throat at an extremely fast speed. this scene. But it surprised everyone in the meeting hall. They knew that Lin Xiao was not weak, but they didn't expect that he would be so vicious. Is it a killing move? Xiao Xuan, be careful. Zhang Fulong was a little anxious. Originally, when he knew that Lin Xiao and Qing Lingyun, 2 3-star strong men in the Blue God realm, had been recruited by Long Quan, I felt a little uneasy. Now, I didn't expect that Lin Xiao would be so vicious. It was such a sharp killing move as soon as it was launched. He was worried that Xiao Xuan would not be able to catch such a fierce move. At the same time, Long Quan and other elders were all smiling, and they all looked at Lin Xiao with satisfied expressions on their faces. Compared with the stronger one, but not easy to control, Gu Leng, Lin Xiao and Qing Lingyun were more obedient. If they could defeat Xiao Xuan, they would even kill Xiao Xuan in public. Then Zhang Fulong will undoubtedly lose his reputation in Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 950 Soul Suppression. Are you just at the beginning of reality? As soon as Bone Cold appears, Xiao Xuan's face became a little more interested. In fact, when they met, he had already discovered that among the 3 Lin Xiaos, the strongest one should be Gu Leng. This guy looks skinny and has a yellowish complexion. Not amazing in appearance, but there is a kind of magical soul fluctuation in him. Just standing there can't help but make people feel invisible. This guy takes the initiative to provoke. Xiao Xuan had no fear at all, he just sneered, "Who are you? Why do you want to fight me? Take people's money and help them eliminate disasters. That's all." Finished in one sentence. Gu Leng's body was like a flying sword, coming straight towards Xiao Xuan, and at the same time a cold soul breath was released. The temperature of the meeting hall dropped a bit. This scene. Xiao Xuan's expression also changed slightly. He could see that the soul power in this Gu Leng was not weak, at least it was the strongest he had ever seen. Sure enough, he has some strength. He's actually someone who specializes in cultivating the power of the soul? Xiao Xuan squinted his eyes and took a look, and roughly judged Gu Leng's methods and strength. For practitioners with strong souls, casting physical skills has almost no effect. The most convenient way to defeat such an opponent is to use the same powerful power of the soul to suppress the opponent. If it is an ordinary Zhongshan realm, facing a soul cultivator like Gu Leng may be a bit tricky. But now, the person standing in front of Gu Leng was Xiao Xuan, and the situation was different. Xiao Xuan had the power of the soul at the middle level of the real realm. Even if you face a 5-star strong man in the God realm, you can kill them all at will. He's so cold-blooded that defeating him is a piece of cake. Little tricks. Seeing the cold soul power on Gu Leng's body, the corners of Xiao Xuan's mouth rose slightly, and he did not take these soul powers into consideration at all. On the contrary, he began to operate the soul in his body. In the meeting hall, a soul several times stronger than Gu Leng was displayed. Barely waiting for Gu Leng to react, his spirit was completely suppressed by Xiao Xuan, and there was a tingling pain in the divine palace. Now, as long as Xiao Xuan is willing, you can break Gu Leng's spirit at any time. Your soul power is so strong. Gu Leng was shocked. Over the years, he has rarely encountered opponents within the same realm, especially in terms of divine soul power. As long as he takes action, basically you will not meet anyone with a soul stronger than yourself. Who would have known that just today, I would meet someone of Xiao Xuan's level just after taking action? For a moment, he felt a chill on his back. I shivered. Gu Leng understood that at this time, Xiao Xuan had already taken the initiative on the battlefield. As long as the latter wanted, he could kill him. Anytime and anywhere. This time, he also felt a hint of fear. He understands. If he continues to hold on, he may even lose his life in the end. I lost. The fight comes quickly. It ends quickly. Some disciples with average cultivation even saw Gulung voluntarily bowing his head and admitting defeat before he could react. This scene. On the contrary, the people next to him were secretly surprised. Long Quan and other elders' faces were as black as the bottom of a pot, as dark as they wanted. 200,000 Dao stones. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 951, The Thief's Heart Will Never Die, Long Quan's Anger. Although Long Quan's face was gloomy and ugly, he also understood that the matter had come to this, and if he tried to explain, it would only become darker and darker. Speaking of which, in that case, Elder Long Quan, who among the three of them do you think is more suitable to participate in the Purple Chi Spiritual Mind competition? Zhang Fulong asked directly. This time, Long Quan was embarrassed. He originally planned. With Lin Shaoqing, Ling Yun and Gu Leng, he will definitely be able to get 3 competition positions easily. Who knows? The 3 people he carefully selected were beaten to a pulp by Xiao Xuan. Isn't this a slap in the face? What makes him even more uncomfortable is that if Xiao Xuan wins by chance, he can still say that the opponent is lucky. Now Xiao Xuan defeated his opponent so easily. What can he do? Could it be that he could still say that Xiao Xuan won by luck in front of so many people in the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce? Not giving him a place in the competition? I'm afraid it's just him who is embarrassed. You 3, who wants to quit? Without any choice. Long Quan could only leave this embarrassing problem to Lin Xiao and others, and let them decide for themselves. For this, the faces of everyone in the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce were a little strange. I don't quite accept Long Quan's approach. After all, Elder Long Quan is also the president of the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, so he should undoubtedly take the initiative in selecting contestants. Now we are encountering such a situation. It should have been Long Quan who came forward and personally selected a contestant. Who knows? He actually let these contestants make the decision? Isn't this shirking responsibility? I quit. Junior sister, the rest of the battle depends on you. At this time, Lin Xiao took the initiative to stand up and said, My strength is not as good as yours, so the next battle depends on you. Say it. Even Long Quan was a little surprised. Among Lin Xiao and Qing Lingyun, the former is the senior brother and the latter is the junior sister. As per normal conditions, shouldn't Lin Xiao be more powerful? Why now, it is Lin Xiao who takes the initiative to give up the opportunity to face off? Let Qing Lingyun take the initiative to fight? So Qing Lingyun is stronger than Lin Xiao? This is simply an incredible thing. Good. Senior brother. What surprised everyone even more? Qing Lingyun actually nodded in agreement, as if this was a normal thing. But Xiao Xuan, who was beside him, took a look. There was a little more curiosity on his face. He has never fought against Qing Lingyun, so he doesn't know what the latter's strength is, but judging from her demeanor and expression, she shouldn't be weak. Zhang Fulong couldn't help but look at Qing Lingyun a few more times and said, In this case, today's matter is settled. The day after tomorrow, it's time for you to participate in the competition. As long as you do this well, our Wanjing Chamber of Commerce will definitely not treat you badly in the future. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Xiao Xuan and the other 3 also responded. Compared to them, the faces of Long Quan and others were not so good-looking. And they all looked at each other with a bit of embarrassment. For them, Maybe others don't care. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 952 Long Quan's conspiracy to support his opponent? Good. Hearing Long Quan's words, the elder looked around and said proudly, since Zhang Fulong refuses to drink wine as a penalty, then don't blame us for being rude to him, right? Hear what this elder said. Long Quan and other elders were also silent. They also know very well that if they want to bring down Zhang Fulong, perhaps letting Zhang Fulong die is indeed the most direct and effective way. But such means it always sounds like a bit much. However, these elders can be regarded as people who have seen some things in the world, and they also understand that if Zhang Fulong really died accidentally, then there is no doubt about it. The power of Wanjin Chamber of Commerce will definitely fall into the hands of Long Quan, and the status of their elders will naturally increase. Only, there are definitely some risks involved. It depends on whether Long Quan is willing to take the risk. Elder Long Quan. The way the world is, I think burning the boat is the last option. This Xiao Xuan is pretty good. He has already shined in the competition today. If he defeats his opponent in the competition this time, Zhang Fulong may even have a firm foothold in the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. Say it. But it also caused the elders to look grim. They all know it. This is true. Building trust requires accumulation day by day, but the collapse of trust only occurs in an instant. Elder Long Quan spent money to hire others to target Wanjin Chamber of Commerce's own people. This matter will soon spread within the Chamber of Commerce, and Elder Long Quan's prestige will gradually dissipate. At last, they will also be completely suppressed by Zhang Fulong. Good. When you do this, you must keep it absolutely confidential, do you understand? Long Quan looked serious. For a moment, the expressions of the elders next to him became serious. They knew that Long Quan had obviously made up his mind. The faces of these elders couldn't help but become a little more dignified. They also generally understand a genius like Xiao Xuan. In the future, if you get the right opportunity, it will be normal for you to take off. And for such a long time, they could see that the relationship between Xiao Xuan and Zhang Fulong was irreversible. If Xiao Xuan knew that they were going to take action against Zhang Fulong, I'm afraid Xiao Xuan would definitely not stand idly by. Then the situation will become troublesome. Don't worry, Elder. Of course I know about this, and I will definitely not let it out. The elder quickly assured. At this time, Long Quan was actually thinking secretly in his heart. In fact, he somewhat agreed with what the elder said. How much profit you want to get, how much risk you have to take. This is normal, no matter where you are. Just don't know. In the end, can these elders successfully solve the problem of Zhang Fulong? The other side. After Xiao Xuan dealt with these people, Zhang Fulong also completely regarded Xiao Xuan as his partner, and finally introduced him with a smile in front of the direct relatives of Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. For this introduction, the disciples of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce were also quite surprised. You know, although Zhang Fulong's strength is average, his status is transcendent. Vice President of Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. It is definitely extremely difficult for ordinary people to make friends with such a person, but they never expected that Zhang Fulong would value Xiao Xuan so much now. Facing the concerned eyes of the previous group of people. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 953 Wanjin Chamber of Commerce's methods are clever. Means? How are you going to use your methods? Zhang Fulong is not a pedantic person. He understood that in this competition for the Purple Spirit Mine, on the surface, all sects were competing fairly. But behind the scenes, who knows what insidious tactics they might use. Under such circumstances, the so-called strike first to gain advantage and strike later to suffer disaster is related to the interests of the entire Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. Even if you use some means, it doesn't seem to be that big of a deal. Reply to the young master. I have also investigated the disciples participating in the competition between the city lord's palace and Qinglei Palace. Basically, they are the leaders of their own sections. The leading disciples are Mu Xiaozong and Xue Qinglin. The elder said. Say it. The elders present all had strange expressions on their faces. These elders were all from Wanglong City, and they had heard of these two people. Both of them were considered talented disciples in their respective sections. For these people, Wanjing Chamber of Commerce naturally needs to be prepared. Although speaking of it, apart from Lin Xiao, Qing Lingyun and Xiao Xuan are both considered to be very capable people. But facing Mu Xiaozong and Xue Qinglin, the people around Zhang Fulong were also a little more alert and dignified. What do you think? Zhang Fulong was also decisive and asked directly to the people around him. It seems that their names were included in the last list of Wanglong City's strong men, right? Good. Mu Xiaozong is ranked 30th, and Xue Qinglin is ranked 39th. They are both considered strong men with good rankings in Songshan. An elder said. Hearing this, the faces of these elders became more solemn. They also generally understand. At the same time, his eyes couldn't help but focus on Xiao Xuan. It was obvious that Mu Xiaozong and Xue Qinglin were both the strongest disciples in the city lord's mansion and Qinglei Palace. There is a high probability that he is Xiao Xuan's opponent. For such an opponent, Xiao Xuan has finally met a real opponent, and many people have set their sights on him, wanting to see how he responds. May I ask, what is this Wanglong City strong list? Xiao Xuan looked puzzled. This is a recognized ranking of strong men in Wanglong City. The sect being evaluated is Wanhua Pavilion. They evaluate each practitioner's strength based on their past performance. Zhang Fulong said, ranking 30 is already considered a good Songshan realm powerhouse. Hear this. Xiao Xuan nodded. What made him a little confused was that the people participating in the fight for the Purple Chi Spirit Mine this time should all be cultivators below 3 stars in the Blue God realm. A practitioner of this level. Can he also be ranked over 30 in Wanglong City? Isn't this a bit strange? Not to mention, people with 7 or 8 stars in the Blue God realm, even 5 stars in the Blue God realm, should be able to defeat them casually. Right? I wonder, what is Elder Long Quan's rank? Xiao Xuan asked. Elder Long Quan? Indeed, Elder Long Quan is also a 5-star powerhouse in the Blue God realm. But he is not on the list. Zhang Fulong explained, because elders like him are not considered true trial disciples. Finished. His face still looked more serious. However, Brother Xiao Xuan, if you want to fight against the people on the list, you may still need some tricks. Hear this. Xiao Xuan finally understood. It turns out that elders like Long Quan are not included in the ranking list? In this case, doesn't this list of Wanglongqing's strong men exist in name only? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 954 Competition? Isn't this just crushing? 10,000 gold auction? It's interesting. I wonder if there's anything I need in it. Xiao Xuan remembered that the system said that if you want the power of the soul to continue to become stronger, you need something called crouching dragon grass. I wonder if I can get it at auction. And his current strength is 1 star in the Blue God realm. Perhaps he would not be afraid of people below 3 stars in the Blue God realm, but with the recovery of spiritual energy, there will definitely be more and more strong ones. Therefore, he also needs to improve his strength as much as possible. Regarding the realm of the Great Road, he's not worried. This is something that needs to be done step by step. As for the soul, if you can get crouching dragon grass, it will naturally be the best. As for Tianlang Sword and Xiaolu, he believes that there is still a lot of room for improvement. If he can obtain the essence of high-level monsters or the demon pills of ancient bloodlines, his strength will definitely be greatly improved. This is very important. I just don't know if he has such luck. You are all members of our Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. Although, in terms of status, I may not be as good as those elders around Elder Long Quan for the time being, but I believe that this is only temporary. Zhang Fulong looked around and said, in the future, all of you will be the elders of our Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. This was said with great force. For a moment, the faces of everyone present were somewhat shocked, but then they all looked at Zhang Fulong with longing in their eyes. They know. Zhang Fulong said this. It's not just encouragement, but more importantly, it also shows his attitude. He is not a person who gives up casually. At least, they must have a bright future following Zhang Fulong. After thinking about this, everyone's faces were also excited. Xiao Xuan, on the other hand, nodded secretly from the side. He could see that Zhang Fulong's performance was still very meaningful. Just with these words, these members of the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce will probably follow him even more wholeheartedly. The method to win people's hearts is still very straightforward. It's Xiao Xuan. After all these people leave, prepare to leave slowly. However, just as he stood up and prepared to leave, he suddenly felt something unusual. He found there is actually a trace of the dark devil's breath in Zhang Fulong's body. This made him frown slightly. Black magic is something born in the realm of black magic. Only practitioners who practice black magic will have this evil aura on their bodies. Zhang Fulong is only in the spiritual realm. It is impossible to practice this kind of technique, then this dark devil's aura is absolutely abnormal. Think of this. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but stop. What? Is there anything else? Seeing Xiao Xuan not leaving, Zhang Fulong couldn't help but ask. Young master, have you ever felt that something is wrong with you? Xiao Xuan asked. On your body? It seems, there's nothing wrong, right? After listening to Xiao Xuan's words, Zhang Fulong couldn't help but be stunned, and then continued, is there anything wrong? Young master, you have the aura of the dark devil on your body. Xiao Xuan warned. What? Dark demon aura? How is it possible? I don't practice the dark demon. This. Jia, you are very discerning, but now I realize that you are a bit unlucky. I can only kill you too. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 955 The Power of the Soul, Annihilation. You're confident. But now, I really don't know. Where does your confidence come from? Xiao Xuan looked at the ancestor of the black demon with interest. He could tell that the ancestor of the black devil must have some strength. But it was not to the point that he was afraid. He can roughly understand it. Since the ancestor of the black devil lurked his body in Zhang Fulong. Obviously, the target should be Zhang Fulong, which is not surprising. As the young master of Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, Zhang Fulong has been doing business outside for many years, so he will naturally offend many people. Someone designed to frame him. It's also a normal thing. However, what he is curious about now is that Zhang Fulong has offended many people, but what kind of person can actually hire the ancestor of the black devil to assassinate him? Humph. But I don't have the heart to pay attention to this. What I want you to know is that today, your young master died in the hands of my black demon ancestor. Finished. Wisps of black energy emerged from Zhang Fulong's body. After that, in front of everyone, his soul became extremely weak, and finally, his head tilted and fell to the ground. See this scene. Everyone was also shocked. Even Xiao Xuan didn't expect that this ancestor of the Black Devil would be so vicious, and he would kill with every move he made. Just now, he directly attacked Zhang Fulong's soul. Damn thing. Want to leave? Xiao Xuan was angry. A colorful spear suddenly appeared and flew towards the direction where the black demon ancestor disappeared. Directly penetrated this phantom. Crush the shadow to pieces. At the same time, the black demon ancestor also let out a groan, obviously suffering some damage. A group of disciples from the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce also rushed over, moved towards Zhang Fulong to protect him. However, Xiao Xuan stopped them. His face became more dignified and serious. He knows. Judging from the situation just now, the strength of this ancestor of the Black Demon should be at least 5 stars in the Blue God realm. And it can also condense phantoms to kill people. It shows that his soul power is very powerful, and they must be wary of such a strong person. Does your Wanjin merchant have any guards? Let the guards check carefully to see if there are any killers in the chamber of commerce? Xiao Xuan ordered. At the same time, a force slowly condensed and protected Zhang Fulong's heart. Fortunately, he noticed it early just now. The power of the Black Devil, the ancestor of the Black Devil, has not yet eroded Zhang Fulong's heart, so there is still room for salvation. I just didn't expect it now. Now, this ancestor of the Black Devil is so cunning that he just sent a phantom to assassinate him. It surprised him. The soul is under attack. You need to use spiritual herbs or spiritual treasures to repair his soul. Otherwise, it will be difficult to wake up. Xiao Xuan took a look and judged Zhang Fulong's injury. Damn it. Who attacked the young master? Check, we must get to the bottom of this matter. The ancestor of the Black Demon has come to our Wanjin Chamber of Commerce? Are you guards just doing it for a living? At this time, a scolding voice sounded outside the door. Elder Long Quan led a group of people into the room. He first criticized the people outside, and then said coldly, "Say it. Please, log in to continue reading." Chapter 956 Declaration of War? Are you worthy of declaring war with me, Long Quan? Brother Xiao Xuan. What do you mean? Could it be that you think Mr. Fulong's injury is related to me? Elder Long Quan narrowed his eyes and asked in a bad tone, isn't this a bit whimsical? He is a smart man. Everyone in the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce knows that the relationship between him and Zhang Fulong is not harmonious. If he directly denies this matter, no one may believe it. But if asked directly, on the contrary, he put aside a lot of his suspicions. To this, Xiao Xuan just sneered. How could he not understand what this elder Long Quan meant? It's just that he didn't want to say more in front of so many people. Who knows? This old guy Long Quan is so shameless, questioning him in front of so many people? Could it be that you really thought he was a doormat? Can you do whatever you want? Little friend Xiao Xuan. Today, if you don't tell me why, I will definitely not let you go. Long Quan saw Xiao Xuan and said nothing. She took it for granted that he was scared, and sneered, don't think that. Because you have a good relationship with the young master, I can't do anything to you. Hear this. Xiao Xuan's face was a bit more stern. I originally thought that this Long Quan was shameless, just because he didn't have the same experience as this guy. Who knows? This guy is not done yet? Is it possible that you really think he is easy to bully? In this case, it seems that he has to find a way to teach this old guy a lesson. Simply. Xiao Xuan sneered and said, "What? From what you're saying, is it possible that Elder Long Quan really doesn't know how the ancestor of the Black Devil came to be?" "Certainly. Of course I don't know." Long Quan still looked righteous and awe-inspiring. He. Xiao Xuan sneered, "This is interesting. The dignified Wanjing Chamber of Commerce has a black demon ancestor mixed into his sect, and he is also parasitic on the young master of the Chamber of Commerce. Don't you all know? Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, don't you have any vigilance? This? Say it." Everyone present suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Even Long Quan's face looked a little unnatural. To know. The Wanjing Chamber of Commerce is a well-known force in the entire Wanglong city, so there is no loophole in the security issue. The only thing that could have caused the current situation. There is only one reason: there is an insider. What's there to say? Long Quan was still arrogant, and naturally he didn't want to admit that he was involved in this. Then that's it. You, the ancestor of the Black Demon, and Elder Long Quan really have nothing to do with you at all? Xiao Xuan did not pay attention to Long Quan's explanation, but asked, "If this is the case, Elder Long Quan won't have the aura of the Dark Devil, right?" "Of course. I am not from the Dark Demon realm, nor have I practiced the Black Demon Kung Fu, so naturally I will not have the aura of the Dark Demon on my body." Long Quan's words are high-sounding. However, the expression on his face was not so relaxed, and he was obviously still a little uneasy in his heart. What if there is a Dark Devil's aura? Xiao Xuan asked directly. "Impossible." Long Quan said categorically, "If there is, I will be responsible for this matter." After hearing this, Xiao Xuan almost laughed. Originally, he was thinking about how to get Long Quan involved in this matter. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 957. Elder Long Quan's explanation shows the power of the golden medicine. Elder Long Quan. Don't you want to explain it? Yes, we always thought that Elder Long Quan was a kind elder. Who knew that he would do such a thing? Now, our top priority is to save young Master Fulong in the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. In addition to the disciples who support Zhang Fulong and Long Quan, there are also the disciples of the Chamber of Commerce who have always remained neutral. However, after experiencing the two recent incidents, these disciples have roughly seen through Long Quan's character. Many people have already taken the initiative to lean towards Zhang Fulong. It's the people from Elder Long Quan's side. After what happened to Long Quan several times, he became a little dissatisfied with him, although he didn't say it on the surface. But everyone is somewhat dissatisfied in their hearts at this moment. Needless to say, Long Quan himself felt a little uneasy and didn't know how to face such a situation. "I'm going to treat young Master Fulong. As for how you deal with traitors within the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, that is your own business." Xiao Xuan was too lazy to intervene in this matter. He knows. As long as Zhang Fulong is cured, the latter will naturally do this well, and he won't have to worry about other things. Now, seeing Long Quan hesitating, Xiao Xuan smiled instead. He knew very well that as far as the current situation was concerned, although it was not good for Long Quan, it was not that simple to completely solve this trouble. It would be better to just let him leave. Settle accounts after the fall. "Elder Long Quan, I want to treat the young master. I don't want to get involved in the affairs of your Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, nor do I want to interfere." Xiao Xuan expressed his attitude directly. Hear these words. Long Quan's face was also uncertain. In the end, he could only glare at Xiao Xuan, turned around and left angrily. After Long Quan left with a group of elders, The people present also focused their attention on Xiao Xuan again. Especially the cronies around Zhang Fulong. Now, they all regard Xiao Xuan as their backbone. They gather around Xiao Xuan and look at him eagerly. Here, let me try. Xiao Xuan also understood that these people wanted him to take action to save and cure Zhang Fulong. But now, even if he wanted to refuse, these Zhang Fulong's cronies would not agree, and most of them had already concluded that Xiao Xuan could definitely cure Zhang Fulong. But he has a golden prescription. Xiao Xuan was somewhat confident about curing Zhang Fulong, so he simply walked to Zhang Fulong's side. Since getting the $1 million prescription, Xiao Xuan would spend time studying some every night, and he found that what he got was only the second half of the 10,000 gold prescription. According to the above record, the 10,000 gold prescription is divided into two parts, upper and lower parts. The upper part is used to poison people, while the lower part is used to cure diseases and save people. When old man Tianyan created the 10,000 gold prescription, he divided it into two parts because he was afraid that someone in the future would have evil intentions and get the two parts at the same time, harm others, and then threaten others to save them. This will only bring disaster to the eastern wilderness continent. Therefore, he chose to divide the 10,000 gold prescription into two parts. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 958, Exorcism, The Wrath of the Ancestor of the Black Devil. Xiao Xuan took out the knife and gently opened Zhang Fulong's index finger. A stream of dark blood spurted from it. The disciples of the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce quickly took out the water basin and then looked at the two of them carefully. Sure enough, I found it. The color on Zhang Fulong's face slowly returned. Seeing this scene, everyone also breathed a sigh of relief and cast admiring glances at Xiao Xuan. Thank you, Mr. Xiao Xuan. If Mr. Xiao Xuan hadn't been here, I'm afraid it would have been really dangerous this time. Yeah, who would have thought that the ancestor of the Black Devil would sneak into our Wanjing Chamber of Commerce? It's quite surprising. A group of disciples discussed. They also expressed their gratitude to Xiao Xuan. Master Fulong's soul is not very powerful. After being injured this time, some means are still needed to treat him. Xiao Xuan said, you need to prepare some herbs or pills to repair the soul. Regarding Xiao Xuan's words, naturally, all the disciples nodded one after another and went to prepare. Originally, when Xiao Xuan treated Zhang Fulong, a lot of his soul power was consumed. Was planning to take a break. Unexpectedly, after a while, Zhang Fulong woke up and turned around. When he saw that he was safe and sound, there was a look of surprise on his face. He remembered clearly that after he was possessed by the ancestor of the Black Devil, his whole body seemed to be out of control. He passed out directly. He originally thought, with his strength, being possessed and attacked by a strong man like the dark demon ancestor would be a disaster. Did not expect. Now you are still safe and open your eyes? This really surprised him. Even his face was full of shock, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. I really want to talk about it. Unless there is a truly powerful doctor, he is really in danger. But I didn't expect that Xiao Xuan had such a powerful method and could cure the dark devil's aura on his body. Brother Xiao Xuan, I didn't expect you. Zhang Fulong's face was filled with gratitude. No big deal. It's just that the power of the soul in your body has been eroded, and it will take some time to recover. Xiao Xuan said, judging from the current situation, the power of the soul in your body has been damaged. Although I used silver needles to remove the dark energy from your body, you still need to slowly recover on your own. Thank you. This time I really want to thank you. Hearing Xiao Xuan's words, Zhang Fulong was naturally grateful. He could feel that Xiao Xuan indeed spent a lot of energy in the treatment. Just now. If he hadn't taken the initiative to save him. Now, Zhang Fulong is afraid that he will really encounter a life and death crisis. You are welcome. In the past few days, I have also been taken care of by Mr. Fulong in the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. This is as it should be. Xiao Xuan also said directly. Say it. Zhang Fulong felt even more comfortable. Over such a long time, he has met many talented experts and disciples. However, although each of these disciples is not weak in strength, they are even more unruly. For a businessman like him. But there weren't many polite words. Where can there be a practitioner like Xiao Xuan who is so polite even when facing him? Moreover, Xiao Xuan's talent is so strong, this is simply a treasure. Well. By the way, if my inference is correct, the ancestor of the Black Devil should be attracted by Elder Long Quan this time. Xiao Xuan reminded. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 959, Dramatic Changes in the Chamber of Commerce, the end of Long Quan. Yes. Young master, please wait a moment, I will do it now. Ding Er also understood. Judging from the current situation, Zhang Fulong does have important matters. Maybe he wants to take action against Elder Long Quan. Hear this. Xiao Xuan also nodded secretly. He didn't expect that although this guy Zhang Fulong was not top-notch in strength, he was still more courageous than the average person. After hearing these words at this moment, it also aroused his interest. He really wanted to see how a person like Zhang Fulong, who had no cultivation level, could be so obedient to Elder Long Quan. Is it possible that it is just based on a president's order? Isn't this a bit hasty? Xiao Xuan originally thought that it would be a little difficult for Zhang Fulong to deal with Long Quan. But soon, he discovered that his idea was a little different. As soon as the president's order comes out, at the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce's elders meeting, 5 or 6 people from the 8 stars of the Blue God realm suddenly appeared. These people all wore the gray robes of the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. One of them even made Xiao Xuan a little confused about his strength. Turns out they were all offerings from the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. This was an eye-opener for Xiao Xuan. At the same time, he also secretly admired in his heart that Wanjing Chamber of Commerce was worthy of being a major force in Wanglong City. Full of foundation. There were so many strong men from 7 or 8 stars in the Blue God realm sitting here, and there was also a character whose strength he couldn't even see. No wonder Wanjing Chamber of Commerce can gain a foothold in a place like Wanglong City. Of course it is not as simple as just having money. Inside the meeting hall, soon Elder Long Quan and other elders also arrived. When they saw that a group of worshippers were also in the meeting hall and Zhang Fulong still held the president's order in his hand, their expressions also changed slightly. I've seen the old worshipper. Long Quan first bowed to several of the offerings, and then asked Zhang Fulong. With an unkind expression, young master, as soon as the president's order came out, it means that our Wanjing Chamber of Commerce has something important. Or is in danger. I don't know what it is. Depose an elder who violated the rules of the Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Fulong said tit for tat, I don't know if this matter is worth asking for an order from the president? Oh? I wonder who the young master is talking about, the elder? The corners of Long Quan's mouth twitched involuntarily. An elder who colluded with the dark demon realm to assassinate my young master. Zhang Fulong said coldly, Elder Long Quan, do you have anything else to explain? You old worshipper, these are all false accusations. I, Long Quan, have been a member of the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce for 20 years and have made Numerous meritorious deeds. I will definitely not do such a thing. Long Quan seemed to be well prepared. The old priest, whose gray hair made Xiao Xuan unable to see his strength, glanced sharply at Long Quan at this moment. There seemed to be a little anger in his eyes. The president's order comes out. Of course you have to make a decision. If you hadn't betrayed the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, how could you have the aura of the dark demon realm on your body? Say it. Long Quan's face instantly became frozen. He also didn't expect that this old priest would be so powerful, and his strength could be seen at a glance. This was a bit beyond his expectation. If they are both in the Tsongshan realm, this old worshipper absolutely does not have this ability, so now, there is only one possibility. Has this old worshipper become a strong man in the Golden God realm? Old worshipper, have you been promoted to the Golden God realm? Long Quan couldn't help but ask. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 960 Tianjiao. What is Tianjiao? 1 star in the Blue God realm? Such strength is not enough to keep you safe in Wanlong City, right? The old worshipper could see Xiao Xuan's strength at a glance. 1 star in the Tsongshan realm. Perhaps, in some relatively weak areas, it is considered a good strength, but in Wanlong City, where there are many strong people, this strength is not enough. Besides, Wanjin Chamber of Commerce is still such a big chamber of commerce. If there is no strong person sitting in charge, Zhang Fulong, the president of the Chamber of Commerce, is also uneasy. Old worshipper, you may not know. Half a year ago, Xiao Xuan was just a practitioner at the beginning of the spiritual god realm. In just half a year, he has already reached the blue god realm. Zhang Fulong said quickly. Oh? Half a year to spend in the spiritual god realm? If that's true, he's a genius. The old priest's face looked a little strange now. He looked at Xiao Xuan and said, in the future, there may be a chance to hit the Golden God realm. Say it. The expressions of some of the disciples present changed instantly. There is no other reason. It's just that the ancestors' evaluation is a bit too high. For ordinary people, it is definitely very difficult to get such an evaluation. Golden God realm. On the giant continent of Eastern Wasteland, among the billions of beings, there are only 3 powerful people in the Golden God realm on the bright side. They are all disciples of the former overlord of the Eastern Barren Giant continent, Old Man Tianyin. As for whether there are any strong men in the Golden God realm among some of the established sects, it is unknown. Now, Xiao Xuan can actually get such an evaluation from Lao Zongfeng. It's enough to make you proud. Even Zhang Fulong was stunned. He has been with Lao Zongfeng since he was a child, but even so, he has never seen Lao Zongfeng praise others like this in so many years. Could it be that Xiao Xuan really has the ability to become a strong man in the Golden God realm in the future? Thank you, old worshipper, for your compliments. Young man must do your best to increase your strength and help Mr. Fulong achieve hegemony. Xiao Xuan is also very sensible. He knew that the old priest praised him like this just because he wanted him to help Zhang Fulong more, nothing more. That being the case, why didn't he just go with the flow? Give Zolio some face? Having said this, the people next to him also secretly sighed, and all of them cast envious glances at Xiao Xuan. Correct. Old worshipper, there is still a moment that I need to report to you. A purple spirit mine has appeared near Wanlong City. Tomorrow, our chamber of commerce will compete with the city lord's mansion and Qinglei Palace. I wonder if the old minister has time to go? Zhang Fulong asked tentatively. In fact, from the bottom of his heart, he still hoped that Lao Zongfeng could go. This time the competition Although on the surface, it is just a competition between young people, but if there is no strong person sitting in charge, they are still somewhat troublesome. Even, from a certain perspective, if there are old priests in charge then they can be more proactive. Purple Chi Spirit Mine. This kind of thing hasn't appeared in Wanlong City for many years. The old priest nodded, and then continued, the emergence of something of this level also explains some problems. Resurrection of spiritual energy? Lao Zongfeng's words were not explained clearly. But Xiao Xuan heard it clearly. He could feel that Lao Zongfeng had an underlying meaning, that is, he wanted to talk about this matter. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 961, For the sake of the demon pill, forget it. Xiao Xuan was a little surprised. He is worthy of being a strong man in the realm of Little Golden God. Spend generously. This was the first time they met, and he actually took out such a valuable thing, which really surprised him. Third-level monster. Compared with human cultivators, monsters with such strength are equivalent to the strength of 7 or 8 stars in the Blue God realm. At least, it is not something that Xiao Xuan can deal with now. Can you get such a demon pill? For him now, it is definitely an improvement, at least it can upgrade his serious sword to a higher level. But Xiao Xuan understood even more. There is no such thing as a free lunch. If he takes this demon pill, he will probably have to shoulder some responsibilities in the future, since it is something given by the old man. Brother Xiao Xuan, just take it. Seeing that Xiao Xuan was still hesitating, Zhang Fulong also said directly. Don't worry, our Wanjing Chamber of Commerce is not like other sections. All the worshipping elders stayed voluntarily. If Brother Xiao Xuan finds another good branch in the future, he can naturally leave at any time. Hear this. Even Xiao Xuan couldn't help being stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Zhang Fulong to be so frank. How could the rules of Wanjing Chamber of Commerce be so simple? Doesn't that mean that within the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, those people can come and leave as they please? No rules at all? Think of this. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but be a little surprised. He was once the head of the family and knew that there would be no rule without rules. If a family wants long-term peace and stability, the most important thing is to establish rules. At least the strong ones at the top cannot be lost casually. Otherwise, if these strong men leave, didn't the whole family fall apart? But now, listening to what this old priest meant, he didn't care at all about the loss of combat power at the top. Is this normal? In the end, Zhang Fulong took over. With a smile, he helped Xiao Xuan take the demon elixir from the 3rd grade monster, handed it to Xiao Xuan, and said, Our Wanjing Chamber of Commerce is a chamber of commerce organization. We don't have the idea of sex competing for hegemony and contradictions. The reason why there are not so many strong people is for the sake of harmony. Make money. As long as it is profitable, we, the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, will not refuse to do business with anyone. So, generally speaking, our Chamber of Commerce does not have any enemies. Even if there is, we are not afraid. I see. Xiao Xuan nodded. He also understood what was going on. Indeed, logically speaking, Wanjing Chamber of Commerce is just a chamber of commerce. If it opens its doors to do business, it will naturally not have so many enemies. As for the other side, even if there are enemies, with the financial resources and connections of the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, they can be easily dealt with. There is no need for many powerful people gathered within the Chamber of Commerce. Even if there is really a sect crisis, a powerful person like Lao Zongzong, who is in the Golden God realm, can also help solve 80% of the troubles, unless a real master of the Golden God realm comes to the door. Otherwise, I'm afraid no one can do anything to them. After knowing this, naturally, Xiao Xuan was not polite and directly took the third-grade demonic beast inner elixir and expressed his gratitude to Lao Zongfeng and Zhang Fulong. Really? Although I got the demon pill from Lao Zong, the old worshipper didn't make any other demands on him. In the end, he just said, "This time, we have to rely on my little friend for the battle for the purple spirit mine. It's a matter of course, I can rest assured." Although Lao Zongfeng didn't say it clearly, but Xiao Xuan also understood that this was a reminder to him to work hard on the purple spirit mine. To this, he had no other opinion. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 962 Farewell, the Future of the Qinghua Empire. Yeah. Qingli nodded. But Xiao Xuan hesitated for a moment and warned, although the problems of the Mu family and the Zhao family have been solved, your royal family must seize the time to improve its strength. If there is no strength bonus, there may be other rebel families in the future. Qingli nodded. She also understood that what Xiao Xuan said was right. The reason why the Qinghua Empire encountered such trouble, the reason is that they do not have enough strength, and it is precisely because of this that the Mu family and Zhao family's ambitions are born. And the Qinghua Empire wants peace and prosperity. It requires their royal family to be strong enough. Look back. Your Qinghua Empire can recruit some capable disciples from Qinghua Academy. Xiao Xuan suggested, I believe that Dean Songlong will not embarrass you. After hearing this, Qingli was stunned for a moment. Later, he also reacted. She naturally understood that although Qinghua Academy was within the Qinghua Empire, it had never actively contacted the Qinghua Empire. Instead, it has always promoted itself as an independent college. For this, although the Qinghua Empire was angry, it was helpless. After all, the elite talented disciples recruited by Qinghua Academy are basically from the Qinghua Empire. But finally, Qinghua Academy, after accepting these disciples into the academy, did it not benefit the Qinghua Empire? Isn't this equivalent to sucking the blood of the Qinghua Empire? But it's different now. Within Qinghua Academy, I am afraid that Xiao Xuan's reputation will be even louder than Songlong's. With Xiao Xuan's call, the elite disciples in Qinghua Academy haven't taken the initiative to come to you? Join the Qinghua Empire? This is for the Qinghua Empire. Definitely a good thing. Moreover, this will be a long-term good thing for the Qinghua Empire, as long as the Qinghua Empire handles this matter well. In the future, there will be a steady stream of elite disciples taking the initiative to join. In this way, the Qinghua Empire has a promising future. Thank you so much. Qing Li's face was filled with gratitude. It's just a little effort. This is nothing, but don't you feel that there are some problems behind the active rebellion of the Mu family and the Zhao family? Xiao Xuan shook his head. Do they want to overthrow your Qinghua royal family just by relying on their strength? They are not fools, and there is no way they would make such a stupid decision. About this question, Qingli naturally nodded one after another. She also understands. Although the Zhao family and the Mu family have always been the thorns in the Qinghua Empire. But if you want them to decide to rebel, still need some reasons. Otherwise, even if they have great courage, they will not be able to directly challenge the entire Qinghua Empire. So they must have someone behind them. Songlong Empire. After investigation, we found that the person most likely to do this is the Songlong Empire. Qingli said through gritted teeth. Xiao Xuan was not surprised by this answer. The so-called skinny camel is bigger than a horse. The royal family of the Qinghua Empire, no matter how you put it, was the family that once ruled the entire empire. Even though it is in decline, it is definitely not something that ordinary families can mess with for so long. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 963 Thunder Sky? That's just a weakling. Xiao Xuan was shocked at first, but he soon calmed down. Indeed, although Lei Kong was the disciple who stood out in the baptism of Tianyan at that time. But now, maybe it's nothing. In Wanlong City, only those who have reached the Blue God realm are qualified to speak on some matters. Moreover, this Songshan realm must be at least around 5 stars. This is most vividly reflected in Wanlong City. A disciple like Lei Kong, although he is only one step away from the Blue God realm, from a certain perspective, disciples like him are just one of thousands of people who have reached the great perfection of the spiritual God realm, nothing more. Like Mu Xiaozong, Xue Qinglin, a true 3-star of the Blue God realm. It's simply not a one-dimensional person. I just don't know how strong these two people are. It should be, not an ordinary 3-star Blue God realm, right? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but be curious. He made a rough guess. Since these two people can represent the City Lord's Palace and Qinglei Palace, in the battle, their strength should still be strong. At the moment, Xiao Xuan didn't want to reveal his strength, but looked back and saw Qing Lingyun and Gulong walking behind him. Obviously everyone recognized his strength. He was not surprised by this. After all, with the strength he had shown before, he was able to defeat these two people at will. Did not expect. Even Mulao worshippers came out today. Think about it, Lao Zongzong should have broken through the Golden God realm and become the 4th powerful Golden God realm on the mainland, right? Lei Wan, who was white and fat, first glanced at Meng Yan for a few times. Then, he deliberately complimented the old worshipper. To this, the disciples and elders present couldn't help but look at the old worshipper. And they were all a little curious. Golden God realm, accompanied by the revival of spiritual energy. On the Eastern Barren continent, there will definitely be relatively powerful people, and there will even be some powerful people in the Golden God realm who stay hidden from the world. But anyone with a discerning eye can hear it. Lei Wan's words just now were meant to make fun of Mu Lao Chong. It's a bit despising to protector Lei. The old man has been in seclusion for so many years, but he still hasn't reached the Golden God realm. Mu Laozong shook his head and looked regretful. I have gained a lot more understanding of the Golden God realm, but I still can't take that step. These words are clearly derogatory and covertly complimentary. Lei Wan and Meng Yan's faces changed slightly. In fact, if we don't fight, no one knows whether what Mulao Zongfeng said is true or false. However, no matter for Lei Wan or Meng Yan, they would not fight against Mu Lao for no reason. How many levels of understanding of the Golden God realm? Mulao Zongzong, is what you said true? Lei Wan couldn't help but be a little curious. If this is true, your strength has been greatly improved? About this question, Mu Laozong smiled but did not respond. Others become mature with age. He understands very well that there are some things that cannot be said too bluntly, so that he can remind his opponents of his own strength. It also prevents opponents from attacking secretly. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Why not? Ignored by Mu Lao. Lei Wan's face was also a little ugly. However, he also understood that before Mu Lao worshipped in seclusion, his strength was not weak. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 964, Xue Qinglin, do you also have dragon blood? See this person. Among the 3 forces present, many disciples had solemn expressions on their faces. One by one. It was as if they had seen some terrifying scene, and even a few timid people took the initiative to retreat. This made Xiao Xuan a little confused. Mu Xiaozong and Xue Qinglin are both strong men, and they are also strong men. With 3 stars in the Blue God realm. There is no doubt about this, and no one needs to say more. He also knows to be careful when facing it. But now, is the reaction of these disciples a bit too big? Even if Xue Qinglin is a talented person and has reached 3 stars in the Songshan realm, he doesn't seem to be so afraid of him, right? Is there no problem? Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but look puzzled. I didn't expect that this blue dragon's bloodline would be swallowed by him. After all, Zhang Fulong also had a bit of admiration in his eyes. He turned around and saw the confused Xiao Xuan and explained, "You may not know that Xue Qinglin used to be just an ordinary talented person, but he accidentally got ahead. The Qinglong bloodline actually forcibly swallowed the latter." Forcibly swallowing the dragon bloodline? Is this true? Xiao Xuan was also shocked. The bloodline of the mythical beasts basically comes from ancient times, and even a true strong man in the Golden God realm would not dare to say the word devour lightly. A mere Songshan realm. How dare you take the initiative to devour the blood of the divine beast? Is it possible that this guy doesn't want to live long? But this is not a real blue dragon beast, it's just a mixed blood blue dragon. Not a pure blood blue dragon. Seeing Xiao Xuan's shock, Zhang Fulong also reminded him. Hear this. Xiao Xuankai nodded slowly. Indeed. If so, perhaps it can still be explained. But even so, it is enough to prove that this Xue Qinglin is indeed a ruthless person, and he has the courage to devour the hybrid green dragon. A few months ago, Xue Qinglin has not completely devoured this hybrid green dragon. He only has half of the green dragon tattoo on his body. Zhang Fulong said, unexpectedly, a blue dragon tattoo is now complete. So to say, it was in these few days that Xue Qinglin completely refined this blue dragon? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but be a little curious. According to Zhang Fulong, this Xue Qinglin actually spent several months refining Qinglong? This is absolutely shocking. After all, for so long, he has never seen someone who can suppress a person with the blood of a divine beast with his own strength. The previous Qinglong. Although he is born with the blood of Qinglong. However, his strength was too weak, and in the end, he didn't even achieve anything famous. He was easily killed by the giant sky flame beast. It is simply a shame in the bloodline of mythical beasts. Regarding this point, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but look at Xue Qinglin a few more times. Your opponent is not just Xue Qinglin. This Mu Xiaozong is also a big trouble, he is an alchemist. Alchemist? Xiao Xuan was stunned. After coming to this continent, this was not the first time he heard about the profession of alchemist, but he had never seen it head-on. Now, there is this Mu Xiaozong. He was somewhat interested, wanting to see how strong this alchemist was and whether it was worth his while to deal with it. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 965. After a bloody battle between two people, Xiao Xuan did not retreat at all. On the fighting stage, behind Xiao Xuan stood Qing Lingyun and Gu Leng. Behind Mu Xiaozong and Xue Qinglin, there were also two powerful men with 3 stars in the Songshan realm. Now, the two people's eyes couldn't help but focus on Xiao Xuan. There is no other reason, but the way Xiao Xuan behaves is indeed a bit strange. So calm? Is he just a 1-star person in the Blue God realm? Now, how can you be so calm when facing two powerful men with 3 stars in the Blue God realm at the same time? How can this be? Brother Qinglin. Looking at your appearance now, it seems that you have completely swallowed that green dragon? So, your strength has been greatly improved, right? Mu Xiaozong is a young man wearing white clothes and a pale face. This guy had a sickly look on his face, and he looked like he was going to die soon. Ashamed. I swallowed it reluctantly, but it took me several months. It was really painful. Xue Qinglin is a bald, muscular man. It was in sharp contrast to the skinny Mu Xiaozong. A few months. Swallowing a hybrid blue dragon is something that many people would envy. I think you don't need to be modest. Mu Xiaozong sneered. Ha ha ha. Brother Xiaozong, it seems that you have almost refined the 100-turn pill, right? Are you still trying to hide it from me? Xue Qinglin also said directly. These two people are singing together here. It made Xiao Xuan an outsider, for no other reason than that he didn't know either of these two people. Although according to Zhang Fulong's introduction, he generally understood that these two people were probably very strong and talented. Now we have this opportunity. He really wanted to hear more about each other, and he could learn more about these two guys. But soon, the idea fell through. Mu Xiaozong and Xue Qinglin were not fools either. They quickly noticed that there was an outsider, Xiao Xuan. The two of them are old rivals. They also have some understanding of each other and know the strength of their opponents. However, Xiao Xuan is different. It was an inexplicable opponent, an opponent they had never seen before, so they had to be somewhat wary. Who is this? It seems that he is the representative disciple of Wanjing Chamber of Commerce? Xue Qinglin had a bit of contempt on his face. Wanjing Chamber of Commerce always likes to spend money to hire disciples. It's really ridiculous. Bone cold? Didn't expect it was you? Mu Xiaozong was sharp-eyed, and he immediately recognized the coldness. You were also hired by the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce? How much money will the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce give you? Bone Leng raised his head. When he saw Mu Xiaozong, he nodded slightly. 200,000 Dao stones. You too, please show mercy later. After hearing this, Mu Xiaozong and Xue Qinglin looked at each other instead, with a bit of contempt on their faces. However, Xiao Xuan's expression was not so good. Although he also looked down upon Qing Lingyun and Gu Leng. But now they are comrades in arms after all, and they should help each other. Who knew that now, before anything happened, there would be a traitor among them? And this Gu Leng was the person Elder Long Quan had high hopes for before. So spineless? This really annoyed him a bit. Bone cold. What did you say? Xiao Xuan asked coldly. Regarding Xiao Xuan's question, Gu Leng didn't even have any regrets. Instead, he said confidently, Mu Xiaozong and Xue Qinglin are both the proud sons of Wanglong City. With our strength, we cannot defeat our opponents. You said you couldn't defeat it. What if I could defeat it? Xiao Xianyun said calmly. If you can defeat it, you can do whatever you want me to do. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 966, Betrayal. A bone-chilling choice. Ha ha ha. I, Gu Leng, can be considered a somewhat famous person in Wanglong City. I didn't expect that I would be humiliated by you today. Xiao Xuan, the clay figurine still has some anger. I advise you, don't push me too hard. His eyes were cold and cold. Before being found by Elder Long Quan, he thought that he was in Wanglong City. Except for top talented disciples like Mu Xiaozong and Xue Qinglin, it should be considered relatively strong. Who knows? After meeting Xiao Xuan, he was directly crushed by the latter. This has always been a knot in his heart. Now, standing on the fighting platform, he originally wanted to help Wanjing Chamber of Commerce defeat several disciples from other sections. Although he may not be able to defeat Mu Xiaozong and Xue Qinglin. But if he can defeat a few ordinary disciples, it will be considered his value, proving that he did not get the 200,000 Dao stones in vain. Who knows now? How could Xiao Xuan bring him such a big surprise? Just let him leave? Not letting him participate in the fight? Isn't this a slap in the face in front of everyone? At the same time, the changes on the fighting platform also surprised the people of Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. Even Zhang Fulong looked at Xiao Xuan in disbelief, his eyes full of doubts. He is someone who has known Xiao Xuan for a relatively long time. Such a long time. He knew very well that Xiao Xuan was definitely not a reckless person. There must be a reason for driving his teammates away before the battle. Talk about it. Both Gu Leng and Qing Lingyun were recruited by Elder Long Quan. They should be more partial to Elder Long Quan, but when Elder Long Quan was driven away by him, these two people would probably be a little shaken in their hearts. Zhang Fulong also had doubts about this. But he didn't expect that Xiao Xuan would be so decisive in doing things. Directly trying to drive away Gu Leng at this critical moment. This somewhat worried him. Although Xiao Xuan's strength is not weak. But Mu Xiaozong and Xue Qinglin are both well-known talented people in Wanglong City, and now Xiao Xuan is fighting against these two at the same time. How could he still be so bold? Old worshipper? Thinking of this, Zhang Fulong felt a little uneasy. And couldn't help but ask. Don't trust those you employ, and ignore those you doubt. Since you choose to believe him, don't interfere. Mulao Zongfang still looked indifferent, as if he didn't take this matter too hard at all. Even if we really lose the purple spirit mine, it can be regarded as a lesson learned. Say it. Zhang Fulong was also a little embarrassed. Indeed, Xiao Xuan was the contestant he selected. In any case, this is already the strongest person he can find who is below 3 stars in the Blue God realm. Even if something goes wrong, he seemed to have no choice but to accept it. But at the moment, he couldn't help but ask, Mulao Zong, do you think Xiao Xuan can defeat these two people? Ask this question. Instead, Mu Laozong looked at him seriously and said, in this matter, shouldn't you be more confident than me? Zhang Fulong was stunned, but the disciple's cultivation is shallow, so Xiao Xuan is the person you personally selected. Moreover, he is also a talented contestant. You should be able to believe that he can easily defeat Mu Xiaozong and Xue Qinglin. Mu Laozongfeng spoke very calmly. Just like this is such a normal thing. But for Zhang Fulong, these words shocked him so much that he couldn't believe his ears. For so long. He is also well informed, and he is still very confident in Xiao Xuan, but even so, he did not expect Mu Lao's answer to be so straightforward. Do you directly think that Xiao Xuan can win? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 967 Talented Elite Disciple, nothing more than that. Ah ha ha ha. I think this Xiao Xuan has lost his mind and gone crazy. Before the battle, he cut off his own arm and drove away the strongest person on his side? Xue Qinglin said with contempt on his face, when the time comes, they won't use this excuse to explain their defeat, right? I think it's very possible. Originally, this purple spirit mine was not something they, Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, could get their hands on. Today, since they have this opportunity, and they don't cherish it, then don't blame us for being rude. Mu Xiaozong agreed with Xue Qinglin's words. The two men looked at each other. In the end, they all unanimously set their sights on Xiao Xuan. It is clear. Among the three parties present, only the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce is the weakest, in order to avoid eventual complications. Get rid of Xiao Xuan is the most correct choice. Oh no. Looking at Mu Xiaozong and Xue Qinglin, they plan to cooperate first to deal with us. Zhang Fulong was sweating for Xiao Xuan. At the same time, they faced off against two powerful 3-star Songshan realms. This is definitely a big challenge for Xiao Xuan, who is only 1 star of the Blue God realm. Most people may not have the courage. Rest assured. I think Xiao Xuan can win in a fight. Mu Lao worshipped and said. After saying this, the people in the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce next to them also had a bit of confusion and surprise on their faces. At this time, anyone with a clear eye can see it. Wanjing Chamber of Commerce will soon face the siege of the city lord's mansion and Qinglei Palace, and the situation is precarious. If it doesn't work well, you will really suffer something serious. But Mu Lao worshipped him well, but he still had high hopes for Xiao Xuan. Is this a little too optimistic? To know whether it is Mu Xiaozong or Xue Qinglin, they are both 3 stars in the Blue God realm. If the two of them join forces, it can be said that they will have few rivals in Wanlong City. Xiao Xuan, why can you win? How do you plan to fight? On the battlefield, Qing Lingyun, beside Xiao Xuan, couldn't help but ask, do you think the two of us can compete with them? Hear the question. Xiao Xuan was not surprised. He had roughly seen Qing Lingyun's strength before. He might be stronger than her senior brother Lin Xiao, but not as strong as Gu Leng. Keep Qing Lingyun by your side. It can only be said to be a small boost. The help for him is also very limited. However, what Xiao Xuan liked was that she had no intention of surrendering when faced with the siege of these two major sections. This was the reason why he didn't drive her away. Now, after hearing Qing Lingyun's question, Xiao Xuan just smiled slightly and said, don't they want to attack us actively? Then, let's use the strongest defensive posture, defend first, and then counterattack. You. All right. Qing Lingyun's eyes were strange, but he still said, what I practice is the way of ice soul. I can use ice cubes to freeze the opponent's attack. However, it may be a bit difficult to resist two people at the same time. It doesn't matter, you just need to hold it off for a while. Xiao Xuan said directly. Say it. Naturally, Qing Lingyun was confused for a while. In her opinion, Xiao Xuan was completely bluffing, and she was afraid of the two strong men on the other side. What's holding her back? It's nothing more than taking the initiative to admit defeat in the end. That's all. However, Qing Lingyun also knew that Xiao Xuan was now deeply trusted by the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. It might not be that simple for her to cause trouble for Xiao Xuan. But she is also principled. I promised Xiao Xuan before that he would do his best. At this moment, he naturally did not hesitate and turned his Tao force in his hand. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 968 The Power of the Blue Dragon, Battle, the Power of Chaos. The breath of chaos spreads out. In an instant, a strong ancient aura appeared on the fighting stage, causing some disciples' faces to change color. Ancient atmosphere. Among the legends of Wanlong City, only a truly powerful person in the Golden God realm is qualified to understand the ancient aura. Who knew that Xiao Xuan could actually show such an ability now? Seeing the ancient aura on Xiao Xuan's body, Xue Qinglin was also stunned for a moment, but he still reacted quickly. A blue dragon breath spurted out and rushed directly towards Xiao Xuan. Blue flame swept over. The scorching temperature made the battlefield look like a furnace. Together with this, Mu Xiaozong and the other three had to use the power of the avenue to protect their hearts, stepped aside, and looked at Xue Qinglin warily. They also understand. Xue Qinglin is a complete madman. Especially when fighting, he has always been known to be life-threatening, but now with the breath of a blue dragon, he started attacking indiscriminately. For these forces, Xiao Xuan just sneered. Once upon a time, he was the one who swallowed the dragon body pill, and his strength still carried the aura of the dragon. For these dragon breaths, he was really not that afraid. On the contrary, these things made him a little more excited. The last time was about the ancient stone tablet and the demon leader. They all gave him a little taste of the sweetness. He found that as long as these ancient things were of great benefit to Xiao Lu, who was an ancient divine beast. If you can get the Qinglong bloodline from this guy. For Xiao Lu, definitely a nice thing to have. However, he also understood that for now, if he drained Xue Qinglin's blood, Lei Wanning would probably kill him on the spot. So now, he still couldn't act rashly. Chaos Holy Sword. Xiao Xuan's face was solemn, the serious sword in his hand was like a crescent moon, and he went straight to the Qinglong sword in Xue Qinglin's hand to chop away. For this rich power of chaos, Xue Qinglin also had a look of disbelief on his face. In the end, he gritted his teeth and forced the power of Qinglong to target Xiao Xuan in front of him. Cyan power and gray power collided together. Just as everyone thought. When Cyan's power could easily defeat the latter, a magical scene happened. The gray power of chaos. Just like a vortex, it began to slowly swallow up these powers, and even slowly made these Cyan powers weaker. This really makes some disciples unable to believe it. They couldn't imagine it. Xue Qinglin, a cultivator who swallowed the blue dragon, could the power of the blue dragon in his body be swallowed by Xiao Xuan like this? The power of chaos embraces all things. While swallowing the power of the blue dragon, he quickly transformed these powers into his own power. One goes down and the other goes up. Cyan's strength and speed were at a disadvantage, and he was in danger. Even though Xue Qinglin reacted quickly, he still didn't expect that Xiao Xuan could defeat him so easily. A gray sword shadow appeared. It stabbed directly into his chest. Green blood flowed from Xue Qinglin's wound. He couldn't help but raise his head and looked at Xiao Xuan with resentful eyes. Did not expect. You actually hurt me, which is enough to make you proud. There's no use talking about these bullshit. If you really have the ability, defeat me head-on. Xiao Xuan was unceremonious. The serious sword twisted, intending to directly cause greater damage to the wound on Xue Qinglin's chest. Unexpectedly. At this moment, the muscles on Xue Qinglin's wound suddenly exerted force and directly clamped the serious sword. Under a force, it actually hit Xiao Xuan's body directly. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 969, Suppression is just the power of the blue dragon. Mu Laozong also had a gloomy expression. With his strength as a powerful person in the little golden god realm, if he wants to take action, he can naturally ensure that Xiao Xuan is safe and sound. Only in front of Meng Yan and Lei Wan. Before the competition is over, it is a very shameful thing to directly take action to protect one's disciples. However, this is not the main reason. The main reason is that Mu Laozong noticed that Xiao Xuan was not too worried in the face of Xue Qinglin's dragon claw attack. Instead, there was a smile on his lips. He seemed totally unfazed by the attack. This was what interested him, and he could roughly tell that Xiao Xuan was indeed a very calm person. If you encounter trouble that you can't solve by yourself, most of them will take the initiative to avoid it. Therefore, he also looked at Xiao Xuan with interest, wanting to see how he dealt with his opponent's attack. Xue Qinglin's face was also ashen. He didn't expect that at this moment, Xiao Xuan would not dodge his attack. Doesn't this look down on him? Holding tightly in hand The claws suddenly gathered a huge force and went straight to grab Xiao Xuan's head, intending to kill the latter. Seeing that Xiao Xuan didn't dodge, there was a bit of a sinister smile on his face. But, when he touched Xiao Xuan's body, the smile on his face suddenly solidified. Only then did he realize that his hand was suddenly empty, and Xiao Xuan's body was just a shadow. This made him feel a cold sweat on his back. Subsequently, look back quickly. But he saw a long sword with chaotic power heading straight for his neck. On this long sword, Xue Qinglin felt a threat to his life, which shocked him, and he quickly shouted to Mu Xiaozong, "Brother Xiaozong, don't take action yet." "Oh? You can't actually take him down?" Mu Xiaozong also noticed Xue Qinglin's move just now. He originally thought, with Xue Qinglin's fighting ability after transforming into a dragon, he should be able to defeat Xiao Xuan easily. Who knows? It actually allowed Xiao Xuan to escape smoothly. He even couldn't believe that the latter had the ability to resist. After hearing Xue Qinglin's request for help, Mu Xiaozong was even more surprised. He also knew that the way of chaos practiced by Xiao Xuan was indeed a relatively powerful way. But Xiao Xuan is only a one-star Songshan realm. Could it be that with such strength, Xue Qinglin could still ask for help? Mu Xiaozong did not dare to neglect, and quickly took out a golden elixir from the space magic weapon and swallowed it directly. Then his skinny body suddenly shone with golden light. The whole person is several times taller, like a god of war bathed in golden light. Golden light fist. Mu Xiaozong also saw it. Xue Qinglin's embarrassed look was definitely not an act, indicating that he was really in a lot of trouble. That being the case, he really couldn't be too relaxed. Xiao Xuan glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw Mu Xiaozong's attack. A sneer appeared on his lips. Most in front of others. He was not too polite. A blast of sword energy knocked Mu Xiaozong back a few steps. The holy sword of chaos continued to stab Xue Qinglin's neck. In the path of chaos. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 970, After admitting defeat, the City Lord Mansion still wants to fight? We, Qinglei Palace, admit defeat. Although Lei Wan's face was ugly. But at this moment, he had to admit that the strongest disciple they trained, Xue Qinglin, had been defeated. And he was defeated by a one-star cultivator in the Blue God realm. This also means their Qinglei Palace has lost the qualification to compete for the Purple Qi spiritual mine. If they don't admit defeat, they will become the target of simultaneous attacks from both the City Lord's Mansion and the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce in Wanglong City. In this case, if Qinglei Palace gives up, the only competition between the City Lord's Mansion and our Wanjing Chamber of Commerce will be? Mu Lao turned his head and smiled. The question was thrown to the City Lord's Palace. Meng Yan and Mu Xiaozong both had a look of solemnity on their faces. Before participating in this Purple Spirit Mine battle, they took it for granted that the biggest opponent this time should be Xue Qinglin of Qinglei Palace. Who knows? Is this guy so unlucky? On the battlefield, they were all shocked to be defeated by Xiao Xuan in such a devastating way. In fact, Mu Xiaozong didn't even have a chance to help. At the same time, to their shock, Xiao Xuan's fighting power far exceeded his expectations. At this moment, no one else needs to say that their Qinglei Palace has clearly lost the qualification to compete for the Purple Qi Spirit Mine. Snort. Then let's try it. I don't believe you can be so awesome. Mu Xiaozong also looked unhappy. After swallowing the golden elixir, his power became stronger. At this moment, Xue Qinglin, even in his prime, was standing in front of him. He doesn't necessarily have much fear. In his opinion, Xue Qinglin's defeat was entirely due to his arrogance and arrogance. That was why he failed so miserably in the end. On the contrary, Mu Xiaozong believes that both he and Xue Qinglin are cultivators of the three stars of Tsongshan realm, as long as they stand firm and fight steadily. Use dragon transformation power or elixir power. Strengthen yourself step by step. In the end, defeating Xiao Xuan couldn't be easier. So now, Mu Xiaozong is still confident in himself. At this moment, seeing Xiao Xuan use thunderous means to deal with Xue Qinglin, the two disciples of Qinglei Palace were so frightened that they jumped off the fighting platform. Among the three disciples of the city lord's mansion, in addition to Mu Xiaozong, the other two people were also worried. Although both of them are 3 stars in the Tsongshan realm, in terms of strength, they are naturally inferior to Xue Qinglin and Mu Xiaozong. Now, even a strong man like Xue Qinglin was killed instantly. When they face Xiao Xuan, wouldn't the outcome be even worse? The two of them looked at each other with a little fear in their hearts. At this moment, 2 golden pills suddenly appeared in front of them, which were given by Mu Xiaozong. Saw this elixir. The two of them couldn't help but be stunned, and then their eyes showed a passionate expression. This elixir. It's called Jincheng Body Strengthening Pill. Within the Blue God realm, if swallowed, the strength can be forcibly increased by 1 star. They are now only 3 stars in the Blue God realm. But if they swallow this elixir, their realm can be instantly upgraded to 4 stars in the Blue God realm. This is an amazing improvement. You know, when you practice a discipline, the higher you go, the more difficult it becomes. It would take at least a few years for an ordinary 3-star Song God realm to be promoted to a 4-star Song God realm. Even if there is a chance, it is also extremely difficult. Now, Mu Xiaozong was actually able to come up with such a precious elixir. His purpose is also very obvious, which is to use the power of the elixir to enhance the strength of the 2 disciples around him. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 971, The Sky is High and the Earth is High. Fight 3 Song. Shen realms alone. Humph. This kid is really brave. At this moment, you still dare not to retreat. Could it be that you think there is no one in our city lord's mansion? After swallowing Mu Xiaozong's Jincheng Zhuang body pill, the 2 disciples of the city lord's mansion also became more confident. They looked at each other and started to mock Xiao Xuan. This scene. Naturally, he couldn't escape Xiao Xuan's eyes. Only, what he is curious about now is that this guy Mu Xiaozong doesn't seem like a good person, but he can be so generous at this time. Take out 2 precious elixirs. Directly help the disciples around you improve their strength. Isn't this a bit strange? Xiao Xuan. Are you scared? When Mu Xiaozong saw Xiao Xuan staying where he was, motionless, a hint of contempt appeared on his lips. In response, Xiao Xuan just shook his head slightly. He didn't take his words to heart at all. He just looked at Mu Xiaozong coldly and said, "If you are not convinced, you can come over now, and let me see how capable you are. Say it." Although it is not beyond everyone's expectations. However, it also means that Xiao Xuan has completely declared war on Mu Xiaozong. To others, this may not seem like a big deal, but anyone with a discerning eye can see it. Although there was Qing Lingyun standing next to Xiao Xuan. However, if we talk about Qing Lingyun's fighting ability, I'm afraid it's not even as good as the Qinglei Palace disciples who were just kicked out. Although it is said that it will not become a drag on Xiao Xuan's side. But the help to Xiao Xuan was actually extremely limited. To put it bluntly, it was just Xiao Xuan fighting 1 against 3. But even under such circumstances, Xiao Xuan dared to take the initiative to be rude to the people in the city. Lord's mansion. This kind of courage is definitely not something ordinary people can have. Thinking of this, the people next to him still looked in awe of Xiao Xuan. Ha ha ha. Good. I have to say, Xiao Xuan, you are very brave to say such a thing at this time. Mu Xiaozong was so angry. Originally, before participating in this competition, he didn't even recognize Xiao Xuan. He only had some respect for this man. After seeing Xiao Xuan defeat Xue Qinglin, who knew this guy could be so ungrateful? So disrespectful to him? Doesn't this mean looking down on him? How could this not annoy him? Hee hee. Regarding these words of Mu Xiaozong, Xiao Xuan didn't even bother to talk nonsense to him, he just sneered, and the abyss of chaos behind him became deeper and deeper. War. Then let's fight. He knew very well that for Chaos Abyss, the number of opponents was not a problem. As long as the path of chaos in him moves quickly, no matter how much power he has, he can turn it into his own. It can be said that the stronger the enemy, the stronger he is. Now, although the opponent he faced was not weak, but from Mu Xiaozong to the two disciples around him, their strength has barely improved. It's not a serious 4-star Songshan realm. That kind of people. He really didn't have that much to worry about. Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan's power in his hands directly bloomed the chaos abyss to the extreme. To this, the faces of Mu Xiaozong and others also changed slightly. Although they have not attacked Xiao Xuan yet, through the battle between Xiao Xuan and Xue Qinglin just now. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 972, Familiar Means, Is This Talent? Easy. Eliminated the attacks of the two city lord's mansion disciples. Xiao Xuan also looked at Mu Xiaozong with great interest, wanting to see how this so-called genius disciple of the city lord's mansion would perform. He wanted to believe it. Although this guy is an alchemist, he can represent the city lord's palace and stand on the fighting platform. I think he must have some skills. I just don't know. How capable is this guy? Is it worth his attention? Sure enough, there are some tricks, but the way of chaos is powerful, but it doesn't work. Seeing Xiao Xuan neutralize the attacks of the two disciples, Mu Xiaozong's face also became more solemn. He understood that, given the current situation, it did not seem to be easy to defeat Xiao Xuan. All things spiritual treasure. Out. Get rid of these troubles for me. Just as everyone thinks. When Mu Xiaozong must have been at his wit's end, he unexpectedly found a colorful and exquisite pagoda. On top of the pagoda, exuding a faint glow. Under the illumination of these rays of light, the chaotic power around him was expelled. The golden light all over his body also increased a bit. All things spiritual treasure? This. I didn't expect that the city lord's mansion would value Mu Xiaozong so much, even giving him a spiritual treasure of this level. After hearing these words, Qing Lingyun next to him was also secretly surprised. Do you know this thing? Xiao Xuan also turned around and asked, It looks good. What is this thing used for? This is a treasure of the city lord's mansion. Having this thing on your body can offset the erosion of the body by any external force, and can also strengthen the power of the avenue and the power of the soul in one's body. Qing Lingyun introduced, therefore, you should have some restraint on your way of chaos. Hear this. Xiao Xuan's mouth turned a little more contemptuous. He understands very well. After all, Mu Xiaozong was from the city lord's mansion and an elite disciple. There. It was normal for him to have these spiritual treasures in his hands. As for now, seeing Qing Lingyun's shocked look, Xiao Xuan also roughly understood that the spiritual treasure Mu Xiaozong took out must be of a high grade. But for this, Xiao Xuan didn't feel much. He was somewhat interested, since he couldn't use the power of the chaos way to directly control Mu Xiaozong. Then use the power of physical skills. Completely suppress this guy. Take out the serious sword again. Xiao Xuan no longer showed mercy, and swung the heavenly wolf sword with the way of chaos, slashing towards Mu Xiaozong's head. Under such power, Mu Xiaozong also had a look of pride on his face. With the physical strengthening of the Jincheng body strengthening pill and the spiritual treasure in his body, his current strength has been greatly improved. Even now, his strength is no less than that of an ordinary 5-star Songshen realm. Moreover, after having the spiritual treasure to protect him, he will not be afraid of Xiao Xuan's way of chaos. With such strength, defeating Xiao Xuan does not seem impossible. A white steel fractured fan appeared. Mu Xiaozong also flew up, holding a folding fan under his fluttering white clothes, and fought with Xiao Xuan. A sword and a fan. When fighting, both of them can feel the forced oppression from each other. However, Xiao Xuan's mentality towards this sense of oppression is much stronger than Mu Xiaozong's. After all, he himself is only 1 star in the Blue God realm. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 973, The Understanding of the Soul, You Are Still Too Weak. In front of the huge wall of souls, the spears of countless scribes were blocked, before they even touched Xiao Xuan. This scene also left Qing Lingyun stunned. She could see it too. Xiao Xuan actually used the power of his soul to resist other people's attacks. For this, she couldn't believe it either. To know. Generally, for cultivators at the early level of the Blue God realm, the power of the soul is only at the lower level of the Void realm, and they can only reach the 3rd level of the Blue God realm. It is possible to break through the reality. It is already remarkable that someone like Mu Xiaozong can use the power of his soul to summon the power of scholars from all over the world. For others, it is definitely very difficult to solve this situation. Who knows? Now Xiao Xuan can actually use such a method to use the power of the soul to harden steel? Do you really think that his soul power can crush Mu Xiaozong? Qing Lingyun couldn't help but take a breath of air. He took a deep look at Xiao Xuan. When Xiao Xuan first showed his prominence, she just thought that Xiao Xuan was, at best, a Songshen realm star with relatively strong fighting ability, nothing more. Even if Xiao Xuan defeated Xue Qinglin, she also didn't have much recognition for Xiao Xuan, thinking that he just won by luck, nothing more. But it's different now. Xiao Xuan has obviously seen it. Mu Xiaozong had used the power of the world's literati, and now he was actually using his own soul power to actively resist? This was really beyond her expectation. Xiao Xuan, you are going to use this method to fight against Mu Xiaozong? Qing Lingyun couldn't help but said, do you know that Mu Xiaozong's soul is in reality? Reality? Xiao Xuan turned his head. Yes, and 3 years ago, when he was only a 2nd star in the Blue God realm, his soul power had already reached the real level. Qing Lingyun said quickly, in the past 3 years, his soul power must have improved further. If you want to defeat him, you must reach a higher level. Hearing Qing Lingyun's words, Xiao Xuan also nodded. He knew that what Qing Lingyun said was also true. For someone like Mu Xiaozong, it is indeed not an easy task to defeat his opponent. On the other hand, she also gave Xiao Xuan good words and hoped that he would not do something excessive because of impulse. But for Xiao Xuan, this is not a problem at all. Although it is said that his soul power was promoted to the real level A. Little later than Mu Xiaozong, he had just upgraded his soul power to the Middle level of reality. This is definitely higher than Mu Xiaozong. It can be said. Now his soul power can completely crush Mu Xiaozong without any problems. Not to mention that he has any spiritual treasures or scribe bonuses, even if he does, they are still below the gap between primary and intermediate levels. It is also difficult for ordinary people to obtain. On that note, Xiao Xuan is still confident. Don't worry. You will see right away how Mu Xiaozong was easily defeated by me, Xiao Xuan said casually. After saying that, before Qing Lingyun could react, the wall of souls in front of him slowly changed and turned into a colorful spear. Colorful spear. Split the soul. Xiao Xuan sneered. The colorful spear condensed by the divine soul slowly became a divine soul weapon exuding a fierce and ancient aura. Under Xiao Xuan's control, this spear was like a deadly soul weapon, flying directly towards Mu Xiaozong. This scene. Mu Xiaozong was also stunned. He couldn't believe that Xiao Xuan, a one-star Songshan realm, could survive unharmed under the siege of his words. Even stranger. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 974, Purple Chi Spiritual Mine, you are the biggest contributor. Hee. If I had said this earlier, there would be no need for me to put in so much effort. Xiao Xuan didn't care. It's like, what happened just now was so small. However, the more relaxed he appeared, the angrier Mu Xiaozong became. He couldn't figure it out. Why did he lose to Xiao Xuan, and moreover, he lost in such a shameful way? But all this. But it also allowed the three major forces in Wanlong City to see clearly. Meng Yan and Lei Wan never expected that. The ownership of the Purple Chi spiritual mine was actually decided by a boy with 1 star in the Blue God realm. Moreover, this kid still defeated Xue Qinglin and Mu Xiaozong in front of so many people? Doesn't this just slap him in the face? Figure this out. These people also looked at Xiao Xuan with complicated eyes, with jealousy, annoyance and curiosity in their eyes. Now, it was Mulao Zongfeng who stood up. Faced with the threats from so many people, he still said directly, today's competition, I think everyone can see clearly. We, the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, will not be polite to this purple spirit mine. Say it. Everyone in the city lord's mansion and Qinglei Palace fell silent. They felt a little unconvinced in their hearts, but facing the strength Xiao Xuan showed just now, they had to admire him. Indeed. For such results, even if they are dissatisfied, there is nothing they can do. In the end, Meng Yan and Lei Wan looked at each other and left helplessly. See them leaving. The Wanjin Chamber of Commerce and others were naturally overjoyed and celebrated one after another, and also cast grateful glances at Xiao Xuan. They all know. The reason why the city lord's mansion and Qinglei Palace were able to be driven away so easily was definitely due to Xiao Xuan. Zhang Fulong was also full of gratitude. Brother Xiao Xuan, today's events are all thanks to you. This is what I should do. Since I promised you, I will naturally go all out. Xiao Xuan looked indifferent. It's just that it's easy to conquer a country, but it's difficult to defend a country. Judging from the intentions of the two sects, I'm afraid they won't give up. Hear this. Zhang Fulong also nodded. Yes, the Purple Qi Ling mine is of great importance, and I also feel that they will not let it go. However, fortunately we have Mu Lao worshipping us, so I guess they won't mess around. Indeed so. Regarding Zhang Fulong's words, Xiao Xuan also had no other opinions. He knew that with a powerful man like Mulao Zongfeng in the Little Gold God realm sitting in charge, the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce would also have the greatest confidence. Regardless of the city lord's mansion or the Qinglei Palace. If they don't have 2 or more Little Gold God realm powerhouses appearing at The same time, it will be difficult for them to deal with Mulao Chongfeng. Fulong. The purple chi spiritual mine has only been partially explored before. For the past few days, you should ignore other things and concentrate on managing the spiritual mine. Mulao worshipped and said. Okay, old worshipper, do you have anything else to tell me? Zhang Fulong nodded naturally. And that's it. This time, little friend Xiao Xuan has been of great help to our Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. You must not treat him badly. Mu Laozong smiled at Xiao Xuan. Hear this. Xiao Xuan was a little flattered. In fact, part of the reason why he agreed to Zhang Fulong to help deal with Shui Qinglin and Mu Xiaozong was friendship, and part of the reason was also for the purple spirit mine. Now, he is worshipped by Mu Lao and says so. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 975 Purple Chi Spirit Mine Vein. Huge gain. To know. A purple spirit mine and a vein of purple spirit mineral, these are two completely different concepts. If it is a spiritual mine, the annual output is only tens of thousands of tons in full calculation. But if it is a vein of purple spirit ore, it is different. If several purple spirit ores are connected, the output can even reach hundreds of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. These are two different concepts. That is to say, none of the three families knew the situation here before. If the City Lord's Palace and Qinglei Palace knew about it, this is a purple gas mineral vein, I'm afraid they will definitely not choose to use such a naive method as a competition to decide the ownership of this place. It's a secret. Nobody but us at the top can know. Mulao's response was very quick. With his rich experience, he knew that it would be extremely dangerous if other forces knew that there were purple gas veins here. Even if more people knew that there were purple gas veins here, I'm afraid it would arouse the covetousness of many desperados. This is not a good thing for the entire Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. Don't worry, old worshipper. Only the three of us know about this matter, not even the group of elders below. Zhang Fulong said quickly. Hearing this, Mulao Zongfeng nodded and continued, however, since this is a mine, I will secretly explore it in the past few days to see the size and depth of this vein. As for you, don't make a public appearance recently, focus on recruiting mining workers. And try not to let the City Lord's Palace and Qinglei Palace notice any problems. Mu Lao worshipped and warned. In response, Zhang Fulong and Xiao Xuan also looked at each other and nodded. Seeing Mulao Zongfeng walking towards the mine vein alone, Xiao Xuan also returned to the Chamber of Commerce with Zhang Fulong. Along the way, Zhang Fulong also briefly introduced the situation of the Chamber of Commerce to Xiao Xuan. It turns out that the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce was founded by Zhang Fulong's father, Zhang Taishan, who was also a strong man at the level of the little golden god. And Mulao Zongfeng is also Zhang Tieshan's brother. The group of elders who obeyed Mulao's orders was the team that Zhang Taishan pulled up at that time. As the son of Zhang Taishan, with the support of Mu Lao, Zhang Fulong could have taken over the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce as a matter of course and became the new president of the Chamber of Commerce. But over the years, since Mu Lao went into retreat, Elder Long Quan and some elders from the Chamber of Commerce always made trouble for him and even wanted to compete for the position of president of the Chamber of Commerce. Just now, after Xiao Xuan's appearance, the trouble of Elder Long Quan was directly solved, so no one can threaten Zhang Fulong's position. Therefore, the relationship between Zhang Fulong and Xiao Xuan is naturally getting closer and closer. For the current situation, Zhang Fulong is quite satisfied. From a certain point of view, he still hopes that Xiao Xuan will become the second person in the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. In this way, the young master like him can feel more at ease. But it is undeniable. Although Mu Laozong supports Xiao Xuan, the group of elders behind him may not necessarily support him. Xiao Xuan's strength. After all, it is only one star in the Tsongshan realm. Defeating Xue Qinglin and Mu Xiaozong is indeed an impressive record, but he wants to rely on these records to stand at the top of Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. It's not that simple. Regarding these introductions to Zhang Fulong. In fact, Xiao Xuan himself has some confidence in his heart. After all, the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce is a very famous existence in Wanglong City. It is naturally not that easy for him to reach the top in one step. So-called. All beginnings are hard. Perhaps now, it is not that simple for Xiao Xuan to become the second in command of Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, but if he takes it step by step. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 976, The Secret Realm of Shaojin God Realm, Lingyun Sect. How could this little golden god-level healer find me? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but said, I'm only a one-star Tsongshan realm, do you really trust me so much? He carries something as precious as $1 million prescription. He understood that it was the right way to keep his medical skills from being known to as many people as possible. No one knows. In the Wanglong City of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, is there any hidden master? The previous butterfly sword immortal and Qingyang protector. Coupled with the recent appearances of Meng Yan, Lei Wan and others, these are people who are not weak in strength and have great backgrounds. Once they know that Xiao Xuan has $1 million prescription, I'm afraid that they will naturally use all kinds of methods to fight for him. This will naturally not be a good thing for him. At the moment, he only used Wanjing prescription on Zhang Fulong of Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. Unexpectedly, despite this, Qing Lingyun would know about this matter, which really surprised him. It seems that in Wanglong City, all the strengths of all parties are not free. How do you know I'm a doctor? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but ask. Before, I heard that you removed the Dark Devil's aura from young master Fulong, so I know something about it, Qing Lingyun said. Even if you have done these things, do you still think that I, a mere Tsongshan realm, can help heal practitioners in the Little Golden God realm? Xiao Xuan also said. In fact, even if he had $1 million prescription, he could not guarantee 100% that it would be able to treat a strong man in the Little Golden God realm. Qing Lingyun was quite confident about this. Indeed, but when you played against Mu Xiaozong and Xue Qinglin before, no one believed you could win. Qing Lingyun's eyes burned, so I think you are a person who can create miracles. Miracle. It's not that easy to create. Xiao Xuan shook his head slightly. They just saw him performing miracles and his unparalleled splendor. But who can know? In order to obtain the 10,000 gold prescription, he went through many dangers and hardships, and was even almost swallowed by the giant beast of heavenly flame. But I believe you. After hearing Xiao Xuan's words, Qing Lingyun thought that Xiao Xuan was going to refuse, so he quickly continued, you can definitely heal my master's injury. All right. I can try. Xiao Xuan's impression of Qing Lingyun was pretty good. Thinking that it would take some time to mine the Ziqi Ling mine, he simply nodded and agreed. Very good. Then, when do you have time? My master's injury is very serious. Qing Lingyun asked carefully, it would be best if we could go there early. Hear this. Xiao Xuan was a little curious instead. He didn't know what kind of benefits someone like Qing Lingyun could bring him. In the end. Even though he doesn't care about getting any real benefit. But he is not a tool that helps others treat people for free. Qing Lingyun was bright-eyed, and after seeing Xiao Xuan's expression, he said. Directly, if you can cure my master promises to pass on half of the swordsmanship in the sect to you. Fencing? Or half a set? After hearing this, Xiao Xuan couldn't help being stunned. To be honest, since he came to Dao continent, he has also acquired a lot of swordsmanship. From Gongsun Hei's Wuji sword technique, the pure Yang sword technique given by the system, and the holy sword of chaos derived from the Tao of chaos. These are all swordsmanships of high level. Even though he is indeed a swordsman, and he does have a desire for swordsmanship and Taoism, but it is only half a skill, so it is really not worth his while. Right? It is said that this is a fragment of heaven-level swordsmanship. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 977 Lingyun Sect, the Arrogant Senior Sister. Approach the courtyard. Xiao Xuan also noticed that the space in this secret realm was larger and wider than he imagined. A towering snow-capped mountain. Following the path, he and Qing Lingyun walked toward the mountain. There were green grass and large trees along the way. There are even some monster sounds. This simply made Xiao Xuan a little unbelievable. After all, such a place is located in the bustling city of Wanglong City, where people come and go, not just ordinary people, but also practitioners who are not weak in strength. You can make these people not notice it at all. There needs to be enough blocking means. Even a strong person in the little golden god realm. It is extremely difficult to do this, and I don't know how this Lingyun sect does it. Watch along the way. Soon, Xiao Xuan and Qing Lingyun arrived at the door of Lingyun sect. On the two huge white stone pillars, the three characters of Lingyun sect are carved with flying dragons and phoenixes. Obviously, this is where the Lingyun sect is located. Junior sister Lingyun, this is. Just when Xiao Xuan was wondering why the Lingyun sect was so quiet, a woman in a red dress suddenly appeared in front of him. The woman in the red dress has a delicate face, a graceful figure, and long black hair on her head. It seems, even if his appearance is compared with Qing Lingyun, he is still inferior. Senior sister Qing, this is young master, Xiao Xuan. I found him from the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce to treat master. Qing Lingyun said respectfully. Doctor? How come you are 1 star in the Blue God realm? Qing Mengyun couldn't help but frown. She and Master Qing Lingyun came from the same sect and were both disciples of Mingi Sword Immortal. They were also looking for a doctor who could treat their master recently. But it was never found. Now seeing Xiao Xuan brought by Qing Lingyun, she couldn't help but frown slightly. A mere 1-star cultivator in the Blue God realm? Why can she cure her master's disease? However, in front of the two of them, Qing Mengyun didn't say much, just nodded. Since you are a doctor, let's come in. Thank you, senior sister. Qing Lingyun nodded quickly. Xiao Xuan, on the other hand, didn't care at all, he just followed behind. Silently, as if he didn't care about these things at all. For this, Qing Mengyun's face naturally furrowed his brows slightly. She saw that although Xiao Xuan was quite handsome, his strength was indeed only 1 star in the Tsongshan realm. Such level of strength. It's not that powerful, and it's not even ranked high in Wanglong City. Physician. This profession is almost at the same level as an alchemist on the Great Dao continent. Generally, doctors with excellent medical skills will have a deep understanding of medical skills. That is to say, as long as you are a doctor with good medical skills, your level of greatness will not be low. Now, although this Xiao Xuan looks tall and handsome, he does not have a strong enough Dao realm, which probably proves that his medical skills are only average. But why did junior sister bring this person here? Could it be that his junior sister thinks he looks handsome? moved everyone's heart. So, make an exception? If this was the case, she would have to step forward and stop this good junior sister. Among Lingyun sect, Qing Lingyun has the highest talent. Even their master, Mingy Sword Immortal, favors her and thinks she is the most likely person to become a female sword immortal in the future. Moreover, Qing Lingyun also reached 3 stars in the Blue God realm at a young age. Such a genius. You absolutely can't be with a dude who's only good-looking. Qing Mengyun frowned slightly. Senior sister, are you still on the bed, master? Qing Lingyun didn't have as many thoughts as Qing Mengyun and just asked. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 978 The Legend of the Ice Soul Python, a Threat. I'm still a little curious. According to your master's strength, the Little Golden God realm is considered to be very prestigious even in Wanglong City. Why was he attacked? By the Ice Soul Python? Xiao Xuan asked, casually. Hear the question. Qing Ling Yanmi was obviously stunned, as if she had something unspeakable. In this regard, Xiao Xuan did not force him, he just smiled slightly and said. It's okay, I'm just asking casually. If it's not convenient to say it, that's all. Speaking of which, this matter is really a bit strange. A month ago, our sect learned the news that there is a deep pool in a deep mountain on the outskirts of Wanglong City, and there is a century-old ice soul python in the pool. In order to seize the demonic pill of the ice soul python, my master invited a few old friends to go hunting together. He didn't want to miss the hunt in the end. Several old friends died and she was seriously injured. Qing Lingyun told the story. Under normal circumstances, the 100-year-old ice soul python is indeed very powerful, but with help from the Little Golden God realm, wouldn't it be so miserable and even seriously injured? Xiao Xuan frowned slightly. He felt that something was wrong with this matter. Like her master, a strong person who can cultivate to the level of the Little Golden God is certainly not weak in his own strength. It was impossible not to know the strength of the ice soul python. There is probably something wrong with the team being able to suffer such damage, despite being well prepared. Think of this. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but asked suspiciously, could it be that someone among them deliberately framed your master? After hearing this, Qing Lingyun's face was obviously more solemn. But then, she shook her head and explained, although it is possible, there is no evidence in the sect, so naturally, there is nothing more to say. That's nothing to worry about. If someone is really setting you up deliberately, they will jump out and threaten you. Xiao Xuan said, otherwise, wouldn't they have set this trap in vain? Although this sounds unpleasant to say. But Qing Lingyun also understood that what Xiao Xuan said was correct. But if this is really the case, Lingyun's sect will really have to face a big crisis. Say it. Qing Lingyun's face next to her also became more solemn. Originally, Mingy Sword Immortal was injured, which was a big blow to their sect, but the Yao clan took the initiative to help at this time. It can be felt that some things do not seem to be that simple. You don't have to worry. The boat will straighten out when it reaches the bridge. In this world, there is no difficulty that cannot be solved. Xiao Xuan said directly. Although this is an ordinary statement. But Qing Lingyun felt that there was an inexplicable aura on Xiao Xuan's body. When he said these words, she couldn't help but want to be convinced. This was something she hadn't felt in anyone else, not even her master. Good. I also believe that you are indeed a person who can create miracles. Qing Lingyun nodded firmly. At this time, in the palace in the distance, several people suddenly walked out, but these people were surrounded by female disciples of Lingyun's sect holding long swords. Seeing these senior fellow apprentices, they felt like they were facing a Formidable enemy. Qing Lingyun also frowned and walked over quickly, looking at the surrounded people. She found. These people were all wearing white alchemist's robes, with the word medicine written on their chests. Obviously they are all members of the Wanglongqing Yao clan. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 979 Beheading? Damn it. You want to take action? Do you think you can kill this Xiao Xuan on one side. After seeing Qing Lingyun's expression, he also asked with a smile. After hearing this, Qing Lingyun's face froze for a while, even though she had reached the 3rd level of the Blue God realm. But I want to be among the guards of the pharmacists. Kill their young master. It's still a bit difficult. However, seeing Yao Xian being so arrogant made her feel very uncomfortable. And she wished she could fight Yao Xian directly now. But she knew better. If you directly fall out with the Yao family today, it means that you have rejected the Yao family's treatment of Mingyi Sword Immortal. Her master might really be in danger. Think of this. Qing Lingyun still held back the anger in her heart. Master, are we just going to let them go? Qing Lingyun came to Mingyi Sword Immortal with anger on her face. Mingyi Sword Immortal still looked calm. It's like saying something so normal. Xiao Xuan also observed carefully, and he found that although Mingyi Sword Immortal had a beautiful face, there was a sickly paleness on his face. The aura on his body is not as strong as that of Mu Lao worship. Instead, there was a vague feeling of weakness. Come to think of it. This should be the reason why the ice-cold energy in the body was not expelled after being bitten by the ice soul python. For such a situation, Xiao Xuan also knew that it was not an easy task to treat her at this moment. But, do you really want to marry him, master? Qing Lingyun felt like her heart was bleeding. In her heart, the master is gentle and kind, and treats her like a family member. Even if she dies, she does not want to see her master marry such a person. Will not. Mingyi Sword Immortal smiled. Hearing this, the disciples of Lingyun's sect breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, their hearts tightened slightly. They understood that although the medicine family had bad moral character, their family was indeed good at medical treatment and had many doctors. They are the most likely and capable of treating Mingyi Sword Immortal. If Mingyi Jianxian refuses, then she would have to find someone who could heal her wounds. This is undoubtedly very difficult. Master, don't worry, I've also found a doctor for you. Maybe he can heal your injury. Qing Lingyun said suddenly. You mean this person is a 1-star person in the Blue God realm? Qing Lingyun frowned, glanced at Xiao Xuan, and couldn't help but said, Can he do it? This time, the eyes of the disciples of Lingyun's sect were also focused on Xiao Xuan. Regarding these questioning glances, Xiao Xuan was not surprised. He had met a lot of people in such a long time. There are too many people who look down on him. But in the end, without exception, they all slapped themselves in the face. And some even lost their lives due to bad luck. Your Lingyun sect is really interesting. Could it be that you think that a doctor with 1 star in the Blue God realm can cure your master's injuries? After seeing Xiao Xuan, Yao Xin's face looked a little ugly. He has long coveted the beauty of Mingyi Sword Immortal. Although, as the young master of the Yao family, there seems to be a gap in seniority between him and the master of the sect like Mingyi Sword Immortal. But I don't know why. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 980 Fragments of Heavenly Swordsmanship, Heavenly Sword. Let's go. After remembering Xiao Xuan's appearance, Yao Xin didn't say anything more. He turned around and left. Among Lingyun's sect, facing Xiao Xuan, Sword Immortal Mingyi still looked calm, but a cold power still emanated from her from time to time. Xiao Xuan could tell At this moment, she was still barely able to control the cold power in her body, otherwise, her current situation would be even worse. Sword Immortal Mingy, can you let me see the condition of the wound? In front of a stone platform, Xiao Xuan stood next to Qing Lingyun and asked. Tentatively, I heard that the cold power of the ice soul python's body is extremely powerful. If you suppress it forcibly, I'm afraid it will damage the meridians. Good. This ice soul python has reached 100 years old, and the cold power in its body is extremely powerful. Qing Lingyun added, that is to say, the master used the sword's gangfeng to protect his heart before the battle, otherwise. Don't wait for Qing Lingyun to finish. Mingy Sword Immortal interrupted her, there is no need to talk about the past. The failure of this hunting was due to our own lack of strength. We cannot blame others. Qing Mingyun instead added, Master, you can't say that. We feel that this time we must have fallen into someone else's trap. It seems that someone is specifically targeting our Lingyun sect. Who do you think it is? Mingy Sword Immortal asked directly. At this moment, Qing Mingyun and Qing Lingyun looked at each other and became a little silent. Instead, it was Xiao Xuan who said, if my prediction is correct, this trap may have been set by the Yao family. Say it. Everyone in Lingyun sect looked solemn. Although they also despise the Yao family's methods, if they really want to fall out with the Yao family, they probably still have to think about it. Do you know the strength of the Yao family? Sword Immortal Mingy turned back and glanced at Xiao Xuan. No matter what his strength is. If you do such a disgusting thing, you don't deserve respect. Xiao Xuan shook his head. In the mysterious world, although there is no shortage of doctors, alchemists, and alchemists in the world, the reason why they are willing to treat others is still for themselves. But this shameless method by the pharmacist really brings shame to the doctors all over the world. More importantly, this medicine family also claims to be the largest family of doctors in Wanglong City. Wouldn't this act be an embarrassment to all the doctors in the world? Although Xiao Xuan was not a doctor originally, but after getting the 10,000 gold prescription, he could be regarded as inheriting the medical skill inheritance of old man Tianyin. With this ability, naturally, we must bear corresponding responsibilities. At this moment, seeing a shameless doctor like Yao Jia, he was naturally filled with anger and dissatisfaction. Are you also a doctor? Sword Immortal Mingy lightly opened her lips and asked Xiao Xuan. Yes, I know a little bit about medical skills. Xiao Xuan nodded slightly and continued, I also have some confidence that I can treat your wounds. You? Qing Mingyun frowned. Xiao Xuan, are you really sure? That's great. Qing Lingyun suddenly had a smile on his face and quickly took his arm. If I'm right, you are only 1 star in the Blue God realm now? With such strength, can he also become a doctor? Mingy Sword Immortal was relatively calm. In fact, Xiao Xuan understood that after reaching the level of Mingy Sword Immortal, it was reasonable to have some doubts about him. But if you really want to talk about it. Although Xiao Xuan's realm on the surface is not very high. But if it comes to fighting against others, no one below 3 stars in the Song Shen realm will be his opponent without special means. Even if it is 5 stars in the Blue God realm. It's not like he doesn't have the strength to fight. In terms of medical treatment, he is definitely considered a top doctor as he possesses a wealth of prescriptions. Treat the wounds of some ice soul pythons. It's not impossible. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 981 Question? Treatment with pure yang kung fu. Perhaps. Later, I can use pure yang kung fu to help you get rid of the yin and cold toxins in your body. Xiao Xuan said. Say it. Instead, it attracted the attention of everyone in Lingyun's sect. They all looked at Xiao Xuan with strange eyes, with some doubts on their faces. Pure yang exercises restrain the poison of yin and cold. This is just common sense, and basically some practitioners will know the truth behind it. When Mingy's sword fairy was injured, they also thought about finding some practitioners who practiced pure yang techniques to help resolve the yin cold poison in her body. However, there are very few practitioners who practice the pure yang technique, and there are even fewer people who can reach the level of the little golden god by practicing the pure yang technique. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to find. Who knows? Now, Xiao Xuan actually offered to help remove the cold poison from Mingyi. Sword immortal? Is this a little too confident? Just 1 star in the blue god realm? Why can he do this? I wonder if Mingyi sword immortal would like to give it a try. Xiao Xuan asked directly with great confidence. Since it's the doctor invited by Lingyun, I'll give it a try. Although Mingyi sword immortal was a little hesitant. However, seeing Xiao Xuan's confident look, she felt inexplicably that this thing in front of her could really heal her. Mingyi sword immortal, the sect leader, said so. The female disciples of Lingyun's sect also looked at each other in confusion. And they could only hope that Xiao Xuan really had some means to heal their sect's injuries. To others, maybe he doesn't have that much trust in Xiao Xuan. However, it was different for Qing Lingyun. She knew what kind of person Xiao Xuan was. After asking the other female disciples to leave the stone platform, Xiao Xuan began to slowly operate the pure yang sword art on his body. The magical skills are slowly operating. In this secret room, warm pure yang aura appeared. Under the guidance of Xiao Xuan, these auras slowly surrounded Mingyi sword immortal. Now, under the warmth of these pure yang exercises, Mingyi sword immortal also felt that the cold toxins in her body were somewhat suppressed, and the painful muscles and bones also became more relaxed. This made her beautiful eyebrows stretch slightly. I couldn't help but look at Xiao Xuan with admiration. She was also a little surprised. She never expected that Xiao Xuan would have this ability to help her relieve the pain in her body. Seeing Mingyi sword fairy's expression, Xiao Xuan also understood that it was probably the pure yang technique in him that played a role, so his expression became more and more serious. According to the introduction of Wanjin prescription, if you want to treat the bite of the ice soul python, you need to use pure yang techniques to expel all the cold and cold poison from the injured person's body. At the same time, it is more necessary to use warming yang elixirs as assistance. Xiao Xuan also took out a red pill and handed it to Mingyi sword immortal. This pure yang pill can temporarily increase the yang qi. It can be used with my pure yang sword art to drive away the coldness in your body poison. See the red pure yang dan. Mingyi sword immortal was stunned for a moment, and then took it. The swordsmanship she practices is also biased towards the swordsmanship of the Inhan lineage. She didn't know if taking this pure yang elixir would damage her original Inhan swordsmanship. What's wrong? Seeing Mingyi sword immortal's hesitation, Xiao Xuan asked doubtfully. Nothing. Thank you very much. Mingyi sword immortal swallowed the pure yang pill in one gulp without saying anything. The pure yang elixir enters the body. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 982. The cold poison is directly absorbed by the magic circle in the body. Can you set up a magic circle? Mingyi sword immortal couldn't help but be confused. As a strong person in the realm of little golden god, she naturally knows what kind of existence the magic circle is. If the array is properly arranged, it can increase the effect of cultivation, greatly improve combat effectiveness, improve the effectiveness of elixirs, and even increase the Success rate of weapon refining. On the Great Tao continent, the status of a high-level magician is not inferior to that of an alchemist or a weapon refiner. But according to her understanding, only when one's cultivation reaches the realm of the little golden god and the power of the soul breaks through to the intermediate level of reality, can one become a magic circle master. Now, Xiao Xuan actually said that he could set up a magic circle? Is this true? Think of this. Sword Immortal Mingy couldn't help but look at Xiao Xuan a few more times and asked, to set up the magic circle, the minimum soul required is to reach the middle level of reality. Could it be that your soul has reached this level? Questions about Mingy Sword Fairy. Xiao Xuan did not answer directly, but just used the skills on his body a little, and then a phantom spell was condensed around her. This phantom looks exactly like him. He didn't even notice the breath on his body. At first glance, it looks like a clone of himself. See here. Mingy Sword Immortal was also surprised, and at the same time he understood that Xiao Xuan's strength had indeed reached the middle level of reality. To this, she really had a little more hope. Could it be said that Xiao Xuan could really expel the cold poison from her body? Although before, Mingy Sword Immortal looked calm in front of the Yao family and even her own sect disciples. It seemed that the ice python's poison had limited damage to her. But actually, the century-old ice python was extremely poisonous. Every night, the toxin would attack her heart, making her feel that life was worse than death. Over time, it might even make her fall down. But Mingy Sword Immortal knows that in Lingyun's sect, she is like the backbone for the stability of the sect. She had to hold back the pain. Try not to let others see the impact of the ice soul python's poison on her. As for herself, naturally, she also hopes that a doctor can cure the ice python's poison, but she will never agree to the doctor's conditions. Good. Xiao Xuan was embarrassed to say it. This is the first time he has placed a magic circle in someone else's body. Actually, after coming to Dao continent, thanks to the system, he really got a lot of magic circles. From the Qinglin spirit gathering formation before to the black hell demon killing formation at the back. He has used all these magic circles. However, it was Xiao Xuan's first time to set up a magic circle in someone else's body. For this, perhaps most people would feel a little guilty. After all, Mingy Sword Immortal is a strong person in the little golden god realm. The power of the soul of such a character is definitely not weak. If you are not careful, danger may occur. If you want to forcibly remove this cold force, in addition to having rich experience in setting up magic circles, you also need to have enough strength to resist the backlash of her soul. This is by no means as simple as words. The spirit of reality. Last but not least, the doctor's strength must reach 7 or 8 stars in the blue god realm. Such doctors are not easy to find. Did not expect. I actually faced one today. Regarding this, Mingy Sword Immortal couldn't help but look at Xiao Xuan with admiration. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 983, The Female Swordsman's Guilt and Magical Medical Skills. It doesn't have to be this way. Xiao Xuan shook his head, everyone gets what they need. I just promised Qing Lingyun that I would do my best. Mingy Sword Immortal was stunned. Then, he also looked at Xiao Xuan with relief. You know, she is a strong person in the realm of the little golden god, and she still has some say in Wanglong City. Moreover, Lingyun's sect can be regarded as an ancient sect. Even if it is not as good as when it was at its peak now, 5 or 6 Song Shin realm Dzogchen can still be achieved. Plus she is such a beautiful swordsman. As long as people know her, In some matters, he would give her some face, just like a pharmacist. Who knows now? How could Xiao Xuan, a once-dark Songshan realm, be so arrogant? If he hadn't seen his realm, Sword Immortal Mingi would have thought that he was also a strong man in the little golden god realm. Good. The half-volume Tian Song sword technique is this thing. Mingi Sword Immortal was very straightforward. She took out a jade slip directly from the space magic weapon and handed it to Xiao Xuan. You have half a month to understand it. After half a month, it will automatically dissipate. Thank you. Half a month is enough. Xiao Xuan nodded. Recently, apart from the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce auction, he has nothing else to do. The mining of the purple spirit mine should not require his help. Let him have enough time to understand the so-called Tian Song sword technique. After hearing Xiao Xuan's confident words, Mingi Sword Immortal couldn't help but be surprised. Heaven-level swordsmanship is still a swordsmanship that only exists in half a volume. It is undoubtedly very difficult for ordinary practitioners to master it. Generally speaking, only cultivators above the Golden God realm are qualified to understand heaven-level Taoism. Even she herself has not fully understood this half-volume heavenly sword art. Why can Xiao Xuan be so confident? Is it possible that you really think you are the proud one of heaven? And actually, on the great Dao continent, and even in the East Wasteland giant continent in Wanglong City, there is never a shortage of highly talented practitioners. But most of these cultivators ended up stuck in the Blue God realm, unable to enter the Golden God realm. Young Master, Xiao Xuan, please take a break. I'll ask my servants to prepare a banquet as a way of thanking you. Mingi Sword Immortal said. Good. Just had some treatment. It is a huge drain on both the body and the soul. At this time, even if he wanted to leave, he couldn't. Simply. He leaned on the stone platform and fell into a deep sleep. Dimly, he just felt a little cold, and there was a pleasant aroma in his nose. He simply covered himself casually. Wait until Mingi Sword Fairy comes back. Seeing the scene on the stone platform, her pretty face immediately turned red. It turns out that the ice swordsmanship she practiced required resting in a cold place to hone her body's cold ability. This stone platform looks simple. In fact, it is also a treasure with a breath of ice. For Mingi Sword Immortal, this is a cultivation treasure, but for ordinary people, it is a bit cold. Originally, she just wanted her disciples to prepare a guest room for Xiao Xuan. Who knew, Xiao Xuan actually fell asleep here. The key is, in this place, there are also some clothes and bedding that Mingi Jianxian usually used when he slept. Now it is used by Xiao Xuan. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 984, Cooperation, Betrayal of Apprentices. Confusion? Could it be that the revival of spiritual energy will bring such a crisis? The appearance of the purple spirit mine is indeed a bit sudden. We must also work hard to become stronger. Mingi Sword Immortal's words came out. Within Lingyun sect, a group of female disciples also started talking about it. In this regard, Mingi Sword Immortal was really interested in Xiao Xuan. Although she is not very old, she can be regarded as a veteran and powerful person in Wanglong City. She had a good reputation in Wanglong City a few years ago. Now, after seeing Xiao Xuan's talent, she really wanted to accept a disciple. Of course, this is also under the premise that Xiao Xuan is willing. The other side. I don't know how long I slept. When he opened his eyes again, Xiao Xuan saw the fragrant clothes in his hands, and his face turned slightly red. He quickly and carefully hid this thing. Then he walked out of the stone platform carefully. Turned his head. Only then did he see Sword Immortal Mingi and a group of disciples waiting. For him in the distance, as if they had something to say. I have kept you waiting for so long. Xiao Xuan was a little embarrassed. It doesn't matter. Young master Xiao Xuan saved my master, and he is considered a benefactor in our sect. If necessary in the future, our Lingyun sect will do our best. Qing Lingyun said with gratitude. Thank you. Xiao Xuan nodded. Many friends, many paths. Lingyun sect is also considered a not weak sect in Wanglong City. For such an existence. Although Xiao Xuan didn't deliberately make friends with them, he didn't despise them either. Thinking of this, he also politely agreed. Ling Yun, host a banquet to entertain young master Xiao Xuan as a token of our gratitude from Lingyun sect. Mingy Sword Immortal said. That's not necessary. The time is tight in half a month. I want to understand this Tian Song Jian as soon as possible. Xiao Xuan decisively refused. He also knew that with the revival of spiritual energy, various sects in Wanglong City would also be ready to take action in the fight for the Purple Spirit Mine. He defeated Mu Xiaozong and Xue Qinglin and already made a lot of limelight. Come to think of it, he should have become a thorn in the side of the city. Lord's Mansion and Qinglei Palace now. Maybe when someone will cause trouble for him. What he has to do now is to seize the time to improve his strength and try to understand the Tian Song sword as soon as possible. As for the banquet, he really wasn't that interested. One more thing. I wonder where young Master Xiao Xuan came from? Is he from Wanglong City? Mingy Sword Immortal asked tentatively. If Mr. Xiao is interested, the door of our Lingyun sect will be open to you. Hear this. Xiao Xuan couldn't help being stunned. After he came to Lingyun sect, he had already discovered that all of the huge Lingyun sect were female disciples. This cannot be a coincidence. Thinking about it, this should also be some of the rules within Lingyun sect. But why would Mingy Sword Immortal take the initiative to recruit him at this time? Isn't this against the rules? Isn't this against your rules? Xiao Xuan asked. I see that there seems to be no men in your sect. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 985 Confusing Signals, Crisis at the Auction House. I communicated with Mingy Sword Fairy about the essence of Tian Song Sword. Xiao Xuan also turned and left. Returned to Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. Xiao Xuan discovered that Zhang Fulong was indeed very efficient. In just a few days, the Purple Spirit Mine had been mined. Carloads of ore filled with spiritual energy were dug out, sent to the Chamber of Commerce for sale. What's the price of these ores? How much can be mined every day? Xiao Xuan stopped a miner and asked. It turns out to be Mr. Xiao. According to the current mining capacity of our Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, we can mine about 1 ton of purple spirit ore every day. Each kilogram of purple spirit ore can be sold for about 1,000 Dao stones. The miner saw it was Xiao Xuan and said quickly. Hear this. Xiao Xuan also nodded secretly. It seems that this purple spirit mine is really a precious place. No wonder Zhang Fulong attaches so much importance to this mine, and even a proud man like Elder Long Quan actively seeks out people like Lin Xiaoqing and Ling Yun. It seems that this effort and gain are still directly proportional. By the way, Mr. Xiao Xuan, the young master has said that if you come back, he will ask you to go to the meeting hall and make arrangements for the auction house. At this time, the miner captain saw Xiao Xuan and ran over in a hurry. Xiao Xuan was also stunned by this. He had heard before that among the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce's business, the auction house was a relatively remarkable entity. Zhang Fulong could be so anxious to find him. It must be no small matter. Xiao Xuan did not dare to neglect, and followed the corridor of the Chamber of Commerce to the backyard meeting hall. He didn't notice until he arrived. Inside the meeting hall, several senior officials of the Chamber of Commerce were already sitting down, as well as a few new faces. Even Mu Lao worshipper looked serious. Clearly, something important had happened. After Xiao Xuan took the initiative to salute a few familiar senior officials, he casually found a seat and sat down. Actually, according to the status that Mu Lao enshrined to him before, he is now considered the number 2 figure in the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. And his status is even higher than Zhang Fulong. Although, for Xiao Xuan, it doesn't matter about status. But now, with such a position, he also wants to pursue his own affairs in his position, and wants to hear what happened today. It is worth noting. After seeing Xiao Xuan appear, some people from the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce also showed relaxed expressions on their faces. Among them are Mu Lao Zongfeng and Zhang Fulong. Mu Lao worships. We from the Python gang came today not to provoke, but to discuss cooperation with your Chamber of Commerce. If the Ghost Chamber of Commerce insists on refusing, I'm afraid it will harm the peace. At this time a skinny young man in black robes stood up and said sadly, I don't know, can Mr. Mu give me Hu Qingdao some face? Hu Qingdao, we know very well who you are. Over the years, your Python gang has been burning, killing, and looting near Wanlong City. You have done all kinds of evil. Isn't it ridiculous that we, the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, are talking about cooperation today? Mu Lao worshipped without saying a word. On the contrary, Zhang Fulong next to him looked indignant. A few years ago, our Wanjing Chamber of Commerce lost 3 disciples in Ming Mountain. Could it be said that you, the main gang, don't know about this at all? Zhang Fulong scolded him like this. The skinny young man sneered, young patriarch, you must speak with evidence. What evidence do you have to prove that the disciples lost by your Wanjing Chamber of Commerce were caused by our Python gang? The main gang's territory is all in Mongshan. Everyone in Wanlong City knows this. Isn't it obvious? Zhang Fulong gritted his teeth and said, but at that time, you were interested in that batch of gemstones, and you thought we didn't know about it? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 986 Confrontation, the arrogant leader of the Python gang. Oh? What? Is there anything in the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce that you, Mu Lao, sure, can't do as the master? Hu Qingdao looked around with an unruly look on his face. The reason why he can be so arrogant. It's not that he himself is very powerful, on the contrary, all he relies on is the Python gang behind him. The overall strength of the main gang is not as good as those of Wanjing Chamber of Commerce and Qinglei Palace. However, the Python gang is better in numbers. From the palace of the city lord of Qinglei Palace to the beggars and craftsmen, these people will more or less have some friendship with the Python gang. Therefore, the Python gang's influence in Wanlong City is not low. If the Python gang is determined to go against Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, it will really be a big trouble for the latter. More importantly, although Hu Qingdao, the leader of the main gang, didn't say much, but anyone with a discerning eye can see that this time, the Python gang must be leaning against a big tree. That's why I dare to be so arrogant and seek cooperation with Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. After all, he, Hu Qingdao, is not a fool. It's not like he dared to challenge the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce without the slightest confidence, and even questioned Mu Lao Zongfeng face to face. Xiao Xuan? Are you Xiao Xuan? Hu Qingdao turned around and looked around, and found that everyone's eyes were on a person with a 1-star rank in the Blue God realm. He couldn't help but have a smile on his face. 1 star in the Tsongshan realm? A person with such strength, even in their Python gang, is not a person with much say. Mu Lao worshipped such a person unexpectedly. It was actually a bit beyond his expectation. You know, Hu Qingdao has been hanging out in the suburbs of Wanglong City for so many years, and he has killed many such people with his sword. At this moment Xiao Xuan appeared. There was no threat to him at all. Good. I heard that your gang plans to split the purple spirit or 50-50 with our Chamber of Commerce? I think this condition is a bit too much. Xiao Xuan took a look at Mu Lao's offering. Hu Qingdao was directly rejected. In fact, he understands the difficulty of Mu Lao Chong. As the highest-ranking person in the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, Mu Lao Chong will not only anger Hu Qingdao but also make Wanjing Chamber of Commerce and the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce quarrel with him. The Python gang became enemies. This is for the future of Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. Definitely not a good thing. But if you don't refuse, I'm afraid it will bring disrepute to Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, and even affect Wanjing Chamber of Commerce's status in Wanglong City. It even caused many sects that coveted the interests of Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, it is definitely the best choice for Xiao Xuan to come forward. You? Why do you say that? Hu Qingdao looked Xiao Xuan up and down, frowned slightly, and said with a bit of impatience on his face, "Can you make the decision in this matter?" Good. As long as I agree, I believe that Mulazong will not object. Xiao Xuan nodded confidently. Hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Hu Qingdao's eyes. Of course he understood that, compared to dealing with Mu Lao Feng, Xiao Xuan, a guy with 1 star in the Blue God realm, was naturally the easier one to deal with. If what Xiao Xuan said is true, then it would be much easier for the Python gang to move into the Ziki spirit mine. After rolling his eyes, he came directly to Xiao Xuan, and a kind smile actually appeared on his thin face. This brother. You have lived in the city for a long time, so you don't know the dangers on the outskirts of Wanglong City. Think about it. The Purple Chi Spirit Mine has been born. This is a treasure mine that even the City Lord's Mansion and Qinglei Palace covet. There are countless sects near Wanglong City who are eyeing this piece of fat. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 987, Hu Qingdao's message indeed has a back end. Gang leader Hu. Then open the skylight and speak frankly. Speaking of which, you can be considered the leader of a gang. Do you still have to hide something like this? Mu Lao was very satisfied with Xiao Xuan's probing. What he wants. Just to figure out what kind of sect or what kind of person is standing behind this. Now that Xiao Xuan has tested it out, he no longer spoke politely. At this moment, he was facing Shangmu Laozu and the group of elders behind him. Hu Qingdao does feel like he is riding a tiger but cannot get off. No matter what, he can be regarded as the leader of the Python gang. For such a situation, if he doesn't give a reasonable explanation, I'm afraid he will really be unable to step down. Good. Originally, I didn't want to say it. But since Mu Lao has to ask, I will tell you straight away. Standing behind us are the Green Thunder Palace and the Blood Dragon Gang. Hu Qingdao looked unruly. It was like, what an amazing thing he just said. In response to this, the faces of the people from the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce were a little solemn, although it was not yet known whether he was bluffing. But don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of the worst. If the Python gang really has the backing of these two sects, it will definitely be a huge threat to the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. Even these two sects probably already know that what the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce has obtained is not a spiritual mine, but a vein of minerals. Hu Qingdao, are you trying to trick me? Qinglei Palace is one of the most powerful sects within the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. How could it possibly collude with you? Mu Lao worshipped directly. Who would have expected? Hearing this, Hu Qingdao smiled instead. Does Mu Lao worship live in ancient times? The purple gas mineral vein is not a mysterious level spiritual treasure. When such a treasure appears, do you think those sects can be honest? Do you really give up? Say it. The people present were in an uproar. According to the legend of Wanlong City, Wanjing Chamber of Commerce only obtained a purple spirit mine. But now, it turns out to be a vein of minerals. The people in the Python gang naturally show greed on their faces. As for the people of Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, they were extremely shocked. When they knew the news, they had already blocked the news according to the wishes of the old priest. So, how did this news get out? Unless there is a traitor in their Chamber of Commerce. For a while, the people inside the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce looked at each other and started to doubt the inside. See this. Zhang Fulong's face became more and more serious, and then he smiled softly and asked directly to Hu Qingdao, gang leader Hu, if my prediction is good. These should be your own guesses, right? You haven't come to our mine. How did you know this news? Even if you want to sow discord among us, your choice is a bit too childish. Ha ha ha. Young Master Fulong, there is no need to hide anything. To be honest, this is already an open secret in the entire Wanlong City. Hu Qingdao laughed. Speaking of which, everyone's faces were a little cold. Especially the elders of Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, they all know the importance of this purple spirit mine to them. It can be said, relying on this batch of purple spirit minerals, it is very likely that they will cultivate a large number of real powerhouses in the little golden god realm. But now, the news has leaked out. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 988. The traitor is indeed him. I said. Elder Long Quan told me this. He said that the reason why your Wanjing Chamber of Commerce has a strong man like Mr. Xiao Xuan this time is because of this vein of purple gas. Hu Qingdao told everything about how he came into contact with Elder Long Quan, and how he contacted the Blood Dragon Gang and Qinglei Palace. Hear these words. Xiao Xuan's face became increasingly ugly. He didn't expect that. At that time, a single thought of kindness towards Elder Long Quan actually brought such big trouble to Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. To know. Once upon a time, Elder Long Quan, as the elder of the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. There is a lot of information about chambers of commerce, and it is not easy for ordinary people to know these things. And now, if Elder Long Quan betrays the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce and joins the Blood Dragon Gang or even the Green Thunder Palace, it will definitely be a troublesome matter for the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. Even if one day Elder Long Quan secretly harmed Mu Lao, but they didn't know it. Good. I didn't expect it to be Long Quan. Mu Lao's face became more and more gloomy, his fists clenched slightly, and Hui Muzadeo in the meeting hall suddenly became stunned, obviously really angry. This time, even Xiao Xuan was secretly surprised, looking at him in disbelief. He knew that Mu Lao might have murderous intentions this time. Hu Qingdao and others were also startled, and couldn't help but retreat one after another, looking at the former with pale faces. But now they have no chance to explain. Ash would like a spear. It instantly penetrated the bodies of the people in the Python gang. Hu Qingdao was directly pierced by a particularly thick gray wood, and scarlet and sticky blood flowed out of his mouth. His eyes widened. He looked at the people in front of him in disbelief. It seems a bit unbelievable that he, a powerful 8-star Songshan realm, could be killed in an instant. Also secretly shocked was Xiao Xuan on the other side. He can tell. When he killed Hu Qingdao and others just now, Mulao Zongfeng didn't even use any strength, it seemed like he was just moving his hands. This also made Xiao Xuan realize the difference between the Golden God realm and the Blue God realm. Once, he also remembered that it was easy for its Songshan realm cultivator to kill a Spirit God realm cultivator. But he didn't expect that Mulao, who was in the Little Golden God realm, could use just one move. A strong man with 8 stars in the Blue God realm was killed. Dispose of these bodies. Zhang Fulong ordered his subordinates to dispose of the body, and then followed Mulao Zongfeng and Xiao Xuan to a clean inner court. Although some people from the Python gang were solved, even Hu Qingdao, the leader of the Python gang, was eliminated. But this does not mean that the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce's troubles are resolved. On the contrary, after killing Hu Qingdao, it means that the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce will face greater troubles. Needless to say, Qinglei Palace and Blood Dragon Gang, the Python gang, will never give up. At least, the Python gang with tens of thousands of people is a big trouble for any sect. Old worshipper, this time. Zhang Fulong was about to say something, but he was interrupted by Mulao Zongfeng, who then just waved his hand and asked, "How are you preparing for this auction in Wanglong City?" Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 989, Shock. The Conquered Blood Wolf Mercenary Group. You can rest assured about this. The Blood Wolf Mercenary Group will definitely be obedient, Xiao Xuan said. After saying that, in front of the 2 people, he condensed a ghost shadow in his hand. It is the soul contract with Lang Tuesday. See this. Zhang Fulong was shocked. He had met Lang Tu, the leader of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group, and at this moment, he recognized the spirit at a glance. In this regard, the worshipper Mu Lao next to him was equally surprised. He can tell. This turned out to be a divine soul contract. Xiao Xuan could actually plant a soul contract on Lang Tu? This is simply unbelievable. After all, Xiao Xuan is only a 1-star cultivator in the Blue God realm. According to normal circumstances, it's impossible for him to have this ability. Could it be that he used some unconventional means to fix the soul contract with Lang Tuesday? For a time, the 2 people's eyes also focused on Xiao Xuan at the same time. Obviously, they are all curious about this matter. Is it possible that Xiao Xuan's soul power has become so powerful? Speaking of which, it's just good luck. Xiao Xuan did not want to hide anything from Mulao Zongfeng and Zhang Fulong, but continued, "Actually, I met a friend in the Qinghua Empire at that time, and she was accidentally captured by the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group. I went to rescue her. By the way, we also took over the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group." Xiao Xuan said it calmly. However, Zhang Fulong's face changed slightly. "By the way? Accept it? Is this the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group?" Recently, the most famous mercenary group in Wanglong City was actually accepted by Xiao Xuan so easily? Isn't this a bit too shocking? Brother Xiao Xuan, your move is really shocking. Zhang Fulong couldn't help but sigh. It's nothing special. Actually, the ability to take over the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group at that time was just a casual move, nothing more. Xiao Xuan didn't want to be in the limelight. However, when he said these words, the people next to him were even more surprised. Even Mu Lao couldn't help but take a second look. That's what I mean. Could it be that, in your opinion, taking down these people is normal? Zhang Fulong couldn't help but ask directly, "Do you know the reputation of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group in Wanglong City?" Xiao Xuan was stunned. Actually, he had indeed heard of the reputation of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group before. Moreover, he also understood that Qingli, as the princess of the Qinghua empire, could take the initiative to find the Blood Wolf mercenary group. Which was enough to prove that the Blood Wolf mercenary group even had the ability to help the Qinghua Empire recover. This is definitely not as simple as talking. Then this matter depends on brother Xiao Xuan. Zhang Fulong thought for a while and said seriously, of course, if you need any expenses, just contact our Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. Xiao Xuan also nodded. He knew that the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce was not short of money anyway, and what they could come up with would definitely be good. From a certain perspective. He also hasn't seen the Blood Wolf mercenary group for a long time. I don't know what's going on with the Blood Wolf mercenary group now. Correct. Is there anything novel in this auction? Xiao Xuan asked directly, if possible, I want to find something. Hearing this, Zhang Fulong was a little surprised, but also very curious. In his impression, Xiao Xuan had always been mysterious. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 990, The Message of Crouching Dragon Grass, Soul Grass. Wulong Grass? Wulong Grass. What Xiao Xuan didn't expect was. After hearing his words, Zhang Fulong and Mu Kangfeng both looked surprised, as if they had heard something unbelievable. This time, Xiao Xuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that these two people could actually have such a big reaction. What? This thing is very expensive, isn't it? Xiao Xuan thought secretly. Crouching dragon grass is just something the system says is used to enhance the power of the soul, nothing more. In the future, his Shunlong Kung Fu will need to be upgraded to the 9th level. This will also be very important in the future. 3rd grade spiritual grass is indeed valuable, but our Chamber of Commerce may not be able to produce it. Zhang Fulong nodded and said, it's just that the power of the soul contained in the crouching dragon grass here is extremely powerful. If you use it properly, it can greatly increase your power of the soul. But if you use it improperly, I'm afraid you will be counterattacked by the soul, which is very dangerous. Mu Lao worshipped the same nod. Obviously, he also quite recognized what Zhang Fulong said. This aroused Xiao Xuan's curiosity. Isn't it just a spiritual grass? Is it that important? This matter has even attracted the attention of Mu Lao, who is in the realm of the little golden god? Isn't this a bit strange? Regarding this, he couldn't help but look at the two people in front of him and said directly, so, are there any such spiritual herbs in this auction? Have. Speaking of which, you are also lucky. This time, Wang Longqing's pharmacist really has a batch of medicinal materials, including this crouching dragon grass. Zhang Fulong smiled and said, don't worry, since you need it, the Chamber of Commerce can communicate with the pharmacist in advance and we will definitely help you get it. Medicine family? Why are they? Xiao Xuan was a little dumbfounded. This is really a narrow road between enemies. He just defended Yao Xian, the young master of the Yao family, and now he needs to use their crouching dragon grass? He knows it too. With the power of the pharmacist, they will soon know what happened to Lingyun's sect, and they will probably treat him as an enemy. Under such circumstances, at least Yao Xian from the Yao family would not sell crouching dragon grass to him easily. It seems that there will be a lot of trouble involved. Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but shook his head helplessly. What's wrong? Don't worry, our Wanjing Chamber of Commerce doesn't say how powerful it is. But a single herb can still help you find it. Seeing Xiao Xuan a little discouraged, Zhang Fulong took the initiative to persuade. Besides, the Yao family has a pretty good relationship with our Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, and they often sell medicinal herbs to us. I saw Zhang Fulong and Mu Lao worshipping in confusion. Xiao Xuan no longer concealed it. 1510. Tell him everything he did in Lingyun's sect. He originally thought that saying these words would make Zhang Fulong and Mu Lao worship worried. Who knows? After hearing this, both of their faces turned into surprise. Looking at Xiao Xuan, he became even more excited. I never thought at the time that Wanjin Chamber of Commerce and the Yao family had a cooperation project one, so that's why the Yao family offended. The Yao family. I wonder if this will have a big impact on the Chamber of Commerce? Xiao Xuan was a little embarrassed. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 991 A good thing, Wanjin Chamber of Commerce's luck. Hear these words. Xiao Xuan was a bit dumbfounded. He didn't expect that something he did casually would help the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce by accident. But even so, he was still a little curious. Even if what Mu Lao Zongfang said is true and the Tianyan sect and Lingyun sect were very powerful before, so what? He has seen it with his own eyes. Now, these two sects are far inferior to before. Could they be of any benefit to Wanjin Shanghui now? Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but ask, even if the Chamber of Commerce has a relationship with Lingyun sect, it seems, there is no benefit, right? At that time even the Yao family took the initiative to threaten Lingyun sect. Isn't there some problem in this? What? For these words, Mu Lao worshipped but shook his head. Xiao Xuan, you don't know this. The reason why these two sects were able to stand at the top of the Eastern Wilderness continent was that their sects could cultivate a large number of powerful people in the Blue God realm and even the Golden God realm. As time goes by, these two sects become lonely. However, the means to cultivate strong men must also include inheritance. If a sect can obtain these inheritances, then it is only a matter of time before it can stand at the top of the continent again. Mulazong said seriously, it can be said that even the three major sects now do not have these inheritances. Say it. Xiao Xuan and Zhang Fulong also understood instantly. At this time, Xiao Xuan also realized that he had not found any real powerful person in the Golden God realm among Lingyun sect. However, Lingyun sect still has the ability to arrange secret realms in Wanglong City. This is enough to prove the foundation of this sect. So, since these two sects have such amazing inheritances, why haven't they cultivated strong men in the Golden God realm yet? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but ask. Have no idea. Maybe there's something missing. After hearing Xiao Xuan's question, Mu Lao's answer was very simple. For a time, Xiao Xuan and Zhang Fulong just looked at each other, with a bit of embarrassment and helplessness on their faces. Indeed, it was impossible for Mu Lao to deceive them. So maybe there are some difficult problems that are difficult to solve in these two sects? Think of this. Xiao Xuan was also a little more dignified. According to what was said before, the strongest cultivator on the Eastern Barren continent is the Golden God realm. And the three Golden Gods on the bright side. They are also the three apprentices of Old Man Tianyan. If a sect really has the ability to cultivate strong men in the Golden God realm, this would definitely be a great good thing for this sect. It can even be said to be a necessary factor for dominance for these forces. If Xiao Xuan wants to say that he is not curious or eager, it must be a lie. After all, the ultimate goal of his training for such a long time was to become stronger and to explore the secrets of the origin of Dao continent. The Blue God realm is still too weak after all. Think of this. Xiao Xuan was also a little more serious. As for the crouching dragon grass, I believe that, since the Yao family has taken it out, they will also take the initiative to auction it. When the time comes, our internal staff from the Chamber of Commerce will directly take the photo. Zhang Fulong said directly, Elder Long Quan's affairs are all yours. Xiao Xuan nodded naturally. After arriving at Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, he has also received a lot of care, and he will naturally do his best for this matter regarding the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. As for the Blood Wolf mercenary group, he hasn't contacted me for a long time. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 992 Behead. Wolf 2's Methods. Contradiction? No, there is no contradiction. This is originally a requirement of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. As long as you complete this matter, there will be a commission from the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. Xiao Xuan asked directly, is there any problem? Hear this. Lang Tu was also stunned. Only then did he realize that the task assigned to him by Xiao Xuan was actually an invitation from the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. Before, although the Blood Wolf mercenary group had some reputation in Wanglong City, however, the reputation is limited to some ordinary sections. For large sects such as the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce and the City Lords Mansion, the Blood Wolf mercenary group is somewhat out of the spotlight. Now I heard Xiao Xuan's words. There was also a bit of curiosity on his face. He didn't quite understand why Xiao Xuan, a one-star cultivator in the Blue God realm, could actually enter the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. You can even receive the task of killing the elders. If he expected it well. This elder Long Quan should be considered a high-status figure within the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. To kill such people, it must require the consent and approval of the upper management of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. That means that Xiao Xuan has already come into contact with the upper echelons of Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. Thinking of this, Lang Tu was even more respectful and surprised towards Xiao Xuan, and asked cautiously, Master Xiao Xuan, could it be said that this mission of yours is actually the intention of the upper echelon of Wanjin Chamber of Commerce? Good. Speaking of which, Elder Long Quan is an elder who defected. If you want to deal with him, you will naturally need some means. What help do you need? Xiao Xuan is also very cautious. He knew that Elder Long Quan must have known a lot of information since he had been in the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce for many years. Such a character does not matter whether he is in Qinglei Palace or the Blood Dragon Gang. I'm afraid there will be guests sitting there. Moreover, he himself is still a 5-star cultivator of Songshan realm. For a master of this level, it is really difficult for ordinary people to deal with it. I just don't know where this elder Long Quan is now. Lang Tu asked. Tentatively. Qinglei Palace or the Blood Dragon Gang. Xiao Xuan shook his head. He couldn't be sure. According to what Hu Qingdao said, it should be these two gangs standing behind him. As for whether the City Lord's palace intervened, there's really no way to determine it directly. Therefore, at this time, he could only give a rough range and wanted to see what Lang Tu was capable of. Professional people do professional things. Since Lang Tu is the leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary group, there are some things that he should naturally be better at. Good. I understand. I'll ask my brothers to look for it and try to make it as clean as possible. Lang Tu nodded. However, looking at Xiao Xuan, he still hesitated to speak. Seeing him like this, Xiao Xuan also asked directly, if you have anything to do, just tell me. It's nothing. It's just that, the matter with the Qinghua Empire has been resolved, and the brothers actually want to follow you. Lang Tu said carefully, although our brothers are average in strength, we can still help you to some extent, right? After hearing this, Xiao Xuan was a little surprised. He really didn't expect that Lang Tu would talk like this. But it's normal to think about it. Lang Tu's sole contract is still with him. Under such circumstances, Lang Tu definitely didn't want him to die inexplicably. Wouldn't this kill him? That's why it was so warm at this time. After thinking about it, Xiao Xuan believes that this may be the reason. But please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 993 Siege, the Trap of Qinglei Palace. Xiao Xuan killed the 2 besiegers with 1 sword. This scene immediately stunned the 3rd besieger. The 3 of them were all 4-star practitioners of the Blue God realm. Moreover, they are all well-known killers in Wanglong City. When I heard that I only killed a 1-star in the Tsongshan realm, they thought it was something simple. But I didn't expect that there would be such a big change in the end. Even this 1-star Blue God realm directly killed 2 of his companions, even using such a simple method. See here. The big man with the knife was stunned for a moment, with a look of shock on his face, and he even forgot to raise the knife in his hand. Now, do you still want to struggle? Xiao Xuan looked at the last big man with a knife with cold eyes. For a time, the big man with the knife was so frightened that he almost sat down on the ground. As a 4-star of the Blue God realm, he never expected that he would be defeated by a 1-star of the Blue God realm today. At this time, he faced Xiao Xuan. It was like facing a ferocious and bloodthirsty beast, leaving him without any confidence to resist. I surrender. Facing such a powerful opponent, the strong man was frightened and dropped the sword in his hand to the ground with a clang. After hearing this, instead, Xiao Xuan almost laughed. In fact, he is considered a well-informed person, but he didn't expect that a killer would face him now. Are you scared before you even take action? Or even voluntarily surrender? This killer. Isn't it a bit too spineless? However, after thinking about it for a moment, he could understand the reason. After all, both companions were dead, and they were killed instantly. If he wasn't stupid, he would know that he was no match for Xiao Xuan. For a while, they were also extremely panicked. Looking at Xiao Xuan, it was as if he was seeing some terrifying figure. In response, Xiao Xuan also sneered. He knows. Some people just remember to eat but not to fight. If they had taken the initiative to give in just now, or named the person in charge behind the scenes, Xiao Xuan might have let them go. But it's different now. Since these guys were shameless, there was no need for him to be polite. The powerful spiritual power is released. Xiao Xuan directly attacked the big man's palace. God's mansion. This is the weakest point in most practitioners. Once Shenfu receives an attack, he will experience severe pain in his mind. If he is not careful, he may turn his opponent into a fool. However, this requires that one's soul is several times stronger than the opponent's. Xiao Xuan can feel it. The strong man in front of him has just reached the real state of his soul. A soul of this level has no chance to resist in front of him. A snow-white dragon soul appeared. It enveloped the strong man in front of him. The strong man just felt as if he was in a wild ancient land, surrounded by vast deserts, with the scorching sun shining on the earth and huge iron-gray boulders scattered around. A giant dragon appeared from between heaven and earth and streaked across the sky. Roared. In an instant, he felt that his liver and gallbladder were split apart. Before Xiao Xuan could open his mouth, he plopped and knelt directly on the ground. Say it. Who asked you to come? Xiao Xuan said directly, speak out and I can make your death easier. Under the cold eyes, the strong man was also completely frightened. He felt that there seemed to be endless majesty in the white dragon. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 994, Do you have the ability to kill me? As for the waiter in this shop, Xiao Xuan turned a deaf ear. He came to Qinglei Hall's shop today just to cause trouble, so he didn't take such sarcastic words to heart. If this guy is still making noise, When the time comes, just kill it with one sword. Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan also shook his head, looking at the defective spiritual treasures in the shop. He just sneered, are there really any cultivators for these broken bricks and tiles that no one wants? Say it. Not just a waiter. Even the ordinary people in the store still had a bit of curiosity on their faces, looking at Xiao Xuan with strange eyes. They couldn't believe it either. This person who is one star in the blue god realm can actually have such courage. Making trouble in the shops of Qinglei Hall? Is this guy really tired of living? After all, this is the territory of Qinglei Palace. In such a shop, there will definitely be experts from Qinglei Palace. Even if Xiao Xuan has the ability to challenge this master. Finally, it is inevitable that Qinglei Palace will not be provoked. On the ground of Wanglong City. Will any cultivator who offends the Qinglei Palace have a good end? Think of this. The waiter in the shop couldn't help but have a bit of contempt on his face. He sneered and said, boy, I have to say that you are very brave, but you don't care who owns this place. Since you are tired of living, then die. Oh? Qinglei Palace, right? I want to see how capable your Qinglei Palace is. Xiao Xuan sneered. If the master of Qinglei Palace comes, he may still be a little afraid, but now, he is just a mere guardian, so he is not that afraid yet. Brother system? Otherwise, you, the old man, can also give me some help? Xiao Xuan directly communicated with the system. He could know that after entering Wanglong City, the system seemed to have encountered some trouble and had been in a dormant state. It should be almost dormant now. Perhaps, the system should also help him, right? Think of this. Xiao Xuan also made a request directly, cultivation of the half-volume. Celestial sword is time-consuming and laborious, why not, the system brother? Give me a way to quickly understand it? System prompt, the host has a special identity. If you want to understand Taoism, it is a simple matter. Simple thing? Hear the system's answer. Xiao Xuan was really stunned for a moment. He also knew some of what the system said. As the creation spirit, he naturally knew that he had a special status. It's just that it's been so long. He has never thought about what this has to do with his practice of Taoism. Why is it so simple? Think of this. He couldn't help but ask directly, Brother System, can you speak more clearly? According to Mingi Sword Immortal, this Tian Song sword is a heaven-level Taoist technique. It is not that easy to understand, right? In fact, when he said this, there was also some doubt in my heart. Based on previous experience, it is impossible for the system to lie to him about these things, so in other words, it seems that it is not as difficult as he thought to obtain the Taoist technique of Tian Song sword? Figure this out. Xiao Xuan also began to slowly operate his skills, trying to communicate with the force in his body. As the creation spirit, the force in his body was extremely strong, and he had already felt it when he was practicing with Shenlong Kung Fu. These forces seem to help him increase his cultivation speed. But he really hasn't tried it yet. The force can actually be used in Taoism. Xiao Xuan also became very interested in this point. Although the current Tian Song sword is only half a volume, it is a heaven-level Taoist skill after all. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 995 Lei Wan takes action, and the Tian Song sword shows its power. At the same time, looking at Xiao Xuan, he seemed to be comprehending something. Lei Wan felt a little unhappy and looked at him with a cold look in his eyes. At that time, it was he who hired 3 swordsmen to assassinate Xiao Xuan. Who knew these 3 guys were so useless? In the end, they didn't win the latter. It seemed that he had to take matters into his own hands. This time, Xiao Xuan took the initiative to come to the shop in Qinglei Palace. To provoke him. For this reason, even if he was killed on the spot, Wan Jin Chamber of Commerce could not say anything more. This is also where Lei Wan's confidence lies. After walking over, seeing the sword energy on Xiao Xuan's body, Lei Wan couldn't help but frown. Slightly. He felt. In this sword energy, there is actually an extremely subtle avenue, which even he cannot comprehend. He could only feel it. Among them, the exquisite sword energy can even threaten him. This made him secretly frightened. To be honest, if he wants to take the initiative to fight with this power, it doesn't seem to be that simple. However, I saw the disciples of Qinglei Hall in the shop. Lei Wan also understood. If Xiao Xuan is not dealt with today, I am afraid that his reputation will be ruined and he will not have any prestige in front of his subordinates in the future. Court death. You actually provoked me in my store in Qinglei Palace. Today, I will let you know that not just cats and dogs can come to our Qinglei Palace's territory. Finished. The lightning in Lei Wan's hand flashed. A giant blue and purple spherical thunder hit Xiao Xuan directly. This scene also made the disciples of Qinglei Temple present secretly surprised, and they quickly retreated, trying to stay away from this giant thunder. As a disciple of Qinglei Palace, they recognized it instantly. This giant thunder is obviously the giant thunder technique that only the guardians and elders in the Qinglei Palace can practice. Rumor. The giant thunder technique was created by Thunder King, the master of Qinglei Palace. It is a secret that is not passed down by Qinglei Palace and can only be practiced by core members. After this technique has been completed, the lightning appears purple in color and can break golden crack stones. In the middle, the lightning appears blue and white in color and can break mountains and destroy the environment. Deshang, the thunder light shows the color of green gold, which can destroy the heaven and the earth. Ordinary practitioners. When encountering practitioners in the same realm who know the giant thunder technique, they are basically defeated and have no ability to resist. Moreover, the giant thunder technique is generally the trump card of the disciples of the Blue Thunder Palace. It will not be shown easily. Now, facing Xiao Xuan, who was a one-star in the Blue God realm, Lei Wan actually used the giant thunder technique directly? Is this a little too important to Xiao Xuan? Or is it that Xiao Xuan's strength has reached this point? Even for Lei Wan to pay so much attention to it? Quickly avoid it. Xiaoqing's giant thunder technique is enough to kill anyone below 3 stars in the Blue God realm. Those who don't want to die should retreat quickly. Several disciples of Qinglei Temple were shouting and driving away the cultivators who were watching the excitement. Obviously, they all took it for granted that since Protector Lei Wan had taken action, Xiao Xuan was already a corpse. Just nothing. The disciples of Qinglei Temple are kind-hearted and don't want to hurt innocent people. But at this moment, facing Qinglei's approach, the soul that Xiao Xuan had released early had already keenly felt the threat of this blue thunder. Needless to say, a chaotic sword path appeared and directly destroyed the blue thunder. Boom! Click! Accompanied by a loud bang, Qinglei and Ken Dao collided together, and in an instant, under the violent collision, both of them disappeared simultaneously. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 996 Breakthrough? What a fast speed of realm improvement. Originally, Lei Wan still didn't care. However, when this idea just occurred in my mind, only then did he suddenly realize that something was wrong. The aura of Xiao Xuan in front of him seemed to suddenly increase sharply. Although the current strength is still within his understandable range, However, now that it has been less than a month since the last battle for the Purple Chi Spirit Mine, Xiao Xuan has actually improved his strength again. Look at his strength now. He has actually reached the second star of the Tsongshan realm. In less than a month, the strength increased by 1 star. This is simply unbelievable. Xiao Xuan? You actually have the guts to cause trouble here. Is it possible that you are impatient with life? Inner surprise is inner surprise. At this moment, Lei Wan still had to show his majesty as the protector of the sect, and deliberately said in a cold tone, "Do you think there is no one in our Qinglei palace?" See Revan. Xiao Xuan really laughed. What a coincidence. Today he came to the shop in Qinglei Palace just to find Lei Wan. I didn't expect that he would actually meet him. In this case, he really doesn't need to be polite. So it's Protector Thunder? This is really a coincidence. To be honest, I, Xiao Xuan, came here specifically to see you today. Xiao Xuan said directly. Say it. In the shop, both the disciples of Qinglei Palace and the cultivators watching the excitement were all surprised. After all, it's been so long. In Wanlong City, there are only a few people who have the courage to take the initiative to challenge Qinglei Palace, including Meng Yan from the City Lord's Mansion and Mu Lao from Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. Others, I'm afraid they don't have this qualification yet. But now, is this Xiao Xuan a little too courageous? In front of so many people, did Lei Wan take the initiative to provoke Qinglei Palace, or did he provoke him by naming him? You can tell just by looking at it. Xiao Xianming made it clear that he did not take Qinglei Palace seriously. This shows that there is really something good to watch today. For such people, if Lei Wan does not dare to come forward to fight, his reputation will be discredited, and he will even be unable to raise his head in the Qinglei Palace. Ha ha ha. Xiao Xuan, I have to say that you are a very courageous person. Is it possible that you can say such things? Do you think we can't do anything to you? Lei Wan spoke sharply. In fact, he was really unsure in his heart. Especially, after the previous fight, he discovered that Xiao Xuan's strength did not seem to be as simple as it appeared. Therefore, he still placed his hope on Xiao Xuan surrendering without a fight. At least take the initiative to admit your mistake to him. Maybe he can still find a way down. For these words. Maybe for Lei Wan, it was a relatively normal thing, but for Xiao Xuan, it was simply incomprehensible. Send someone to kill me. Do you want me to take the initiative to admit my mistake? Do you really think he is a fool? Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan sneered and shook his head. The Tao of Chaos slowly condensed in his hands, and he looked at Lei Wan with cold eyes. See this scene. Lei Wan's heart was filled with hatred, but there was nothing he could do. Finally, facing the person in front of him, he could only say with a cold face, in this case, I won't give you face. Let you know what pain is. Giant Thunder Technique. Come here. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 997, The Bursting Thunder and Lightning Power, Safe and Sound? At the center of the explosion, Xiao Xuan also looked solemn. His clothes were also a bit torn in the explosion just now, and there were a few blood marks on his face. Within the chest, blood surged. Damn it. I didn't expect that this Giant Thunder technique really has something to offer. Just before the Giant Thunder spell exploded, Xiao Xuan also roughly estimated the power of this Giant Thunder technique. But the power was obviously a bit beyond his expectation. The smoke cleared when Xiao Xuan's figure appeared from it. Almost everyone in the shop was stunned, looking at him in disbelief, with surprise in their eyes. Xiao Xuan actually withstood the Giant Thunder technique? Moreover, he still withstood the Giant Thunder technique of Protector Lei Wan? If they saw it correctly, this was Lei Wan's full blow. Even a true 3-star in the Zhongshan realm would probably die on the spot. There is no one like Xiao Xuan. Looks like he's unscathed? You saw Xiao Xuan's appearance. Lei Wan was equally shocked and frightened. He never expected that in the end, there would be such a situation, or even that his giant thunder technique would fail in front of so many people. Damn it! Xiao Xuan, it seems that you are really looking for death. In rage, Lei Wan couldn't wait to fight to the death with Xiao Xuan now. But now, he also roughly understood that Xiao Xuan was unscathed by such a huge power of lightning just now. This means Xiao Xuan's strength is far stronger than he thought. Under such circumstances, it is by no means easy to defeat your opponent. Without further ado, if you have any other tricks, just use them. Xiao Xuan sneered, it saves you from hiring killers behind your back. Do you really think those bullshit killers can kill me? Say it. Everyone present was suddenly surprised. Everyone looked surprised. Before, they only thought that Xiao Xuan was an arrogant 1-star disciple of the Blue God realm, nothing more. But now, they found that didn't seem to be the case. Xiao Xuan was actually assassinated? Or was he assassinated by a protector of the Green Thunder Palace like Lei Wan? Is this true? Lei Wan, as a protector of Qinglei Palace, how could he do such a shameless thing? Hiring someone to assassinate a person who is 1-star in the Blue God realm. But is this person a member of the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce? It's no wonder that Xiao Xuan now takes the initiative to come to provoke. Things have come to this. For a time, when these people looked at each other, they also focused their attention on Lei Wan again. But at this moment, these people looked at Lei Wan with a bit more contempt. He. Xiao Xuan, you are trying to inflict a crime. Do you think you can deceive others with these nonsense? For these words, Xiao Xuan's face was just a little more contemptuous. Then, he directly summoned the Tian Song sword Dao in his body. Silver-white kendo power appeared. For a moment, the faces of the people in the shop changed slightly. They never expected that things would reach this point, that Xiao Xuan would take the initiative to challenge Lei Wan. All the time, they all think that Xiao Xuan, a mere 2-star in the Zhongshan realm, has the courage to challenge the shops of Qinglei Palace, which is already great. Moreover, he was able to take an attack from Lei Wan just now. It is enough to prove that his strength is not weak anymore. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 998 Essence and Blood, the Power of Blue and White Thunder. Blue and White Giant Thunder. It's actually a blue-white giant thunder. It seems that this time, Protector Lei Wan is really angry. Inside the shop, the disciples of Qinglei Palace were all shocked. Looking at Lei Wan, their faces were a little more fearful and surprised. Before, they thought Lei Wan's giant thunder technique is only an ordinary blue and purple thunder. This is just the lowest level of giant thunder technique. Perhaps, it is not such a big deal in Qinglei Palace. But things are different now. Lei Wan actually has the ability to summon a blue-white giant thunder? This means that he has mastered the giant thunder technique? Such strength. Even within the Qinglei Palace, this is no small achievement. Even if the real 5-star Zhongshan realm is here, I'm afraid they have to be careful when dealing with it, but now, Xiao Xuan still has a joking look on his face. Looking at Lei Wan, it's like watching a clown again. Some people looked at each other, and their faces became more solemn. After all, Xiao Xuan was only a 2-star in the Blue God realm. Even if he had some secret arts, it would not be easy to confront Lei Wan head-on. Moreover, the giant thunder technique is a sex Taoist technique that is regarded as the most precious treasure by Qinglei Palace. Once it appears, it will never be an ordinary thing. Now that it is used by Lei Wan, it is obvious that he also has murderous intentions. Careful. Among the crowd, many people even began to feel sorry for Xiao Xuan. Anyway, Xiao Xuan's current strength is only a second star in the Blue God realm. In such a state, he can fight with Lei Wan without losing, which is enough to prove his talent in cultivation. Given time, it may not be impossible to become a true master. From this perspective, if he died here today, I'm afraid it would be a bit regretful. Be bold. You actually cheered for this guy, Xiao Xuan? This is the shop of Qinglei Hall. When the guards of Qinglei Palace heard someone cheering for Xiao Xuan, they all looked a little unkind. But at this moment, faced with this attack from Lei Wan, Xiao Xuan was not so relaxed. The sword energy in Tian Song's sword in his hand was also condensed. He really wanted to try how powerful Lei Wan's method was. A brilliant silver sword light appeared. Collision with the dazzling white lightning. Xiao Xuan and Lei Wan both released the power of the avenue, and a huge impact sound suddenly appeared. The next second, the bodies of the two people were swallowed up by lightning and sword light at the same time. The entire shop in Qinglei Palace was swept in by the huge aftermath of the battle and was completely razed to the ground. Inside Wanglong City, the guards of the city lord's mansion also heard the commotion, and a guard captain from the 8 stars of the Blue God realm hurriedly came to the end. Even though his realm is higher than Xiao Xuan and Lei Wan. But seeing this situation, his face was solemn, and he stopped his team members who wanted to check. How is this going? The guard captain of the city lord's mansion had a serious face and looked at the disciples of Qinglei Palace beside him with cold eyes. Private fights are prohibited in Wanglong City. Don't you, the people of Qinglei Palace, know that? Speaking of which, several disciples of Qinglei Palace also had embarrassed faces. They all knew the rules of Wanglong City, but Lei Wan was already blinded by anger at that time. I don't care what others say anymore. There was only Xiao Xuan in his eyes. Therefore, even if these disciples of Qinglei Palace try to persuade him, there will probably be no good results, so it is better to just remain silent. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 999. There is no strong man from the sect, confronting the Qinglei Palace. Xiao Xuan. There is no sect. Xiao Xuan shook his head. He didn't have a good impression of Qinglei Palace at first. But today, when facing the captain of the escort team of the city lords mansion in front of him, he was unwilling to involve the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. After all, killing Lei Wan was ultimately something he did alone. This time, the captain of the escort team was a little embarrassed. To be honest, his duty is to maintain the peace of Wanglong City. It is definitely against the rules for Xiao Xuan to kill others at will. But now, I want to cause trouble for Xiao Xuan. It doesn't seem that simple. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but hesitate. Captain Zhang, this Xiao Xuan committed crimes at will in Wanglong City and deserves to be punished. Captain Zhang, please arrest Xiao Xuan. Yes, Xiao Xuan should be arrested. Let Xiao Xuan die. It took a long time for the disciples of Qinglei Palace to react. Their protector Lei Wan. Was he really killed by Xiao Xuan? This really made him a little unbelievable, but they also knew that even Lei Wan was defeated by Xiao Xuan. If they still want to take the initiative, that is really seeking death. On the other hand, if Zhang Feng, the guard of the city lord's palace, could be persuaded to take action, perhaps it would be a good thing for them. At least, Zhang Feng, who has 8 stars in the Blue God realm, takes action. Wouldn't it be easy to capture Xiao Xuan? But really speaking, These are their wishful thinking, nothing more, but Zhang Feng standing next to them looked at them coldly. Take down Xiao Xuan. This is for the disciples of Qinglei Palace. It's just a matter of words. But it was different for him. Xiao Xuan was only a second star in the Song Shen realm, so it was not difficult to capture him. If some means are used, it is not impossible to kill him in public. However, what he has to consider is what will happen if he takes action to capture Xiao Xuan. Play around with what big sect is standing behind Xiao Xuan. Wouldn't he also be involved? The punishment is not as good as that of a doctor, and the courtesy is not as good as that of a common man. This is in Wanglong City. It is a secret that is not open to the public. For a talented disciple like Xiao Xuan, it is very likely that there is support from a large number of sects behind him. Even if Zhang Feng wanted to take action, he would never make a killing move. This brother. Why don't you go to the city lord's mansion with me, the captain? Zhang Feng hesitated for a moment and said to Xiao Xuan, if you can trust me. The captain, the city lord's palace, can give you leniency. Hear this. Xiao Xuan looked up at Zhang Feng again. He could roughly tell that the guard captain of the city lord's mansion in front of him seemed a little hesitant. Want to do something to him. But I can't seem to make up my mind. This really surprised him, but then he understood. Even the city lord's mansion. Facing a cultivator who can casually kill a 5-star Songshan realm cultivator, he would probably hesitate a little. Who can know? Is there no stronger sect behind him? Now it seems that the city lord's mansion is not truly unscrupulous in Wanglong City. Good. Since Zhang Feng took the initiative to step down for him. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1000 True and False News, the future master of Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. Inside the city lord's palace. Meng Yan looked at Zhang Feng and Xiao Xuan, who had arrived, with a bit of curiosity and surprise on her face. Especially when she heard about it. Xiao Xuan was even more shocked after he beheaded a protector of Qinglei Palace in the street. Her impression of Xiao Xuan. In fact, it was still based on Xiao Xuan's victory over Xue Qinglin and Mu Xiaocong. She did think that Xiao Xuan should be considered a relatively talented person. But that's about it. Did not expect. Now Xiao Xuan would do such a shocking thing, even kill Lei Wan at that time? Xiao Xuan? Why did you kill Revan? Meng Yan couldn't believe it. At this moment, the eyes looking at Xiao Xuan were full of strangeness. It's nothing. However, Lei Wan hired a killer to assassinate me, so I killed him. Conveniently. Xiao Xuan looked calm, as if he said something normal, that's all. Say it. Not only Meng Yan, but also all the elders from the city lord's mansion nearby looked at each other in disbelief. At this moment, it was such a prick to Xiao Xuan. They were really helpless. If I really want to talk about it. Xiao Xuan is now the second in command of Wanjing Merchant, and even Meng Yan, the lord of the city lord's palace, doesn't dare to do anything to him. But if we do nothing, won't it discredit the city lord's mansion? On the contrary, looking at Xiao Xuan, Meng Yan really felt like a hot potato. I don't know. Does Master Meng have anything else to say? Xiao Xuan didn't care. In his opinion, people like Lei Wan were not worth mentioning at all. From a certain perspective, killing him was just a matter of using his hands. Although, this guy's blue and white giant thunder caused him some trouble. But this trouble is not as big as imagined. In the end, it was resolved successfully. As for the city lord's mansion, Xiao Xuan didn't have to worry anymore. He had already roughly figured out that the city lord's mansion was just an ordinary sect. Although it has the title of city lord's mansion. But in terms of strength, In other words, they are on the same level as Wanjing Chamber of Commerce and Qinglei Palace, and no one of the three sects can do anything to the other. Under this delicate balance, his rash killing of Lei Wan was not necessarily a bad thing for them. On the contrary, by doing this, he weakened the strength of Qinglei Palace. And maybe this was something the city lord's palace wanted to see. Don't tell me, Xiao Xuan, you haven't thought about the consequences? Meng Yan was a little helpless and just said, once the Qinglei Palace finds out that it was you who killed Lei Kong, not only you, but also the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce will be implicated. For these words, Xiao Xuan, on the other hand, didn't care. He also generally knew that if Feng Lei Tian, the master of Qinglei Palace, was a smart person, he would not involve the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce in this matter. The reason is simple. The strength of the three parties in Wanglong City is intertwined. If the Qinglei Palace and the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce turn against each other, or even fight, it will probably be a lose-lose situation in the end. And the one who wins in the end. There is no doubt that it is the city lord's mansion. It is impossible for Feng Lei Tian not to know this truth. And now, please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1001 Negotiation, Tempting Conditions. At this moment, Xiao Xuan and Meng Yan were also playing a psychological game. They are both betting that the other party will do what they want. Think about it before and after. In the end, Meng Yan couldn't hold her breath anymore. She knew that although Xiao Xuan said it bluntly, it was also the truth. She wanted to explain, but she didn't know how to explain. Have to say, what you said makes sense. Meng Yan still didn't calm down. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan also showed a smile on his lips. He knew that if even Meng Yan agreed with him, it would mean that the entire city lord's palace would agree with his words. In this case, maybe what's needed in the end won't be that complicated. Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan also continued, so, in other words, Master Meng Palace has agreed to the conditions I mentioned? Say it. Meng Yan and other people in the city lord's mansion also fell silent. They all also knew that part of the reason why Xiao Xuan sought cooperation with the city lord's mansion must be to seek safety. But for the city lord's mansion, this is actually an opportunity. If the cooperation with the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce is successful and the Qinglei Palace is suppressed, this will naturally be a good thing. You can definitely take this opportunity in the future. Let the power of their city lord's palace flourish and get more resources and blood. However, if this cooperation fails, then things will be different, and the city lord's mansion may be involved in this crisis, like the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. It can be said, this is an extremely important choice. After thinking about this, Meng Yan's face still became more solemn. Now that things have reached this point, I still have some worries. Xiao Xuan, can you represent the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce? Certainly. As the master of the city lord's palace, Master Meng is naturally well informed. It's impossible not to know that I am now the second in command of the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, right? Xiao Xuan smiled. After his attitude came out, the people next to me also looked a little embarrassed. In fact, as the head of the city lord's mansion, Meng Yan naturally cannot be an incompetent person. After having such a status, want to know what news? It's not difficult. Even, sometimes this is just a matter of words. Therefore, it is impossible for Meng Yan not to know Xiao Xuan's current status. In the beginning, Meng Yan did have doubts, thinking that Xiao Xuan was just a disciple who had just joined the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. How could he have such great power and such a high status? But now, most of them understood it. It does make sense for Wanjing Chamber of Commerce to do this. Apart from anything else, just relying on the vision of Wanjing Chamber of Commerce Mulausher, it is definitely not something that ordinary people can have. Of course I know this. It's just that I don't know if your position is a false one. After hearing what Xiao Xuan said, Ming Yan's face became a little more curious. This suspicion was not only hers, but also the other disciples of the city. Lord's mansion, all looked at Xiao Xuan with curiosity on their faces. They didn't know whether Xiao Xuan had real power in his hands. However, Xiao Xuan didn't care at all about their doubts. On the contrary, he could understand them completely. He knows. The city lord's mansion can be considered a large sect. He has a profound foundation and is as strong as a forest. As a woman, Ming Yan has been able to manage all this for so many years, so her ability must not be weak. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1002, The ability to make decisions, is Xiao Xuan the real second in command? All of a sudden, Ming Yan and the others were also a little solemn. They originally thought that what Xiao Xuan said before was just bragging, but now with Mulao's words, they have to face it seriously. Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. This is the most powerful chamber of commerce in Wanlong City. Even in several regions of the Eastern Barren Continent, it is still very influential. Not to mention, Wanjing Chamber of Commerce now controls almost all auctions, chambers of commerce, exchanges, and even black market trade in Wanlong City. Assets exceed tens of millions. If I want to compete with the strength between the three sects in Wanlong City, Qinglei Palace, City Lord's Mansion, and Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, there may still be differences. But if we want to say who has the most assets, then it is undoubtedly the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. It can even be said that if the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce is willing to devote all its resources to cultivating a person, then this person will definitely be outstanding in the future. Even if it's a pig, they can train this pig into a strong man in the little golden god realm. This sentence was said by Mulao Zongfang himself back then, so the credibility is still very high. Similarly, it is precisely because of this sentence it caused countless disciples in Wanlong City to actively join the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. Regrettably, for such a long time, Wanjing Chamber of Commerce seems to have not found the son of destiny they need. But things are different now. Judging from the way Mulao worshipped, it seemed that he thought Xiao Xuan was the talented disciple who could create miracles. Oh? Mulao Mu, we are both the masters of the sect. This is the first time I have seen you talking like this in so many years. It seems that you, the old man, have great confidence in Xiao Xuan. Ming Yan watched Mulao worship with interest. What she said was true. Mulao Zongzong is also a mature man, so he can naturally tell that Ming Yan's words are obviously a cliché. But for these words, he didn't bother to explain more. On the way here, he had already roughly understood what Xiao Xuan had done. After hearing the news that Xiao Xuan killed Lei Wan, his first reaction was not anger, but joy. At that time, the reason why he recruited Xiao Xuan was because he had the heroic aura that no one was afraid of. Be honest. Although Wanjing Chamber of Commerce is a major sect in Wanlong City, but over the years, their sect has become sluggish. Both the elders and the disciples have a mentality of not making progress. This is something Mulao doesn't want to see. Xiao Xuan was able to kill Lei Wan, the protector of Qinglei Palace. On the one hand, it could weaken the strength of Qinglei Palace, and on the other hand, it proved that he was indeed a capable person. And Qinglei Palace has always been targeting the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. Although Mulao Zongfeng was angry about this, he did not find a chance to retaliate. Today, Xiao Xuan's operation happened. It also allowed him to take revenge. More importantly, if what Xiao Xuan did today can lead to cooperation between the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce and the city lord's mansion, then the future will be a good thing. They could even use this as an opportunity to drive away Qinglei Palace. As for the Qinglei Palace, behind the Qinglei Palace, although they have considered it, it is too far away after all, and the higher-level forces are also restricting each other. For so many years, Qinglei Palace did not participate in the battle in Wanglong City. This is not their pity. But for the fear of the other two forces, Qinglei Palace should also know that if they intervene, it will inevitably lead to the involvement of Jiuxing Pavilion and Qixia Temple. This will make the situation in Wanlong City even more complicated. No way. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1003 Breakthrough, Pseudo-Golden God Realm. On the top of the mountain, Feng Leitian slowly opened his eyes. Waves of thunder appeared in the pupils. Good. However, it can only be said that it is just a pseudo-Golden God Realm, and it has not truly understood the true path of the Golden God Realm. Feng Leitian shook his head. But there was an obvious arrogance in his eyes. Obviously, he is very confident about his current state. The realm of the pseudo-Golden God, is this powerful enough? Several of the guardians of the Qinglei Palace looked at each other with fear in their eyes. A step far. As long as I understand the true way of thunder and lightning, I will be able to achieve the true Golden God Realm. When the time comes, it won't be a bad idea to enter the Qinglei Palace. Feng Leitian's eyes were filled with heat. This scene. It actually made the guardians next to him jealous. To them, though, they are now considered to be the upper echelons of Qinglei Palace. But there is still a longing for Qinglei Palace in my heart. They know. If you want to take a step further on the road of cultivation, you must enter the Qinglei Palace, where the real way of thunder and lightning can be found. But Feng Leitian looked around. However, he found that one of the 4 original guardians of Qinglei Palace was missing, which made him a little unhappy. Is it possible that he practiced in seclusion? Is there someone in Qinglei Palace who doesn't respect him enough? For a moment, several people looked at each other with a bit of confusion on their faces. Is it Lei Wan? He should be managing the shop, but he should also know that the palace master is out of town today? He shouldn't not come. Is it possible that the store is in trouble? Several guardians discussed. At this time, a disciple of Qinglei Palace with a wound on his face hurried over, with a panicked look on his face. Something bad has happened. Palace Master. Protector Lei Wan has been killed. Boom. For a moment, qi and blood surged in the heads of the senior officials of Qinglei Palace. They were all shocked by these words. At the same time, everyone's faces were angry and livid. Dare to kill the protector of Qinglei Palace in Wanlong City? Isn't this a direct provocation to the entire Qinglei Palace? Who took action? Meng Yan, or Old Man Mu? A protector of the Qinglei Palace was furious. What on earth are they going to do? Are they going to start a war with our Qinglei Palace? This is not the 2 of them. It's a casual cultivator named Xiao Xuan. This disciple was also shocked and quickly explained. Now, I heard that this Xiao Xuan is the second in command of Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. This time, some senior people in Qinglei Palace had their eyes on Feng Leitian. After all, if the person who killed Lei Wan was an ordinary cultivator, they would naturally hunt him down and kill him in the end. But the person facing them now is the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, still second in command. This requires caution. If we were to pursue him, we might end up going to war with the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. This requires orders from Feng Leitianxia, who is the master of the palace. Wanjing Chamber of Commerce? That old man Kuchiki is getting more and more crazy. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Feng Leitian's face was gloomy. The three guardians of Qinglei Palace also had stern expressions on their faces. They knew that Feng Leitian was violent and murderous. The reason why Qinglei Temple has not taken action recently is not because they have gone silent. On the contrary, it is just because he is in retreat. This time. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1004, The Strongest Person in Qinglei Palace, Feng Leitian. Seeing Meng Yan, she said nothing more. Feng Leitian also nodded with satisfaction. Obviously, he was quite satisfied with these situations. At last, looking at the person in front of him, he simply said directly, however, I, Feng Lei, am naturally generous and don't care about such trivial matters. As long as Sect Master Meng gives up Wanjin Chamber of Commerce and cooperates with our Qinglei Palace, I, Feng Leitian, promise that in the future, your city lord's mansion will still control the civilian forces in Wanglong City. How about that? You? A trace of doubt flashed in Ming Yan's eyes. In fact, she also understood that compared to the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, the strength of Qinglei Temple was obviously on a higher level. Just now, it may not be that simple to solve this matter. Regarding Qinglei Temple's thoughts, it is definitely not just as simple as wanting to get Wanglong City. If they really have control of Wanglong City, they will definitely get Long Wangshu and continue to have thoughts about the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce and the city lord's mansion. This is for sure. Even judging from what Feng Leitian has been doing these days. He even had some nasty thoughts about himself. Thinking of this, Meng Yan's face also showed a look of disgust, and she looked at Feng Leitian coldly. Master Feng Palace, what you said is a bit funny, isn't it? Why are you laughing? Your Qinglei Palace is one of the strongest sects in Wanglong City, and the Lord of the Wind Palace is here, so how can you get help from our city lord's mansion? Meng Yan simply said directly, besides, over the years, the power of our city lord's mansion seems not to be weak at all, right? Say it. Feng Leitian's face was obviously a little ugly. In fact, in his estimation, Meng Yan should surrender as a matter of course. After seeing his strength, even to take the initiative to cooperate. Although the pseudo-golden god realm has the word pseudo in front of it. However, through practice, he also learned from it that only some powerful people in the golden god realm can understand the great path. Just rely on these avenues to understand. It is definitely not something that ordinary powerful people in the realm of Little Golden God can fight against. But what Feng Leitian didn't expect was that this Meng Yan would be so bold and directly reject his request. He didn't expect this to be true. Feng Leitian couldn't help but look gloomy and said, Master Meng, do you know the consequences of rejecting me, Feng Leitian? Aren't you afraid that the entire city lord's palace will be buried with you? Is this a threat from the Lord of the Wind Palace? Hear this. Ming Yan's face showed a bit of contempt instead. He didn't care at all about what was happening in front of him. She knows very well. Although Feng Leitian is a tyrannical guy, he is fierce in appearance and soft in heart. Today he just came to provoke him. Just rely on him alone. It is also impossible to pose any threat to the city lord's mansion. As for Feng Leitian's power, it may be considered relatively powerful, but it has not reached the true Golden God realm. As long as you don't really break through this realm. Meng Yan and Mu Lao were able to fight against Feng Leitian with complete combat power. This is Ming Yan's current confidence. GGG. From what you're saying, aren't you a little too confident? After hearing these words, Feng Leitian's face also became a little more curious, and he sneered. Directly, do you think that after being in seclusion for a few months, I am still in the realm of the little golden god? Say it. Ming Yan's face also became a little more solemn. In fact, she didn't need Feng Leitian to say much to know that a strong man like Feng Leitian would definitely achieve a breakthrough in strength after retreating. Just now. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1005 The Giant Golden Thunder, The Power of Feng Leitian. Pfft. Ming Yan spurted out a mouthful of blood. The whole person took more than 10 steps back, and the aura on his body became much weaker instantly. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. It turned out that other disciples who saw the city lord's mansion were about to step forward. Ming Yan knew that these disciples were no match for Feng Leitian, so she quickly used the power of the avenue to stand in front of these disciples. He took another attack from Feng Leitian. This time, not just the disciples of the city lord's mansion. Even Feng Leitian was a little surprised and shocked. He came to the city lord's mansion this time not really to have a falling out with the city lord's mansion. Instead, he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of improving his strength to get closer to Ming Yan. It would be best to cooperate with the city lord's mansion to fight against the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. After all, the person who killed the protector of Qinglei Palace was from the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, Feng Leitian's first target is naturally the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. Who knows? Now it turned out to be self-defeating. I originally wanted to shock the city lord's palace, but instead accidentally injured Ming Yan. Isn't this equivalent to completely offending the other party? Now that things have come to this, I'm afraid it won't be that simple if I want to cooperate with the city lord's mansion in the future. Think of this. The wind, thunder, and the sky are full of evil. If we don't stop doing anything, why not kill Ming Yan completely today, so that the city lord's mansion will be in ruins? There will no longer be a threat to Qinglei Palace. While talking, the light golden lightning slowly condensed again and focused towards Ming Yan. Get up, protect the sect formation. The city lord's mansion is also a sect with a solid foundation. Among the sects, it was his luck that Feng Leitian could successfully attack Ming Yan just now. At this moment, the sect-protecting formation was slowly gathering. One after another, ice and snow lotus flowers appeared in the city lord's palace. The position of the lotus vaguely surrounded Feng Leitian. Obviously, this sect-protecting formation not only has the function of protection, but also has the function of strangulation and annihilation. Even those who fall into it will suffer losses if they fall into it. See here. Feng Leitian's face also became a little more dignified. He has not yet completely reached the Golden God realm. Facing the sect protecting formation that the city lord's mansion has accumulated for many years, he naturally does not have much ability to resist. No one needs to say more. He also understood that if he stayed here, once he was controlled by the sect protecting formation, even he would be in trouble. He did not dare to hesitate, and quickly put away the pale golden thunder in his palm, used his body skills, and retreated one after another, leaving the sect protecting formation at the city lord's mansion. For such a situation, Ming Yan also breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that although the sect protecting formation in the city lord's mansion was very powerful, it consumed a lot of power every time it was activated. Even if the power of the great avenue of all the disciples of the city lord's mansion is condensed, it can only be opened once. Therefore, if the city lord's palace was not in danger of annihilation, it would not be easy to activate the sect protecting formation. Today, although Feng Lei Tian was scared away by relying on the sect protecting formation. But one day in the future, if Feng Lei Tian's villain persists, he may come back again. At that time, the City Lord's mansion will be even more dangerous without Ming Yan's protection. For this point, Ming Yan might have to prepare early. Master Ming Palace, how are you? This Feng Lei Tian deserves to die, we can't just let him go. We should unite with the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce to make the Qinglei Palace disappear in Wanglong City and let them know the majesty of our city. Lord's Mansion. See Feng Lei Tian leaving. The disciples from the City Lord's Mansion also hurried over. All of them had anger on their faces. In response, Ming Yan looked serious and stopped these disciples from speaking. She knew that Feng Lei Tian was a person who was determined to retaliate against others. Now that we have arrived at the City Lord's mansion today, then this matter will never let go. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1006 Miracle, Recognition from Mu Lao. In fact, Zhang Fulong is not a fool. As the young master of the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, he naturally has a good understanding of the situation of the people within the Chamber of Commerce. After a brief glance, he roughly understood the thoughts of most of the senior officials in the Chamber of Commerce. As the young master of the Chamber of Commerce, he naturally understands that, from the perspective of the overall interests of the Chamber of Commerce, hand over Xiao Xuan. If the safety of the entire Chamber of Commerce can be guaranteed, there is no doubt that this is a very good deal. But, in his heart, he would not choose to do this. If Xiao Xuan hadn't taken action at that time, Wanjing Chamber of Commerce would not have obtained the Purple Spirit Mine, and it would not have brought such great benefits to Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. Let me ask you, if you abandon Xiao Xuan directly now, who else will be willing to help Wanjing Chamber of Commerce in the future? I'll say it again. Xiao Xuan is the second in command of our Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. From now on, our Wanjing Chamber of Commerce will not abandon him no matter what. All we want to think about is how to deal with the next Qinglei Palace. That's all. What Zhang Fulong said was categorical. It looked like there was no room for negotiation at all. This actually made the people in the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce a little silent. In fact, they themselves knew very well that Xiao Xuan did bring a lot of benefits to the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. We can even say, without Xiao Xuan, Wanjing Chamber of Commerce would not have obtained the Purple Qi Spirit Mine, and would have been at a disadvantage in the battle with the City Lord's Mansion and Qinglei Palace. Now we have Zhang Fulong's words. They all also understood that Zhang Fulong had obviously made up his mind to protect Xiao Xuan. In this case, the things they need to think about are actually much simpler. All you need to think about is how to deal with Feng Lei Tian's revenge. Actually, I think Qinglei Palace is not that scary. An elder from the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce stood up and said, although Qinglei Palace has the support of Qinglei Palace, now Qinglei Palace has not expressed its attitude to help Qinglei Palace. This is also a good thing for us. As for Feng Lei Tian's strength, since he has not yet become a master of the Golden God realm, he is not a big threat to our Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. Yes, we still have a Chamber of Commerce background. If it doesn't work, we will look for chambers of commerce in several other regions. At worst, we will sacrifice some interests and seek their help. Heilong Chamber of Commerce, Qingri Chamber of Commerce, Mingchen Chamber of Commerce, they all have good relations with our Chamber of Commerce. It's just a storm, it's not something we can't handle. Wanjing Chamber of Commerce also has good foundation. Although there was initial skepticism, the Chamber of Commerce soon became entwined. For this change, Zhang Fulong is still very willing to see it. On the other hand, others may not care too much, but anyone with a discerning I can see that Zhang Fulong is still very happy. Mu Laozong also nodded slightly. At any time, as long as there is internal unity, there is nothing that cannot be faced. Finally, he also set his sights on Xiao Xuan, wanting to see what he could say. He believes Xiao Xuan is definitely not a reckless person. He even felt that when Xiao Xuan killed Lei Wan, he had already considered what to do next. More importantly, Mu Lao Chongfeng felt a mysterious feeling on Xiao Xuan's body, as if there was something hidden in his body. This was really something that made him confused and curious. In fact, it has been so long. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1007 Strength? News about crouching dragon grass. With Xiao Xuan and Mu Lao's words of worship. Although Zhang Fulong was a little uneasy, in the end, he chose to believe the two of them and stopped mentioning Feng Lei Tian. Instead, he started arranging the auction. Because of the bad relationship with Qinglei Palace. This time, there were more things to prepare for the auction than before. Zhang Fulong even contacted several powerful mercenary groups. Among them, there are even powerful people in the Little Golden God realm. After the proceedings, Zhang Fulong drove away all the elders and told Xiao Xuan the news that he had found Wulong grass. Hear the news. Xiao Xuan suddenly became a little more excited. According to the introduction of the system, if he has crouching dragon grass, he can upgrade the realm of soul to the intermediate level of reality. In this way, he would have the opportunity to improve his soul fighting skills. The power of the colorful spear can also be further enhanced. Since becoming the second star of the Tsongshan realm, Xiao Xuan's most powerful Taoist skills are the half-celestial sword and the colorful spear. These two combat skills. One is a real heaven-level Taoist technique, and the other is the soul fighting technique of ancient monsters. The power is extremely powerful. To affect the power of these two combat skills, one needs to upgrade the realm and the other needs to upgrade the soul. Realm improvement is a gradual thing. Now, there is the threat of Feng Lei Tian. If Xiao Xuan wants to quickly improve his strength, the only way is to find crouching dragon grass by himself. Wulong grass? Great, how many Dao stones? Xiao Xuan was very excited. When he was a professor at Tsinghua College, he also earned a lot of Dao stones, plus a share of the purple spirit mine. Now he can be regarded as a rich man with a lot of money. If you want to buy Wulong grass, it shouldn't be a problem. This is the spiritual grass of the Bluestone Chamber of Commerce. The reason why they took out the Wulong grass was not to earn Dao stones, but just to find someone to do something. Zhang Fulong said in embarrassment, they are looking for a guard who is under the 5 stars of the Blue God realm. Guard? A caravan guard? Xiao Xuan was stunned. Intuitively, he felt that the protection of the caravan was not that simple. This time, he knew the status of the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. Not only in Wanglong City, but also in several nearby regions, their status was relatively transcendent. This so-called Bluestone Chamber of Commerce. Since they can do business with Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, their strength must not be weak. With such strength, there is also a spiritual grass treasure of the level of crouching dragon grass. It shouldn't be impossible to find a suitable guard. Why should I use crouching dragon grass as a reward to find a guard? This shows that this escort mission is extremely dangerous. Even the Bluestone Chamber of Commerce is looking for help. So, I want you to meet. If it doesn't work out, just be aggrieved and become a guard for once, so that you can get the crouching dragon grass naturally. Didn't help Xiao Xuan get Wulong grass. Zhang Fulong seemed a little guilty. However, Xiao Xuan was very calm and didn't seem to care about these things. He just nodded and said, "Thank you very much. I'll take a look then." This time, Zhang Fulong and Mu Chongfeng looked at each other instead, with a solemn look in their eyes. This made Xiao Xuan feel a little strange. To know. Both of them are experienced and well-informed leaders of the Chamber of Commerce. After having such an experience, please log in to continue reading. Chapter 1008 Jinyu Dynasty, Mysterious Weapon-Enhancing Substances. Fair enough. Lang Tu used to be the leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary group, and he has quite a lot of combat experience. If you have him by your side, it will also be a help. Zhang Fulong nodded. To him, Xiao Xuan was already the second-in-command of the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. So naturally we don't want the latter to be in any danger. Nonetheless, be very careful. It is said that once in this secret realm, a powerful person who cultivated the refined iron method appeared and killed many 5 stars of the blue god realm. Mu Lao worshipped with a serious face. Say it. Xiao Xuan also frowned slightly. He still respects Mu Lao Zongzong, after all, the latter is a strong man in the Little Golden God realm. Even Mu Lao worships this secret realm with such importance. It can explain. There must be danger in the secret realm. How about I arrange for a few more people to follow you into the secret realm? This might be more secure? Zhang Fulong said after thinking for a while. No need. The auction is coming soon and the Chamber of Commerce is short of manpower. Don't waste manpower on me personally. Xiao Xuan shook his head. He could understand that Zhang Fulong had good intentions when he said this. However, according to what he said before, the protagonist of this trip to the secret realm is Jin Qing, the princess of the Jinyu dynasty. They are just auxiliary guards. In this case, naturally, there was no need for him to bring too many people with him. On the contrary, it is better to keep a low profile in the secret realm team. This time. As long as it is not too arrogant and there is Wolf too by your side, there shouldn't be much danger. Xiao Xuan thought secretly. I have an appointment with the princess of the Jinyu dynasty tomorrow, so. Tomorrow, brother Xiao Xuan, how about you follow me to the Jinyu dynasty? Zhang Fulong asked. Good. No problem. Xiao Xuan nodded and then left. In the room, Xiao Xuan also calmed down and began to think carefully about what happened. Recently, Long Tu returns, Qinghua Empire successfully suppresses the rebellion, Lei Wan is killed, Feng Lei Tian comes out of seclusion, etc. These things happen. He could also feel that there seemed to be some vague connections between these things. One of the most important clues is spiritual energy revived. If there is no revival of spiritual energy, let alone Wanlong City, even the entire cultivation world will be lifeless. But as this happened, in the world of cultivation, chaotic things happened one after another. This also shows that in the near future, some dangers may occur in the entire Eastern Barren continent and even the entire Dao continent. For this kind of thing, he still needs to deal with it carefully. In this case, it is urgent to enhance our strength. Xiao Xuan said secretly. At the same time, in a flash, he also communicated with the system. Is the system brother here? Can you, old man, tell me what is going on with this spiritual energy recovery? In fact, it is in Xiao Xuan's heart. There are also many doubts about the recovery of spiritual energy. According to the descriptions of some indigenous residents on the Dao continent, there have not been many powerful people in the Golden God realm in the Dao continent for hundreds of years. However, since he came to this continent, all kinds of strong men emerge endlessly. Even in a mere Qinglei Hall, there will be strong men in the pseudo-Golden God realm. The reason for this is a bit intriguing. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1009, Searching for Strength, Opportunity for Advancement of. Serious Sword. I said. Brother system, you said that this time in the secret realm of the Golden Realm, there is also an opportunity to advance the serious sword? Xiao Xuan asked tentatively. In fact, until now, he still doesn't know why the system has such great capabilities. Whenever he encounters any problem, the system can give perfect answers and even the most reasonable and prioritized choices. Just like this secret realm of the Golden Realm dynasty. Even Zhang Fulong, who issued the mission, didn't know much about these. Why does the system know everything? Is this something the system itself has known for a long time, or is it that the system is inherently transcendent of all things? Actually, this question may seem a bit silly at first. The system is like a bug. Isn't it normal to be able to transcend all things and know unusual things? But Xiao Xuan didn't think so. At that time, he obtained the system on Tianyuan continent. Even if the system was very powerful, its capabilities should be limited to Tianyuan continent. It was on the ancient continent at that time. Although the system helped him a lot, he still relied more on his own strength. This is why Xiao Xuan once considered whether to give up the system after he first came to Dao continent. Until now, he realized that luckily he didn't give up on the system at that time. Now, the system can be said to have an extremely deep understanding of things on the Dao continent, some of which Zhang Fulong has never heard of. The system actually said it clearly. Even, sometimes the system will show people's emotions. This had to make Xiao Xuan suspect that the system was simply a cultivator. And he was also a very powerful cultivator. On that note, Xiao Xuan also asked, curiously, Brother system, I once heard you say that the serious sword is a heaven-level magic weapon. Now, there is another heaven-level Taoist skill such as Tian Song sword technique. Should we be able to fully unleash the power of the serious sword, right? Good. But before that, if you want to do these things, you need to evolve the serious sword again and make it completely become a heaven-level magic weapon. Oh. Hear this. Xiao Xuan's face also became a little more dignified. Heavenly level magic weapon. There is no doubt that if he really allows the serious sword to evolve to this point, the power of the sword will naturally be brought into full play. But this is not something that can be accomplished in one sentence. On the contrary, if you want to do this, you must let the serious sword evolve several times and finally become a heaven-level magic weapon. Figure this out. Xiao Xuan's face was also serious. He knew very well. Heaven level is not just a simple word. If you want to reach this level, you must need various materials and opportunities. At the same time, it will also bring him a lot of dangers and crises. After all, the appeal of heaven-level divine weapons is too great. Even a truly powerful person in the Golden God realm would be interested in such a magical weapon. If it were revealed that he had a heaven-level magical weapon, I am afraid that the entire strong men in Wanglong City will fall into madness. Figure this out. Xiao Xuan's face also became a little more dignified. The Jingyu dynasty is a weapon-refining dynasty with a long history and rich experience in weapon refining. Maybe this time you can find an opportunity to make the serious sword a heaven-level magic weapon again. The system prompted. Thank you, brother system. Xiao Xuan also quickly thanked him. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 10:10 Qinghua Physical Technique? Is it stronger than the way of chaos? Brother system? Are you sure you're not joking? Isn't the way of chaos that I practice stronger than that Qinghua body technique? If I can get a body strengthened by chaos, the 8th level technique should also be able to withstand it? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but ask. Boy. If you have the chaos holy body, not to mention the 8th grade exercises, even the 10th grade ones, you can bear it. The system said directly. For a moment, Xiao Xuan was stunned. Chaos holy body? This is the first time he has heard of this thing. In fact, he can roughly understand that there must be all kinds of geniuses on the Tao continent. These characters are either born with divine bodies or born with holy souls. Some people are even born with a nobler bloodline than others. And these things are things that ordinary people cannot envy, and there is no way to envy them. I heard the system say this. Xiao Xuan can at least know that if you practice the way of chaos, it is possible to cultivate something like the chaos holy body. So, the way of chaos can really temper the body? After listening to what the system said, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but continue to ask, so, brother system, how can I practice the chaos holy body? After he asked this question, there was a moment of silence on the system's side, as if they did not expect that Xiao Xuan would ask such a question. But then an explanation was given. It turns out that the chaos holy body is a body that is said to exist in ancient legends. After it is fully cultivated, it will be invulnerable to water, fire, and weapons. Even a strong person in the Golden God realm cannot break the body's defense mechanism. Besides, once the chaos holy body is successfully cultivated, there is also the ability to be reborn with a drop of blood and resurrect the soul. As long as there is a drop of blood and a trace of soul, it will be immortal. Even in ancient historical records, there are only a few people who have succeeded in cultivation, and all of these people have transcended the Golden God realm and become figures in the legendary Dragon God realm. There are even people who have transcended the ordinary realm, became the legendary semi-saint, saint, Taoist. Certainly, these are legendary things. After all, since the death of old man Tianyin, there has never been a strong person on the eastern wasteland continent that other continents take seriously. Only his 3 Golden God realm disciples were left to support the scene. Now, after hearing the introduction of the system, Xiao Xuan was naturally very excited. If he can get the holy body of chaos, not to mention anything else, at least, it can be regarded as an invincible existence on the eastern wilderness continent. At that time, who else could threaten him? Wouldn't it be much easier if he wanted to explore any secrets? But at the same time, he also understood. Compared with other giant continents, the eastern wasteland giant continent is the weakest continent. On the continent, not only is the spiritual energy thin, but the soul power is fragile. Even the great road of the world is much more difficult than other great roads. If you want to achieve the holy body of chaos, the difficulty is definitely much more difficult than other continents. If possible, he still hopes to go to other continents or even to other places to practice. The most powerful thing about Hundu holy body is its inclusiveness. That is to say, any physical tempering technique you have practiced before can eventually be merged into a part of the chaos holy body. And the physical skills you have practiced will also enhance the strength of the chaos holy body. The system introduced. Upon hearing these introductions, Xiao Xuan's eyes suddenly lit up. He can roughly understand. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 10-11. Break through the barrier of the 2 stars of the blue God realm? After practicing day and night, Xiao Xuan regretfully discovered that although he had tried his best to understand, he only had a partial understanding of the way of chaos. Can't go any further. He was not surprised by this result. Throughout the ages, becoming an immortal, becoming an emperor, or becoming a saint are all extremely difficult and bumpy roads. If the Tao of Chaos could be understood so easily, it would be a bit of a joke. He believed that if he persevered, sooner or later, he would be able to truly comprehend the true meaning of the Tao of Chaos. But it was a strange combination of circumstances. Xiao Xuan discovered that his Songshan realm 2-star strength seemed to have grown a lot. What surprised him even more was that with Xiaolu's moisture in the space magic weapon, his power of the avenue also contained a hint of ancient flavor. This really surprised him. To know. For human cultivators, what they are good at is just understanding the speed of the Great Road and the way to become stronger through practice. Compared with the powerful bodies of monsters, they will naturally be at a disadvantage. The little green body is an ancient mythical beast, just relying on the ancient blood flowing in her body. Even after she was just born, her physical strength was comparable to that of the human race in the Songshan realm. Don't tell me now. Since following Xiao Xuan for so long, she has obtained many ancient objects. And her strength has improved a lot. Now based on rough estimation, Xiao Xuan also roughly guessed Xiaolu's physical strength should be no less than that of an ordinary little Golden God Realm powerhouse, and more importantly, he will definitely go further in the future. Now, he has an ancient aura in his body. This should be Xiaolu's contribution. This will definitely be a great thing for him in the future. The next day, Xiao Xuan took Lang Tu to the meeting hall of Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. At this moment, in the meeting hall, in addition to the elders of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, there were 2 men and a woman wearing golden clothes. The man is handsome, and the woman is elegant and beautiful. They should be the people from the Jingyu dynasty that Zhang Fulong mentioned before. Princess Jinqing. These 2 are the 2 guards from our Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, Xiao Xuan and Lang Tuesday. Zhang Fulong introduced with a smile. Say it. Jin Qing and Jin Li focused their attention on Xiao Xuan, but when they saw their state, they frowned slightly. They can see it. Lang Tu, who was full of blood evil aura, had reached the 5-star level of Songshan realm. He obviously had rich experience in actual combat and was pretty good. However, Xiao Xuan next to him was only a 2nd-star Songshan realm, and he looked even more elegant and weak. Why should such a person participate in the secret realm trial? Seeing this, Jin Li sneered, President Zhang, are you not clear? The place we are going to this time is the Golden Realm secret realm. In the secret realm, there are strong men who are strong enough to reach the 8 stars of the Blue God realm. It's just 2 stars in the Blue God realm. I'm afraid that's not enough. Right? I don't know, is President Zhang thinking about it? Jin Qing's words were polite, this is also for the consideration of both parties. Please be more cautious, young president. For a while. In the meeting hall, the eyes of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce fell on Xiao Xuan. However, there is no other meaning in these people's eyes. On the contrary, most of them are trusting. This is not surprising. After all, Xiao Xuan had shown his strength in Wanglong City before. Even Shui Qinglin and Mu Xiaozong were defeated by him, so Xiao Xuan's apparent strength was only 2 stars in the Songshan realm. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 10-12 The Secret Realm of the Golden Realm, the Terrifying Place of Weapon Spirits. You are all talented disciples in Wanglong City. This time our Jingyu dynasty is recruiting everyone here for a very simple purpose. It is to find a substance that can strengthen weapons. This substance is called Qi Ling. The weapon spirit is a translucent humanoid spirit body. It is colorless, odorless, and has no thoughts. It just exists in this secret realm of the Golden Realm. Its strength is probably around the Blue God Realm. We need you all to use your own skills and Taoism to help capture the weapon spirits. The more you capture, the more rewards we will receive from the Golden Realm dynasty. Jin Qing stood in front of Gobi and talked to the disciples who came from Wanglong City. This time, it actually aroused discussion among a group of cultivators. They were able to be invited here by Jin Qing and others, and they were all the leaders of the younger generation in Wanglong City. The reason why I participated in this trip to the Golden Realm secret realm. On the one hand, it is for the various benefits given by the Jinyu dynasty. On the other hand, he is also extremely curious about this mysterious weapon. Spirit that can strengthen divine weapons. For practitioners, there is no doubt that being able to possess a high-level weapon will greatly improve one's strength. If the realm of the avenue is similar, a person with an earth-level magic weapon will most likely defeat someone with a mysterious level magic weapon. Not to mention the legendary heaven-level magic weapon. In the legends, when the level of the divine weapon reaches the heaven level, it almost has its own basic intelligence, which can greatly improve the host's combat effectiveness in combat. From this point of view, there is no cultivator who does not hope to possess a heaven-level magic weapon. However, heaven-level magic weapons are not only expensive, and they are basically all priceless. If an average family or sect could possess a heaven-level magic weapon, they would undoubtedly treat it as a sect-suppressing treasure. I won't show it to others easily. Even if it is used, only the sect master-level figures in the sect are eligible to use it. As for young disciples like them, it is almost impossible to possess heaven-level magic weapons. This is also the reason why they are willing to come specifically to explore the secret realm of the Golden Realm. I don't know, what exactly is this weapon spirit? I heard that the weapon spirit can be sealed in the weapon. Although the weapon spirit has no intelligence, if you find the weapon spirit with the same attributes as the weapon's level and combat effectiveness can be greatly improved. A disciple with an old face said. This time, it also instantly aroused the interest of some disciples. After all, if the weapon spirit can really upgrade the weapon level, it is equivalent to letting them upgrade the weapon level for free. The Jinyu dynasty is a dynasty that specializes in refining weapons. He Jin Qing is the best weapon refiner in the Jinyu dynasty. Judging from their attitude, they can be considered sincere, and it seems to be a good choice to follow such a dynasty to explore the secret realm. However, I just don't know about the weapon spirits in the secret realm of the Golden Realm. What kind of existence is it? A disciple in white with a long sword on his back stood up and politely asked. Jin Qing, how can we defeat or even imprison these weapon spirits? Regarding the question of this disciple in white, Jin Qing was obviously prepared and said with a smile, it's very simple. We will prepare 10 long swords for each of you. As long as you defeat the weapon spirits and forcibly seal them into the long swords, the mission will be completed. In this way, we, the Jinyu dynasty, will deliver the various treasures promised at that time with both hands. What do you think? Sounds good. The Jinyu dynasty is also a large sect, and we are still willing to believe in your promise. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1013 Wolf Road, the realization of killing all the way. What's wrong with you? Xiao Xuan turned his head. After seeing the expression on Lang Tu's face, he couldn't help but ask, are you interested in this kind of aura? Hearing Xiao Xuan's words, Lang Tu nodded quickly and calmed down his expression. It's true. Since I got your precious weapon last time, the blood in my body has been greatly purified. The negative energy that induced me to go crazy has been basically eliminated, replaced by a cold and fierce killing breath. Lang Tu said with a grateful face. Knowing that Lang Tu could get the benefits of that treasure, Xiao Xuan also nodded. Long Tu was the one he could rely on most for help in the Golden Realm secret realm. If Lang Tu is practicing killing one way now, isn't this Golden Realm secret realm the best training ground for him? So, the killing atmosphere in this place is very helpful to you? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but ask. Good. As soon as I entered this secret realm, I felt a familiar feeling. Here, my understanding of the avenue will be faster. Lang Tu looked excited. Since being bound to the soul contract by Xiao Xuan, his mood has never been high, and even his enthusiasm for practicing is no longer so high. His whole person is lazy. Finally, I tried to use the treasure given by Xiao Xuan. He successfully got rid of the evil negative energy in his body, and thus improved his realm to a higher level. Although I am still worried about the soul contract on my body. But after such a long period of contact with Xiao Xuan, Lang Tu discovered that Xiao Xuan was not a very bad person. On the contrary, it helped him a lot on the path of cultivation. More importantly, Lang Tu saw a magical cultivation talent in Xiao Xuan, which was definitely not something ordinary people could possess. Since I have such talent, one day in the future, maybe Xiao Xuan can really stand at the top of this continent. At that time, Lang Tu also knew that the soul contract on him was not only not a bad thing, but would actually become something he was proud of. It's embarrassing to be a slave to a second-star Songshan realm person. But it would be a bit of an honor to be a slave to the master of the continent. In the eastern wasteland. That's fine. Looking at the Dao realm in you, you should have reached the peak of the 5-star level of the Blue God realm. If you can use this opportunity to break through to the 6-star level of the Blue God realm, it would be the best. Xiao Xuan nodded. Although the first time I met Lang Tu, I was not very happy. But he could also see that Lang Tu had some leadership skills when he could control so many desperados in the Blood Wolf mercenary group. As long as he follows me honestly. Maybe it's also a good help. At least this time, Lang Tu handled the affairs of the Mu family and Zhao family of the Qinghua Empire well. Moreover, Lang Tu was still locked by the soul contract, so Xiao Xuan was not worried that he would suddenly betray him. Thank you, Master. Lang Tu quickly thanked him. However, the safety of the Master still comes first. It is better for me to follow the Master. Hearing the sound of a wolf's journey leads to a master. Xiao Xuan was a little embarrassed instead. In fact, the purpose of binding the soul contract to Lang Tu at that time was just to control the Blood Wolf mercenary group. That's all. Unexpectedly, now, he has recruited a loyal guard for himself. How do you feel about this place? Xiao Xuan followed the large army and asked while walking towards the Golden Realm secret realm, do you feel that it is a bit strange here? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1014, Cruel Means, the Purpose of the Jinyu Dynasty. Be careful. This Golden Realm secret realm is very likely not that simple. Xiao Xuan whispered to Lang Tu beside him. Hear the words. Lang Tu was also stunned, and then nodded seriously. Based on such long-term contact, he also roughly understood what kind of person Xiao Xuan was. According to the situation encountered before. As long as it is a decision made by Xiao Xuan, there will basically be no mistakes. Even if there are, a solution will be found later. So, this time, Lang Tu will also choose to believe in Xiao Xuan unconditionally. In the team, under the protection of a few people who took out magic weapons and spiritual weapons, the entire team quickly passed through the killing zone. In this area, what he could feel was that there were some powers that didn't seem so simple. In the secret realm of the Golden Realm, both Dao Dao and Divine Soul will be vaguely suppressed. Under this kind of oppression, All the disciples felt extremely uncomfortable, and their combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. Although they are all 5-star practitioners of the Blue God realm, the strength they can display at this moment is probably around the 3-star level of the Blue God realm. This makes everyone feel a little uneasy. After all, they had all heard about the dangers of the Golden Realm secret realm before coming here. Although there are many of them. But facing a weapon spirit without intelligence, I still feel a lot of fear. Attention, we have entered the depths of the Golden Realm secret realm, and the weapon spirit may appear at any time. Just when everyone was uneasy, Qing said proactively. Yes. Everyone, be careful. Is the weapon spirit finally going to appear? Say it. The people in the team also became wary. Before, they had only heard of the existence of weapon spirits and had not really come into contact with anything of this level. Hearing Jin Qing's words at this moment, everyone was naturally a little nervous. Sure enough, he left not long ago. In the iron-gray fog ahead, black figures began to appear one after another. Among these figures, some are big men holding guandao, some are old men carrying long sticks, and some are female swordsmen with swords hanging low, although not far apart. In the mist, it was almost impossible to see the faces of these people, and one could only feel the sharp kendo aura on their bodies. Under a dozen sharp breaths, the faces of all the disciples were a little solemn. Even Jin Li and Jin Qing, who were taking the lead, looked solemn as they looked at the figure in front of them and tightly held the weapons in their hands. Everyone, these are the weapon spirits of the 2nd star of the Blue God realm. The strength is not very strong. As long as you defeat your opponents, you can forcefully seal them into the sword. Please don't hold back, and conquer it quickly. After Jin Qing finished speaking, he actually took a few steps back. Look at this. It seems that you don't want to compete with everyone for the weapon spirit? This aroused Xiao Xuan's doubts and made him a little confused. Logically speaking, the Jinyu dynasty has wasted so much effort that even the princes and princesses were sent to dangerous secret realms. The purpose is naturally to get more weapon spirits. Now these weapon spirits are in front of you. Jin Qing, who is a 5-star in the Blue God realm, didn't take action? Is this normal? Could it be that she really wanted to help everyone and wanted others to collect enough weapon spirits as soon as possible? This idea just came to my mind. Xiao Xuan quickly gave up this idea. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1015 Suspicion, Information about Jinyu Dynasty Qin Feng. I do not believe. Xiao Xuan shook his head. Traveled through 2 continents. He has seen too many practitioners. This time it was only the first time that he and Qin Feng met, and the latter said so many intimate words to him. Naturally, he would not believe these words easily. Therefore, he responded bluntly. Regarding Xiao Xuan's words, Lang Tu also nodded. When he was in the Blood Wolf mercenary group, he did a lot of dirty work. The cultivators who fell under his sword. There are not even 1,000 but 800. His ruthless and cautious character is what makes him escape from danger many times. Naturally, Qin Feng would not be easily believed at this moment. Looking at Xiao Xuan and the two who were very afraid of themselves, Qin Feng also had a little embarrassment on his face. Finally, he looked at Xiao Xuan carefully and said with a slight helplessness on his face, actually, I just want to ask for your help, that's all. Help? Mr. Chen, stop joking. Now, Mr. Chen has obtained 6 weapon spirits. He is the strongest among all the disciples and has gained the most. Xiao Xuan smiled and said, on the other hand, the person we came here has empty hands, how can he still have the energy to help you? Regarding Xiao Xuan's explanation, Qin Feng obviously didn't believe it. Instead, he shook his head and said, You two are too polite to tell me the truth. Although my strength is average, my eyesight is pretty good. You two should be the strongest among this group of trialists, right? Oh? How do you say this? After hearing this, Xiao Xuan became interested. In order not to attract other people's attention, he and Lang Tu had never made any move, and they could be regarded as the two lowest profile people in the team. How come this Chen Feng can still focus on them? Still believe in it? Are they the strongest? What's the basis for this guy? For a time, both Xiao Xuan and Lang Tu had a little strange look on their faces. It's very simple. The power of your soul is extremely powerful. I have reached the first stage of reality, but when I face you, I still feel incomprehensible. It is obvious that your power of soul is superior to mine. Chen Feng looked at Lang Tu seriously and continued his analysis. As for this eldest brother, the blood evil aura on his body is extremely strong. He must have obviously had a lot of human lives on his hands, right? Say it. Lang Tu's face also changed slightly. Indeed, when he was in the Blood Wolf mercenary group, in order to practice the Blood Way, he had many lives on his hands. At the same time, a lot of hatred was created. But he didn't remember knowing someone like Chen Feng. Could it be that this guy is the descendant of a certain enemy, and that he is here specifically to target him today? Brother Chen Feng is joking. I'm just a second star in the Blue God realm. If I hadn't been recommended by someone at that time, I might not even have the qualifications to enter the Golden Realm secret realm. How could I be so powerful? Xiao Xuan shook his head. However, Xiao Xuan hadn't finished speaking yet. Chen Feng said directly, Brother Xiao Xuan, let's not talk secretly about celebrities. I, Chen Feng, absolutely don't believe it. Your strength is only 2 stars in the Blue God realm. Speaking of which, Xiao Xuan and Lang Tu also looked at each other. There was a bit of surprise on his face. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 10:16 Cooperation? Betray? The weapon spirit of the little Golden God realm. How about it? If I can provide you with the weaknesses of that little Golden God realm weapon spirit, I wonder if you would be willing to cooperate with me. Chen Feng licked his lips and said. This time, the difficult problem was thrown to Xiao Xuan and Lang Tuesday. Both of them knew very well that if they could really obtain the weapon spirit of the little Golden God realm, it would undoubtedly be a great gain. But this kind of gain must be accompanied by danger. Judging from previous combat experience, although the weapon spirits have no intelligence, but this does not mean that they are not strong in combat, but because they are not afraid of pain and death, when they perform Taoist magic, they are more powerful than ordinary practitioners. They are in this secret realm of the Golden Realm. Except for Lang Tu, everyone's realm seems to have been lowered. They simply cannot exert their full strength. At this moment, the three of them know the weakness of the little Golden God realm weapon spirit. Could it really be possible to defeat the opponent? What's more, Xiao Xuan still seriously doubts Chen Feng's identity and purpose. Working with this guy, naturally, he won't be so hasty. Cooperate. That's fine, but I don't know what kind of cooperation you are talking about. Xiao Xuan looked at Chen Feng with interest. According to what you said, there is only one weapon spirit in the little Golden God realm. Even if we seal this weapon spirit, who does it belong to? Ask this question. Chen Feng was a little stunned. Obviously, he did not expect Xiao Xuan to ask such a question. But he responded quickly and replied, of course it depends on who has done more and who has made a greater contribution. Only the person with a greater contribution can get this weapon spirit. Of course, even the other two people who contributed less can still get some compensation. How about this? Sounds good. I saw Chen Feng's serious face. Xiao Xuan did not refuse directly. Instead, he smiled and said, however, it seems that it is not that simple to complete this matter. I wonder what weapons this little golden god realm weapon spirit has on him? This was what he was really curious about. No doubt. If he wants to advance the serious sword. This time, the weapon spirit of the little golden god realm had better be a kendo weapon spirit, so there might still be a glimmer of hope. Sword weapon spirit. Legend has it that this is a trace of swordsmanship left behind by a great swordsman. This swordsman is Gong Sun Heya. Zhang Feng said seriously. When he mentioned the words Gong Sun Heya, his expression became much more serious. Obviously, he still respects this legendary powerful person. As for now, Xiao Xuan was also surprised when he heard Gong Sun Heya's name. He never expected that Gong Sun Heya would actually leave a trace of inheritance here. Talk about it. At that time, he also obtained the pure yang sword technique from Gong Sun Heya in his tomb. This sword technique was of great help to him. If it was said that this little golden god realm weapon spirit really had the inheritance of Gong Sun Heya, he would really want to fight for it. Chen Feng is not trustworthy. However, since he wanted to set a trap, why couldn't Xiao Xuan use it? Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan did not reject Chen Feng, but deliberately showed an embarrassed look. I have heard of Gong Sun Heya, but I am still a little worried. With our strength, we can defeat this little golden god realm weapon spirit. What? Ask this question. Not only Chen Feng, but also Lang Tu was a little stunned. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1017, The Taoism of the Weapon Spirit, the Pure Yang Sword. Technique is advanced. Above the Gobi. 5 or 6 Songshan Realm 5-star explorers holding weapons looked frightened on their faces and looked carefully at the surrounded kendo weapon spirits. There is no other reason. The scene that just happened really made their scalp numb with fear. The kendo weapon spirit is just a sword. In an instant, he killed 3 5-star Songshan Realm explorers, but his own aura did not even weaken at all. This makes other explorers. I even felt that my feet were a little weak. For such power, they don't even know how to contend. Is this the gap between the little golden god realm and the blue god realm? At the same time, what made them even more heartbroken was that the partners who originally said they had found the weakness of this sword spirit suddenly disappeared. Then we communicated a little bit. This also made them understand instantly. Been making trouble for a long time. They were all deceived by those people, allowing them to deal with this little golden god level kendo weapon spirit at the same time. Figure this out. They were all so angry that they wanted to tear those people into pieces, but now, they really were in no mood to care about that. What they have to do. How can I save my life in front of this fierce sword spirit now? The sword wind rose again, like a crescent moon, leaving a trace in the sky. A 5-star cultivator in the blue god realm. Before he could even react, his throat was cut, and blood spurted out of his throat like a fountain. The body looked like a cut log. Slowly fell to the ground. Another one died. Moreover, he was killed directly with such a brutal method, and other explorers were also surprised. Looking at each other. Their hearts were filled with fear. Damn it. I didn't expect that the gap between the little golden god realm and the blue god realm would be so big, it's simply unbelievable. A disciple holding a pair of hammers looked worried. With every attack from the weapon spirit, there will be one less explorer around them. According to this killing efficiency, I'm afraid it won't be long before these explorers will be killed one by one. Think of this. Several explorers also had horror written on their faces. After looking at each other, they unanimously gave up the idea of conquering the weapon spirit. They each used their body skills, turned around and ran away. But before he could take a few steps, the long sword penetrated his throat directly from behind. The double hammer disciple lowered his head in disbelief. It wasn't until he saw the inexplicable extra length of the sword in his throat that he realized that he had really been beheaded. A kendo weapon spirit in the realm of the little golden god. It couldn't be easier to deal with a group of scared Songshan realms. The sword spirit is like a hungry wolf rushing into the sheepfold. The long sword ruthlessly harvests the life of the explorer. At the same time, not far from the battlefield, Jin Li and Jin Qing were covered with an aura-shielding treasure, and they watched the swordsmanship spirit massacre the explorers with expressionless expressions, their eyes indifferent. It was like watching a herd of cattle and sheep being hunted. This group of disciples is quite capable. It can consume 1/3 of the spiritual power of this sword weapon spirit. A smile appeared on Jin Qing's pretty face. It seems that today may be the time for us to conquer the sword spirit. I heard this without any emotion. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1018 Victim? The arrogant Jinyu dynasty. This. Could it be that your Jinyu dynasty is not afraid of offending all the Wang launching sects? After hearing Zhang Feng's explanation, Lang Tu was also surprised. As the leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary group, he knew that this Jinyu dynasty's secret exploration trip was almost looking for elite disciples from various sects in Wanglong City. If you really follow what Zhang Feng said, the Jinyu dynasty almost planned to sacrifice all the sect disciples. This is absolutely bombing news. If the sects in Wanglong City knew that the disciples they had worked so hard to train were actually used by the Jinyu dynasty in this way, I am afraid that I will directly go to the Jinyu dynasty in anger. By the time, even if the Jinyu dynasty has a profound foundation, it may not be able to compete if faced with the siege of all the sects in Wanglong City. These are all secrets. Zhang Feng also felt a little guilty. As long as no one can return to Wanglong City alive, these things will not be leaked. Hear this. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but show disgust on his face. He does know that in the fantasy world, everyone is fighting for resources and interests, and this is understandable. But it's like the Jinyu dynasty. It's really shameless to betray others for your own selfish gain. If this matter were placed on others, maybe Xiao Xuan wouldn't care much, but now, this matter is placed on Xiao Xuan. He couldn't agree to it. You think well, but you have found the wrong person. Xiao Xuan's eyes showed a cold look. You really want to kill me? No, you can't kill me. I'm from the Jinyu dynasty. If you kill me, you won't end well. After seeing the serious sword, Zhang Feng turned pale with fright and almost wet his pants. Seeing his cowardly look, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but shake his head. Using the serious sword to kill such a coward was a bit of an insult to this heavenly weapon. He winked at Lang Tu. Xiao Xuan turned around and left. When Lang Tu was a member of the Blood Wolf mercenary group, he was known for being ruthless and ruthless. After joining Xiao Xuan, his behavior became much more restrained. Today I got another hint from Xiao Xuan. Naturally, he took action directly, grabbed Zhang Feng's neck with both hands and twisted it slightly, and the latter's neck was immediately broken. A snap. Zhang Feng's head tilted to one side. Get rid of Zhang Feng. Lang Tu also walked to Xiao Xuan. At this moment, he had a lot more admiration and respect for Xiao Xuan. Speaking of which, he is the retired leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary group. He should be considered an experienced old mercenary, but even he didn't see Zhang Feng's wolfish ambition. On the contrary, if it weren't for Xiao Xuan's high vigilance, I'm afraid that I will really fall into the trap of Jinyu dynasty. Master, if there really is a kendo weapon spirit at the level of the little golden god, I'm afraid it's not suitable to stay here for a long time. Why? Don't we leave as soon as possible? Lang Tu said solemnly. No, you can't leave like this. Xiao Xuan shook his head. If Zhang Feng didn't lie to us, then the people from the Jinyu dynasty should have deceived some of the exploration team members and went to the depths of the secret realm. Maybe these exploration team members have already fought with the sword spirit. If the Jinyu dynasty wants to conquer this sword spirit, it will not let this opportunity pass easily. Hearing this, Lang Tu also looked serious. He's not stupid either. He immediately heard what Xiao Xuan meant. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1019 Jinyu Dynasty? How much strength you have. Understand the key issues here. Xiao Xuan also decided to challenge the Jin Li and Jin Qing of the Jinyu dynasty before challenging the kendo weapon spirits of the little golden god realm. See how capable they are. Actually, when he saw Jin Li Jin Qing for the first time, Xiao Xuan didn't feel how strong they were. But in them, he noticed a special weapon, Gangfeng, which affected the breath in their bodies with every move. Obviously, they are all people who have been involved in the weapons manufacturing industry for many years. For this, Xiao Xuan is really curious. He had heard that if a person is immersed in the same environment for a long time, some subtle changes will occur in the human body. Just like a practitioner of the way of water. After practicing in a deep pool for a long time, the water attribute in the body will become more and more refined, and the perception of water will become stronger. But generally, only natural cultivators will use this cultivation method. But the blacksmiths of the Jinyu dynasty. It really surprised him that he could accumulate such weapons in his body. Even he was a little curious. I kind of want to know, what methods did these people from the Jinyu dynasty use to seal the spirit of weapons within their bodies? If anything, Xiao Xuan can also learn from them and seal the sword in his body. Wouldn't the strength be greatly enhanced? The so-called learning by choosing the best. Xiao Xuan knew that if he wanted to improve his strength, he had to learn various techniques and Taoism. Sometimes, not only should we learn the advantages of those who are stronger than ourselves, but we should also learn the advantages of those who are weaker than ourselves. On that note, he really has some interest in this Jinyu dynasty. How much do you know about the Jinyu dynasty? Xiao Xuan knew that Lang Tu was a mercenary back then. He must have met many people and knew a lot of things. Maybe he could also have some intelligence and news about the Jinyu dynasty. This dynasty is very mysterious. Legend has it that the founder of the Golden Realm dynasty was a blacksmith who practiced the art of iron. He relied on his random forging and hammering skills to travel across the eastern wilderness continent. He also combined powerful men from several regions to create the Golden Realm dynasty. In the Jinyu dynasty, the vast majority of practitioners practice the iron way. It can be said that on the giant continent of Eastern Baron, the Jinyu dynasty is the place with the most profound understanding of the iron way, and it is also the place where the most powerful weapons are forged. It is precisely because of this that the Jinyu dynasty has continuously improved its strength over the years. It seems that it has become a major force in the eastern wasteland. So strong? Xiao Xuan frowned slightly. He could imagine that the Jinyu dynasty had connections with so many chambers of commerce, such as the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce and the Qingshi Chamber of Commerce, so it naturally had some strength. but he really didn't expect it. How could this Jinyu dynasty be so powerful? How could he still be involved with cultivators from several regions under such circumstances? In this case, it may not be that simple to target the Jinyu dynasty in the secret realm today. At least, he has to deal with it carefully. This is also something I'm worried about. The iron paths practiced by the Jinyu dynasty are basically interconnected. Therefore, if the disciples cooperate, their combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. If several 5-star disciples of the Blue God realm join forces, they might also be able to fight against the strong men of the Little Golden God realm. Longtu said proactively. Hear this. Xiao Xuan understood a little bit. No wonder, in the secret realm, a few 5-stars of the Blue God realm actually have the courage to challenge the Little Golden God realm. It turns out that the reason is here. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1020 Sword Domain, the Combat Power of the Little Golden God Realm Weapon Spirit. Be careful. The perception of a strong person in the Little Golden God realm is extremely sensitive. If we enter this area, we will be noticed by him. Xiao Xuan looked serious. Besides, there is still the smell of blood. He can feel it. In the depths of the secret realm, there is not only the strong wind left by those swords, but also the bloody aura left behind after the battle. Obviously, there was a battle here not long ago. I just don't know where this battle took place. Yes. Master, if necessary, I can find the source of these bloody smells. Longtu said suddenly. After saying this, Xiao Xuan was stunned for a moment, and then he realized what he was saying. Yes. Lang Tu beside him is a practitioner of the blood path. With him here, isn't finding the bloody scent as simple as finding the way home? Think of this. Xiao Xuan was naturally surprised and said, this is naturally the best. If you can find the source of the bloody aura, you will also find the battlefield where you fought before, and maybe you will also find traces of the Little Golden God Realm Weapon Spirit. Good. Look for it right here. Longtu didn't neglect either. As the blood on his body slowly circulated, streaks of bloody aura were released from his body and began to fly in a certain direction. It's like a red line guiding them. Seeing this magical scene, Xiao Xuan also nodded secretly. Once, he had seen the blood cultivators of Longtu. The blood cultivators at that time were still very dirty and smelly. Although the combat effectiveness is not weak. However, if Lang Tu practiced such a blood method for a long time, it would also cause great damage to his own body. Today, Xiao Xuan noticed that Lang Tu's blood became much purer than before. Under the leadership of blood, he and Lang Tu also successfully found the depths of the secret realm, and sure enough, they found stains of blood and traces of battle on the ground. Through these bloodstains, he could easily tell that this swordsman spirit of the Little Golden God realm should have killed many explorers. Strangeness. Why didn't you see that Little Golden God realm weapon spirit? Xiao Xuan looked around. I searched again with my soul power, but found no trace of the sword spirit. This actually made him a little puzzled. According to normal principles, the kendo weapon spirit should have a strong weapon pressure. Such strong strength should be easily discovered here. But neither Xiao Xuan nor Lang Tu noticed it? Isn't this a bit strange? When things go wrong, there must be monsters. At the same time, Xiao Xuan did not gain nothing. Soon he felt that there was some smell of pure yang sword technique on the sword marks on the ground. Only then did Xiao Xuan understand. There is a high probability that Zhang Feng is not lying. This kendo weapon spirit of the Little Golden God realm is very likely to be the remnant of kendo left by Gong Sun Heya. For such a situation, he is even more dignified. Gongsun Heya was once the most famous swordsman on the eastern wilderness continent. The artifacts left behind by such characters. The art of swordsmanship is naturally extremely mysterious. It's no wonder that an empire as powerful as the Jinyu dynasty had to prepare so many things before it dared to challenge this little golden god realm. Weapon spirit. At this point, please log in to continue reading. Chapter 1021, Overhaul of Swordsmanship, Gongsun Heya's Regrets. Follow the guidance of the blood. Xiao Xuan and Lang Tu continued to move towards the depths of the secret realm. Soon, they noticed that there were still some traces of fighting in the secret realm. As they get deeper and deeper into the secret realm, on the ground there were more and more shocking stumps and broken arms, and the scarlet blood was also very dazzling. At last, they also came to a place where the sword marks were the most intense. Obviously, this should be the place where the disciples of the Jinyu dynasty besieged the sword spirit. But the strange thing is, there are no corpses of Jinyu dynasty disciples on the ground. There is also no trace of the sword spirit. This really made Xiao Xuan a little puzzled. Logically speaking, the Jinyu dynasty was so well prepared that it took the initiative to look for the sword spirit. It is indeed possible to lose, but the defeat will definitely not be too miserable. Is it possible that a sword weapon spirit of the little golden god realm can really kill all the disciples of the golden jade dynasty? Not even a body left behind? This is almost impossible. On that note, perhaps what happened here before was really not that simple. Xiao Xuan frowned and said directly, "It seems that this is where they fought. Judging from these traces, the sword spirit must not have been subdued." "Say it." The face of Lang Tu next to him also became a little more solemn. He has seen some of the world, and he also knows how powerful the power of the little golden god realm is. If there is really a head-on battle, the disciples of the Jinyu dynasty would probably be suppressed if they did not have strong trump cards. This is not good news for Xiao Xuan and Lang Tuesday. After all, even if the two of them were put together, they might not be able to deal with the sword spirit. It would be better if they could fight and both sides would lose. In this way, they will still have the opportunity to make a profit. At this point, Xiao Xuan and Lang Tu both knew it well. However, this kind of thing still depends a bit on luck. If the disciples of the Jinyu dynasty really don't live up to expectations and don't even bring any trouble to the swordsmanship spirit, then it only depends on Xiao Xuan's ability. At the moment, Lang Tu was also very preoccupied, and continued walking towards the depths of the secret realm, following the guidance of the blood trail. The deeper you go, the more they feel. There seemed to be something unusual deep in the secret realm of the golden realm, and the aura of powerful killing weapons enveloped the surroundings. Every step I take, it was as if they were in the center of the battlefield, as if they would be joined by swords and axes in the next second. Under the chilling atmosphere, Xiao Xuan and Lang Tu instantly felt a lot more nervous. If such a sword aura were placed on an ordinary person, they would probably feel tremendous pressure. However, Xiao Xuan is not an ordinary person. The greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. No one needs to say more. He followed the direction pointed by the wolf and took the lead, walking in front. This is not because he is reckless, but in terms of soul power alone, he is much stronger than Lang Tuesday. Therefore, dangers can be detected earlier during combat. On that note, within the 5 stars of the blue god realm, he was already the first to be invincible. Lang Tu, on the other hand, also did not dare to neglect. After all, Xiao Xuan had his soul contract with him. If Xiao Xuan was in danger, it would be equivalent to him being in danger. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1022 The Top Sect, The Dream of the Jinyu Dynasty. This damn weapon spirit. The fighting power is so strong, so many of our disciples were actually killed by her. Jin Li's face turned pale. In his hand, he also held a silver orb. The silver orb was covered with a protective shield, emitting silver light. Under these lights, the bursts of sword energy on the sword spirit were actually blocked. It is precisely with these powers that Jin Li and Jin Qing can remain unharmed under the fierce sword wind. See this scene. Xiao Xuan and Lang Tu were also interested. It was obvious that the Jinyu dynasty had made a lot of preparations to deal with the sword spirit. But he was really curious and wanted to see if these guys had the ability to conquer weapon spirits. For a while, the eyes of Xiao Xuan and Lang Tu were focused on the weapon spirit. Judging from the kendo aura on the kendo weapon spirit, this guy is indeed very powerful. It can be said, any sword energy released from this guy could cause fatal damage to Jin Qing and Jin Li. On that note, it is also enough to prove that it is not that simple to fight against a weapon spirit at the level of the little golden god. Do you think Jin Li and Jin Qing can defeat this sword spirit? Xiao Xuan asked casually. It should be fine. Judging from the breath of this sword weapon spirit seems to be a bit disordered. It should be that the previous explorer has consumed a lot of his spiritual power. Long to his rich experience. After careful observation, he could see that there was something wrong with the sword spirit. After such a situation, this kendo weapon spirit seems a bit difficult to win. This made Xiao Xuan a little more dignified. Actually, he still hopes that the sword spirit can win this battle. Anyway, now, he has already broken up with the Jinyu dynasty. If the kendo weapon spirit can take action, kill Jin Li and Jin Qing, this is also a good thing for Xiao Xuan. Whoosh! While talking, the kendo weapon spirit suddenly flew up, and with the sword swung, the aura of weapons around him instantly gathered towards him. The sword comes out like a dragon. The silver light suddenly appeared and struck directly at the spiritual treasure in Jin Li's hand. This scene also surprised Xiao Xuan next to him. Didn't Jin Qing also say before that this weapon spirit has no intelligence? Why do you still know how to take the initiative to attack Ling Bao now? How is this going? Is it possible that after reaching the level of the little golden god, will these weapon spirits also evolve? Not good. Gather up a formation to meet the enemy. Jin Qing didn't dare to neglect. She could also see that the sword spirit was almost at the end of its strength. In order not to be subdued, the weapon spirit's attacks would become more and more fierce. Jin Qing and Jin Li worked together in perfect harmony. An iron-gray steel aura flowed from both of them at the same time. When the two auras came together, they also condensed into a steel shield. Kung. Under the collision of steel shield and silver sword light, both sides also took a few steps back at the same time. At the same time, the huge repulsive force also caused Jin Li, Jin Qing and others to be directly knocked away for more than 10 meters. It hit the ground hard. This power actually instantly created 2 large craters on the hard floor of the secret realm. See this scene. Xiao Xuan was also secretly speechless. He knew that this was still the case where the power of the sword spirit was mostly offset by the spirit treasure. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1023 Crisis, The Dilemma of the Sword Artifact Spirit. See the scene in front of you. Xiao Xuan was a little more surprised. He had known for a long time that the Jinyu dynasty was very well established and must have the ability to beat the odds. But this method of activating the weapon spirit, this was his first time seeing it. Based on what he discovered during the previous battle, he knew that these weapon spirits were actually not weak. It's just that one lacks intelligence and the other lacks organization. Now, under the secret technique of Jinyu dynasty, if these guys can unite and attack the sword spirit together, then the latter will be really dangerous. Really. Under the siege of these Tsongshan realm weapon spirits. Not long after, many wounds appeared on the sword spirit, and his aura became much weaker. Jin Li and Jin Qing were waiting aside with expectant faces. Both of them had excitement on their faces. They were waiting until the sword spirit was really too weak to resist, and then they would take action to conquer it. This is the case. Their success rate in conquering is the highest. On the other side, after seeing everything in front of him, Xiao Xuan's face showed a bit of solemnity. The kendo weapon spirit was subdued. This is obviously not something he wants to see. But now, Jin Li and Jin Qing can actually summon so many Tsong God realm weapon spirits. This could definitely be a variable. We need to kill Jin Li and Jin Qing instantly. In this way, we can avoid falling into a bitter battle with these weapon spirits. Are you confident? Xiao Xuan turned around and asked. After hearing this, Lang Tu was also stunned. He obviously didn't expect that Xiao Xuan could actually say such things. It is obvious that Xiao Xuan is much stronger than him. Since Xiao Xuan has said that he will kill these two people instantly, let Xiao Xuan take action first. Good. I will do my best next time. Lang Tu nodded and said hesitantly, I do know that if you, sir, can kill Jin Qing, I can kill Jin Li. Say it. Xiao Xuan nodded. Unexpectedly, Lang Tu usually looks gloomy, but he is not stupid at all. At this moment, it can also be seen that Jin Qing is stronger than Jin Qing. That's why he was asked to deal with Jin Qing. However, this was not a big deal. Xiao Xuan also smiled and said nothing more. Make a plan. Xiao Xuan no longer hesitated, stepping on the yin and yang stealth technique under his feet, and his body gradually integrated into the surrounding environment. At this moment, if anyone can see him, you will find out. His whole body seemed like a ghost, approaching Jin Qing silently, making people shudder. At the same time, Jin Qing is at the center of the secret law. But I felt an inexplicable uneasiness. After looking around, although she didn't find anyone, she always felt that there seemed to be a crisis approaching. The next second, an illusory figure suddenly appeared in front of her. The sharp sword instantly stabbed her throat. Judging from the cold air on the sword, the power of the sword was not small at all. In an instant, Jin Qing's pupils shrank. But he didn't wait for her to react. The sword pierced her throat. At the last moment of her life, Jin Qing looked up and saw that the person who killed her was actually Xiao Xuan, whom she had despised before. Damn it. Xiao Xuan. It's you. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1024 Inherited, Gongsun Hei's Pure Yang Sword Technique. At the same time, as Xiao Xuan used the Pure Yang Sword Technique, a magical scene also happened. The kendo weapon spirit, who was originally full of Lingran sword aura, slowly put away the aura on his body, turned his head, and looked at Xiao Xuan with seeming confusion. This made him overjoyed. Actually, if this sword weapon spirit is a walking corpse with no intelligence and only knows how to kill, Xiao Xuan may really have to spend a lot of effort to subdue it by force. But it's different now. Since this kendo weapon spirit can feel the familiar Chunyang sword technique on his body, maybe he still has some consciousness. If Gongsun Heya still has some lingering thoughts in the sword spirit. For Xiao Xuan, this is a good thing. After the observation just now, he has discovered that the Chunyang sword art is not as simple as it seems. Before, when he obtained the Chunyang sword art, I just found that the combat effectiveness of the pure yang sword ju was average, and the main purpose was to use the pure yang sword ju to enhance the power of the great Tao in my body. Until later, when Chunyang sword art and Wuji sword wei were integrated, Chunyang sword art gained a little bit of combat effectiveness. It is precisely because of this that Xiao Xuan always thought that the combat effectiveness of Chunyang sword ju might really be average. But today, it was really an eye-opener for him. Although he was just a weapon spirit with only a trace of residual thoughts, the subtlety and power of the Chunyang sword technique also surprised him. Xiao Xuan felt the pure yang sword technique he had obtained before seemed to be only part of it. Seeing that the pure yang sword art was useful, Xiao Xuan no longer hesitated and slowly condensed the sword art. I want to see how this sword weapon spirit will react. Actually, when Xiao Xuan was running the pure yang sword art, he had already discovered some problems. He found that when the sword spirit felt the pure yang sword technique on his body, it seemed that he no longer had the same hostility as before. Instead, there was a soft feeling. It seems that he has some different expectations for him. This really made Xiao Xuan a little excited. Is it possible? The kendo weapon spirit planned to do something to him. You, come with me. At this moment, the sword spirit suddenly opened his mouth and spoke. At this time, Xiao Xuan and Lang Tu were also stunned. Didn't they say before that all weapon spirits have no intelligence? Why now? Can this kendo weapon spirit still speak? But at the moment, Xiao Xuan could roughly guess that the sword spirit did not directly kill him the first moment it saw him. This shows that the kendo weapon spirit still has some affection for him. That being the case, what Xiao Xuan wanted to do next didn't seem to be that difficult. More importantly, anyone with a discerning eye can now see that there must be something important for the sword spirit to find Xiao Xuan. It is even possible to teach him the Chunyang sword technique. Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan's face also flashed with joy. Before, he had only received some inheritance of the pure yang sword art, and his strength had been greatly improved. Now, if he could obtain the complete inheritance of the pure yang sword art, wouldn't his strength be greatly improved? At the moment, he also followed the sword spirit to the depths of the secret realm. Instead, Lang Tu was slightly worried. He was a little worried about Xiao Xuan's safety. But in this regard, Xiao Xuan comforted Lang Tu with his eyes, indicating that he didn't need to worry too much. After all, the strength of this little golden god realm swordsmanship spirit. They see it. If the sword spirit was really going to be detrimental to Xiao Xuan, I'm afraid he would have taken action long ago. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1025, is the strength of the heavenly magic weapon beyond my control? Ding dong. Host, please don't be too excited. Heaven-level magic weapons have great requirements for cultivators. If you don't have enough strength, you won't be able to use them even if you get the heaven-level magic weapons. Just when Xiao Xuan was secretly happy, a system prompt suddenly came to my mind. This time, it was like a bucket of cold water was poured on his head. But Xiao Xuan can actually understand such an answer, such as those powerful heaven-level magic weapons, heaven-level skills, heaven-level Taoism, etc. In fact, although these things are powerful, but not everyone can use these things. On the contrary, if you want to use these powerful combat skills, you must have the strength. It's like a newborn baby. Even if you give him the sharpest sword and the most exquisite swordsmanship, I'm afraid he won't be able to unleash the power of the sword. In these cases, if Xiao Xuan understands the system At the same time, he felt a little more helpless in his heart. He originally thought that his strength had improved significantly over the years, but who knew, it still didn't have the expected effect. Even if there are heaven-level magic weapons, no way to use it? Isn't this the same as having a treasure mountain but not being able to dig it out? Then wouldn't his efforts today be in vain? Didn't the host get the complete sword inheritance from Gongsun Heya today? The sword inheritance can allow the host to improve its strength, the system said. Is it? Xiao Xuan was dubious. Kendo inheritance. This kind of thing is naturally precious. However, he has received many similar things from the system, so he doesn't have much feeling for these things. At this moment, when he heard the system say this, he suddenly felt a different feeling in his heart. Speaking of which, since arriving on the Tao continent, he has experienced many secret realms and adventures. In these dangerous places, he did get a lot of benefits. But among these benefits, none of them are truly something that can be regarded as the inheritance of swordsmanship. At the moment, although he doesn't know it yet. What exactly did this kendo weapon spirit put into his head? However, based on the previous attitude of the kendo weapon spirit towards him, he roughly judged that the things just given to him should be the great inheritance of Gongsun Heya. On that note, if he can understand it, he can be regarded as a disciple of Gongsun Heya. So, does he want to understand? System prompts. The host has not yet completed the inheritance of swordsmanship. Gongsun Heya swordsmanship is considered to be somewhat powerful in the entire Tao continent. In this case, it is better to learn about it. It's hard to learn other people's sword skills. However, after understanding it, there are many benefits. Good. Xiao Xuan nodded. He can think of it. The so-called cultivation is to choose the good and follow it. Gongsun Heya's strength and status are naturally beyond doubt, now that there is such a premise. Maybe it wouldn't be a bad thing to learn about Gongsun Heya's sword skills? Think of this. Xiao Xuan also showed a look of solemnity on his face. He sat cross-legged on the ground, his soul converged, he entered a state of meditation, and began to meditate seriously. The wolf rode on one side. Seeing this scene, he silently stepped aside and became Xiao Xuan's protector. Above the ruins of a deserted palace. For several days, Xiao Xuandu was sitting on the ground, his soul traveling in the divine palace, rehearsing Gongsun Heya's swordsmanship inheritance over and over again in his mind. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1026, Pure Yang Sword Technique, the Power of Complete Fusion. Feel inside the body. Those avenue energies like rolling thunder and galloping horses. Xiao Xuan was also secretly surprised. He did not expect that this pure yang sword art could be so domineering. His current Tao level is only 2 stars in the Tsongshan realm, not even as good as Long Tu beside him. But he can feel it. If he uses the pure yang sword technique in his body, he can definitely make the power of the great Tao in his body go even further. In this way, coupled with the various methods on him, isn't it that the strength is comparable to the 7 or 8 stars in the Tsongshan realm? Think of this. He couldn't help but gasp. But after a while, he felt that the meridians in his body hurt as if they were being burned. This made him secretly surprised. He quickly extinguished the pure yang sword technique. After a long time, the burning pain slowly subsided. It turns out that Chunyang sword technique was a great insight that Gongsun Heya spent his entire life to understand. The energy in it is extremely majestic. Even the strong men in the Golden God realm attach great importance to this. Now Xiao Xuan, at most, has only scratched the surface of understanding it. But he can still feel the oppression of these pure yang energies on his meridians. That is to say, Xiao Xuan reacted quickly just now. His body was not harmed by the pure yang sword technique. If Xiao Xuan had forced himself to continue running the pure yang sword technique just now, his body might have been damaged by now. After understanding this, Xiao Xuan was also secretly surprised. It seems that if you want to truly unleash the power of the pure yang sword technique, you need to strengthen your physical strength, Xiao Xuan said secretly. In fact, these words were just what Xiao Xuan said to himself. If others heard this, I'm afraid they would be so surprised that they couldn't even speak. To know Xiao Xuan's physical strength, if placed in the same realm, it would definitely be extremely explosive. In fact, even Lang Tu, a 5-star Songshan realm, dare not say that his physical fitness is definitely better than Xiao Xuan. But now, Xiao Xuan actually said that his physical strength is not high enough? Isn't this Qi Guogua showing off? But at this moment, only Xiao Xuan himself knew that what he said was not false. On the contrary, if you want to achieve higher achievements, you must work harder. Strengthen the body. Maybe, he really has to find a way to go to Tsinghua Academy and get the Qinglong physical technique. Just as Xiao Xuan stood up. When I was about to leave this Golden Realm's secret realm, deep in the secret realm, there was suddenly a strong aura of weapons. He didn't dare to neglect and quickly ducked away. But who knows? The weapon aura was actually continuous, as if it were endless, and continued to invade his body. This actually surprised him. I have seen it before, when Jing Qing and Jing Li besieged the kendo weapon spirit. The kendo weapon spirit did try to swallow the aura of these weapons. Moreover, these breaths also have a considerable strengthening effect on the weapon spirit. But what he was curious about was, I do not know now. Are these kendo auras good for him? Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan's face became more curious, and he tried to reach out his hand to touch some of these breaths. But these breaths just came close to him. It actually completely ignored his body and penetrated through his body in an instant. This scene surprised him. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1027. Can magical weapon spirits be cultivated? The spirit of weapons. Isn't it already there in the serious sword? The system answered directly. After hearing this, Xiao Xuan was stunned for a moment, then continued, so magical? Didn't you, old man, say that only heaven-level divine weapons and above can have the spirit of weapons? How can this serious sword also have it? Indeed, only heaven-level divine weapons and above can conceive. But now, your heavenly wolf sword has swallowed the weapon spirit of the little golden god realm, so it is naturally qualified to breed the weapon spirit. The system hesitated for a moment before continuing. It can be said that the current serious sword is no longer just a simple heaven-level weapon. Say it. Xiao Xuan was also stunned. In his understanding, heaven-level magic weapons should already be the ceiling in the weapon level. Just now, the system actually broke his cognition. On top of the heavenly weapons, are there even more powerful weapons? It was true that he couldn't believe it. In that case, what should I do to breed the spirit of weapons? Xiao Xuan continued to ask, if there is a weapon spirit, wouldn't it also make the power of the serious sword even further? Indeed so. However, if you want to breed the spirit of a weapon, what is more important is perseverance and perseverance. You need to use the breath of the weapon to breed it for a long time. That is a bit troublesome. Xiao Xuan scratched the back of his head. I can't stay in this secret realm forever unless I can bring the aura of these weapons out. Think of this. He couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Judging from the previous situation, the smell of these weapons is colorless and odorless, and cannot be seen or touched. I don't even know how to collect. How could he bring out the aura of these weapons? Just thinking about it. He suddenly noticed that not far away, weapon spirits holding weapons were walking aimlessly on them. It also has a strong smell of weapons. Seeing this, Xiao Xuan suddenly understood. Speaking of which, this secret realm of the Jinyu dynasty originally existed. In the Jinyu dynasty. If the Jinyu dynasty wanted iron-smelting weapons, it seemed that they could enter it at will. There is no need to spend so much effort to capture the weapon spirit. Could it be that? Are they capturing the weapon spirit with such great fanfare just to extract the weapon aura from the weapon spirit's body? Use this to cultivate weapons above the heaven level? After thinking for a while, Xiao Xuan found that this idea made perfect sense. That is to say, the purpose of the Jinyu dynasty coming to this secret realm is actually to capture the weapon aura in the weapon spirit. In this case, if Xiao Xuan can seize some weapon spirits from it, isn't it equivalent to getting the weapon breath? Thus, in the future, even if he doesn't have to stay in the secret realm, he will be able to cultivate his own weapon spirit. Think of this. Xiao Xuan's face was a little more excited, and he said to Lang Tu beside him, "Start now and conquer all the weapon spirits you can see." Yes. That's a time-consuming and labor-intensive thing. Lang Tu was stunned. Although he didn't know Xiao Xuan's true purpose. But he still nodded and agreed to the former, and continued, "Please rest assured, young master, I will do my best." 4 Wolf Road. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1028, The Courageous Mercenary Leader, Lang Tu. You? Are you telling the truth? Xiao Xuan looked at Lang Tu with strange eyes. He felt that this matter seemed a bit difficult to understand. After all, no matter how famous the Blood Wolf mercenary group is, it is only within the circle of mercenary groups, nothing more. Is it possible that they can still come into contact with an existence like the Jinyu dynasty? This is a bit incredible. You guys? Aren't you afraid of the revenge of the Jinyu dynasty? Xiao Xuan couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, sir. Now our Blood Wolf mercenary group usually moves to the mountains and hides in the plains. Even their Golden Domain dynasty can't find any trace of us. Lang Tu laughed. After hearing this, Xiao Xuan was also stunned immediately and continued, if this is really the case, it would be a good choice. However, there is another question, how can we make the Jinyu dynasty believe it? Blood Wolf Mark. Lang Tu seemed to have guessed that Xiao Xuan would ask, and continued, our Blood Wolf mercenary group naturally has some strength, and every time we do something, we will leave the Blood Wolf mark. What kind of habit is this? Is it possible that you are still worried that others will not know that you have done bad things? Xiao Xuan asked, aren't you afraid that others will use methods to deal with you? Lang Tu didn't care and continued, actually, this is a last resort. Sometimes, when we accept a task from others, we have to prove that it was us who did it. Hear this. Xiao Xuan nodded. Indeed, what Lang Tu said actually makes sense. After all, the people who hired the mercenary group all paid. Since these people paid, they naturally hope that their money will be effective. And the Blood Wolf mercenary group. Maybe you can also take this opportunity to give yourself some publicity for this situation. Maybe in normal times, the average cultivator still prefers this. However, Xiao Xuan was a little doubtful that the Jinyu dynasty could believe their rhetoric. A Blood Wolf mark. Could he really deceive the entire Jinyu dynasty? Think of this. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but be a little worried. However, when he saw Lang Tu's confident look, he breathed a sigh of relief. Put it this way. Since Longtu can do this, it is enough to prove that what he does is still very reliable. It's even possible that they can get away with it this time. Very good. I hope people from the Jinyu dynasty can't see anything. After thinking for a while, Xiao Xuan also said directly, the bodies of Jin Li and Jin Qing can't be taken out anyway, and they shouldn't know any information. At the same time, outside the secret realm, a middle-aged man with a golden crown on his head and a strong aura, with a pale face, stood at the exit of the secret realm. He is the emperor of the Jinyu dynasty, Jin Feng. As a strong man in the little golden god realm, he is also the most powerful weapon refining master in the Jinyu dynasty, and the weapons he can refine are all above the earth level. In rumors, Jin Feng even personally refined heaven-level weapons. However, these are just rumors, and no one knows whether they are true or false. After all, if a magic weapon of this level were really born, it would cause changes in the world within a certain range. But recently, it seems that no such mutation occurred. However, this is not the only criterion for judging this matter. Maybe within the Jinyu dynasty, there will be some means unknown to ordinary people to hide this change in the world. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1029, Journey to the Secret Realm, the Magical Effect of Time. Actually, at this moment, Xiao Xuan has already felt that there is a strong threat from the avenue outside the secret realm. However, this is also something he can think of. They had just killed the prince and princess of the Jinyu dynasty in the secret realm. This was already a blood feud. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for the Jinyu dynasty not to express anything. Therefore, no one needs to say much. He also knows that there must be danger outside. At this moment, any normal person would not be able to challenge these guys head on. Xiao Xuan naturally understood. No matter how you say the Jinyu dynasty, they are an empire and a dynasty, and their strength is still very strong. With him and Longtu, if you want to fight against such a being, you will undoubtedly hit an egg against a stone. As for the other hand, since arriving on the Dao continent, he has not used the River of Time. Originally, Xiao Xuan's plan was not to use this treasure that he had worked so hard to obtain unless it was absolutely necessary. But now, it seems really dangerous if you don't use it anymore. Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan was no longer hesitant. An ancient and mysterious aura circulated around his body, and the River of Time slowly emerged. In an instant, under a magical force, the white light of time merges, wrapped up Xiao Xuan and Lang Tu, as if they were in a time, various places on the Dao continent flashed by in front of his eyes. There is the tall and majestic Sex divine residence, the tantric spiritual land with rich aura, the auction venue with a lot of people, and the mysterious and terrifying poisonous mist valley. Xiao Xuan gathered his soul power. Try to choose places you are familiar with in these complicated worlds, hoping that you and Longtu will not be transported to unfamiliar places before, because his soul power is not strong enough. If you want to use the River of Time, you will inevitably be transported to various worlds at will. But it's different now. The real soul is enough to make him proud of the others in the Blue God realm. Even if the operation time is long, he can still not fall behind at this moment. Regarding this situation, others may not understand it, but only Xiao Xuan himself knows that the long River of Time is unparalleled. Just change your mind. It can be transmitted to all heavens, all realms, all things, and all earth at any time. To know, there are already 108 regions in the eastern wilderness continent, and each region contains countless sects and countless divine mansions. On the entire Avenue continent, There are also 4 giant continents and a divine residence. Coupled with the more mysterious places outside the territory, these places can be reached at will as long as Xiao Xuan has something to miss in his heart. Such ability. It's definitely the best among the worst. Not to mention, because of his past experience, Xiao Xuan can also use the effect of the river of time unlimited times. It's just that it takes a while to cool down. Figure this out. Maybe ordinary people won't understand, but they should know that if they offend him, Xiao Xuan, there will be no good consequences. At this moment. Don't wait for long to react. The 2 of them took advantage of a ray of light to teleport their bodies to a place. Open your eyes again. Surprisingly, it is the entrance of Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. See here. Xiao Xuan smiled with satisfaction. After using it for a long time for the first time, the effect is still good. At least, he wasn't teleported to some remote place, and he had this teleportation experience. It will take a long time if used again in the future. He will also be more experienced. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1030 Where Confidence Lies, The Expectation of Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. Inside the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. Faced with Meng Yan and Feng Lei Tian appearing together. Mulao Chongfeng also felt a lot of pressure. A small golden god realm, a pseudo-golden god realm. There is no doubt that their strength is strong. If they are determined and want to go against the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, it will put a lot of pressure on the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. So this time, Mu Laozong also had gloomy eyes, looking at the 2 of them, trying to see what their purpose was. Feng Lei Tian was calm. Faced with such a situation, she did not speak directly, but let Meng Yan speak first. At this moment. In fact, without Meng Yan having to say anything, Mu Laozong could roughly know that they came just to make conditions. In this regard, Mu Lao worshipped him somewhat annoyed. It was clearly stated before that the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce would cooperate with the city lord's mansion, but who knew that before their cooperation even started, the city lord's mansion would rebel? Mu Lao worships. I'm really sorry. I, Meng Yan, didn't come here today to cause trouble for your Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. Meng Yan looked around. When she saw that the people around her looked unkind to her, she could only sigh and said, I just want to tell all the forces in Wanglong City that my City Lord's palace will withdraw from Wanglong City in the future. Say it. Everyone present was shocked. Only then did they understand why Meng Yan took the initiative to come to Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. She came here to announce this matter? Put before. Such things are simply difficult for ordinary people to understand. You know, for hundreds of years, all matters in Wanglong City have been controlled by the city lord's mansion. In Wanglong City. From powerful cultivators with profound magical powers to ordinary businessmen and hawkers, they are all subject to the control of the city lord's palace. It is said that hundreds of years ago, there are also strong men of the Golden God realm sitting in the city lord's palace, so they are also qualified to take charge of Wanglong City. To know this stewardship is not in vain. Not only do they have the power to control facilities in the city such as chambers of commerce, restaurants, martial arts arenas, and dam pagodas, but they are also qualified to participate in various secret treasure hunts on behalf of Wanglong City. Especially when a secret treasure cave or a secret realm of heaven and earth appears near Wanglong City. The city lord's mansion is eligible to take the lead in checking. For hundreds of years, the city lord's mansion has benefited from this. But today, Meng Yan actually said such a sentence and planned to voluntarily give up her position in the city lord's mansion? Isn't this stupid? But Mu Lao worship is also very clear. Although Meng Yan is a woman, she is also a very scheming person. No matter how stupid she is, she can't fail to see the benefits of the city. Lord's mansion. There must be another reason behind voluntarily giving up these things at this time. And for this reason, it is very likely that it is Qinglei Palace. Thinking of this, Mu Laozong also frowned slightly. He also didn't expect that Feng Lei Tian was so capable that he could make Meng Yan give up on her own initiative, even giving up her position in the city. Lord's mansion? He was really curious, what method did Feng Lei Tian use? How about it? I wonder if Mu Laozong heard it clearly? In the future, if the city Lord's palace leaves, there will be no one in Wanglong City. Feng Lei Tian laughed with satisfaction. I wonder who Mu Laoji thinks is more suitable to take charge of Wanglong City? Ask this question. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye can tell that Feng Lei Tian is asking questions knowingly. Why did the city lord's mansion give up power to Wanglong City properly? Is it nothing more than being forced by your Qinglei palace? Since everyone has done such bad things. Now, why are you still asking hypocritically? Isn't this appropriate and established? However, in the face of the absolute strength of Qinglei Palace, he did not dare to say anything. He just looked at Feng Lei Tian with fearful eyes. Want to see what he will do next? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1031 Feng Lei Tian's Weakness, Guidance. Mu Lao worships, but it doesn't have to be like this. I can solve today's matter. Xiao Xuan smiled. When he said these words, he instantly attracted strange looks from everyone. Even Mu Lao worshipped him with doubts and confusion on his face, and he couldn't believe what Xiao Xuan said. Now, what Xiao Xuan is facing is Feng Lei Tian? A mission that even Meng Yan and he were afraid of. Why could Xiao Xuan be so reckless? Or even ignore the latter at all? There is a huge gap between the Blue God realm and the Little Golden God realm. There is also a big gap between the Little Golden God realm and the false Golden God realm. If Xiao Xuan is now a cultivator in the realm of the Little Golden God like him, perhaps Mu Lao will still believe it. But now, Xiao Xuan is just at Songshan realm, why can he be so confident? Isn't this a bit complacent? Xiao Xuan. This matter is no small matter, don't be reckless. Mu Laozong frowned slightly. Even though he knew that Xiao Xuan was not a reckless person, he couldn't help but remind him at this moment. Don't worry, Mr. Mu, I, Xiao Xuan, never fight an unprepared battle. Xiao Xuan chuckled. He. I've never seen such a confident person. Hear the conversation between Mu Lao and Xiao Xuan. Feng Lei Tian almost laughed angrily. What's going on? I have heard this from my protector a long time ago. Xiao Xuan is a very talented disciple, but that's all. If he were a person in the Little Golden God realm now, he might still be wary of it. Now, Xiao Xuan was just an ordinary Song God realm person. Why should he be afraid? Ha. I have been in Wanglong City for so many years, and even Old Man Mu and Master Meng do not dare to speak like this. Why are you so arrogant? Feng Lei Tian looked angry. These words, if placed on any Songshan realm, I'm afraid that this Songshan realm guy will be in trouble. But now, these words were said to Xiao Xuan, which aroused everyone's curiosity regarding the name Xiao Xuan. In fact, all the large and small sects in Wanglong City have heard about him. And now they are all looking at him curiously. I want to see what he is capable of. Ming Yan's eyes were also solemn. She was doubting. Could it be that Xiao Xuan just thought that he was a member of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce and thought that Feng Lei Tian would not take action? If that were the case, that would be childish. In Wanglong City, Basically, everyone knows that Feng Lei Tian is a famous lunatic. As long as he or Qing Lei Temple are provoked, he will hurt the opponent even if he kills 1,000 enemies and loses 800 to himself. Not to mention that Xiao Xuan is only in the blue god realm. Even if he is in the golden god realm, he doesn't seem to be so confident. Right? Do you want Qing Lei Palace to be buried with you? Xiao Xuan asked directly. You? Only you. Feng Lei Tian almost laughed out loud. When he heard this sentence, he couldn't believe his ears, let alone that Xiao Xuan could say such arrogant words. It's unbelievable. Do you know the pure Yang sword Jew? Xiao Xuan was still calm. If you don't want to be wiped out by Tianyan sect, don't say such big words. What? What nonsense are you talking about? How long has it been since the Tianyan sect was wiped out? Are you trying to scare me with something like this? Do you think I am a fool? Feng Lei Tian stroked his beard and laughed. But the next second, his smile froze. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1032 Tianyan Sect Inheritance, Magical Power. For a while, everyone in Wanjing Chamber of Commerce was shocked. Everyone's faces were strange. Looking at Xiao Xuan, it was like looking at a monster. For such a situation, Mulao Zongfeng also had a look of surprise on his face. Although he knew that Xiao Xuan was a very talented disciple, who knew that he would still have such status now? Old man Tianyan? Gong Sunhea? As long as such a person is involved, it will be a huge opportunity. However, now Xiao Xuan can actually be related to these two people at the same time. How could this not surprise them? Everyone, if you need to participate in the auction, please go this way. Mu Laozong said to the other sects, with a smile. This time, it did remind all the sects in Wanglong City. Now that the city lord's mansion has collapsed and the Green Thunder Palace is afraid, the only sect that may rise is the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce? Perhaps. It won't take long. Wanjing Chamber of Commerce will really stand on the top of Wanglong City. These sects in Wanglong City are not fools. If they want to understand this, they naturally know that they must seize the opportunity at this time and establish a good relationship with the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. In this way, they will have more development opportunities in the future. Just this one thing. Naturally, the faster. At this moment, there is no need for Mulao Zongzong to say anything. They are all actively moving into the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. I'm afraid I'll be late and won't have a seat. Seeing this scene, Mu Lao was stunned for a moment, and then a happy smile appeared on his face. Of course he could tell. Isn't the reason why these sects have become so active based on what Xiao Xuan said just now? If Xiao Xuanzhen is a disciple of Tianyan sect, then Wanjing Chamber of Commerce really found a treasure. Now, if we talk about Xiao Xuan's talents and abilities, he can definitely be regarded as the strongest young disciple he has ever seen. Are you really from Tianyan sect? But at this moment, Mu Lao worships himself and is not sure what Xiao Xuan's identity is even. Judging from the previous situation, Xiao Xuan's strength seems to still have some reservations. This is definitely what surprised Mu Lao. After all, although Tianyan sect is gone, the three major disciples of Tianyan sect are still there. If Xiao Xuan can get involved with these people, for Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, even for Wanglong City, it is a great good thing. As for the ownership of Wanglong City, with Xiao Xuan's relationship, no need for others to say, it is naturally in the pocket of the Wanjing merchant. Actually, I'm not. After hearing Mu Lao's words, Xiao Xuan looked bitter when he saw no one around. I just said that just to deceive them. Do you take it seriously? Say it. Mu Laozong and the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, people around him were stunned. For an instant. They knew that Xiao Xuan was brave, but even so, they didn't expect that he was so brave. He didn't just deceive Feng Lei Tian. Instead, he deceived everyone in the entire Qinglei Palace, even everyone in Wanglong City. There are still 3 people in Tianyan sect. If they knew what happened today, they would probably come to check. How would Xiao Xuan explain it then? Could it be he could deceive a Feng Lei Tian, and also deceive a strong person in the Golden God realm? Thinking of this, Mu Lao couldn't help but shed a cold sweat for Xiao Xuan. And was secretly surprised. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 10 3300 Flower Sect, Yanzi Sword Immortal. Beautiful Sword Fairy. Such a character is extremely popular, no matter where it is placed. After these beauties appeared, naturally, it also attracted the attention of some wealthy businessmen. For these rich people, it is very simple to decide what kind of mortal woman they want. As long as they have money, they can get it. However, a woman like this cultivator, it's much harder to get. Therefore, many wealthy businessmen, nobles, young masters, and wealthy businessmen like to pursue the swordsman with cultivation in their sects for marriage, in addition to coveting the female sword fairy. More importantly, if those wealthy merchant families have a relationship with a cultivating sect, they will invisibly provide a layer of protection for their sect. Other strong men want to seize their wealth. We have to consider the sect power behind the wealthy businessmen. Who are these people? Xiao Xuan asked Lang Tu beside him. 100 Flower Sect. This can be considered a rather magical sect. Lang Tu introduced, all the sects are women who practice swordsmanship. Not only are the female disciples good-looking, but their strength is also extraordinary. They are also the female swordsman sect that wealthy businessmen like to pursue most. Hear this. Xiao Xuan shook his head instead. He understands the rules of the Shanling world very well. If you don't have enough strength, what will happen even if you have a lot of money? In the end, isn't it still someone else's? On that note, these wealthy businessmen are so smart that they think they can find a backer. If they find a Taoist companion, they are completely selfish. Even if they are really married, he won't be looked down upon by other sections, to the point of directly treating them as big fat pigs. That's it. The choices of these wealthy businessmen are simply extremely ridiculous. It seems that their strength is good? Xiao Xuan said casually. That's not necessarily the case. Lang Tu also nodded. In this territory, if we really want to say which sect is the strongest, there may be different opinions, but if we say the sect that can bring in the most help, it is definitely the 100 Flowers sect. Oh? How do you say this? Xiao Xuan was stunned. This is a normal thing. Lang Tu explained, Baihua sect often marries with other sects, and these sects also covet the female swordsmen of Baihua sect. Especially their sect master, Yanzi. So, their sect master is a powerful and beautiful swordsman? Xiao Xuan said. That's true. According to what we learned before, no less than 5 sects in Wanglong City alone have proposed marriage with Yanzi. Lang Tu said. 5 sects? Upon hearing this information, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but be stunned. It goes without saying that the strength of the sects that can gain a foothold in Wanglong City is natural. Now, 5 sects can directly propose marriage. This is at least proven. The leader of the 100 Flower sect is indeed a beautiful woman? But soon, Xiao Xuan shook his head slightly and stopped paying attention to these things. At this time, Xiao Xuan suddenly noticed that not far away, another group of men in black with red collars appeared quickly. The appearance of these people also attracted the attention of a group of people. However, they all aroused looks of fear and hatred from others. Apparently, they weren't very popular. For these, Xiao Xuan also became somewhat interested. Do you know them? Xiao Xuan asked Lang Tu. It seems like they are pretty good. Blood Knife Gate. They are considered the originators of mercenaries in Wanglong City. A trace of solemnity flashed across Lang Tu's face, speaking of which, when I created the Blood Wolf mercenary group, I worshipped them at the dock. Say it. Xiao Xuan became interested. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1034, The Heavenly Divine Sword, the Blood Sword Sect takes action. As expected. When Mulazan took out this heaven-level magic sword, it really caused a burst of people in the auction house. Many sects were talking about it. This knife is called the Dragon Scale Long Knife. It is made from the scales of ancient dragons. The ancient spiritual patterns on it can enhance the practitioner's understanding of dragon blood. The starting price is 10 million Dao stones. Hiss. It's indeed a good thing. The starting price has already reached 10 million Dao stones. It's unbelievable. I think the Blood Knife sect will take action. We'd better not make more trouble. In the lobby on the first floor, some auctioneers also said repeatedly. Xiao Xuan, on the other hand, still didn't care about the dragon scale sword. On the one hand, he practices swordsmanship and is naturally not interested in long swords. On the other hand, he does not have so many Dao stones. Simply, he just wanted to see the excitement. By the way, let's take a look at how powerful the Blood Knife sect is. How many Dao stones can you spend to buy this dragon scale sword? 11 million. In the hall, someone still jumped out and shouted the first price. 12 million. 13 million. 15 million. 18 million. Who can compete with me? In the hall, many auctioneers started bidding, obviously very interested in the dragon scale sword. The weird thing is, Xiao Xuan did not hear the bidding on the Blood Knife Gate next door. But in the hall, a plump and wealthy businessman shouted out a price of 15 to 8 million. 30 million. The Blood Knife sect still took action. The price suddenly increased by 12 million. At this moment, there was a moment of stagnation in the entire hall. In the entire auction house, only the City Lord's Mansion, Blood Knife sect, and 100 Flower sect have this ability and courage. On stage, the auction girl from the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce also roughly understood that no one would bid, and asked with a smile, 30 million, once. 30 million, twice. 30 million, 3 times, this dragon scale sword has an owner. Then, a disciple took something like an exchange card and sent it to the box of the Blood Knife Gate next door. Obviously this should be physical evidence. Next, the auction continues. Various auction items were brought out, from elixir techniques to spiritual treasures and weapons, and even a tamed third-level spiritual beast was brought up. This also opened Xiao Xuan's eyes. Among them, he also took action several times, but basically he couldn't compete with those wealthy businessmen with the money he was interested in. In the end, I could only give up. However, Lang Tu said that if he needed it, he could come up with some Dao stones to help. But he was still rejected by Xiao Xuan. But soon, in the auction house, the auction girl from the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce took out another dark half-sided fan. From a styling point of view, this fan should be quite delicate. But it was burned down, which made him somewhat puzzled. Can a fan also be put up for auction? Or, what's so special about this thing? This object has no name. It was found in a secret place. It was only half of it when it was unearthed. There is a vague divine power surrounding it. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1035 Half-Faced God Fan, the weapon of the 8th level. Monster? Hiss. Could it be that this is the legendary monster weapon? There was a glint in the eyes of the old man carrying the wine gourd. It is said that above Shilong and Hezhou, the monsters are the masters of whichever continent they rule. After cultivating to the 8th level, the monsters can transform into humans, use human magic weapons, human skills, and even speak human words. And under the same strength, the level of divine weapons required by monsters is much higher than that required by ordinary cultivators. Now, the fact that this fan can be favored by monsters is enough to show that this magic weapon is of high grade and extremely powerful. At this moment, no one needs to say more. Xiao Xuan can also roughly guess that this half of the fan will probably become the hottest item at the auction. 1 million Dao stones? I'm afraid that in the end, we will have to fight for more than 50 million. Really? It's only been a while. The bidding has already reached 20 million. This is just the bidding in the lobby on the first floor. The truly powerful large sects on the second floor have not started bidding yet. This really surprised Xiao Xuan secretly. The heritage of Wanglong City. Sure enough, not everyone can touch porcelain. Not to mention anything else, just relying on the bidding just now, millions of Taoist stones were thrown out at every turn. This even gave Xiao Xuan an illusion. It's as if these Dao stones are worthless. In fact, let alone 10 million Dao stones, even 1 million is enough to make a Song Shen realm expert's heart flutter. But at this moment, those wealthy businessmen continued to bid enthusiastically, which made Xiao Xuan envious. To have such a family property. No matter how poor your talent is, you can still cultivate to the blue god realm, right? Till the end. The old man carrying the wine gourd stretched out 3 skinny fingers and called out the price of 30 million. The bidders on the first floor all became quiet. 30 million Dao stones. By an iron fan that is half broken. Although this iron fan is very likely to be a god-level magic weapon, the price and risk are a bit out of proportion. I see no one is bidding. The old man's gourd was also secretly happy. But the next second, a voice came from the number 2 private room next to Xiao Xuan, 50 million, I want this iron fan from the Blood Knife sect. Say it. Everyone in the auction house also frowned slightly. As expected, the Blood Knife sect took action. Moreover, the price of the Dao stone was suddenly increased by 20 million. Which is enough to show the determination of the Blood Knife sect to win this object. More importantly, not only did the Blood Knife sect shout out such a high price, they also announced their own status. He directly told all the bidders that this time, their Blood Blade sect wanted this half of the fan if they bid again at this moment. Isn't it just that he can't get through with the Blood Knife sect? On the territory of Wanglong City, if you offend the Blood Knife sect, can you get any good results? Even though Wanjing Chamber of Commerce can guarantee your safety in the auction house, but when you walk out of the auction house, won't the Blood Knife sect take action against you? For a while, the sects on the first floor also stopped talking. The old man carrying the wine gourd also had an ugly expression on his face. He glared fiercely at the box on the second floor, and finally sighed helplessly. It's like giving up the campaign. He, you Blood Knife sect has such a strong tone. Do you really think that in Wanglong City, you can cover the sky with one hand? 60 million, even our 100 Flower sect wants it. At this time, there was a burst of charming laughter like silver bells in private room no. 3. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1036. Will there be secret treasures in the flea market? Near the end of the auction, Wanjing Chamber of Commerce suddenly came up with a lot of weird things. According to their introduction, these things, they are all various items purchased by the Chamber of Commerce over the years, and the prices are all 10,000 stones. Among them are the scales of 8th level monsters, nameless stones, fragments of heaven level magic weapons, fragments of earth level skills. These are like flea markets. It looks inconspicuous, but no one knows whether a god-level treasure will appear among these ordinary objects. It's like panning for gold in the sand. However, most sects would not be interested in this kind of treasure hunting method of finding a needle in a haystack. On the contrary, ordinary trainers are more willing to participate. Therefore, at this moment, the people gathered in front are all practitioners in the hall. On the first floor, Xiao Xuan was also interested. After all, compared to the half-sided fans that cost hundreds of millions, the things on the flea market were relatively cheap. This time at the auction, apart from some pills, he didn't buy anything else, which was a bit of a waste of this opportunity. Might as well try your luck. You might come across something good. Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan walked out of the box and walked towards the first floor. Unexpectedly, when he went out, he happened to meet Shuatong from the Zuedomen and Yan Zi from the Wanhua sect, who were also walking outside. These two parties have just gone through a bidding war. They didn't like each other. At this moment, they are within the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, otherwise they might start a fight if they disagree. To this, Xiao Xuan had no intention of interfering. I just wanted to leave on my own. But he didn't expect that if he didn't make trouble for others, others would take the initiative to make trouble for him. Several disciples of the Blood Knife sect were staring at the beautiful girls from the 100 Flower sect. He didn't even notice Xiao Xuan next to him. Xiao Xuan's sudden appearance blocked their gaze. For the Blood Knife sect disciples who were used to being arrogant and domineering, this is simply an ignorant approach. A muscular man saw Xiao Xuan. That's not the case. I just stepped forward and pushed him, and cursed him. Young man, do you have any eyesight? Do you dare to stand in front of me? Hear this. Xiao Xuan frowned slightly. Over such a long time, he has seen many arrogant people. However, even these people did not dare to really say something excessive in front of him. Especially last time. After slapping Feng Lei Tian in front of all the sects in Wanlong City, his status in Wanlong City has increased even more. Basically, those who witnessed Feng Lei Tian being deflated that day no longer dared to be arrogant in front of Xiao Xuan. But now, these two little scoundrels from the Blood Knife sect are so presumptuous, talking nonsense in front of so many people? In this case, there is no need for Xiao Xuan to be polite to them. As he spoke, a heavenly wolf sword appeared, and the heavenly Taoist swordsmanship flowed instantly, and a silver light was like lightning, directly splitting the body of the Blood Knife sect disciple. Blood spurted out instantly. Before the disciple could even react, his entire body was split into two halves. The upper body looks like a wooden stake. He fell softly to the ground. See this scene. The people in the Blood Knife sect were immediately startled, and in shock and fear, they quickly surrounded Xiao Xuan. Who are you? How dare you to attack our Blood Knife sect? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1037, The Threat of Blood Circulation, the Powerful Power of Blood? Shuatong said this. Many people in the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce also gathered their gazes, with a bit of curiosity in their eyes. The Baihua sect all had mocking expressions on their faces. Obviously, they could also tell that the Blood Knife sect had encountered a tough situation today, and they might not be able to deal with it. For these things. Baihua sect is still very willing to add insult to injury. Yanzi looked at Xiao Xuan, and then said with a smile, Elder Shuatong, you didn't expect to meet the steel plate today, right? I think you should leave. Honestly, maybe you can still save a little face. Ha ha ha. That's right, Elder Shuatong, you should listen to our sect leader. Don't be beaten so hard that you can't find Bei. That would be a huge embarrassment. Interesting, I didn't expect people from the Blood Knife sect would be so embarrassed. There are all beautiful female sword fairies in Baihua sect. At this time, the sarcastic voices of Ying and Yan Yan are endless. This made Shuatong feel extremely uncomfortable, but at this moment, when he faced Xiao Xuan, he felt like he couldn't see through it. Judging by the smell, Shuatong could tell that Xiao Xuan was only a second star in the Tsongshen realm, not even as good as the Blood Sword sect disciple who he had killed just now. But now, however, Shuatong felt a sense of fear. He didn't have much confidence when facing Xiao Xuan. So to say, Master, are you really going to have trouble with our Blood Knife sect? Do you know the strength of our Blood Knife sect? Shuatong said gloomily. Hear this. Xiao Xuan didn't react yet, but Lang Tu next to him smiled playfully. The strength of the Blood Knife sect? What strength can the Blood Knife sect have? No matter how powerful you are, can you still compare with the Jinyu dynasty, the Qinglei Palace, and the City Lord's Mansion? You know, even when facing these three major sects, Xiao Xuan is neither humble nor arrogant. What about a Blood Knife sect? At the same time, Lang Tu was also secretly frightened. He has been following Xiao Xuan since the Blood Wolf mercenary group was destroyed by Xiao Xuan alone in the cellar of the Blood Wolf mercenary group. Regarding the improvement of Xiao Xuan's strength, he sees it all. Although, during this period of time, Xiao Xuan's strength has only improved from 1 star in the Tsong God realm to 2 stars in the Tsong God realm. However, let's talk about real strength. Long Tu understands. I'm afraid Xiao Xuan's strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Let alone a 5-star Tsong God realm, even a 7 or 8-star Tsong God realm figure can't defeat Xiao Xuan stably. On that note, he also had to admit that Xiao Xuan's talent and luck were definitely not comparable to ordinary people. To fight against such people, it's definitely not going to end well. Even the Blood Knife sect in front of them may have had a glorious time in the past, but now they really have no status in Wanglong City. Even worse than these young and beautiful people from the 100 Flowers sect. You. Shuatong was so angry that he laughed. Finally, he sneered and said, Master, by doing this, are you looking down on our Blood Knife sect too much? How do you like it? Looking down, so what? Xiao Xuan smiled slightly. In the mysterious world, if you want to be respected, you can't just talk about it. What you rely on is your own strength. If there is not enough strength, even if you can speak like a lotus flower, there will be no good results in the end. Just like now. Perhaps, in the eyes of others, what Xiao Xuan did was a bit arrogant, and he actually dared to challenge a sect. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1038 Monster, Xiao Xuan? Are you so strong? For such a look. Xiao Xuan was actually used to it. Ever since he came to the eastern wilderness continent, he didn't know how many times he had seen such eyes. Therefore, he doesn't care about that either. However, he was a little curious. What will Baihua sect do next? Also, looking at the situation like Blood Knife sect, it is definitely not the kind of sect that will honestly give up the fight. Could it be that? Can they really watch Baihua sect take away the half-faced fan with divine power so easily? At this point, even Xiao Xuan himself wouldn't believe it. Therefore, Xiao Xuan did not say much, but looked at the people of the blood knife sect with scrutiny in his eyes. For such a situation, he said no more. In an instant, the eyes of everyone present were focused on Zuedomen. Obviously, there are many people who have the same idea as Xiao Xuan, and many people suspect that the blood knife sect will not give up. For these, Xue Tong's face from Zuedomen also turned a little serious. He naturally understands that the reason why so many people are targeting him now is actually very simple. It's nothing more than doubting him. How? Is Wanjing Chamber of Commerce using its power to bully others? Could it be that you want to take away the things our blood knife sect purchased by force? Xue Tong felt a sense of crisis. Naturally, he could tell that when these people looked at him like this, they just didn't trust him. And at this moment, if he wants to stand up, perhaps he can only arouse the sympathy of others. In this way, maybe they will still have a glimmer of hope within the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. It's just that Xue Tong thinks very well, but when it comes to actually doing it's not that simple and easy. Don't say anything else. Faced with his words, Xiao Xuan, on the other hand, didn't care and just continued, if nothing else, considering the situation of your blood knife sect, don't you dare to go to that half-faced fan? Say it. The faces of the people next to him were also full of excitement. However, during the bidding, Zuedomen clearly showed its strong interest in the half-sided fan. However, the final bid did not exceed that of the 100 Flowers sect. So I had to give up. This matter is pretty well known to everyone. As for now, no one knows whether the blood knife sect is still thinking about the half-faced god fan, but it can be roughly inferred that they will not give up easily. Therefore, anyone with a discerning eye can roughly see it. At this moment, Xiao Xuan said this, which naturally attracted some people's attention and concern. These people once again set their sights on Xue Tong. You, Xiao Xuan, don't change the subject. Just because you are from the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, can you be tyrannical here? For a while, all eyes were once again focused on Xue Tong. Even Yanzi had a hard face and looked at the old guy with suspicion. Having said that, he also didn't pay attention to Xiao Xuan's murder. After all, as the second in command of the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, Xiao Xuan killed an ordinary disciple of the blood knife sect. It was a normal thing. Not to mention that this was originally the territory of the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. Even outside, if Xiao Xuan did such a thing, he might not be punished. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1039, Xiao Xuan, Enviable Love Luck? Xiao Xuan didn't care. However, Yanzi next to him was obviously not willing to let him go so easily, and just looked at him with a smile. Under such eyes, even Xiao Xuan felt a little embarrassed and asked, I don't know, does sect Master Yan have any other requests? Don't accept the request. It's just that young Master Xiao Xuan is also a smart man. If you follow young Master Xiao Xuan, you won't suffer any loss, right? Yanzi smiled. Say it. Xiao Xuan was stunned instead, and secretly sighed that Yanzi was indeed a smart person to say such a thing. How do you say this? Could it be that, as the leader of a sect, Master Yan doesn't even have this ability to distinguish? Master Yan should stop joking. Xiao Xuan smiled slightly. Obviously, he also felt that the purpose behind Yanzi's words was not that simple. To this, Yanzi seemed to have expected it. At this time, she just continued to smile and said, Young Master Xiao Xuan's words don't seem to be a problem, but I Believe that young master, Xiao Xuan, is still interested in that half of the fan. After hearing this, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but be stunned. Then, with solemnity in his eyes, he looked at Yan Zi seriously. Only then did he realize that Yan Zi, the leader of the sect, was definitely not a good-looking vase. On the contrary, she is a beautiful and thoughtful leader. Don't say anything else. Just what he said just now is enough to prove that Yan Zi is by no means a simple character. In this case, it's not as simple as it seems to get a treasure at an auction, right? Xiao Xuan also narrowed his eyes. He was still very interested in the flea market that the auction girl at Wanjin merchant just mentioned. 10,000 stones. If you can really find a treasure, you will definitely make a profit without losing money. But now, if you still have to take Yan Zi and other female disciples of Baihua sect with you, I'm afraid it will be a bit troublesome. No one knows. What are these women thinking? Even judging from the previous situation, Yan Zi directly sold 150 million Dao stones at Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. Obviously this time he was prepared. So, take him to the flea market with you. Is there no other purpose behind this? Good. But now, Xiao Xuan's identity is still the second in command of Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, so naturally he can't refuse Yan Zi directly. He just nodded and continued, in that case, let's go together. After hearing this, a smile appeared on Yan Zi's beautiful face. As the leader of Baihua sect, she was originally a famous beauty in Wanglong City. At this moment, when she smiled at Xiao Xuan, she looked even more charming, attracting the attention of countless people. After all, it is in Wanglong City. The female disciples of Baihua sect are already the hot targets of male disciples in most sections. Yan Zi is the leader of the beauty clan. She is also the dream lover of countless male disciples of the sect. But now, their dream lover was so passionate about Xiao Xuan? Isn't this just a way to attract hatred? For a time, many people also looked at Xiao Xuan with jealous eyes. Xiao Xuan also couldn't laugh or cry about this. Perhaps for ordinary disciples, being accompanied by a beautiful woman like Yan Zi is something that can make them laugh out of their dreams. But in fact, please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1040, Gold Panning in the Sea, The Thoughts of the South. China Sea Fish God. Not long after, Xiao Xuan walked and watched. He actually saw a strange black light. This actually piqued his interest. According to its previous experience of using the spiritual eye, treasures generally appear in red or gold form. Usually something like this. Needless to say, he can also know that a treasure has appeared. But, what is this black light that appears now? Could it be said that it is also a novel treasure? Think of this. Xiao Xuan also became interested and stepped forward directly, wanting to touch some of this small ceramic pot that exuded black light. But before him, an old man stretched out his hand and took the small black pot. The person holding this small pot was none other than the old man with a wine gourd who took the initiative to bid for half a fan. See this person. Xiao Xuan also frowned slightly. He just glanced at it and felt a strange cultivation aura from the old man. It didn't seem like the qi cultivation in the eastern wasteland giant continent. At the same time, the old man still had a faint smell of sea. Apparently the old man came from the seaside. This aroused his curiosity. After living in Wanglong City for such a long time, he also knew that this was an inland city. Not to mention the fishy smell of the sea, there were very few fish for such people. He was still a little curious. Could this old man, who had obviously come from the seaside, come to the flea market? This is absolutely impossible. Inadvertently, Xiao Xuan actually touched the old man's arm. This time, he shuddered and found that the old man was extremely cold, like an ice stone. This made him take a step back involuntarily. At the same time, he looked at the old man warily. To know what Xiao Xuan practiced was the pure yang sword technique, and his whole body, meridians, and organs were like a furnace. They are resistant to ordinary cold. But in this old man, the cold breath seemed to invade his bone marrow, making him feel ice pain in his body for a moment. He was still a little worried about this. At the same time he felt, this person's strength must be extraordinary. Why, little brother, are you interested in this thing? Then just take it. The old man Jiao Gord seemed a little guilty and smiled, but he was very humble. Thank you. Xiao Xuan didn't think much about it. He nodded and picked up the small black pot. At first glance, nothing seems out of the ordinary. However, since the spirit-detecting eyes have reacted, it is enough to show that this thing must be different. Thinking of this, he immediately took it. In order not to attract attention, he also picked up a few other things next to him. After collecting the space magic weapon together, he signaled the auction girl to leave. Solve these. Xiao Shankai focused on the old man in front of him. He saw that the old man's face had crisscrossed grooves, and his old eyes were cloudy. He looked like an old fisherman who had gone through many vicissitudes of life. But Xiao Xuan knew, this is just the surface. From the situation he had just come into contact with, he could also tell that this old guy was very powerful and would be dangerous if he came into contact with him. Sir, it seems you are from the seaside? After all, after snatching the thing he had set his sights on just now, Xiao Xuan still smiled and said, the fishy smell of the sea is unique in Wanlong City. After hearing this, the old gourd man was stunned. But then, with solemnity, he smiled, nodded and said, Your Excellency, you have good eyesight. I come from Nanzhan Haizhou, the fish god of the south China Sea, Han Xian. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1041 Looking south to Haizhou, the fish god? Inside the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. In a private room on the second floor, Xiao Xuan, Yanzi, and Han Xian sat around a square wooden table. On the wooden table, there are 3 cups of fragrant tea, and a faint incense is burning in the stove next to it. This is a kind of treasure within the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, which is pure and concentrating. As long as it is burned, the cultivator who smells it can feel long-lasting peace in his heart and promote the improvement of his cultivation level. This kind of thing has a price, but no market outside even Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. This kind of thing will only be brought out when distinguished guests arrive. Master Xiao Xuan really values me. Even such precious spiritual grass was taken out and lit. It seems that I really took advantage today. Han Xian, the fish god of the South China Sea. He is also a person who has seen the world. Naturally, one can tell at a glance that the spiritual grass lit in the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce is very extraordinary. Ha ha. Isn't it great to have friends from far away? Xiao Xuan smiled, since we are friends from afar, it is normal for our Wanjin Chamber of Commerce to prepare some things. Later, the worshipper of Mu Lao from our Chamber of Commerce will come. If Senior Han needs anything, he can talk to our Mr. Mu. Oh, that's so good. After hearing this, Han Xian was also overjoyed. In fact, this time he came from Nanzhan Haizhou to Donghuang Guizhou. On the one hand it was for experience, and on the other hand it was treasure hunting. The reason why I participated in the auction of Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. I have also heard that among the nearby areas, the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce's auction is the most valuable. It's just a pity in the end. He did not get the magical half-sided fan as he wished. In the end, Han Xian also looked regretful, looked at Yan Zi beside him, and hesitated to speak. Actually at this time, Xiao Xuan's face was also a little curious. Yan Zi once mentioned before that the reason why she had to get this half-sided fan with divine power was to save her sister. Judging from her anxious look before, her sister's condition is still quite critical. Why now? Yan Zi still has time to drink tea with him here. Could it be that, after getting half a fan, shouldn't he be anxious to save his sister? Think of this. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but feel a little suspicious on his face. If you have any questions, just ask. Does Mr. Xiao still have any scruples about me? Seeing Xiao Xuan's hesitation. Instead, Yan Zi asked directly, if so, this will make this sect leader look down on young Master Xiao. Speaking of which, Xiao Xuan also had a look of embarrassment on his face. In fact, the reason why he spoke like that just now was because he had some thoughts of his own. On the one hand, it expresses doubts. On the other hand, I also want to casually inquire about what is going on with Yan Zi's sister. When targeting the Blood Knife sect, Baihua sect also spoke for him. In this case, he more or less still wanted to reciprocate and express his gratitude. I just didn't expect it now. Instead, Yan Zi took the initiative to ask the question. My sister was seriously injured. Many doctors have said that only by finding a spiritual treasure with divine power can treatment be possible. Yan Zi hesitated, but at the same time, I also need to find a great doctor. Say it. Xiao Xuan and Han Xian looked at each other. A great physician? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1042, Selling Half of Baihua Sect's Assets? Zhongren Master Yan, are you kidding me? At this time, suddenly the sound of Mu Lao worshipping came from the door. Later, Mu Lao Zongfeng also brought several elders from Wanjing Chamber of Commerce to the room. Saw Mu Lao offering sacrifices appear. Xiao Xuan and the others also stood up quickly to show their respect for the president of Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. Sit. Mu Lao's worship is not too pretentious. He casually sat on a corner of the wooden table, smiled at the three of them, and then set his sights on Yan Zi. Mu Lao worships. I have also heard that it seems that sect leader Yan's sister was injured. This time, because she was attacked by the Xianming realm, right? Don't wait for Yan Zi to speak. Mu Lao asked directly. After saying this, Xiao Xuan was a little surprised. Xianming realm? When he was in Mingzhou territory before, he remembered that there was a sect named Xianming sect. At that time, this sect was still the strongest sect in Mingzhou territory. Among them, the disciples of the Xianming sect cultivate the qi of Xianming. Now, I heard about a place like Xianming realm. He couldn't help but ask, this Xianming realm seems a bit familiar to me, and I have been exposed to this kind of cultivation atmosphere before. Oh? Is this true? Yan Zi was stunned. Then, her face also showed an expression of surprise. She also knew little about the Xianming realm. She only had some understanding of the Xianming realm after her sister Yan Shui was injured. According to her own information channels, she knows. In the mysterious realm, all cultivators are those who cultivate Xianming qi. This Xianming qi is still very magical. It can not only greatly increase the speed of cultivation, but also help improve combat effectiveness in combat. Her sister Yan Shui. It was because he offended a powerful man from the Xianming realm in the Little Golden God realm that he was struck by the Xianming divine palm, causing the Xianming energy to corrode him. Under such circumstances, many doctors stated that only divine power could save the patient. This is also the reason why Yanzi finally spent a lot of money to find the half-sided fan. Through Yanzi's description, Xiao Xuan was also roughly certain that the Xianming realm mentioned by Yanzi should have the same source as the Xianming Grandmaster he met before. He was with Wu Xing at that time. It can be regarded as no acquaintance without fighting, and they cherish each other. At that time, he was still a little curious about the mysterious ability of Xianming Qi. I just didn't expect it. Now when I come to Wanglong City, I can encounter these things again. In this case, this Xianming Qi is quite powerful, Xiao Xuan said, also focusing on Han Xian, and asked casually, I don't know. Has Senior Han Xian ever heard of this Xianming Qi? In fact, since Yanzi came, Han Xian remained silent. Now that Xiao Xuan took the initiative to ask, he nodded slightly. I also heard some of these things in Nanzhan Haizhou. It is said that this mysterious energy comes from our Nanzhan Haizhou. It was created by an old man named Xianming, and this old man, Xianming, was once a powerful man in the dragon god realm. If you want to remove the erosion of Xianming Qi, you can only use divine power. As expected, Yanzi nodded. However, the divine power is extremely powerful, and even the average powerful person in the little golden god realm cannot directly control it, let alone use it for treatment. However, Mu Laozong's face was serious. If you are not careful, it may even backfire on you. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1043, The Plight of the South China Sea Fish God, asking for help? It's true. I came to Donghuang Guizhou this time to seek help. Han Xian looked around and said, I have some forces in Nanzhan Haizhou, but I have been targeted by other forces in recent years, so I have to come here to ask for help. Hear this. Not only Xiao Xuan, but also Yanzi and Mu Laochang had strange expressions on their faces. What's going on? It's been a long time. This guy Han Xian's purpose is to ask for help? In this case, shouldn't we lower our stance? Why do you still look so proud now? Not even as low-key as before at the auction venue? What's going on? Is it possible that his purpose is to brag here? Thought of this, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but ask, Senior Han Xian, judging from your strength, you are also in the little golden god realm. How did you end up in such a state? No. I am in the realm of pseudo-golden gods. Did not expect. Xiao Xuan just finished speaking. Han Xian shook his head and explained, it's just that my level is nothing in Nanzhan Haizhou. Say it. It even shocked a group of people. Even Mulao Zongfeng was greatly surprised, with a little more awe in his eyes. Pseudo-golden god realm. On the eastern wasteland giant continent, except for those three true powerful men of the golden god realm, they are almost invincible. But a person of this level, on other continents, it would just be nothing? Isn't this a bit exaggerated? To know. Among the 4 continents of Daodao continent, the most powerful continent is Beiju Qingzhou, followed by Shilong Hezhou, and finally Nanzhan Haizhou and Donghuang Guizhou. But even so, has Nanzhan Haizhou's strength reached this point? This is definitely not good news for the eastern barren giant continent. It can even be said to be a big disaster. When the revival of spiritual energy comes, how many powerful people will appear in other continents? Do they really not have a desire for the fertile eastern wilderness continent? This is almost certain. On that note, Xiao Xuan also felt some crisis. It's true. Although I am the strongest person in the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, my strength is only at the level of the little golden god. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you much. Mu Laozong said with a little regret. Say this. Han Xian was obviously stunned, but then he asked, could it be that the Eastern Wilderness continent has declined to this point? Even the pseudo-Golden God realm has become a strong one? These words were almost torturing everyone in the Eastern Wilds continent. Whether it was Mu Lao Zongfeng or Yanzi Xiao Xuan, their faces were somewhat embarrassed and they were both speechless. It's true. On the giant continent of the Eastern Wasteland, since the death of Old Man Tianyan, there has never been a strong dragon god realm person in the entire continent. The three strongest people are the three Golden God realm disciples of Old Man Tianyan. Mu Laozong said helplessly, therefore, the current Eastern Barren Giant continent is indeed not as powerful as before. This was something Xiao Xuan had heard before. In this regard, he didn't feel much else before. But now, I see that people from any continent can actually be in the pseudo-Golden God realm. This really stung him. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1044 Tata, the territory of Qinglei Palace? I can promise you. But before that, I need to accomplish 2 things. Speaking of which, Xiao Xuan also understood that it was better to say some things directly. Deliberate concealment made him appear a bit hypocritical. Regarding Xiao Xuan's confession, Han Xian was also very happy. He could see that although Xiao Xuan was only a second-star cultivator in the Blue God realm, what the latter lacked was just an opportunity. As long as there are enough opportunities, one day in the future, it is only natural for him to become the little Golden God realm, or even the real Golden God realm. Han Xian was interested in the 2 things Xiao Xuan would choose to do. If the strength of Donghuang Guizhou was really what Mu Lao said, well, almost everything is done by him raising his hand. For these, Han Xian still had a bit of curiosity on his face. If you have any questions, just tell me. As long as I can do anything, I will definitely help you. Similarly, I also hope you can help me. Certainly. I will go to Nanzhan Haizhou. Xiao Xuan had a smile on his face. Of course, there may not be many problems on this trip, and I will try my best to help you. After saying this, Han Xian was satisfied. He had a special premonition. The Xiao Xuan he met today may very well be the key to saving his sect. He must never give up on this person. One is Yanzi's sister. The other one is Feng Lei Tian from Qinglei Palace. Xiao Xuan said. Of these 2 things, one was what he had just agreed to, and the other was trouble for the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. If he wants to leave the Eastern Barren Continent, this matter must be done well in advance, and it can be regarded as an explanation to Yanzi and Mu Lao. What is Feng Lei Tian's strength? Han Xian's question was also very direct. Like you, they are both in the pseudo-Golden God realm. Xiao Xuan said. Directly, if you can kill this person, then I will go to Nanzhan Haizhou with you. Okay, within 3 days, you will hear about his death. Han Xian finished speaking. He just smiled and left. At this time, Yanzi and Mu Lao were shocked. Both of them could clearly see everything that happened just now, but even so, they couldn't believe it. Xiao Xuan could actually have such great abilities. Just a few words. You can make a pseudo-Golden God realm take action against another pseudo-Golden God realm strongman, and even look like a sure winner? This ability. Even if Mu Lao worships him, he doesn't dare to say that he can do it. As for the other side, judging from the appearance of Han Xian just now, I am afraid that Han Xian's strength is really not as simple as a simple pseudo-Golden God realm. Otherwise, why can he be so sure that if he takes action, he will definitely kill Feng Lei Tian, who is also in the pseudo-Golden God realm? Could it be that he was just relying on his wishful thinking? This is obviously impossible. No one who can cultivate to their level will be a fool. That being the case, Han Xian would not make a promise casually, let alone find others to fight for, unless he could be absolutely sure. Just like he showed just now. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1045, The energy of Xianming was completely restrained by divine power? Good. That's it. Yanzi also understood that perhaps, only by following Xiao Xuan could she have a chance to relieve the Xianming qi from her sister Yan Shui. At the moment, she no longer hesitated and took out the half-sided fan. As soon as the half-sided fan appears, in an instant an ancient and mysterious aura seemed to suddenly appear in front of everyone. These breaths cannot be seen or touched, but almost everyone can feel his real presence. With this, Xiao Xuan was also secretly surprised. This half-fan was indeed the weapon of a strong man in the dragon god realm, even though it was broken. But the power within it is really beyond the reach of ordinary people. Divine power, is it actually divine power? Host, your luck is really good and enviable. You can actually find a weapon with divine power. If you can swallow divine power, your host's strength can be improved. The system's voice rang. This actually surprised Xiao Xuan to know. Since getting the system, Xiao Xuan has indeed rarely encountered active dialogue with the system, and even if he did, it would be to issue tasks. Who knows now? How can the system be so proactive? He took the initiative to communicate with him and even told him about the use of divine power. This really made him a little unbelievable. After all, if you really want to talk about it, this thing that can be affirmed by the system must not be bad. It is enough to explain. Divine power is indeed extraordinary. Then, brother system, how should I absorb it? Xiao Xuan became interested. If I swallow these divine powers, can I easily get rid of the Xianming qi? Divine power is the aura of a strong person in the dragon god realm. What does Xianming's qi mean? What qualifications do you have to touch? Seir's divine power? You don't need to ask questions like this. The system pondered for a while and said, however, you are still only a second star in the blue god realm. It is not that simple to swallow the divine power. Maybe you need my help. Hear this. Xiao Xuan's face also became quite serious. Since getting the system, although the system has indeed helped him a lot, it is mostly just guidance. Very few people took the initiative to help him. Now, in order to help him absorb divine power, the system actually plans to take action directly? This actually surprised him. If this system takes action, there may be some dangers, so the host is advised to keep it secret. The system reminded. Xiao Xuan naturally accepted this. He also knows very well that the existence of the system is very mysterious, and it can be regarded as one of his trump cards. He knows that the fewer people, the better. On the other hand, if someone really wants to participate in cultivation, it can only be someone he trusts very much. Although he trusts Mu Lao, it is only his first meeting with Yanzi. He decided it would be better to carry the two of them on his back. I need a secret room. Once you absorb these things, you can become someone who helps you. Xiao Xuan said seriously. Although Yanzi had a slight doubt about these words, she happily agreed in the end. In fact, she can also know the reason why Xiao Xuan could agree to help her sister Yan Shui with her treatment was because of Baihua sex assets. But there is more. I'm afraid it's still half a fan. If you can get the divine power, your strength will naturally be greatly improved. Perhaps this is the reason why Xiao Xuan really intends to lend a helping hand. But now, please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1046, A More Powerful Monster. What kind of existence is it? In the secret room. Thinking of these terrifying powers, Xiao Xuan also felt a shudder in his heart. He didn't know whether he would come into contact with such a character or monster one day in the future. That's for some power. To say that Xiao Xuan himself is not interested is naturally impossible. However, Xiao Xuan himself also understands that if you want to obtain these powers, at the very least, you need to have a strong enough body. Otherwise, even if you have these powers in the end, nor did he have the body to bear these powers. Interesting. I've heard of it before. Beyond the heavenly weapons, there will be even more powerful weapons. Xiao Xuan took out the serious sword. I put it in front of this half-sided fan and compared it, but I also found that it was regrettable to compare it with the half-sided fan. He had carefully maintained the serious sword for such a long time. It turned out to be slightly inferior. This really made him dumbfounded. To know. Over such a long period of time, the heavenly wolf sword has devoured quite a few monster spirits and human souls. Current grade. It has also been infinitely close to the heavenly level. But now, facing the upper half of the fan, he is still at a disadvantage. This simply made Xiao Xuan dare not imagine how powerful this fan would be if it were complete. If he could get the whole fan. Isn't it possible that he is in an invincible position in the eastern wasteland? Shake his head. Put aside these unrealistic ideas. Xiao Xuan still looked serious, and he also knew that what he just said was actually just some fantasy. Want to get enough power? The only way is to practice hard, that's all. Maybe to others, this is nothing, but anyone who has practiced it can know it. It is easy to devote one day to practicing. It's easy to concentrate on practicing for a month. In fact, it is not that difficult to practice for a year. But if you want to devote yourself to cultivation for 5 years, 10 years, or even hundreds and thousands of years, this is definitely not something you can do with a firm mind. At this moment, Xiao Xuan didn't think too much. He wanted to know too. How powerful is this treasure? After all, now, only half of the treasure is left. Under such circumstances, can't he still defeat it? Think of this. Xiao Xuan also had a little more passion in his heart. In an instant, all kinds of power gathered together, and the majestic power of the soul directly enveloped this half of the fan. This time, this half-sided fan also seemed to feel that someone was attacking it. For a time, various powers began to envelope and bounce directly towards Xiao Xuan. Under strong strength, Xiao Xuan even felt that his breathing was a little unsmooth for a moment. With this move, he actually planned to suppress him directly. He couldn't believe it. After all, he has seen some treasures and weapons in such a long time, but this kind of treasures directly attacks the body. It was really his first time meeting him. To know. Now only half of this treasure is left, but it can still have such a powerful power. If it were complete, wouldn't Xiao Xuan's soul just fly away and be annihilated now? But that's the case. Xiao Xuan still felt that this power was difficult for him to contend with. He could only grit his teeth and persist, and with the powerful movements of power, the power of the soul was completely released. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1047 Beastmaster, Ferocious Face. Roar. Hiss, roar. The 5 or 6 dinosaur monsters seemed to have received some order. Each one of them had blood-red eyes and pounced directly on Xiao Xuan's body, stabbing him directly with their sharp claws. See here. Xiao Xuan did not dare to neglect. The yin and yang stealth technique was activated quickly, and the body became insubstantial. The next second, a huge dinosaur claw landed on Xiao Xuan's position just now, and the 4 claws left deep marks. This made Xiao Xuan stunned. Just now there was a piece of black stone under his feet. Such hard black stone is usually used by large sects to build their foundations, and it may not leave any trace even when chopped with knives and axes. But now, these beast claws are so powerful. Under one paw. Being able to break the mysterious stone was enough to make Xiao Xuan understand that it was not that simple to fight against these forces. Damn it! Where did such a powerful monster appear? But that's the case. Xiao Xuan didn't have much fear. His rich combat experience also allowed him to appear directly behind a dinosaur beast in the next second. The serious sword made a slight stroke. Blood flowed out from the throat of the dinosaur monster. Then, the heavy body fell to the ground with a roar, like a mountain collapsing. Regarding the sudden appearance of Xiao Xuan, the other monster beasts also roared angrily and surrounded Xiao Xuan again. Each monster beast took action very quickly. He didn't even care about his companions. There were even collisions and accidental injuries between them. But at this moment, Xiao Xuan naturally would not waste time on these unintelligent guys, and disappeared in a flash. Against such power, Xiao Xuan can clearly feel it. Although these monsters are not weak in physical strength, they basically have no intelligence and only know how to fight. It's like a tool. This really made Xiao Xuan's face turn pale. Looking at the corpses of the previous monsters, he found that none of these monsters were weak in strength, but there was no monster essence in their bodies. This is undoubtedly a huge shocker to know. Beast masters generally have some understanding of the habits of monster beasts. Finally, relying on this, they can also provide some guidance and orders to monster beasts. But now, is it possible that all the essences in the bodies of these monster beasts have disappeared? This is definitely an abnormal thing. If this is true, doesn't it mean that the essence in the bodies of these monster beasts has been extracted by the beast master? A monster without spirit. There is no wisdom, no soul. Such a monster is undoubtedly extremely terrifying. Figure this out. Xiao Xuan did not dare to neglect, and quickly changed his body, killing these monsters in a playful manner, while looking for the beast master hiding in the dark. He can think of it. If this beast master could exist, he must be a person with extremely powerful soul power, and the threat to him will naturally be extremely powerful. Boom. Boom. Accompanied by Xiao Xuan's movement skills. One after another, the dinosaur monsters also fell to the ground, without any ability to resist. He was not surprised by this. Although he was a second star of the Blue God realm, his actual combat power had already exceeded the fifth star of the Blue God realm. Now, use Tiansong sword and Chunyang sword technique. Even if there was an 8-star person in the Blue God realm in front of him, Xiao Xuan would not be too afraid. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1048 Tit for Tat. Do you have this strength? For such a situation. Xiao Xuan also sneered. After some testing just now, he roughly judged that the soul of this beast master should not be weaker than his. But in terms of physical fitness, it should be far inferior to him, otherwise he wouldn't be hiding in the dinosaur beast. At this moment, now that he knows the weaknesses of these guys, it is impossible for Xiao Xuan not to take advantage of the victory and pursue it. The Tiansong swordsmanship in Tianlang sword is extremely exquisite. Even now, Xiao Xuan only understood part of it, but it was enough to use it. Naturally, he could kill the people in front of him at will. Under the intertwining shadows of swords and whips, every attack can cause the surrounding space to vibrate. Obviously, not everyone can participate in a battle of this level. No one needs to say more. Xiao Xuan's whole body attacked forward, and the serious sword pierced a strange arc in the air. Then, it directly pierced the chest of the animal trainer. Pfft! The beastmaster's eyes widened. He lowered his head and looked at the long sword on his chest in disbelief. Then he looked up at Xiao Xuan, opened his mouth, and blood spurted out. Then his body fell softly to the ground. To this, Xiao Xuan didn't have the slightest mercy. For him, this guy's death was not a pity. At most, it means killing one opponent, that's all. He was more concerned. Instead, there are those stone pillars standing in the desert. If he could understand the mystery, he should be able to absorb the divine power in this half-fan as a matter of course. After, he can also be considered a person with divine power. Healing Yan Shui Xianming Qi is a matter of course. But what worried him a little was that danger seemed to be possible at any time in this place. No one knows. Deep in the dark desert. Will there be other beast masters showing up? Where Xiao Xuan didn't notice, the blood on the beast master and the monster beast also flowed out, and finally gathered near the stone pillar. The blood was like a swimming snake. Along the base of the stone pillar, it spread upwards, and the scarlet blood directly entangled the stone pillar. It's like a red thread. It looked extremely hideous and terrifying. For these situations, Xiao Xuan couldn't see that there was some solemnity and seriousness on his face as he continued to comprehend the patterns on the stone pillars. But soon, he noticed something was wrong. Because he actually felt a slight smell of blood on this stone pillar. As soon as he lowered his head, he was also shocked. Although I don't know what the patterns on these stone pillars represent, I can feel that these things are stained with blood. There must be nothing good going on. At that moment, he quickly took a few steps back. But didn't wait for him to leave. These blood-stained stone pillars actually started to move on their own, and finally, in front of Xiao Xuan, they turned into a stone pillar formation. What's this? Xiao Xuan was stunned. This time, he was really confused. According to previous experience, if you want to get the divine power in that half of the fan, you must understand the patterns in it. But now, these stone pillars suddenly became like this. What the hell is this? Could it be that you want him to walk through the maze inside? Brother system? Didn't you say that you want to help me conquer my divine power? Now, isn't it time for you to take action? In desperation. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1049 Cold? Bloody? The way to become a god? At the moment, Xiao Xuan also fell into deep thought. He can understand that cultivation is to act against nature and want to stand on the top of all cultivators. You must abandon what ordinary people cannot abandon. Give up what ordinary people cannot give up. However, if you want to become a god, is it really worth giving up everything about being a human being? For a time, Xiao Xuan also fell into deep thought. I feel that this way to becoming a god does not seem to be that exciting. Host, what are you waiting for? Take advantage of now to break these cages that control people's desires. Gain divine power, and embark on the road to becoming a god. The system reminded. After hearing these words, Xiao Xuan also understood that there was actually no problem with the systems. Reminder. On the Great Tao continent, if you want to gain strength and become stronger, the only way is to become a god. Just like now. Possible. He has only one way to break these bloody pillars. In that case. Then come on. I would like to see what great things you pillars can do. Xiao Xuan roared angrily. In an instant, the energy and blood in his body surged up, and he slashed towards the stone pillar in front of him with his sword. The first stone pillar is greed. In front of Xiao Xuan, a huge mountain of Tao stones appeared, and various precious magical weapons and magic weapons fell on the ground casually. and sitting on the giant mountain of Daosher. It turned out to be a rich old man with a stooped figure. The old man was wearing a gold silk sweatshirt, jade shoes on his feet, and he was holding a cane made of pure gold. There are also some gems inlaid on the cane. Obviously, this stuff comes with a hefty price tag. GGG. Young man, give up. As long as you leave here, these Dao stones, these wealth, and these treasures will all be yours. The old man smiled. Regarding this, Xiao Xuan looked puzzled. At this time, no matter how stupid he is, he should know that these are all transformed by virtualization, and the purpose is to hope that he will give up smashing the stone pillars. Therefore, these things should be fake. How could he accept it? But before he could refuse, the old man hurried over from a distance and stuffed a green gem directly into his hand. Xiao Xuan lowered his head and took a closer look. However, he saw that this gem was filled with light and rays of spiritual power were flowing on it. Just by getting closer, Xiao Xuan could feel the power on it. This turned out to be a real secret treasure. This really surprised Xiao Xuan. He originally thought, now, everything in front of me is fake. How come it looks like these things are all real? Could it be said that these things can be taken away? GGG. Young man, there is nothing good about becoming a god. Look at those who have become gods. They all cross a single plank bridge with thousands of troops. If they are not careful, they will fall down and be shattered to pieces. Even if you are lucky enough to become a god, you will become the target of public criticism and be considered by countless people as the enemy who took away the god's mansion. He lived a life of ruthlessness and desperation from now on. Is this what you want? The old man's voice was like a demonic voice. Surrounded by Xiao Xuan's ears, every word seemed to contain extremely powerful temptation. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1050 Pink Fantasy, Xiao Xuan's Firm Determination. Within Pink Fantasy, women with beautiful faces and graceful figures were dancing around him. These women have a coquettish allure just from their appearance. Their waists and breasts are vaguely visible in their revealing clothes. After all, Xiao Xuan is still a passionate young man. Facing this situation, his heart was somewhat turbulent. Feeling the warm flesh on her body, she also found that the dancers' eyes were blurred and their faces were shy. Welcome him even if you refuse him. Obviously, with a very strong purpose. For these imaginary women, although I already know that maybe these are just red and pink skulls and not real. But Xiao Xuan couldn't help but sigh. The blood-colored stone pillars are indeed extraordinary. At this moment, they can actually create so many fat and thin beauties with some blood. Moreover, the aura exuding from these beauties is so real. As if it were real. But unfortunately, Xiao Xuan has experienced so much over the years, and has long since lost much interest in these pink skeletons. Even if he had, he would never indulge in these boring fantasies. With concentration and energy, a pure golden divine soul sword appeared and struck directly at the fantasy in front of him. For a moment, the fantasy was shattered. Under the huge force, these women were smashed and fled in all directions. However, just when these pink illusions were about to disappear, a woman wearing a red and white witch robe suddenly walked out from the crowd. This woman is tall and has a face as white as jade. The slender Danfeng eyes are sparkling, the high and white bridge of the nose and the small cherry mouth make her look like an iceberg goddess. As soon as such a woman appears. Just now, those beauties seemed to have become mere foils when they appeared. And they no longer had the slightest bit of allure. Target this Miko. Xiao Xuan subconsciously looked at the person in front of him. But he discovered that this witch seemed to have some unusual allure. It's like a natural charm. The beautiful witch swayed gently on her lotus steps. He walked towards Xiao Xuan step by step, with a slight smile on his delicate and pretty face, which made people endlessly daydream. For a moment, Xiao Xuan was also a little surprised. He could feel that not just some people could obtain these powers. Just like now. Such a beautiful witch. Perhaps ordinary people may not have many opportunities to come into contact with it. However, I am afraid that those practitioners who do not have a strong will fall once they come into contact with such a beautiful witch. Just when Xiao Xuan felt, when it seems that I am about to fall, he just shook his head. Dispelling these pink illusions in front of him, he raised the sword again and swung it directly towards everything in front of him. Crack! Even if it causes infinite fantasies. Xiao Xuan didn't show any courtesy in his hands. He swung his long sword and struck directly on these illusions. With a crisp sound, these witches and dancers also turned into a group of ferocious hungry ghosts. In an instant, attacking Xiao Xuan. For these fierce ghosts, he just closed his eyes and let them get closer. The moment they touched Xiao Xuan's body, these fierce ghosts turned into smoke and dust and dissipated invisible. Open your eyes again. The second white stone pillar had broken into pieces silently, and another familiar spiritual light penetrated into Xiao Xuan's body. Is it the second one? Xiao Xuan sighed secretly. In fact, he could feel it. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1051 Divine Power, Unusual Fighting Power. Actually, when I got this half-fan, not only Yan Zi, but even Mu Lao, who enshrined himself, had tried to devour and absorb these divine powers. But sadly, these divine powers are really too mysterious. Even the two of them couldn't comprehend the mystery inside, and couldn't even understand it at all. At this point, it also made them very helpless. But now, when they saw Xiao Xuan's appearance in front of them, they were still somewhat unbelievable. They couldn't believe it. Xiao Xuan, an ordinary second star in the blue god realm, could actually have such great abilities, and actually have the courage to devour these divine powers. It even succeeded in swallowing it. This is simply unbelievable. Very good. Since you can swallow these divine powers, it means that my sister can be saved. But speaking of it, Yan Zi was still a little happy and excited to see Xiao Xuan capable of swallowing divine power. At that moment, she wanted to take Xiao Xuan to her sect. No one needs to say anything else at this moment. Xiao Xuan also understood what Yan Zi meant, nodded and said, yes, this divine power is indeed extraordinary. I think using these divine powers, it should be able to help your sister's treatment. It's just that this matter is not trivial, so try not to expose it. Yes, of course I know that. Yan Zi is also a smart person. She can know that since Xiao Xuan can obtain these powers, he naturally hopes to keep a low profile. Divine power. This is the aura of a strong man in the dragon god realm. If it were exposed that Xiao Xuan had divine power, even a true powerful person in the golden god realm would be interested. When the time comes, real powerful men in the golden god realm, such as Mo Long, Mo Wanqing, and Venerable Mo Yang will emerge. I'm afraid they won't be able to help but take action. So much is at stake. Naturally, you can't let others know casually. Otherwise, wouldn't there be greater danger? At this point, it is impossible for Mulao Chongfeng and Yan Zi not to know. Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan no longer hesitated and continued directly, if there are other questions, I hope that Sect Master Yan can speak out directly. Perhaps, this may also become the content of our cooperation. Speaking of which, Yan Zi was really hesitant. In fact, after seeing Xiao Xuan really be able to swallow divine power, Naturally, her views on Xiao Xuan have gone one step further. She was also thinking at this time if Baihua sect could have such a talented disciple. Wouldn't the strength be able to go one step further? Think of this. Yanzi also looked a little more solemn. She could feel it. If Baihua always has any other problems, in the end, maybe Xiao Xuan really has the ability to help her solve it. Not as good as that. In the future, our Baihua sect and Wanjing Chamber of Commerce will form an alliance? Yanzi pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, I don't know, can young Master Xiao Xuan agree? Say it. Xiao Xuan and Mu Lao were a little surprised. You know, since the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce and the Qinglei Palace turned against each other, the city lord's mansion has withdrawn from the power struggle in Wanglong City. The current Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. It has been almost isolated by the major forces in Wanglong City. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for Baihua sect not to know about this matter, but Yanzi actually chose to cooperate with Wanjing Chamber of Commerce at this time? Isn't this equivalent to providing help in times of need? Chapter 1052 Business Cooperation? Natural Ally Baihua Sect. So, Mr. Xiao Xuan, my sister's injury depends entirely on you. Yanzi looked at Xiao Xuan seriously with hope on her face. If young master Xiao Xuan can save and cure my sister, half of Baihua sect's assets will belong to you, young master. Say it. The people from the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce next to them also had solemn expressions on their faces. In fact, they can feel that after Xiao Xuan obtains divine power, his future achievements will be immeasurable. Such a character. No matter where he goes, he will always be a treasure. But now, thanks to Mu Lao, who worshipped the wisdom I bead and found Xiao Xuan in time, Wanjing Chamber of Commerce has a chance to rise. Rest assured. I, Xiao Xuan, have kept my promise. Since I promised Sect Master Yan at that time, I will naturally try my best to save Sect Master Yan's sister. Xiao Xuan said seriously, Sect Master Yan, don't worry. These words directly spoke to Yanzi's heart. Then, when she was about to take out the half-fan, within Baihua sect, there are still some high-level objections. After all, it is a bit too much to give a magical fan bought with 150 million Dao stones to an outsider so easily. But in the end, in front of these people, Yanzi still chose to believe Xiao Xuan, and now it seems that this trust is worth it. Leave Wanjing Chamber of Commerce. Xiao Xuan and Yanzi went all the way to Baihua sect. Along the way, no one else needed to say anything. Xiao Xuan himself felt that Yanzi indeed valued him. Even the eyes that looked at him along the way were filled with hope. Did not expect. You are so young and can have such great strength. Just because of this, most people can't catch up with you. Yanzi said directly, besides, it can be said that you are the most talented disciple I have ever seen. Ashamed. Xiao Xuan smiled. In fact, he was thinking to himself. If Yanzi knew that the origin of his body was the founding Yuanling, and there were countless sources of power flowing in his body. Do you still have this idea about him? But these words. Naturally, Xiao Xuan would not say it directly. Soon, they also arrived in front of a sect. Not yet close. Xiao Xuan noticed that there were many nobles, young men, and swordsmen standing at the gate of the sect. All of them are dressed handsomely and chicly. He looks like a gifted child. However, at this moment, Xiao Xuan looked more like a group of big roosters, competing for beauty, deliberately dressing up in order to show off their feathers. For these people, Xiao Xuan can't say that he has any good impressions, but he doesn't have any bad feelings. Everyone has his own ambitions, and there are many avenues in the world. He will not become hostile to strangers just because of his own likes and dislikes. But as the saying goes, if you don't look for trouble, trouble will find you. Xiao Xuan even seriously doubted whether there were a few words written on his face. Trouble comes soon? Soon. Seeing Yanzi, the beautiful sect master, come back, several handsome young men also gathered around. All of them are suave and chic, and they all have proud smiles on their faces. If you don't know their purpose, Xiao Xuan would even think that these people are all great talents who have entered the palace? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1053 Proposing Marriage? The Promise of Blood Knife Sect. Sect Master Yan, are you in there? Shui Mantian casually pulled the collar of a disciple, opened his mouth, and asked, just now, did you criticize sect leader Yan? His strength reaches the 8th level of the Tsongshan realm. Such strength, even in front of these young heroes, is definitely a dimensionality-reducing blow. This disciple coveted Yanzi's beauty, so he came to join in the fun. At most, he just said a few random words, without being serious. He originally thought it shouldn't be anything special to just say a few words in public. But who knows? This time, he met such a fierce god as Shui Mantian. In Wanglong City, you can know the reputation of Shui Mantian with just a little inquiry. Perhaps he is not the strongest young disciple in Wanglong City, but he is definitely the most cruel one. As long as he is offended, even a strong man in the little golden god realm will be frightened for a while. Once upon a time, there was also a guy with 8 stars in the blue god realm. Because he couldn't stand Shui Mantian's arrogance and domineering behavior, he put forward his own suggestions on some matters, but the final result was extremely miserable. His limbs were actually cut off by people sent by Shui Mantian. He starved to death at the foot of Wanglong City. Although it is said that this cultivator of the 8 stars of the blue god realm is just a casual cultivator without the support of the sect. But after all, he is also a cultivator of the 8 stars of the blue god realm. He has been practicing hard for decades. It may even take hundreds of years to achieve this state, but in the end he was killed like a pig with blood all over the sky. This is enough to see how cruel is Shui Mantian's methods. No. Master Xueyao, you misunderstood. I didn't say anything bad about Master Yan. The disciple turned pale with fright. Although this guy seemed unable to speak, Shui Mantian obviously had no intention of letting him go. Instead, he looked at him with interest. He waved to the 2 strong men in blood-colored robes behind him. The 2 strong men looked at each other, one on the left and the other on the right, holding the disciple, and headed straight into the forest not far away. Not long after, with a scream, the smell of blood came out of the forest. Watching this scene happen just now, those young elites who were clamoring for justice for Yanzi seemed to have become mute one by one. He didn't even dare to say anything. For this, it's no surprise that the sky is full of blood. Ever since he became the young sect leader of the Blood Knife sect, in such a long time, not only 1,000 but also 800 cultivators have died under his hands. Like the disciple just now. Kill them. It's no more difficult than killing a chicken. At this moment, Shui Mantian raised his head, looked at the Baihua sect with a burning look in his eyes, and asked in a cold voice, how many people from Sect Master Yan came back just now? Two. A boy and a girl. I don't know the man, but the woman is sect leader Yan. The disciples around were frightened so much that they stammered quickly. Hear these words. Shui Mantian frowned slightly. In his opinion, Yan Zi, who has a thin waist, long legs, fair skin and beauty like a fairy, has long been his forbidden love. No man has the right to get close. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1054, The Reason for Being Taken Seriously? Physician. Hear this. The bloody eyes narrowed. Although I have never met Xiao Xuan, judging from the situation just now, this guy is likely to be favored by Yan Zi. This is something he cannot accept, let alone forgive. Take the token. In the future, if you have anything to do, the Blood Knife sect can help you. Shui Mantian took out the blood sword token and handed it to the young disciple. In front of him. See this token. The young disciple also showed excitement on his face, and then he quickly took it and left in a hurry. Now. The remaining young disciples. After seeing the appearance of Shui Mantian, they all understood that it was best to be honest at this time and not do anything excessive. Otherwise, something that will cost you your life may really happen. Walk. Let's go see sect leader Yin. There was a cruel smile on Shui Mantian's face. I would like to see who dares to call himself a doctor within the Baihua sect. Yan Zi was accompanying Xiao Xuan and Yan Shui, looking at Yan Shui worriedly. She didn't expect that Yan Shui's body would be eroded by the power of Xian Ming again after being away for 3 or 4 days. His appearance and vitality have become much older. He is obviously only in his 20s. However, the skin on her face was gray and wrinkled, just like an old woman in her 80s. This made Yan Zi feel so distressed that she almost shed tears. To know. After all, Yan Shui is still a cultivator, with enough energy and Tao power in her body, and her aging rate is much slower than that of ordinary people. But that's the case. Now she still looks old. Even the aura on his body was much weaker. Master Xiao Xuan, you rest assured. This is the Xianming qi in her body. It is slowly eroding the essence in her body. If she wants to be cured, she can only take out the Xianming qi in her body. Without waiting for Yan Zi to finish speaking, Xiao Xuan said directly, if I have enough time, I can do it. Hearing this promise, Yan Zi also breathed a sigh of relief, but still said, okay, then Mr. Xiao Xuan, I don't know what else you need. As long as you can cure Yan Shui, you can have anything you want. No need. I'm here to treat illnesses, so I don't need much. Xiao Xuan said seriously. At the same time, some female disciples in Baihua sect were talking a lot, looking at Xiao Xuan and Yan Zi with worries on their faces. Actually, they don't necessarily have much trust in Xiao Xuan. The reason is very simple. The current Xiao Xuan is only a second-star song Shen realm. With such strength, he even boasts that he can treat people. Isn't this just bragging? Ordinary cultivators and doctors are generally at the 7th or 8th level of the Blue God realm or even the Little Golden God realm. Since Yan Shui was injured, in order to treat her, Baihua sect also spent a lot of money and hired many doctors, even doctors from the Shaojin God realm. But the end result is the same. Even these doctors had no way to treat it. This also made Baihua sect maintain a pessimistic attitude towards treating Yan Shui. This time Yan Zi spent 150 million to buy a half-sided fan. He also hired a second-star Blue God realm doctor. Naturally, it also caused a lot of discussion among the female disciples in Baihua sect. Now, please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1055, Healing Wounds, Yan Zi, don't you understand my feelings? For these words, Yan Zi also frowned slightly. Having known Zhu Mansion for such a long time, it was impossible for her not to know what the latter meant, but she really couldn't imagine it. How could he be with a man who smelled like blood? Moreover, Shui Mantian has a violent personality and will kill people if he Disagrees with him, just like a madman. That kind of people. She would never agree. No need. I invited Mr. Xiao Xuan to treat Shui, so I won't trouble young master. Shui. Without any choice. Yan Shui could only move out of Xiao Xuan. Unexpectedly, this was exactly what Shui Mantian wanted to see. He made a special trip here today to ask Yan Shui to make it clear whether he agreed to the marriage or not. If agreed, then the husband is the guide to his wife, and one day in the future the 100 Flowers sect will become a pawn of the Blood Knife sect. And if you don't agree, then don't blame him for being rude. With the strength of the Blood Knife sect, he can also get Yan Shui by conquering the 100 Flowers sect. As for Xiao Xuan, it was just a shield used by Yan Shui. But for Shui Mantian, it was a good opportunity to scare the monkeys. In his opinion, women like Yan Shui have long hair and short knowledge. If they established the 100 Flowers sect, wouldn't they want to be conquered by others? With the strength of Blood Knife sect, taking down the 100 Flowers sect is simply a normal thing. But now, he still needs to add fuel to the fire so that Baihua sect has no way to retreat. Oh? Master Xiao Xuan, the second in command of the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce? He is very courageous. You actually have the guts to challenge my Shui Mantian authority? Aren't you afraid of the Blood Knife sect's revenge? Shui Mantian planned to give Xiao Xuan a kick. But at this moment, however, Xiao Xuan's eyes did not see this arrogant and domineering guy at all. Looking at him was like looking at a fool. He can see it. Shui Mantian is a strong man with 8 stars in the Blue God realm. He may seem to have good strength, but to Xiao Xuan, this guy's strength is completely inadequate. As early as when he was still a 1-star player in the Blue God realm, he could defeat a 5th-star player in the Blue God realm. Now, although he is still a 2nd star in the Blue God realm, even if a person with an 8th star in the Blue God realm stands in front of him, he is not afraid of it. On that note, ordinary people can't stand him at all. So now, Xiao Xuan didn't take this guy seriously at all, he just looked cold and ignored him completely. Regarding Xiao Xuan's attitude, naturally, Shui Mantian was almost furious. He never believed that as the young master of the Blood Knife sect, he was considered a very respectable person in Wanglong City. Even if Mu Lao from the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce is enshrined here, you have to give him some face. But this little Xiao Xuan, who is only a 2nd-star Songshan realm guy, why should he be so contemptuous of him? Boy. Seeing how this young master is so presumptuous, it seems that today is your death day. For a moment, the bloody aura from Shui Mantian was released directly and enveloped Xiao Xuan's body. Just like the undead with countless fears, the entire Baihua sect's main hall was filled with bursts of blood. For these blood spirits, the disciples of Baihua sect were also secretly frightened. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1056, The Secret Technique of Blood Knife Sect, Blood Moon. A secret technique used by the 8 stars of the Blue God realm. If you talk about it, it is enough to forcibly upgrade your strength to the Little Golden God realm. Therefore, even cultivators of the Little Golden God realm would not easily provoke the 8 or 9 stars of the Tsang God realm who have secret skills. This is also where Shui Mantian relies on now. Originally, in his opinion, Xiao Xuan, a mere 2nd star of the Blue God realm, had no right to be arrogant in front of him as long as he took action casually. You can suppress Xiao Xuan, but who knows? Xiao Xuan's strength was beyond his expectation. His bloody aura didn't work, which was something he didn't expect, but it didn't matter now. He also has the real trump card secret technique. Blood Moon Slash. This secret technique is the unique skill of Shui Montian's father, Shui Long, the master of the blood knife sect. It is said that this was also created by a real strong man in the Golden God realm in the eastern wasteland giant continent in ancient times. Divided into 3 cuts. 1 cut breaks the body. 2 kills the soul. 3 cuts to destroy the world. Although it is a bit exaggerated to say that the world will be destroyed in 3 stations. But it is enough to prove that the combat power of Blood Moon Slash is extraordinary and cannot be competed by ordinary people. Just now, facing Xiao Xuan, a 2-star Songshan realm, he used secret techniques. Even Shui Mantian himself felt that he was a bit overqualified. But on Xiao Xuan's side, he narrowed his eyes and felt a bit of danger. He is different from the young master of the sect like Shui Mantian. He was originally a figure who rushed out of the mountain of swords and the sea of blood. What a keen sense of danger. Not to mention, the bloody sky was like a bomb, exuding a threatening aura. Just look at the reactions of Yan Zi and others. You can also see a thing or two. The pure yang sword technique was operating, and Xiao Xuan looked seriously at the blood-filled sky for the first time. He wants to find out. How powerful is this guy's secret technique? As if he had guessed what Xiao Xuan was thinking, Shui Mantian did not hesitate, and his whole body looked like a ferocious beast. He flew directly towards Xiao Xuan. At the same time, the bloody long knife in his hand also drew a curved arc and went straight to Xiao Xuan's neck. With 1 slash. It turned out to be a deadly move. Xiao Xuan can also see that this so-called Blood Moon Slash does have some skills. Although it is just a combat technique. But with the blessing of blood power and crescent power, the power of this technique has also been greatly improved, as if countless powers are gathering together for such a situation. It is indeed not that simple for ordinary people to fight. But Xiao Xuan is different. Under the operation of the pure yang sword technique in his hand, the golden sword power slowly circulated throughout his body, helping him to continuously strengthen his body. In an instant, even he himself had to admit that these sword powers were too majestic. If it weren't for the fact that his body has also been tempered, I'm afraid it will directly trigger a backlash of Dao power. Chaos Vortex. Pure yang sword technique. Xiao Xuan roared twice. A huge Tai Chi chaotic vortex instantly appeared behind him, and in front of him was a huge golden sword. With the sword swung, it can also continuously strengthen his body. At the same time, bursts of powerful swordsmanship winds also made Shui Mantian feel a hint of danger. The first slash that was full of blood just now was also directly swallowed by the golden giant sword. Interesting. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1057. The sky is filled with blood unwillingly, the third kill. The sky is full of blood for defeat. Xiao Xuan didn't feel surprised at all. Over such a long period of time, he has met countless powerful people. It is extremely difficult for ordinary people to defeat him in Taoism. Not to mention the soul, which he is better at. Ordinary practitioners not even qualified to fight him. This bloody man was only injured but not killed by his divine soul attack, so he was already considered to be quite strong. But this is the ending. Obviously Shui Mantian couldn't agree. He simply did not believe that he, an 8-star cultivator of the Songshan realm with secret skills, would be defeated by Xiao Xuan in such a cowardly manner. Could it be? Do you really want to use the third slash? The blood-filled sky looked solemn. He never thought that facing a mere Xiao Xuan today, he would be forced to use such a move. Blood Moon Slash. The third cut. This is a move that is enough to kill a strong man in the little golden god realm. Even if he has reached the 8 stars of the blue god realm, if he wants to use such a move, it will also consume a lot of his body. What can be confirmed is, even if he uses the third slash, it will consume all his power and completely lose his combat effectiveness. On that note, even his father, the blood dragon, who was truly a strong man in the little golden god realm, would not use the third slash easily. Being able to die under the third slash of blood moon slash. It's an honor for you. Shui Mantian looked gloomy and stared at Xiao Xuan. Then, if you have any last words, you can say them now. Being locked in such a gaze, Xiao Xuan also understood. The sky is full of blood. I'm afraid I really need to use a trick. I just don't know how powerful this so-called blood moon slash is. Crunch, crunch. Just when he was thinking, the blood in front of him was all over the sky, and his body started to tremble violently. The impact of the bones made a heart-wrenching sound. It was as if a giant was using force to break all the bones in his body one by one. Pfft. Xiao Xuan, let me see my true form. Jia jia jia. While the bones cracked, the bloody body continued to grow unexpectedly, with forest white bones piercing out of his chest, and his entire body turned into a mixture of bones and flesh. If I hadn't heard the sound of blood filling the sky, Xiao Xuan may even doubt that the thing in front of him, which is a mixture of flesh and blood and bones, is really a person? At the same time, an ancient pressure stronger than before appeared. As if an ancient blood ancestor appeared, the bloody aura instantly filled the air and enveloped the entire 100 Flowers sect. When several guards from the Blood Knife sect saw this scene, they were also frightened and turned around to run away. But before they could take a step forward, 2 skeletal arms stretched out, pinched their necks, and dragged them directly into the flesh. The next second, these 2 guards actually became a combined part of these flesh and blood. What a cruel method. Xiao Xuan's expression instantly became serious. He couldn't believe that the blood-filled sky that was still alive just now turned into this in an instant. Before, the sky is full of blood, although the smell of blood is all over the body. But at least he still looks like a human being, with arms, legs, and a head. And his moves are within understandable range. But now, rather than saying that he is a human being, it is better to say that he is a mixture of flesh and blood. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1058, Strong? Then I will destroy you. This? How should we deal with this? Yanzi was very worried. What she practiced was the weak willow path, which was very advantageous in terms of control and restraint. But facing this pool of mud and blood all over the sky, a weak willow is of absolutely no use. It can even be said that most avenues have no way to restrain themselves when faced with a form like Shui Mantian. But when Yanzi saw it, after Xiao Xuan still looked calm, she felt a little more settled. According to her knowledge, Xiao Xuan is not a person who likes to show off. If he is not absolutely sure, he will not take action casually. Just like now. It seems, he didn't seem to have much of an advantage, but this kind of stable mentality still gave Yanzi an inexplicable confidence in him. Since he's a puddle of mud, then let me see, which one is better, is my swordsmanship or his blood moon? Xiao Xuan said word for word. At the same time, the serious sword was slowly unsheathed, and his cold eyes reflected on the cold and shiny blade. Under such circumstances, even Yanzi, seeing this scene, couldn't help but feel a little nervous on her face, feeling that something was not quite right. Could it be that? Is Xiao Xuan really capable of defeating Shui Mantian head-on with swordsmanship? If it were before, she would naturally not believe it. Even if Xiao Xuan is powerful, Facing the 8 stars of the divine realm, and Xuan Tian, who also has secret skills on his body, it is a bit too difficult to defeat the latter. Not to mention, anyone with eyesight can see it now. Xuan Tian has changed into such a form, and he will definitely use his special move, the third slash of Blood Moon Slash. Under such circumstances, how does Xiao Xuan win? This is almost impossible. But at the same time, Yanzi also had an idea in her heart. Xiao Xuan was originally a person who was good at creating miracles. Maybe this time he can really work miracles again. Master Xiao Xuan, you must be careful. Yanzi bit her lip, with a serious look on her face. According to what you said, is it as simple as talking to you to defeat me? You are a bit too naive. At this time, the blood-filled jar said angrily, today is the day you die. This time, it surprised both Xiao Xuan and Yanzi. They didn't expect that Xuan Tian, who had already transformed into this form, could still open his mouth to speak, or even threaten them in front of them. This means, is this guy still intelligent? This simply made Xiao Xuan unbelievable. But at the same time, it also reminded him to be more vigilant. Then let's try it. I just want to see how capable you are of fighting after you've turned into such a pile of mud. Xiao Xuan sneered. The golden long sword is like hot heavenly flames. It hit the blood-covered body heavily, and under the scorching heat, bursts of stench emitted from the flesh and blood. Xiao Xuan even felt it. Amidst these foul smells, the blood-filled soul power trembled slightly. Laugh. GGG. Think that this little power can hurt me? A truly strong person can't feel pain. For a time. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1059, The Battle Between Humans and Gods, Xiao Xuan's Methods. He didn't wait for Xuan Tian to react. Bone-penetrating strength was instilled into his body. Under such huge power, he actually felt pain and fear that he had not seen for a long time. This shocked Xuan Tian. Blood Moon Slash. What they rely on is the forgetfulness of pain and fear, exchanging lives for lives. When the opponent is afraid, it is the time of victory. Therefore, the bloody genius would deliberately look like that. But now, he noticed something was wrong. Xiao Xuan didn't know what method he used to make him feel that his moves were malfunctioning. After the pain and fear came back, Xuan Tian vaguely felt that he could no longer continue fighting, and would even be afraid of facing Xiao Xuan. For such a situation, Xiao Xuan didn't know at all. However, he could roughly feel that obtaining these divine powers required more than just his own body and soul. On the contrary, you need your own will more. The way of will can pass through stone. Under the control of Xiao Xuan's will, the divine power on the Sirius sword became more and more fierce, constantly attacking forward. Although Xuan Tian has tried his best to defend, but under the destructive power, his defensive methods seemed a bit ridiculous. No matter what stood in his way, he would be cut down with one sword. Even in the eyes of others. With such power, it is easy to win. Damn it. You damn thing. Then I will kill you with Blood Moon Slash. After being injured one after another, Xuan Tian was also furious. A blood knife reappeared in his hand, and the entire giant mountain of flesh and blood condensed directly. Huge bloody gas rose into the sky. The endless stream of blood continued to attack everything in front of it. It was the third slash of Blood Moon Slash. This time, it was Xiao Xuan and Yanzi. They both looked at each other, with a bit of surprise flashing across their faces. They originally thought, this third slash of the Blood Moon Slash is so prestigious. If it works, it will definitely be earth-shattering, and at least it should be somewhat powerful. Who knows that such a situation will still happen now? This is the third cut. It actually looks soft? It's like a child's playhouse toy? Is this really blood moon slash? But he was surprised, but Xiao Xuan did not dare to neglect him at all. He knew very well that these powers were still very threatening. Accidentally, it is very likely to cause other harm. Even now, Shui Montian's last attack is definitely extremely powerful no matter from any angle. The reason is simple. At this time, no one will joke with their own lives. Xiao Xuan did not neglect. First, he protected Yanzi behind him, and then the spreading divine power continued to attach to the serious sword to attack. With such power help, dealing with Shui Montian is naturally a matter of course. Rub under the flying sword. He directly cut off a section of his arm that was covered in blood. This time, the arm did not grow back, but turned into a dead gray color and lay on the ground. The blood-filled sky also looked ferocious. Roared. The whole bloody body also began to squirm. The bloody moon appeared again. However, this time it was no longer a new moon, but a full moon. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1060, The Admirable Power, The Wrath of the Blood Knife Sect. I didn't know that young master, Xiao Xuan, had such a method. It's really, really admirable. Several people from Baihua sect looked at each other. All of them had admiration on their faces. Obviously, the operation just now has allowed Xiao Xuan to conquer most of the 100 Flower Sect disciples. Target this. Maybe others won't understand it very well, but Yanzi, who is discerning, can see that Xiao Xuan is already a god of war. Today, I let you take action. Do you want to take a break? Only then did Yanzi react. It seemed that she shouldn't have let Xiao Xuan take action against Shui Montian just now. She should have let him keep his power and use it to treat Yan Shui. But now, even if he reacted, it seemed a bit late. No. Time is of the essence. Now that I'm here, I'd better seize the time to treat him. Xiao Xuan continued, perhaps, this battle may still be of some help to me. Speaking of which, Xiao Xuan still had a bit of curiosity on his face. In fact, he could feel that there was still some unusual power in the battle. Just now. Let him understand more about divine power. This is definitely a great thing for him. From a certain perspective. If you want to use divine power for treatment next, you may need some understanding of divine power. In fact, under today. Maybe Xiao Xuan is still a little worried. But when Xian uses his divine power, will something go wrong and cause any harm to Yan Shui? But now, he is not worried anymore. He felt. After this hearty battle, a somewhat unusual power slowly appeared in his body. This power seems to be derived from divine power. It is helping him perfect his divine power. This really surprised him. After letting everyone else go, did Xiao Xuan also follow Yanzi to Yan Shui? He stretched out his hand, and a divine power appeared again. But this time, it was more powerful than the divine power he had received at that time. What a powerful force. This battle actually enhanced my divine power? Xiao Xuan said to himself, in this case, does this mean that if you want to keep increasing your divine power, you need to keep fighting? At the same time, Yanzi, who was standing next to Xiao Xuan, also noticed this. This was her first time seeing divine power. At this moment, I was naturally very much looking forward to this mysterious power, and there was still some curiosity on my face. I saw. Under the guidance of Xiao Xuan, this weak divine power was slowly instilled into Yan Shui's body. And the Xianming qi in Yan Shue's body seemed to feel something, and it aroused in her body instantly. Rush left and right. It's like encountering a natural enemy. However, under such circumstances, Xiao Xuan was still unusually calm, and the divine power in his hand began to flow slowly without any panic. Within this power, hidden with a hint of majesty, he gradually approached the Xianming qi on Yan Shui. Such a method may not seem impressive to others, but only Yan Shui feels it clearly. She found. Xiao Xuan simply circulated the divine power on his body. He was already sweating profusely, and the muscles in his body were tense, as if he had encountered something tense. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 1061 The Power of the Soul slowly recovers. At this moment, inside the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, the South Sea Fish God returned to the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce early and sat in the seat that originally belonged to Xiao Xuan. On the Big Eight Immortals table, there was a bloody human head on display. It was Feng Lei Tian. This scene. At that time, the servants of Wanjing Chamber of Commerce were shocked. In the end, it was Mu Lao Chong who came after hearing the news and stabilized the situation. When Milazong saw Feng Lei Tian's head, he was equally surprised and looked at the South Sea Fish God Han Xian with strange eyes. He originally thought Han Xian and Feng Lei Tian are both in the pseudo-golden god realm. The strength of the two people should be between the same, and there won't be much difference. But now, he realized that this was all his wishful thinking. This Han Xian was actually much more powerful than Feng Lei Tian. From Feng Lei Tian's head, Mulao worship can still determine some problems. Feng Lei Tian was obviously killed by one move, and he didn't even have the ability to resist. Brother Han Xian, you are really amazing. In less than 3 days, Feng Lei Tian has been killed. It's really gratifying. And congratulatory. Mulao worshipper knows. There still needs to be some business exchanges. Wear it 1,000 times, but flattery never wears it. Although Han Xian is not a person who likes to listen to flattery, now, after hearing these words, he felt happy in his heart. At least, it's quite pleasant. But he didn't come here to find Mu Lao to worship and ask for credit. He came to find Xiao Xuan. I don't know, where is little friend Xiao Xuan now? Han Xian got straight to the point. The 3-day appointment hasn't arrived yet, so Xiao Xuan thought it would take some time for you, brother, so he went to do some things of his own. Mu Laozong originally wanted to make a haha. However, when he saw that Han Xian's face was not very good-looking, he continued. But don't worry, brother Han Xian, our Wanjing Chamber of Commerce is a chamber of commerce that keeps its promises. Since we promised brother Han Xian, Xiao Xuan will definitely follow you to Nanzhan Haizhou in 3 days. So good. Hear the promise made by Mulao. Only a slight smile appeared on Han Xian's face. In fact, for him who is in the Golden God realm, killing a mere Feng Lei Tian is nothing at all. He cares more. Find a truly talented disciple, bring him to Nanzhan Haizhou for training, and become the pillar of their Nanhai Jade sect in the future. But he also knows. After killing Feng Lei Tianho this time, his whereabouts were almost exposed. Those powerful men of the Golden God realm on the eastern wasteland continent cannot be all useless. The last time he was allowed to use secret methods to sneak over, it was already a mistake. There will never be another mistake. Even faintly, he already felt a strange aura that was staring at him. But I have another question I want to ask Brother Han. After carefully observing Feng Lei Tian's head, Mu Lao was more certain that Han Xian's strength was definitely not just an ordinary pseudo-golden god. and it was very likely that he had gone one step further. What's the problem? Han Xian didn't care about Mu Lao's worship. Please, log in to continue reading.